Moj and Vic are all big mad that apparently you came on with us, and they were bragging this morning what great pals you are. I'm curious, Eric, if you have big news, are you calling either Moj or Vic in your top 5 calls? Is that the kind of friends that they actually are?
They are. We are close, so I would give them the call, but unfortunately, Vic was texting my old number, so I did not get the message. So I guess we're not that close after all.
Can't be that good of friends, obviously. By the way, EJ,
but Moser's at fault for that because Moser does have my new number, so he should have let Vic know.
That's a Moser move.
Look,
right
we're
there.
happy about it.
That he
Worked
wouldn't
out
share
for
it.
us.
Yeah, That's a total Moj move right there. He's not sharing that number.
It is hilarious. Vic is furiously texting EJ like, ditch Kreckman and Lindahl, come on our show. And he's texting probably some kid who's, 18, just trying to get to school. What happens to an old number, by the way? Does an old number get claimed by somebody else? Actually, I know it does. Nelly, you probably know this as a producer. You ever texted somebody thinking it was the contact info of some, beat writer or somebody like that, and you get it back saying, I don't know who that is, but you have the wrong number? I'm very, very, I don't know how that works. Old numbers just get given out again to somebody else. That puts a lot of stress on the person who has the new number now. Anyway.
But for athletes, though, it's a great out because I remember one time, I think it was after the first year of Russell Wilson here, I was trying to track down Richard Sherman as a guest because I figure he's on Amazon's Thursday Night Football broadcast. He played with Russ for a lot of years. And so our boss used to work in Seattle. He gave me Sherm's number.
Yep.
And I texted him. And then he went, oh, hey, sorry, this is the wrong number. I hope you find who you're looking for. And I was thinking, that might actually be Richard Sherman. He's just saying that to blow me off, which honestly is a great strategy.
It really is. I never considered that. Hey, Brett, this is the IRS. Oh, really? Well, Brett doesn't live here anymore.
New phone, who dis?
So we're a day away. Let's just sort of get after it, shall we? Here's the situation. You have two teams that very well could win their first round series. They're both favored at least slightly. Both of these feel very difficult to try and get through for different reasons. The Avs just get a really tough matchup with a very tough team in the first round. The Nuggets get in, by comparison to a lot of other teams in the West, quote, easier matchup, but they have their own issues that they're trying to work themselves through. What makes it really hard is the idea that the Avs and the Nuggets are both kind of in a position where I don't know where the line of success lies. The Avs is a lot easier. For them, I think I have such confidence in that team. It's really hard for me to not say the finals. But maybe Western Conference Finals would sort of be the line. The Nuggets, I have no idea. I think that could be wildly different for everybody involved. Maybe some people are just like they've thrown their hands up and said, you know what, I don't know what to do with them. So they don't have any expectation. And I think that'd be totally fair. Mostly the way that I view success, or at least living up to expectation, is all based upon, do you feel like major changes would come if they don't reach this? And I think for the Nuggets, the major changes would be, obviously they've already happened, but I think the major change would be keeping it, right? That would be the shift. Because right now, if the Nuggets season ended today for whatever reason, they had to forfeit all their games because Denver was cheating with altitude or, whatever. You hit the offseason, the first thing you think is, all right, well, they got to find a new coach. They got to find a new GM. They got to shuffle the roster up a bit. They got to make a major trade. I think that's where most people's heads are at heading into this offseason. The major shift would be if they play well enough to try and say, hey, we can mostly keep this together, right? If you head into the offseason saying, I want Adelman to be the coach, I want to keep our starting five the same, that would be the shift from where your head's at now. And for them to get there, I think that would be a Western Conference Finals appearance. They get a couple of playoff series wins. Maybe you start to change your mind on a lot of things. I want to go through the most important players of each series here in just a little bit. Outside of the obvious. Like Joker. Yeah, duh. McKinnon. Yeah, we know. But maybe the X factors in the series. We'll get to that in just a little bit. But as far as you're going to have tomorrow, and I think for both of these series, Game 1 is going to tell you a lot about a certain narrative that's out there. For the Nuggets part, when that game tips off at 1:30 tomorrow, I think you're going to know pretty quickly. Was the last 3 games of the season an actual spark and boost that can take them throughout the postseason? Or was that kind of just a flame that, was it a candle? You lit it, it melted, and you're out of wick. Seeing what happens in Game 1 on your home floor against a team you've played pretty well against recently, I think is going to tell you that. The Avs, Game 1 is going to tell me all I need to know about this subject. And it has way less to do with the Avs and way more to do with the Dallas Stars. Is this skid that Dallas went on for the last, is it 7 in a row that they've lost? The last 7 games of the season? Was that a byproduct of they're just not playing good hockey and the scores are reflecting that? Or is it they just didn't care and they wanted to get to the postseason? Game 1 for Dallas is crucial. If you steal Game 1 in their barn, I think almost everybody would be like, yeah, I think the Avs are going to win the series then. I mean, you're in a place where the Avs are super talented and incredibly healthy. And one thing I know about that combination with the Avs in recent memory is that team rarely loses. God, I would love nothing more than you to go out there, Game 1, and put it to Dallas. I mean, a huge question I have, by the way, is you think about, because we haven't operated in a world in which the Avs are healthy almost ever, what the hell is that going to look like from a line perspective? Where are you going to put people? Like, I am incredibly curious on, first of all, is Gabe even going to play in Game 1? There's a thought that you make Gabe's first game, Game 3 of the series, and you get that home pop the first time he takes the ice. And I understand why people would think that way, but here's, if I'm Jared Bednar, what I don't do. If I think that Gabe Landeskog is good enough to play, and he's good enough to help me win, I am not waiting and having a good player that I think can help me sit out 2 games for an emotional bump for later. Because what if you go 0-2 to start it? Now all of a sudden that emotional bump doesn't hit as hard. So my assumption is Gabe's going to play tomorrow. He's healthy enough, and he's one of your top 12 forwards, then he's going to be in the lineup. And I would assume that they've gone through all of this So he is top 12 still. Because if he wasn't, then I think we'd see a different move that was made in the last 2.5 years. So, a lot to look for in these game ones. I want to get to the X factors here in a second. The people that I feel like could shift the series in one way or another. That if they play up to standard, if they play to a high level, that these teams can make some deep runs and potentially championship runs. And if they don't, they're going to have a really difficult time. We'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. So, X factors, who matters most for the Avs and Nuggets heading into their respective game ones tomorrow? We'll get to it next. All right, you guys tell me. Like, you got a choice here. And here's the game. The game is got to find me an X factor for each team. Could be a couple of guys if you want to. But I'm just looking for one. Now, here's the rules of the game. It can't be an obvious. So, here's how I'd put it. Can't say Joker. Can't say McKinnon. Can't say McCarr. I'm going to rule out goalie. Can't say goalie for the Avs because that's also obvious. You need good goaltending in the postseason. Now,
his name's Nathan McKinnon. Heard of him?
here's another one I'm going to rule out. And this is just for me. So you guys do whatever you want with it. I'm going to also say that Jamal cannot be an answer because Jamal is also, to me, obvious. Like, Nelly, if the Nuggets want to do anything in the postseason or have a shot at a championship, we all kind of understand that Jamal Murray is going to have to be a massive part of that. Now, he's a big question mark that we can get to in just a little bit. But the guys that I think I'm going to choose on each side, and I'll start with the Avs. If I had to find the biggest difference between the year that you won, maybe not biggest, but one of the biggest, between the year you won the Cup and the last couple, it was a viable, threatening second-line center. And I think I would put my eggs in the basket of X Factor being Brock Nelson. Because the other stuff you're going to need, right? You're going to need your top line playing well. You're going to need McKinnon to be McKinnon. You're going to need McCarr to be McCarr. You're good goaltending, all of that. The difference that you had, though, was a real viable threat on your second line. Because here's what I think is going to happen. I think the top, your number one, your top line, is going to be obviously fine. Like, when you have McKinnon, it's going to go at a certain pace that is borderline unstoppable. A lot of people throwing Val out there, sure. But I think when Val is playing, you know what Val brings to the table. I also think that your third and fourth lines are better than most teams in the NHL. Just on the surface. So I think the only place I can go is second line center, and that's Brock Nelson, who has been mostly good here. The points seem to be hard to come by, even though he's playing at a high level. And that's what I think needs to change. You just need to start racking those up. And I think if you get like a Kadri type of guy for the postseason, the Avs are winning. I think it's that simple. So I think that's the one for the Avs. For the Nuggets, you could go a couple different directions. I've seen Peyton Watson's thrown out on the text line. I've seen a couple Westbrooks. I think it's Porter. I just think if you have somebody who's hitting shots and being a threat, there's really no equalizer for it. You know, the Nuggets were able to, in their run to a championship, escape a few bad Porter games, but they mostly came late. If you remember, Porter played really well in the postseason, shooting-wise, up until the Miami series, in which he didn't, but did a few other things, rebounded better, played good defense, did all that stuff. But if he's knocking down shots, I think it makes his team borderline unstoppable, at least offensively. And so if you need to get into a track meet, and this is the equalizer that I think MPJ brings, you get into the track meet games in which maybe your defense just isn't there, because I don't know how real the defensive effort the last 3 games was. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But let's just say you're still leaving room and possibility for a 125 or 130 game out there. Well, if Porter's knocking down shots and Joker's playing his game and Jamal's doing his thing, then you could easily win games in a track meet fashion. And I think you're going to have to a few times. So I think it's MPJ because nobody can bring the dynamic that he brings when he is hot. He just hasn't been hot all that much this year. So those are the two. If you think I'm wrong, go ahead. 303-504-0925. Nelly, do you have any disagreements with those two names?
I think no, I agree with MPJ. I just think with the Avs, we're talking third line, fourth line, whatever. It's Val. Val's the X factor. I mean,
of just staying on the ice or
yeah,
what?
Yeah, if he plays,
Yeah.
if he is on the ice and able-bodied, the Avs win games. By the way, side note, squirrel moment. Anytime we talk about hockey, I always want to say, like, if Val's on the ice, they're going to win a few ball games.
Right.
But you can't say that because they don't use a ball.
You can say ball yard and just go full Vic.
They're going to knock the puck out of the ball yard
Yes.
if Val's on the ice. I feel like you were a broken record. You always turned on the mic every morning and you read the record that the Avs have with Val and without Val. And it was not even close. Their record with him is stupid. It's amazing. So if he's on the ice, they win. There you go. That's your X factor.
Totally fair. Totally fair. I don't have that concern though. And maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I just feel like this. Again, when punishments get harsh enough, it does act as a deterrent. Okay, if you're driving down the highway, do you want to go 90? Why don't you? Because if you get a speeding ticket going 90 into 65, that's going to hurt. Here's the deterrent for Val to not have anything off the ice happen. If it does for Val, he's never playing again, and he's not getting his money. That's a pretty steep price to pay for doing something dumb, and I just don't think it's going to happen. I don't.
We don't even have to talk about it in that context, even though I'd be lying if I said there wasn't a tiny little sliver of doubt in my head that he can, keep his head above water in that regard. But I'm even talking about injury. If God forbid he gets hurt or something.
Well, injuries are always going to matter in that. Yeah.
But he's the X factor. If Val plays, I think they can beat anyone in a 7-game series.
Totally
Without
fair.
him, I don't know if they can.
Totally fair. Texture says, Brett, tell me you don't watch hockey without telling me you don't watch hockey. Vic has messed that up so many times, that saying, by the way, I forget how it goes. He says, you're absolutely wrong with Brock being the X factor. It's Gabe, you goof. I haven't been called a good goof in a long time. I'll tell you why that is insane. If your X factor is a guy who hasn't played a professional hockey game in almost 3 years, that's crazy. If any of your thinking towards the Avs winning and losing a cup right now is about the way that Gabe plays, that's crazy. I have zero expectation for Gabe. Here's my expectation. Or it's not even an expectation, it's a hope. Can you look like a professional hockey player? You do not pluck somebody out from almost 3 years of not playing hockey and then say, this is the most important player we're going to have? No. It's not how that works.
By the way, that was some oddly refreshing smack talk from that texter. The tell me you don't watch hockey without telling me you don't watch hockey. And then called you a goof? I mean, that's refreshing.
I appreciate it, texter. I'm all for disagreements and stuff. Just in my head, if anything in your head is leaning towards Gabe is going to be a difference maker, I think that's nuts. And that should not be something you're relying upon.
We'll have to see how he looks on the ice playing against NHLers because he looked great playing with the Eagles, but he was playing minor league guys.
Yeah.
But Tyler Polumbus was talking the other day, and he said that he thinks Gabe's biggest impact is going to be morale and vibes. And he compared it to when he was on the Broncos and they won the Super Bowl in 2015 when Peyton Manning came back from injury. And obviously, the Brock Osweiler, had been playing amazing.
Right.
But when Peyton Manning got healthy, they brought him back in, and Tyler said, everybody in the locker room said, we got Peyton back. We know we can win. and they carried Peyton Manning's weekend at Bernie's ass on the back of Von Miller to a Super Bowl. But his leadership and his vibes were a large part of that. And I think that's what you can expect from Gabe.
Gabe is, look, it's not that I don't think Gabe's going to help. I do. I think there's a lot of things that Gabe does that a lot of guys in this team can't do. Like, I don't know how many are willing to really park their butts in front of the goalie, take abuse, and get screens or get deflections. You know, maybe Gabe is going to be back on the power play. I have no idea. Maybe that's what his role could be. All I'm saying is, I don't have Gabe Landeskog even remotely in my mind as guy who needs to play well for the Avs to get to their end result. Like, I'll put it to you this way. Yeah, I think this is fair to say. Again, Shop Mazda text line 303-504-0925. One price, one person, 1 hour. You tell me if you disagree. As of now, Gabe's comeback, as cool as the story is, has no bearing or no change on whether I think they're going to win the Cup more. So how about this? If we got news that Gabe wasn't coming back, that his knee's still not right, and he couldn't join the team, I feel the exact same way about the Avs still. Is that a fair statement? In fact, no, I only got my board up. Can you hit a straw poll for me? I got it.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Is that a fair statement? Fair statement I just made. Again, if Gabe Landeskog was not coming back, if he was not healthy enough to play, compared to him doing what he's doing now, which he is coming back, this is not disrespect to him. I'll explain in a second. It has zero change and zero effect on whether I think the Avs win the Cup or not. And it's just because I cannot have expectation for somebody who hasn't played. Now, would there be any cooler story on planet Earth than Gabe comes back, kicks ass, gets like a game winner in one of these playoff games? It would be the best. And I am the last person that is going to doubt Gabe Landeskog. But all I'm saying is, I can't put any sort of expectation on him. And I can't envision Gabe coming to the Avs and somebody's mind shifting about whether this team is good enough or not based on just that one fact.
But you know what? I think the most telling thing about the Avs is you asked who's going to be the X factor. If I'm scrolling the text line in the Twitch feed, these are all the names. We've seen Gabe. Here's a Lecky. Here's Val with like 5 exclamation points. Now we got Marty Nachos. I mean, then Charlie Coyle is going to be the X factor for the penalty kill. I mean, there are so many people that have said, what was that? 5, 6, 7 different guys. There are so many different X factors on the Avs. I don't think any of those are bad answers. I think the Nuggets, maybe their options are a little more limited. When you asked the question, I agree. I thought MPJ, but then I also thought Aaron Gordon, because he's one of those guys that just quietly goes to work. He puts his head down. He can dunk. He can block shots. He can hit a 3 when you need it, and he doesn't get a lot of that shine in the NBA circles. I think Aaron Gordon or MPJ are your most viable X factor options.
Well, I'll tell you what. This is kind of X factor how it goes in my head. Having an X factor for a consistent player is difficult because when you're consistent, you're bringing the same thing every night. How much of an X factor can you be? So I think of it as maybe inconsistent or a little bit farther down the totem pole when it comes to your importance to the team. That's where you can have, quote, difference makers. Okay, so like Jokic can't be an X factor because he's the factor, because he has to play well. I think Jamal is in the same boat. He has to play well, so he can't be an X factor. I didn't put AG in there because AG is the same guy every night. He shot the three consistently this year. He's a lot better jump shooter than he was last year. We know what he brings defensively. Like, I would think you could go MPJ. I saw some Peyton Watsons being thrown out there, which I think is fair, because I think he's going to get his first real consistent playoff sort of experience. And if Peyton Watson, how about this? Peyton Watson always finds himself in the corner waiting for a kick out. If he can knock down that three consistently, then sure. I could see Peyton Watson being that guy. Westbrook not playing out of control, being consistent night in, night out, totally fair. Anybody else, I think, on the Nuggets for an X factor would be difficult because I don't even know if they're going to play. Like, I don't know if Strother's playing or not. I don't know if Pickett is. I don't know. Another text coming through here. It's Christian Brown, you goof. He has the chance to have a true breakout postseason. That's true. I think Brown's fine.
Listen, Brett, you little cotton-headed ninny muggins. You know what? Okay, here's my final answer. You know what the X Factor is going to be? That British reality show that created and built the boy band One Direction. That's my X Factor. Shout out Simon Cowell.
The point is, I absolutely cannot wait. Cannot wait. Again, a lot of people are yelling about Christian Brown. I understand that's totally fair. Okay, I gave my answer. You can have yours. I said it was MPJ. Christian Brown has been another guy that's been like a beacon of consistency. Outside of Joker, your most consistent player this year has been Christian Brown. So I don't know how much more he can bring to the table than what he's already brought. Like, Porter's my guy just because he can go 5 straight games in which he can't make a shot, and then he can go 5 straight in which he makes everything. And if he makes everything, the Nuggets just, like, don't lose. So, a lot more to get to with these games. Obviously, we have audio from the Paytons, the law firm of Sean and George Payton, that we'll get to in a little bit as well. Dion spoke to the media, had something to say about the jersey retirement stuff. There's a lot that we got to focus on. Keep in mind tomorrow, it's the very rare triple dipperoo on Altitude Sports Radio. 1:30, Nuggets Clippers. 6:30, Avs Stars. 6:30 on AM 950 is Rapids Houston Dynamo. So, the rare triple dipperoo in effect tomorrow. But again, get in touch with us on the Shot Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. Keep your X Factors coming in. There is one that I think is interesting I want to get to in just a second, along with some audio. Stick around. All right, just quickly here, another one, an X Factor, huh? Seen a couple of Adelmans on here. Interesting. It's always difficult to have we were just talking about this with Bud Black yesterday. You basically live in two camps. You want Bud Black out as the Rockies manager, or you are in the position of indifference because you're like, how many coaches could you bring in here and what could they do with this roster and blah, blah, blah.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
And I said, they do matter. It's just in some sports, it's harder to tell. Like, I think the sport in which the coach gets the most credit is probably football. Like, you give Belichick credit. You give Andy Reid credit. You give Sean McVay credit. You give Sean Payton credit. You give all these different guys credit. In basketball, the coach is given, like, virtually none, right? Frank Vogel won a championship a couple of years ago for the Lakers, and they fired him a year later. Why? Because they think it's the roster and not the coach. The Nuggets just did that. Their coach won a championship a couple of years ago. And he got bounced. So it's hard for me to put like a total value on the coach because everybody views it differently. I do think the Adelman thing is interesting because coaches have strategic things that they want to do on offense and defense that maybe we haven't seen yet out of him, and you can surprise some people. Ultimately with basketball, it's down to the talent. It's why it's the easiest sport to predict on who's going to win a championship. You take a look at the rosters on day one of the season, and you go, yep, Boston's going to be up there. Oh, after the Luka trade, yeah, the Lakers will be a championship contender. Oh, OKC, they have a whole bunch of guys who are really good. They're super deep. They'll be there. You know. You just know. But there is something to how Adelman's going to handle this. And look, for him, this is massive. Like, it's very rare you get the opportunity to take over for a team that's a top 4 seed right before the playoffs and have a real on-the-job interview on if you're going to be the permanent head coach or not. Like, truly. It's a great place for him to be. And if he can capitalize on it, all the power to him. And maybe that's it. Maybe the voice that they needed was already in the room. Who knows? But just in general, he's got a chance to do something that most coaches don't get, which is I get to coach a very good team in the postseason, and if they do well, I get to keep the job and keep my promotion. It's a huge opportunity for him. So we'll get back to this in just a little bit. Obviously, it's going to be a lot of Avs and Nuggets today with their first playoff games both going on tomorrow. Again, both of those going to be on 92.5. Nuggets at 1:30, Avs at 6:30. One clip here from Sean Payton yesterday that I want to get to, because there's a narrative out there that I haven't bought, and I might look like the idiot at the end of all of this, but everything that I'm hearing is leaning towards my opinion. And here's one of them. Sean Payton asked yesterday as they do their pre-draft presser the importance of putting more weapons around Bo Nix during the draft. Here's the coach.
Yeah, I've answered this before and referenced it, and I mean this. There's two great allies that I think for quarterback play, to help quarterback play. It's real good defense and obviously a real good running game. And so I appreciate that term weapons, and yet I think, look, there'll be focus on the running back position. It's a pretty good draft for running backs. It's a pretty good draft for interior defensive linemen. But when we sign a good football player, in free agency, Dre Greenlaw, we feel like we've helped our team and in turn our defense, and then in turn the quarterback position. Because how do we get them off the high dive? You don't want to be third and long. You don't want to be behind in games. Those are all things that make that position more challenging.
I think that's an excellent answer. Excellent. Defense, without a doubt, helps out your quarterback. In very simple ways. You get a 3 and out. Defensively, you can flip field position. You get a turnover, you flip field position. You ask your quarterback, hey, you don't got to put up 35 points to win this game. You got to give us 20, 21, 24. You help your quarterback. But the biggest thing here is what he just talked about. I don't think he could be more right. The two biggest things that can help a QB, I would say offensive line fits in there somewhere. But defense is important. But it's the running game. And here's like sort of the narrative I wanted to break. And again, maybe this is where I'm wrong. There's people that think even if Sean Payton takes a running back at number 20 in the first round, that he wouldn't use him. And I don't buy it. I think the last couple of years that we've seen from Sean Payton on this team in particular have been way more about the personnel and who he trusts in the backfield than it is about the way that he wants to run his offense. Go back. Give me a random year from Sean Payton back in his New Orleans days, Nelly.
Well,
let's do an experiment.
Well, look, when you have a player like Jeremy Shockey, and then there was that year that we got Marcus Colston in the sorry, you didn't want me to talk about New Orleans for 20 minutes?
Nope.
Oh, sorry.
I just want a random year.
2009, the Super Bowl year.
2009 New Orleans Saints. Look, I'm putting myself up here. I could look stupid. I don't know what the numbers are. The New Orleans Saints that year ran for 2,100 yards as a team. It was a committee approach. Pierre Thomas had 147 carries for 793 yards. Mike Bell had 172 carries for 654. Reggie Bush had 70 for 390, and so on and so forth. So committee approach, but 2,000 yards rushing. You take it. I don't think at all that Sean Payton's the kind of guy that just refuses to run the football, that gets too enamored with the passing game. I don't think he had guys that he totally trusted to carry the ball that much. And the success was few and far between. I mean, how many big pop plays did you have in the running game? Not all that many. So just so we're clear here, 468 carries in a 16-game season translates to about 30 carries a game. That's not small. That is a commitment to running the football. And I think you'll find that throughout his New Orleans days over and over again. I think if he gets a running back that he trusts, they would commit to the run game in a much different way than we saw last season. When he wrote run the ball on his play card, whatever game that was, I forget, I think that was a reminder that I know you don't like your backfield right now, but you have to do it. More than, oh, you know what? I just kind of forgot that we had running backs on the team. I don't think that's the case. So if they find somebody in the draft that they love, I would be so ecstatic to see this offense in a way that's more balanced and they trust the running game more, because I think that can unlock things for Bo Nix that he couldn't have last year, which was a lot better biting on play action, a lot better situationally when you're in when you're at 2nd and 3, 2nd and 4, the entire playbook's open to you. That's another thing. The defense has no idea what you're going to do from a run-pass standpoint. They get a guy like that, I think it could really help. So I think that's a great answer from Payton. heading into the draft. All the other stuff, I listened to a lot of it. And a lot of it's like, do you think you could take this guy? And he's like, yeah, maybe not. Because nobody's tipping their hand before the draft. Not a week before the draft. So, a lot more to get to with that. We also have, obviously, a ton with the Avs and Nuggets that we'll get to in just a second. Audio from Dion as he got the chance to respond to some of the criticism about the jersey retirings that we'll get to a little bit.
You believe now?
We'll get to a little bit later in the show, but you can always watch the show on Twitch. And that's the Safeway Twitch feed. Search Altitude Sports Radio right there in that search bar, and you will pull up that Safeway Twitch feed. Safeway. I'm sorry, order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch in that YouTube simulcast every weekday, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Search Altitude Sports Radio. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss a thing, including that Altitude Sports Daily, a daily recap of all of the best things that you missed from Denver's #1 sports station. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
You know, Moj and Vic are all big mad that apparently you came on with us, and they were bragging this morning what great pals you are. I'm curious, Eric, if you have big news, are you calling either Moser or Vic in your top 5 calls? Is that the kind of friends that they actually are?
They are. We are close, so I would give them the call, but unfortunately, Vic was texting my old number, so I did not get the message. So I guess we're not that close after all.
Can't be that good of friends, obviously. By the way, EJ,
but Moser's at fault for that because Moser does have my new number, so he should have let Vic know.
that's a Moser move.
Look,
right
we're
there.
happy about
That
it.
he
Worked
wouldn't
out
share
for
it.
us.
Yeah, That's a total Moj move right there. He's not sharing that number.
So that begs the question: who were you texting yesterday, Vic?
I don't know. Some rando.
I asked
I went
Nelly
to
this.
school at Holy Family with a guy named Eric Johnson, and I guarantee he got a bevy of texts yesterday. But you know what that speaks to? How embarrassing that we work with a guy, one of our co-hosts, who refuses to ever get any guests on the show, and when we have that opportunity, he still doesn't do it. That I have to be the proactive one. I have to be the guy. By the way, I heard that interview with those two. I'm glad he went on with Lindahl and Kreckman because it was outstanding, and they handled that stuff much better than we do. But it's really embarrassing that Moser really can't get the job done.
Well, I asked Nelly this earlier because I was a producer for a while before going to the other side of the glass.
Yeah.
And I've texted a whole bunch of people. And I've gotten those before where you're texting somebody, hey, Sean, you want to join the show and talk about this and this and this? And then you get the text of, I don't know who Sean is. This is the wrong number.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, well, you just give your old number to somebody else? Is that how this works?
I don't know.
It makes it very, like, if you were somewhat, I don't want to say famous, but like you were well known in some sort of circle and contacted a lot, and you hand that phone number off to like some 16-year-old kid who's driving to school, that's rude.
But you're missing the point. The point of this whole thing is that Moser did have the new number and did nothing with it. That's the point here.
You know what? I'm not going to litigate this. Not again today.
I mean, you don't have to. I mean, the court of public opinion already knows the answer. When you want something done on the show, I'll get it done.
Speaking of getting it done, I'm just firing out the gates with this immediately. Good morning, Moj.
Hey, Moj.
Sup?
Hope that phone number's just burning a hole in your pocket.
Okay, enough. Here's the question I got to start the morning.
He sounds bitter.
He is bitter. He's bitter because he didn't have the right number.
Yeah, I'm bitter because I got to do everything.
Okay. Now what?
I went through some channels. It was his day off.
It's
fine.
fine.
Busting his hump.
It's fine. Okay.
No, it was an outstanding. We got to play a portion of that interview because I knew it was going to be good.
Yep.
It's really
It was
good.
so
Really
good. And those guys did an outstanding
They did a good job.
I'm firing out the gates with this. You got to put your mortgage down. Who you more confident in to win their first round? Avs or Nuggets? You have to put all your money down on one team.
I feel really good about the Avalanche.
Yeah.
I don't want to feel too good, but I feel good.
I mean, it's just, the Dallas Stars come in with a losing streak. The Dallas Stars lost some key players. And, it's weird to say this. The Avs are on the road against the Dallas Stars, and yet Dallas seems like the more vulnerable team.
I agree with you. I want to get to, some X Factor guys in a few minutes. But just on the surface, you look at both of these games. So we're going to have the rare triple dipperoo tomorrow on Altitude Sports Radio. So it'll be Nuggets Clippers 1:30, 92.5. Avs Stars 6:30, 92.5. Rapids Houston Dynamo AM 950, 6:30. So the triple dipperoo.
By the way, both teams are favored,
Yes, they're both
I
favored.
mean, the Nuggets
slight
favorite,
favorites.
yeah. But the Avs are the favorite on the road. They really are.
Here's what I would say, though, about game one for each of these teams. I think it'll let you know an answer that is very important. And for the Nuggets, we've talked about this. It's whether the last three games were just sort of a spark that burns out, or if that was something that just lit them up to where maybe they're back to their normal selves again. I don't know. We'll see in game one. I think it'll tell you a lot. With the Avs, it's funny. Game 1 is much less about the Avs to me and way more about the Stars. Because their question, I think what can be answered in Game 1, Moser, is Dallas really feeling it right now in the sense of like they're just playing really poor hockey and don't know how to get out of it? Or was it a lack of care? Because I think Game 1 can tell you that too.
That's a great question. I've heard some pundits say that they believe that Dallas just put it on cruise control down the stretch.
But didn't they have a chance down the stretch to catch
Yes.
Winnipeg?
Oh, you're
That's
damn right they did.
See,
So
it doesn't
this
make
is-
sense to me then.
Right. This is where I think people are just whistling by the graveyard, Vic. I think that's people are just sort of making excuses for it. The loss to the Penguins, the loss to the Wild, the loss to the Canucks, where you gave up 3 goals in the final minute of the game and then lost in overtime, that puts you on a bit of a skid. I think when Winnipeg came to your house, and if you won, you were just 2 points back. 2. And you got blown out.
Yeah.
You got blown up. 4-0 is the final score. It wasn't even that close. I think, and then you follow that up with 3 straight losses where you gave up 5, 6, and 5. I think that you can say, oh, yeah, they're just playing out the string. Fine. They had something to play for. They had a lot to play for. They had the right to play, and my buddy Steve Coolius says, yeah, well, they had something to play for. Do you want a wild card in round 1, or do you want the Avalanche?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You would think
the
motivation would be supreme to move up.
Right, that once they
Did you
realize
say Dave Coulier, by the way? From Full House?
Steve Coolius. Once you couldn't catch Winnipeg, you put it in cruise control if you're the Dallas Stars. Okay, fine, whatever.
Who is Steve Coolius?
He's on NHL Network.
He's the lead singer of the band Everclear, actually, is who you were looking for.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey,
No, but
to your
they
point,
didn't put on. They played all their guys and they got smoked.
exactly. To your point, like let's make that the Avs for a second. That the Avs in Dallas were flopped. Okay, so Dallas was locked into the 3 seed. The Avs were the 2 trying to chase Winnipeg with a chance to do it. And Bednar makes the decision. I'm playing all of my guys 82 games because that's what they did. They played. Robertson played 82 games. Duchesne played 82 games. He played his guys out. If Bednar did that, and you saw 82 games next to McKinnon, next to McCarr, next to all these different guys, and they lost 7 straight to close out the season, I don't think we'd be capable. We couldn't bend over far enough and stretch and turn far enough to try and convince ourselves that, hey, they just didn't care. I think we'd be panicking. We'd totally be panicking.
If the script was flipped and this was the Avalanche we're looking at, you'd be going, holy crap. What's wrong going into the postseason?
You'd be horrified,
and you're
right?
facing that team? Yeah, absolutely you would be.
It's just, guys, with the Avalanche, I feel like there are 3 different seasons. There's the first part of the season where you had one team with your old goalies, and you're missing Val, and you're missing Gabe, and you're missing a bunch
everybody.
of guys. There's that team, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you have all of the trades that took place, the middle portion of the season. You completely reconstruct your roster. There's that team. And then there's this team down the stretch where, again, everybody's whole again, and you're going into the playoffs with much higher aspirations. It's like 3 different seasons.
The NHL season is a long season. Now, again, it might be a little bit before the due date, but theoretically you could get married. By the time, let's say the day 1 of training camp to when the Stanley Cup is awarded, you could get married.
Honeymoon.
What do we? Yeah,
Honeymoon and then baby.
yeah.
That's what you're trying to say?
Yeah, married, honeymoon, baby.
Yeah?
During the course of one NHL season. Now that may seem like a long time, Vic, and you're a veteran of the baby making spectrum.
Yeah, I'm a 3-time champion.
You're a 3-time champion. But that's a long time.
So hang on a
Long
second.
time.
Hang on.
By the way, the first baby, there's no way that would have worked because it took a while. The second baby was instant. The third baby just happened.
What do you mean instant?
I mean, there's a process here.
Oh. I don't want to get into that.
You went like this?
Right. I called him the stork.
You
I
did the
called
old
him the stork.
Bewitched?
Yeah. Called the stork service.
You like getting nailed by the king?
And that next morning, we got a baby on our doorstep. It was pretty cool, man.
No, it's something. I know this doesn't matter to anybody and nobody cares right now. But just for the record, what Bednar did to keep that team afloat for the first half of the season is remarkable. Like, go back and think about that. Yeah. Take the roster that you see right now heading into the postseason, compare that to, like, Game 20, and tell me what the hell was going on there. Honestly, that they were in the position to be where they're at right now as, like, favorites heading into the first round is crazy.
It's, again, it was a different team, Brett.
Yeah.
Brett, the team that was on the ice in October, what is that compared to this team?
Right. But it's, again, I think you'll get a lot of answers in Game 1, and I want to get to some X factors that I could see in both of these series in just a couple of minutes. But yes, Moser.
Well, as we go on, too, I know we'll play cuts from the Eric Johnson interview with Kreckman and Lindahl.
Yeah.
And again, like you said, Vic, I thought the guys did a great job. But he talked about everything from what it's like to play in the postseason to talking about Landy and the possibility of if and when he'll come back. What does that mean? I mean, a lot of good information in there. If you just listen to what he says, a lot of good information.
Can I ask you a question, Moj? You're around these guys. You're going to hop on the flight today, right? Oh, yeah. Here, give that back to McGee.
Oh, yeah. Got
what time are you guys flying out, Moj?
I got to be at the airport, I think, at noon.
Okay.
Right around then.
I don't know if there's anybody happier to be an Av than Eric Johnson right now. I really don't.
He engineered it.
I know.
He pulled his own strings.
Out of all the guys that are on this team, and I'm sure guys like, Mackenzie Blackwood is probably happy to be an Av as opposed to a Shark and all that.
Let's put it this way. There may be guys equally as happy.
Yeah.
But not more.
Yeah. That very gummy smile that EJ has not left, I think, since the trade has happened. But we asked Bednar about the rotation and what it's going to be. He said there's basically going to be a set. Here's my guys. And unless there's injury, like, this is who we're rolling with. So it's also, God, man, I wish they would just release the lineup today and just show me what we're going to work with tomorrow. Because I want to see where Landeskog is slotted in. Or if he's playing at all.
Right.
I guess we don't even know that. My thought on that, by the way, there's a lot of people that have been talking about, hey, why not save Landy's first appearance for Game 3? So you get that pop at Ball Arena. And all I can think about is, well, if you think he's one of your top 12 forwards, which I think they obviously do, it's why they've waited this long with him, right? Why would you not have him play for 2 of 7 games of a series for an emotional boost in Game 3? You're going to get that regardless. So I would assume, Moj, and you tell me if I'm wrong here, that if he's going to play in this series, he's probably playing tomorrow, right?
Well, theoretically, yeah. I mean, if a guy can go, he can go. However, I have no idea. I haven't talked to him. I'm not sure anybody's talked to him since he was up with the Eagles, right? At all, period.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything.
I can't even imagine what the protocol is after you've actually played 2 hockey games for the first time in nearly 3 years. The consultation with the surgeon, the consultation with your own team doctors, the consultation with the rehab specialists, the consultation with Gabe, the treatment involved, right? I mean, because now you're getting treatment. Now you're trying to keep it feeling good. You work out on it again to keep the muscles where they blah, blah, blah. I don't know any of that stuff. I'm not a physiologist, Vic. I know you like to fancy yourself as an amateur physiologist. I don't know how that works. So I don't know where he is or how he feels even getting on the airplane today. But theoretically, if you can play, you can play.
It is snow on the ground outside. There's snow in Denver. And it's supposed to snow through tomorrow, right? It's supposed to be bad weather. This is one of the rare times where I am actually thankful that the weather is crappy, because tomorrow it's just a television day. It's all it is. Tomorrow is just a sit down.
Yeah.
Make sure everybody's in order. Get everybody. All right, here's the protocol. Everybody's quiet. There's going to be an 8-hour stretch of playoff viewing tomorrow, right? With everything into it. This is going to be an intense Saturday of sports, and I can't wait.
Did you get your golf in yesterday, Vic?
No, I don't. I was too busy trying to assign guests for our show.
Oh, really? All day?
My ass.
So you didn't fire a 76 like I did yesterday?
You did.
Yeah, he played well.
And I doubled 18.
Did you really?
Yeah.
That's impressive. No, it was a little too windy. Wasn't it windy?
It was incredibly windy.
Yeah.
I tried
to muscle it through it, though, Vic.
Yeah. See, look, I got this. Look at that blister I have. That's when those blisters develop, holding the golf club is hard.
Yeah, difficult.
You know what you're like. Yeah, you know what you're like.
God,
dude.
you heal so slow.
You're number one. You're a slow healer. Number two,
We've determined that's the worst.
That blister's still there. God,
he's like one of those high price relievers. Like one of those high price relievers where
ow.
I got a hangnail on my middle finger. Ow. And the guy can't pitch for 2 weeks. He's on the IL for 2 weeks because he has an injured finger.
Mm-hmm.
You seriously threw up a 76?
I had 3 witnesses, yes.
Okay, here's what we're doing. Next week, if it's warm, Moser, if you're back, we're playing Rolling Hills, and I want to see what you throw up.
Deal.
Done.
Well, I've only shot 76 or better 3 times, so it's probably not going to be that. But
that's impressive.
It's good yesterday, yes.
I'm impressed by you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, when we come back, think about this for a second. Textures, Vic, Moj. X factors. Give me one apiece for the Avs and the Nuggets heading into their first round series. We'll get to it next. All right. So let's start by team here. And I have a rule in the X Factor game. In fact, Nelly, cut this music. Give me X Factor music. I want some sort of music behind this as we
This is X Factor. They launched the career of One Direction, that show
okay,
with Simon Cowell.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Can't be guys like the obvious ones, right? Joker is not an X Factor. Joker needs to play well for you to win. I put Jamal in that category too. Jamal cannot be an X Factor because he needs to play well to win. For the Avs, McKinnon, McCarr off the table, and I'm taking goaltender off the table. That's also obvious. So let's start with the Avs.
Well, it's an easy one. Who's the biggest X Factor on this team?
Val.
It's exactly right. 13. Val Nichushkin.
There you go.
He wears number 13, by the way. Does Val Nichushkin? Does
does.
everybody know that? Valeri Nichushkin. Who told you that? Anyway, the point is that when that guy is on, they are almost unbeatable because everybody else does their job and kicks major butt. He's a huge X factor.
I have another name for you if you'd like.
All right. He was this season. Overall this season, he wasn't a point a game guy, but he was virtually.
Yes. I think Val is probably the right answer. I'm going to throw out another one. Something that the Avs had when they won the championship that they haven't had since. When they won the cup.
Fourth line?
Yes, one of those. I think it's Brock Nelson. Second line center, Naz Kadri was a huge difference maker. If Brock Nelson can be anywhere close to what Kadri was during that playoff run, I think it would be massive to boost out your top line along. I think the third and fourth lines are going to be fine. I think they're going to win their matchups.
Good answer.
But if Nelson can do that in the middle and be your Kadri, I think it's huge.
Well, they both
we need to be more supportive of each other, like Family Feud. When somebody answers a question, the rest of the family
answer.
says,
Good answer.
We need to do that.
Hey, Vic, come over and give me a little kiss.
No, seriously, we need to be. We're a little too hard on one another. We need to be more supportive.
I mean, how about Richard Dawson, though?
Yeah, you can't just be making out with
I mean, how about
wives in
that
front of
guy?
him.
He's making out with the guy's wife and his two daughters, and you're like, whoa, dude.
Good answer, Richard. Good answer.
Think about the power move that is. I'm going to walk right in front of you
and kiss your
wife on the mouth.
And then your teenage daughter. I mean, come on, man. Anyway, so the point. Thanks, Nelly. Good call.
Then he walks up to the son. Yeah, how you doing? Don't care.
Yeah, screw you.
Yeah, what do you do? You work at a factory? Cool.
Hey, Charlie Coyle and Brock Nelson both had 13 points in 19 games, which is pretty damn good. If you extrapolate that out, and I know you hate that word, Vic. I know you hate it. But if you're talking about like 70 points for a guy, it's pretty dang good, man. You know, these guys are...
It's not that I hate the word. You don't have to use the word out after extrapolate. Extrapolate essentially means out when you take it for what it means. So you don't have to say extrapolate.
Oh, is that Notre Dame education being paid off here?
When you extrapolate, you don't have to say extrapolate out. What are you going to extrapolate in?
Hey, Vic, how often do they touch up the paint on Touchdown Jesus?
Hang on a second. Vic, I finally got to where you were going. You just said a whole bunch of words, though, when you were trying to explain it.
I did.
I had
Good
no
answer.
idea.
Good answer.
Good answer. Good answer.
Good answer. Good answer.
Good answer.
All right. How about to the Nuggets? There's a few different ones. I'll say what I think is the obvious one. I think it's Porter. Porter knocks down shots consistently. This team is really, really hard to beat. Really hard.
He was making them yesterday, but, practice is one thing. Game time is another. He was on fire yesterday. I was watching him at practice. And at one point, I think he hit 10 out of 12. Listen, he's thinking about it. He knows that it's important. He understands how vital his jump shot will be and has been to the success of this team. Will he be able to quiet down those noises during the course of a game? Because as a shooter, man, it's like putting, right? When you hear the noises, it's harder to execute.
Yep.
You got to eliminate the noises.
Well, MPJ has the ability to bail you out.
Yeah. I've got another X factor, by the way, and it's not MPJ.
Well, if MPJ is making shots, Vic, and they're forced to go to the perimeter to defend him hard.
Yeah.
Boy, does that open things up down low. I mean, I think it's a huge factor.
One more thing on MPJ, and then we'll get your other one. When MPJ is hitting shots, and I think this is what could be very important this postseason, as opposed to others, I think the Nuggets are – I'm not convinced that their defense is just magically better. And I think they're going to have to win some track meet games, that they're going to need his shooting in order to win those. Like, if you need to put up 130 points to win the game, you can't do that if Porter's off. So I think that's where he can help you. But who do you got, Vic? Who are you thinking of?
I'm going to tell you, I'm going to start with a statistic right now. The Denver Nuggets this season have won 85% of their games in which they have fewer turnovers than the opposition. If they can handle their turnover situation, just don't cough it up, protect the rock as much as you can. Hell, they've had games where they've had 18 turnovers, but the opposition's had 20. So fewer turnovers than the opposition, and they usually win. That's why my key to the game, and if you looked at the Nuggets, the way they played the last 3 games of the season, hard to believe that I'm saying the guy that's the key to the game is a dude who averaged about 20 minutes per in the last 3. It's Russell Westbrook.
Good answer. Good answer.
Good answer.
Good answer.
Yeah.
Because the second unit, number one, is going to be key. The non-Jokic minutes always are. The Clippers have a little more depth than the Nuggets. We know this. The non-Jokic minutes are always crucial to their success. You cannot come in and cough the ball up. You can't give the game away. You have to just sort of continue building.
But Vic,
I thought they were perfect in that endeavor of the last 3 games of the season.
Let me stop you there because I want you to add more on there. But doesn't he have to
extrapolate, if you will?
Not extrapolate out, just extrapolate.
Doesn't he have to, though, play his game with his hair on fire like always? So don't you have to take just a little bit of that?
Well, you're going to get a little bit of it. It's part of the nature of his game. You're going to get it. But I'm telling you, possessions are everything in the playoffs. Every possession is vital. It matters. You have to value each possession. You can't go a possession without attempting a shot. Live ball turnovers. They will be the end of the Nuggets if they don't handle it in this series.
I think you're right. I mean, it was
after possession.
No.
After possession.
No.
After possession.
You know what the
After
thing is?
Nelly, I will
After
stab you.
possession.
I'll have to.
I think, what was the stat, Vic? I think the last 2 games of the season, Russell Westbrook played a combined 15 minutes in which he had 3 turnovers. And you won pretty comfortably in those games because of that. Like, it's huge. It's huge.
The Nuggets, again, statistically speaking, if the Nuggets protect the rock, the Nuggets win. Their offense is that good. They're that efficient. They get off that many shots. You want to attempt more shots than the opposition, especially if your defense is not good. You notice how I didn't say anything about, oh, man, play defense. That's not what they are. They're not going to stop you.
Yeah.
We're beyond that. All right, let's not pretend that the Nuggets are going to reinvent themselves defensively and turn into the Pistons of old. That's not happening. This is what they are. So if you're not going to defend, you better value each possession.
After possession.
Like,
oh my gosh.
like I said.
Why does that drive me? Why does that drive me so insane?
Because
he does it so robotically.
That it sounds like Nelly just copied 5 seconds of a post game and just replayed it over and over again. It's actually eerie.
It just drives me.
How close he sounds the same every time.
Nuts.
But to Vic's point, like, I do think that you're going to have to win some track meet games, and they're certainly capable. They've done it. They've won games 130 to 127 this year. Now, I don't think you can do that consistently over a postseason, or you're going to get burned by that because you're just going to have off nights. It's going to happen. So the defense needs to be at least a little bit better than it was in the regular season. Like, I don't.
Well, I mean, those final 3 games, they gave up 116, 109, 111.
I think the 109s and 111s, 116, I think should be like their goal. You know, the old Scott Hastings number.
That would be the max, right? That would be the max you can allow.
The Nuggets teams of the last couple of years, what was the number that Hastings always threw out, Vic?
120 was offense.
It should be. If they can get to a place where it's like, if you put up 120, you win, then I think you're in good shape. Anything other than that, I think, is asking too much of this team. Yeah, there's not. How many Munders did we have this year, Vic? Like 2?
All those old stats of 120, those don't matter anymore. The Nuggets are a different team. This is a team that scores a lot and gives up a lot, and you're not going to reinvent yourself in the postseason. So if you're hoping for defensive gems, hope no more. You better hope that you value the rock. Hope that you just outshoot and outscore your opposition.
Can I ask you something, by the way? Because I tossed this same question out in the appetizer some people listening. A couple of people had this answer for the Nuggets for an X Factor. Saw a few Peyton Watsons out there. Okay, I get that. Peyton Watson's probably going to be a big part of your rotation. Some people said Adelman, because he is a sort of an enigma right now. You don't know what his strategies are. You don't know what different things he can employ. He's going to be a little bit different than Malone. But what do you think about that? And I guess the basic question is, how much impact do you think the coach has on a basketball team in the postseason?
Well, there's a rotational impact. Who's going to play down the stretch? And he's already proven, and he said this before the win against Memphis at home. He said, I'm going to play 5 guys who are playing their best to finish games. I'm going to play the 5 guys playing their best to finish games. Did you notice who finished that Memphis game when they won? Russ was on the court. MPJ was on the bench.
Yeah.
He did it because Russ's defense was phenomenal that night. Okay?
Well, in the first game that he coached, he had Pickett finish the game.
Yes. And so I trust him employing that tactic. It's not about who's entitled to play.
Right.
Who's playing the best in that moment.
Yeah, the decisions that are made by the coach at certain times make all the difference in the world. And we'll see what kind of X factor the coach will be.
Bro.
Clearly he has their ears because it worked in the final 3 games of the regular season. Now, again, you have to respect your coach. You have to believe in what he's saying, that what he's giving you is the proper information. All that is a factor, but it appears that he has their attention.
I went from my emotions regarding this series. I went from, all right, good. The Nuggets avoided Minnesota. They avoided the Lakers. They've got the Clippers. This is good. This is good. I went from that last weekend to the closer this game gets here and examining every matchup, examining every player. I went from good to, oh, crap. That's honestly how I've gone. Oh, my God.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at this Clippers roster and how they're playing and how they've played and what they do. And honest to God, I'm going out to the Clippers have a shoot-around today. It's a different Clippers team than the one that the Nuggets rallied 3-1 down. It's a different Clippers team than the Paul George team. It's just a different team. They seem more businesslike. They're more professional, if that's a word I can employ. I just think it's going to be a tough out. I really do.
Yeah, you know what's weird about these series is that the Dallas Stars are a better hockey team than the Clippers are a basketball team. Would you agree with that? That they are
when fully constituted, yeah.
They're nearer to the top of their respective league than the Clippers are to theirs.
Yes.
But they are playing awful hockey right now, and the Clippers are playing phenomenal basketball right now, which really confuses the conversation.
You know, the little things are going to matter. Foul trouble is going to matter. If Joker gets in foul trouble, oh boy. If they get guys in foul trouble, clearly. Every possession, guys. And you know when you get to playoff baseball, every pitch is just one experience after another. It's really every possession. And that's how I'm going to look at this series, this matchup. Every possession matters. You have to value them.
Wait, I was trying to think because there's been this narrative that the Nuggets have owned the Clippers since that 3-1 comeback.
No, let me tell you about the series this year. I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something about the series.
Well, I was just going to throw out the number real quick because I looked it up. Since then, the Nuggets have been 13-6. Good record. I don't know if it's total ownership, but good record. Go ahead, Vic.
They've played 4 times. And the reason they've played 4 times is because of the NBA Cup, which led to another matchup. Both teams were eliminated from the NBA Cup, and they played each other for that 4th game. And the Nuggets won that game. All right. So the Nuggets against the Clippers, you can't take that series matchup this year and throw it out the window. Take a look at the series and tell me who was missing from that series. Take a look at all 4 games.
Was it Kawhi?
Yes.
It's still one of my favorite photos.
That's the moment that the Nuggets purchased the minority ownership stake in the Clippers since Paul Millsap got in the face of one of the Morris brother idiots in the bubble.
I forgot how much the Morrises have been part of the Nuggets lore.
They really have in many different layers.
Yeah. And I think that one's Marcus, right? Because Markeith
That was Marcus.
Markeith took the shot.
That was Marcus. who basically told the Nuggets, pack your bags.
Yes. And then
Paul,
3 games later.
And then they were down in that game when he said that.
The Nuggets were, yeah.
And they were on the verge of elimination, down in that game, and Paul
got in his face.
Got up and said, "You know what? That ain't happening."
Yeah.
That was what a seminal moment in the history of the Denver Nuggets.
Seriously.
Seriously.
So get to this.
Who's that big knucklehead on the left?
Where?
Right there. Doughboy.
Zubats. Oh, no, that's not Zubats. Who is that?
It does look like
It
Zubats.
looks like Zubats in his face. Who is that?
Wait, no, I think it is. I think because they aren't wearing their names.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
I don't know what that says, but that's when they had the phrases on the back. That is
Right,
Zubats,
you're right.
yeah.
Hold on, before you go to break, I want to look at all the matchups against the Clippers, and I'm going to take each game very quickly. We'll do this very quickly, okay? And I want to take each game. The first matchup, the Nuggets lost. It was the second game of the season. If everybody remembers, they had just got blown out by Oklahoma City. They're at Ball Arena. They got the Clippers at home, and you're like, okay, let's make up for that blowout loss. And the Nuggets failed to execute down the stretch. The Nuggets had everybody, all their starters for that game. One of the 23 games this season where the Nuggets brought everybody, and they still could not beat the Clippers in that game. And Norman Powell went off. They did not have Kawhi Leonard. Norman Powell had 37 in that game. They out-executed the Nuggets down the stretch to win that game. Then they meet again a little later in the season. And again, they do not have Kawhi Leonard. I was at this one. This was Sunday in their place, in their arena. By the way, I saw a stat yesterday. The second lowest free throw percentage in the NBA comes at their arena with that wall behind them.
Yeah.
So teams struggle to shoot free throws in LA at the Intuit Dome. So that game, again, did not feature Kawhi Leonard. He did not play, and it was James Harden who went off. He had 39.
Pick up the pace. Pick up the pace.
And then the Nuggets won the next two.
Yeah.
But all four of those games have something in common. No Kawhi.
Land the airplane. Landed today. Land the airplane, Vic. Landed in every way.
I got audio from the law firm of Payton and Payton heading into the draft that I want to get to in a little bit. Dion, by the way, responded to the media with the jersey retirement stuff. But when we come back, I had a question about Gabe. And I want to ask, is it fair for me to think this way? We'll get to it next.
picked up by Tynan again. Sends it around. Landeskog will sweep over right wing boards. McDonald in behind the nets. Tynan picks it up. Left wing half wall to the blue line for Rosen. Back for Tynan. Upstairs. Rosen, one-timer. Scores! Gabe Landeskog! And there's your punctuation on a comeback weekend for the captain. We're tied at 3.
All right, so I got a question about Gabe. And a couple of textures in the appetizer talking about, hey, I think that the X factor is going to be his Landeskog. And I thought that was insane. I'm like, you can't have an expectation for Landy going into this. I don't know what people feel about Landeskog and what he's going to do, what he's going to bring to the table. I know that there's an emotional and locker room boost that he's certainly going to give Moj. But as far as like on ice play, I think it's really difficult to try and assess what that boost is going to be.
I don't think we have any idea whatsoever.
So here's what I was going to say, and you tell me if this is fair or unfair. Let's say that Gabe Landeskog gave it a go for the Eagles and his knee couldn't handle it, and he just couldn't come back to the team, and he was not going to be part of this playoff roster. Whether he's on or off the roster right now, my feelings and my thoughts towards odds for the Avs to win a championship are unchanged, whether he's on or off the roster.
They're the same.
Because I don't know what to expect. So I'm just going to operate as if this is just another guy sort of in the rotation. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think I can just say, well, I thought the Avs had a decent chance of winning the Cup, but now with Gabe back, I don't know how anybody can do that.
Do you value his presence in the room?
Sure. I think that's the one guarantee that you're going to get is that him in the locker room being the captain again is going to help in some fashion. I don't know how much that counts. I mean, it's certainly something. I don't know what the total value would be.
I don't think it's quantifiable at this point.
Yeah.
Nelly's going to try to grab that cut from Kreckman and Lindahl from yesterday with Eric Johnson talking about what Gabe means to this team. But it's not a non-factor. It is a factor. Now, how much? I don't know. I know I say that a lot, and people give me all kinds of crap, Vic, because you're supposed to know, Moj. It's a lot. I don't know how much, but to me, it's a lot. Knowing what the guy means to the team, knowing what the guy means to the players in there. Also, keep in mind, it's pretty interesting because Gabe Landeskog has only skated with 9 guys on that roster.
Mm-hmm.
Ever.
Yeah, that too. And if he's going to be like a third, fourth liner, like that's going to take down that number even more. He's not going to be with McKinnon, you know?
Let me lay out ready for this, Vic? Are you ready? Let me lay out the guys he's never played with.
It'd be easier, I think, to do the list of guys he has.
Here's the guys he's never played with.
Okay.
Ross Colton, Charlie Coyle, Jack Drury, Parker Kelly, Marty Necas, Brock Nelson, Jonathan Drouin.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is nuts.
Kiviranta, VC, Wood.
Yeah, Miles Wood.
Crazy.
Lindgren, Malinsky, Middleton, Blackwood, Wedgwood.
That's the entire damn roster.
It's a lot of dudes he's never actually been on the
How
ice
about this?
with at the same time.
Look at the roster that won the Cup, and then you'll find out who he skated with.
How about this? Forget that. I mean, that's a 3-year, transformation. Let's just do this season. I'm going to give you, I've got the opening night roster, the opening night lineup, all right? Not everybody skated, but I got the opening night.
From this year?
Yes, from this year. This is the opening night. Remember, the Avs started the season 0-4, right? They lost their first 4. And I want to play where are they now? Okay? Here's all the guys that are gone from the opening night lineup. Alexander Georgiev. Oh, Jesus.
Good answer. Good answer. Good answer.
Hey, Alexander Georgiev.
Hey, Brett. Alexander Fernandez. What?
There was 50 G's in that name.
Where is Alexander Georgiev?
Well, it's the San Jose
He's
Sharks.
nowhere.
Yeah, the San Jose Sharks just told him that you're not coming back.
Yeah. Where is Eustace Annanen?
He's in Nashville.
Where is John Ludwig?
Out of the
I honestly don't even remember.
Yeah, I don't
Ludwig.
remember either.
Where is Oliver Kylington?
Shillington.
He got traded.
Where's Callum Ritchie?
Got traded.
Where's Casey Middlestat?
Traded.
Ivan.
Ivan Ivans with the Eagles.
Nikolai Kovalenko.
Traded.
Mikko Rantanen.
Traded.
That's just the opening night lineup.
Can I also say that I think 45% of the names you mentioned you butchered?
100%. It doesn't matter. They're all gone.
Yeah. Well, that clip that we have, what that thing do? Nelly, how many of the what that thing do's from the Avs players are guys that are on the roster still?
Forget hockey, guys. Hold on a second. Forget hockey. Forget just the NHL. In the history of professional sports, have you ever seen a roster reconstruction to this extent for a team that still has championship aspirations?
It's
not
tough.
just this season. In the history, I want you to go down the history of championship teams in every respective sport and find for me, we just listed, 7, 8 players that are gone, replaced by others. Is this ever been the case?
By the way, Ludwig is he's still with Colorado. He's still with the Eagles, by the way.
He is? Okay.
Yeah, he is. I thought he was, but he wasn't quite sure.
Can you think of another team that has had that kind of turnover within the course of one season that still had championship aspirations?
No,
I can't.
Well, then go through all the guys who also were called up. 9 different guys. Is it 9? God, I'm trying to remember.
What that thing do?
9 different guys.
He's in Nashville.
Maybe 10.
Is that Eustace?
9 made their NHL debut this year.
Yeah.
Let alone the guys you just mentioned, Vic, that are no longer on the roster. It's pretty amazing.
What that thing do?
Who dat?
Who was that one?
The guy's in Buffalo now.
Okay, no, it's
What that thing do?
Very excited about saying it.
That's Casey Middlestat.
Well, he's in Boston.
No, yeah.
Oh, I got my B's mixed up. Sorry. Boston,
He came
Buffalo.
from
They're all going to take that L on the way out.
And now in Boston.
Freaking me out.
By the way, there are our boss got 16 different Avs players saying what that thing do at Media Day, and at least 2/3 of them are gone.
Yeah. Give us one of somebody who's still here. Let's see if we can guess it. Let's try and get one of these at least.
It's going to take me forever to actually find someone who's still here, but let's try this one.
What that thing do?
That's Jonathan Drouin.
That is not.
Who is it? One more time.
What that thing do?
Hang on.
No, who is that?
One more time, Nelly. One more
What
time.
that thing do?
Is that Kale?
No.
Taves.
That's Sexy Lexi. That's Arturi Lehkonen.
Gotcha.
Really?
I do have Kale and Jonathan Drouin, though. You can hear theirs.
What that thing do?
That's Kale.
What that thing do?
Yeah. Drew, put a little stank on it.
I asked the question, have you ever seen a turnover of this capacity in mid-season or early season that led to a championship aspiring season? And the Avs are in one. Alan Baca, our friend, gave me one example. The Cleveland Cavaliers, 2018, mid-season, they traded 6 players and reconstructed their roster and got to the NBA Finals that year. They traded away Isaiah Thomas, Channing Frye. They acquired Jordan Clarkson and Larry Nance, traded D. Wade. They traded a bunch of dudes and got to the NBA Finals. That's the only example I could think of mid-season, completely retooling your roster. Good job, Alan. Good find.
I mean, it's incredibly difficult. Now, the good news was that the core of your team is still there, right? Well, you traded Mikko. I guess you can't even say that, really. He was the core of the team, part of it. Yeah, it's pretty wild. But they have retooled in a way that has made them an incredibly viable contender.
I was driving in today, Vic. I don't know how you get. I was driving in, and I get this way every postseason. So I know they're going to give up goals. I know they're going to lose games. I don't want them to. I get a little That little feeling in the pit of your stomach.
Yeah, I don't like it. I know exactly where you're going with this, and
I was just
mentioned this the other day.
It's 6. I don't know. It's 6.
Yeah.
31 in the morning,
Yeah, I don't like it.
and I'm just driving down the road, and I'm like, I got this little pit in my stomach because the playoffs start tomorrow night, and I'm like,
it's that piece of anxiety that
Yes,
won't go away. And
yes,
you think, you know,
yes.
it's embarrassing almost because we're old men. We've been around a long time. We've done this. I've been through every damn playoff run, and yet it's still there. It still exists. And sometimes I have a conversation with myself. I actually look at myself in the mirror and say, "What's wrong with you?"
Yeah.
You ever have that conversation?
Yes.
Like, what
Yes.
the hell's wrong? Grow up.
Yes.
Look at them. Grow the hell up.
Why am I even a fan of sports?
Yeah. What is? What
When
are you,
I just
child?
hurt myself, I get
What the hell's
hurt.
wrong with you?
Allow myself to hurt.
I saw this story,
Freak.
by the way, speaking of that, because it's incredibly silly. I just watched sports. This dad was mad at his kid. His kid was spending a lot of time on the computer, on YouTube. And he spent all of his time watching kids play video games.
Mm-hmm.
Like he watched those Twitch streamers who are playing, World of Warcraft or whatever game it is. And he goes, why do you sit here and watch them play? Why don't you play the game? And he goes, you watch basketball all the time. Why don't you go play basketball? And I was like,
That's
what a good
great
point.
Comeback.
What an amazing point that I
That is
never considered.
That is a very good comeback.
Yeah.
Hey, Moj, I'm going to make you dig real deep for this one, all right? Here's one more What That Thing Do featuring our boss at the end. You can just hear him going, nice. And I boosted it a bit.
What that thing do?
Nice. Who is that?
What that thing do?
Nice.
Wait, on the roster?
I honestly have no idea who this guy is. I'm going to be perfectly honest.
I don't think I know.
What that thing do?
All right, now
Shillington.
Grand reveal.
That is Eric Brandstrom.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Who?
Dude.
It's a guy. It's a guy. All right, so I want to get to some of this audio. At least one clip yesterday from the law firm of Payton & Payton a week before the draft. Said one thing that I think is incredibly important. Sean Payton did. We'll get to it next. I'm not ashamed to say this. I love this song.
I don't even know what it is.
It's Juice by Lizzo.
Okay.
Blame it on my juice, baby. Blame it on my juice.
Double dipperoo.
Yeah.
Blame it on the rain. Yeah, yeah.
Just a good little tune.
It's jumpy. It's a jumpy,
Yes.
funny little tune. Yeah.
This is one of those songs that would hit a lot better if it was 80 degrees outside right now.
Yeah.
As opposed to snowing and cold.
See, this is where Colorado teases you. Like I said. Oh, by the way, yesterday, Vic, so windy, right? I mean, it's just those little tiny, the little white things blowing all over the place. Insane. So your nose.
What are those grommets? What are those called?
Well, it wasn't cottonwood. Cottonwood comes later. I don't know what it was.
Oh, you're talking about pollen?
Yeah, there's just pollen everywhere. So you get the trees budding, and it's like the tree's like, oh, yay, it's spring. I'm going to have flowers. My little plants are budding. Hey. And then Mother Nature goes, yeah, psych.
Yep.
You know how much better my nose is today?
Yeah.
You see that? Yep. See the difference?
A lot better. The law firm of Payton & Payton spoke yesterday, and there was one quote from Sean. So a lot of this press conference was, are you going to do this in the draft? Maybe, maybe not. Next question. What do you think about this? Yeah, we might do that. We might not do it.
Vic made a very good point yesterday with Leggy that this pre-draft news conference stuff is the biggest waste of time you could possibly have.
The NFL makes these teams do this, right? The NFL says every team has to meet the media before the draft. And I know why they do it. They want this conversation out there. They want conversation. But if you're looking for information, it's a waste of time. Why would a team give you information? Why?
Specific information they will not give you at all, but they did say they needed a running back.
Well, and that's the clip I want to get to. This is very obvious. So the question was the importance of putting more weapons around Bo Nix during the draft. Here's the coach.
There's two great allies that I think for quarterback play, to help quarterback play. It's real good defense and obviously a real good running game. And so I appreciate that term weapons, and yet I think, look, they'll be focused on the running back position. It's a pretty good draft for running backs. It's a pretty good draft for interior defensive linemen. But when we sign a good football player, in free agency, Dre Greenlaw, we feel like we've helped our team and in turn our defense, and then in turn the quarterback position. Because how do we get them off the high dive? You don't want to be third and long. You don't want to be behind in games. Those are all things that make that position more challenging.
So cut it right there. I think that's a great answer. Defense very obviously helps your quarterback. If you can get a 3 and out, it flips field position. You can get turnovers, it flips field position. They help a lot. Not asking your quarterback like Joe Burrow last year to score 35 points a game to win helps out your quarterback. But they're telling you this, and this isn't a lie. They're like, we're getting a running back in the draft. It's just a matter of when, where, who, all that stuff. We're finding somebody.
Well, I mean, you heard him say it's a deep draft. Like he's been saying that to us for months now, that if you want a running back, there's going to be a plethora. Now you have your elites, and Gentie's going to go first off the board, but there's a lot of guys who can help football teams.
But the question surrounding this, because I've heard this, we've talked about it, is Payton, if he gets a running back, if he drafts one in the first round, which he's done twice, by the way. He drafted Mark Ingram, he drafted Reggie Bush. If he does that, is he going to use him? And I always thought, and I'm still operating kind of in this way, I think the last 2 years had a lot more to do with the personnel in the backfield than it did his actual offensive philosophy. Because what I had Nelly do earlier, I go, give me a random year in which he was coaching the Saints. And Nelly said 2009. That year, it was a committee approach. So Pierre Thomas had 147 carries for 790 yards. Mike Bell, who you guys might remember, 172 carries for 654 yards. Reggie Bush had 70 for 390. In grand total, they ran the ball 468 times that year.
Don't you just gloss over Mike Bell.
468 times that year. In a 16-game season, that averages about 30 carries a game.
Well, certainly don't start glazing him, Vic. One guy's glossing, one guy's glazing.
Did you hear what I said, though? 30 carries a game that year.
That's plenty.
That wasn't remotely close to what we saw last season. And I think ideally he wants to get there.
I think it's about the personnel. That's what it's about. If you have the personnel, if you have the personnel, Vic, then you can employ the running back more at your leisure.
That's not what the NFL is today, though. I mean, you give a running back 30 carries again, the running back will be out of the league.
No, but he did it by committee.
Between three different guys.
I got you.
It was Mike Bell, Pierre Thomas, and Reggie Bush.
I got you. I'm sorry.
So between three different guys, that's how he handled it. Now, I'll tell you this. Everybody points to the game in which he had run the ball on his play sheet, right? I'm looking back at that. I really think it wasn't like, hey, dummy, stop calling a pass play every time because you're obsessed with passing the football. I think that was him saying, I know you don't trust what you got in the backfield, but you have to do it. Like, you must. And he still didn't do it all that much in that game. But I don't think they're this hot and heavy over, like, we're getting a running back and we're going to commit to this thing unless they know that this could be a huge sort of impact. If you get Bo Nix in situations where it's 2nd and 5 or 2nd and 4 instead of 2nd and 9, it's huge. It's 4 or 5 yards, but it's a massive difference in what you can do on second and third down.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The percentage of drives staying alive goes up exponentially in those 4 or 5 yards.
And those 3 and outs start to cut down.
Absolutely they do. So, yeah, they're going to go get themselves a running back. Good. I mean, but again, I don't think you have to go for one at 20 if you don't want to. There's going to be guys available throughout that can help.
I was going to ask you.
I was watching some video of Travion Henderson yesterday, and he was in the national championship game against my team. But I think the fact that he had to share a backfield with another draft pick, basically, I think it hurt him because he doesn't get all the glory. That dude can play, man.
Yeah.
Holy moly, can he play?
Something I want to ask you guys is we're less than a week away now from the first round. I'm assuming the Broncos stay at 20 because I don't think they're going to trade up for anybody, and I think it's going to be too hard to trade back. But if they take a defensive player at 20, will you be disappointed?
I guess it depends who it is. I mean, you can never have enough defensive tackles. You can never have enough defensive linemen. They've got 3 critical players on their D-line whose contracts expire next year. So if you're looking for depth,
it's certainly an option, yeah.
I'll tell you what was interesting. Did you see who announced his retirement yesterday?
I don't.
Ryan Ramczyk has decided to end his career at the age of 30. And the reason is, do you know what he's got?
A degenerative back?
No, he's got a cartilage defect in one of his knees. Who does that sound like?
Somebody I know.
Same deal that Landy has?
That he had full cartilage replacement, did Landeskog. And so Ramczyk has been out since the end of 2023, essentially. It's not getting any better, and so he decided to retire. But where did Sean Payton pick him?
20th?
Well, he was he was 32.
Oh, gotcha.
But he was a first-round tackle in 2017. And Leggy said, you know what? They've got 3 tackles on the board. There could be 3 tackles, probably 2, but there could be 3 at 20. Or, a reasonable facsimile. You're going to get a good tackle if you want one at 20.
Here's what's great about where the Broncos are at. They can kind of go whatever direction they want, right? Is anything outside of, I would say, running back, but you can get those in later rounds? Is anything a pressing need? Is anything like, oh my God, the Broncos have to find this thing? Not really. I mean, a running back would be the only one I would point to.
Well, it was quarterback.
Up until last year. Yeah.
It was quarterback for quite a long time.
Quarterback. By the way, speaking of offensive linemen, did you guys see this news yesterday? This is pretty nuts. A really cool story for the Buffs last year was their walk-on center, Cash Cleveland. You guys aware of Cash Cleveland?
Yeah.
He transferred. He's transferring. He was a true freshman All-American last year. Walk-on, played his ass off, and he's entered the transfer portal.
Well, I think I have an understanding why he transferred.
Why is that?
Was he awarded a scholarship?
I'm not sure, actually. No idea.
So if you play beyond your means, if you come in and you achieve something that nobody thought you'd get there, you displace a starter. I'm just curious. I don't know. Maybe Maybe he was awarded one. If he wasn't, I could see why you transfer. I earned it.
I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know if he did or not, but you're right.
I mean, think about it. You're in the spring game. You worked your butt off to earn the starting spot.
Yeah.
You displaced the starter. And you still don't have a scholarship.
Well, think about this, Vic.
So why would I stick around?
Some guys are transferring to make NIL money, millions of dollars. He's like, can I just get a scholarship? And again, I'm not sure if he got one or not.
I need somebody.
I'm not sure if he got one or not. So
somebody in the know at CSU who follows this, and there's people that follow this every damn day. I can't tell who's on scholarship, who's not. I can't tell who makes money, who doesn't. I can't tell anymore. The damn game has changed. Everybody's chasing money. Yesterday, Prime looks into a camera and says, people got to stop stealing our players. Quit messing with our players. We have players that all of a sudden are in the portal. Isn't this what college football is, Prime?
It is.
Isn't this what you guys just built? Isn't tampering part of the deal now?
But
I mean, players are being paid. You can't cry, stop tampering now. This is what it is.
I was reading the story yesterday. South Alabama had a quarterback named Gio Lopez. Played really well for them. Entered the portal. You know where he's going? North Carolina to play for Belichick. But here's what got me. Are you ready for this? Let me read you the story. And this is from Eli Letterman, ESPN. The number 6 available transfer in ESPN Spring Portal rankings, Lopez lands an immediate frontline runner to claim the Tar Heels' starting quarterback job. Lopez will join North Carolina on a 2-year, $4 million contract.
What, they're announcing it like that?
Yeah, they're announcing it like he's a professional football player. Which is exactly what they are now.
He's being paid to play football. That's
He's signing a 2-year, $4 million contract. That's professional football.
Can one of you guys do some work and see if Cash Cleveland was on scholarship?
I was trying to find it on here.
Can somebody please chime in? Somebody, one of those, come on, one of you CU honks listening. I know you're listening. Was Cash Cleveland on scholarship? And if he wasn't on scholarship, tell me why. I need an explanation. Can you blame a kid? Can you blame a kid? And he took a lot of heat. Did you see some of the people giving him heat for entering the portal?
No, but I'm going to listen to what he said. I'm going to listen to what he said during the break. I'll listen to what he said and see if there's anything shocking that comes out.
I mean, he didn't say anything below the belt. He thanked everybody at CU. But let me ask you, you're a kid. You're playing college football. You steal the starting spot away from the incumbent, and you don't get a scholarship. What would you do?
I'd bail.
Yeah, I would too.
Why would you not give him a scholarship, though, Vic?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
That doesn't add up.
Yeah, so people are saying he was not on scholarship.
All right, so can anybody blame Cash Cleveland for leaving CU if you're not on scholarship?
But how do you know how do you know they didn't offer him one?
Moj, either you got a scholarship or you don't. And at that point, you're like, yeah, screw you. I'm going to go get a scholarship if someone wants to give me one. I thought I already earned it.
Yeah. We got more audio from Dion that we can get to a little bit later. Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker studio. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. Let's keep going down the theme of, everything's starting tomorrow. 1:30 with the Nuggets, 6:30 with the Avs. Yes, Moj.
Today is Friday, correct?
I don't know. Do the Avs and Nuggets play tomorrow?
They do.
Then it's Friday.
Nelly, do we have any drunk takes today?
Today's Friday.
Yeah, if it's a day of the week that ends in DAY, you guys probably said something silly and drunk take worthy.
I don't remember much from this week. It's been kind of a boring week. There were no games.
10 minutes ago, Vic said Alexander
That one's definitely going to be on it. Absolutely, it will be. Okay, just making sure.
Who are you most fearing in each of these series? Moj, I'll start with you and the Avs. The biggest feared person in a Stars sweater is?
Matt Duchene's playing pretty good hockey.
That pained you to say that, didn't it?
No, I've really come around on Dutchie. I've really come around on him. He's playing pretty good hockey, though. He had 82 points in 82 games. That's nothing to sneeze at.
Sure.
I don't fear Jamie Benn. I'm annoyed by Jamie Benn.
Look at that face, Vic. Look at that face.
That's a thick face.
There's a lot of guys on that Dallas Stars team that I fear. I fear Rope Hintz. What's my nightmare? You want to predict my nightmare for me?
Your nightmare is that Mikko gets a game winner.
Yes.
Yeah, that's obvious.
That's everybody's nightmare.
Where's your fear? Where's your fear with Mikko?
Well, he's a good player.
Well, yeah, I know that. But if you were to rank the best players on the Dallas Stars, where's Mikko at?
He's right there in the top 4, 3, 2. Take your pick. He could be number 1. Duchene's playing great hockey. He scores goals against the Avs. This whole Jason Robertson thing to me is very intriguing because
I was trying to see if there's an update. I don't see one.
Mom has been the word.
Well, yeah. What did Bedsy,
they are going full radio silence out of Dallas.
Bedsy said something. I think it was after the 81st game of the year. Which one was he kind of pissed about? Was it 80th or 81st?
No, it was Vancouver. So 80th game.
And they asked him about Lindgren, and he goes, "He's day to day. Everybody's day to day. It's the postseason." I'm sure that's the same thing Dallas is doing. Yep, he might be playing tomorrow. He might not. We don't know.
You know who's going to be out, at least for game 1 and maybe beyond? Why are we looking at Billy Ray Cyrus?
I thought that Jamie Benn and Billy Ray Cyrus kind of look the same.
No, they do not.
Billy Ray Cyrus isn't even the best of his family. It's Hannah Montana.
My name's Miley. You could just do that.
No, it's Hannah Montana. It will forever be Hannah Montana.
She has a really good voice. Really good voice.
Is her dad Joe Montana?
Yes. When she is Miley Cyrus, her dad is Billy Ray. When she's Hannah Montana, her dad is Joe.
I think what I'm trying to establish here is, can she throw a football?
She does not look like the football type.
See, as you guys well know, I grew up in that era because my kids watched Hannah Montana, and whatever your kids are watching, you're watching. I watched more episodes of Hannah Montana than I care to admit. I know the series.
Well, you missed the Miss Rachel time. Miss Rachel is every day. Anyway, Moj, continue.
Anyway, does Mikko scare me up? Yeah, how many goals do you think Mikko Rantanen has in 20 games?
He got a lot with Dallas. I would say 7. 7 goals in 20 games? 5? That's a decent number.
Hey,
well, pardon me, Vic. Let me extrapolate the numbers. That would be about a 21-goal season in the regular season.
Yeah.
Moj, can I ask you something?
This is a 50-goal guy. So I fear him, yeah.
Moj, can I ask a question?
Please.
That I think all Avs fans should answer right now. Avalanche fans, unite. Stop what you're doing. Listen to this question. Will it hurt you more to see Mikko score a goal or Matt Duchene score a goal in this series? What will cause more pain?
Oh, it's Mikko.
Ow.
It's Mikko.
No.
No,
I wouldn't jump to those conclusions.
Absolutely Mikko.
I would.
Mikko's fresh. What do you mean?
No.
Duchene hasn't been here for years.
For me, it's Duchene still.
Well, no, here's the thing, Vic. I've seen him do it on multiple occasions against the Avalanche.
I know.
I don't have to like it, but I've come to accept it. Rantanen would bother me. I don't want him to score in this series. I don't want any Dallas Stars to score in this series at all.
I think it's Duchesne still.
No
I think
scoring.
there's something about Duchesne scoring against the Avs. The way I think his divorce was far worse. I mean, it wasn't even. Are you kidding me?
Well, yeah, he wanted out. But when you look at what Joe Sakic at the time did with Matt Duchesne and what it turned into, oh, baby. It was a great, great move. Like, I'm feeling that as painful as it was for Avalanche fans to see Mikko Rantanen traded to Carolina, I'm hoping it becomes the same kind of story.
See, but I think deep down, Moj, I'm divorced. You're not part of this. I think there's still an affection and somewhat of an affinity for Mikko Rantanen that exists that is now gone from Duchesne. And if Duchesne scores and does his celly, then there's a different feel. There's a different reaction. I think the answer is Duchesne. It hurts more.
Well, for you it might.
Moser saying Mikko. I agree. He was here just a couple of months ago. He was here.
He was here, now he's there.
By the way, in 33 games that Mikko Rantanen played not in an Avs sweater this year, he has 7 goals.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
7 goals in 33 games in which he was not part of the Colorado Avalanche.
That could change in a hurry, though. Be careful what you wish for.
Agreed. Vic,
he had 25 and 49 with the Avs.
Huh. It's almost like
He was in a great situation here.
It's almost like he had a world-class center feeding him the puck. It's almost like he had soon-to-be 2-time Hart Trophy winner sending the puck across the seam there for one-timers and whatnot.
Yep.
It's almost like he was on the ice when the Avs had a lead and he could just send it down to an empty net. It's almost like that's kind of what it feels like. But I really don't know. I don't even really know. I'm just going by what you say. Because I don't really know.
Hey, Vic. Moser has no poker face. Like, none. You know exactly what's on Moser's mind when he opens his mouth. Mikko bothered you, didn't it?
What do you mean?
Hey,
really bothered you?
Yeah, it bothered him. You're right about the poker face. I watched Rounders. It was on last night. And at the end of the movie, when Matt Damon found the tell, what was what did it have to do with the Oreo cookies?
Yeah,
what was the tell?
The way
because
he would
threw
eat
the Oreo cookies away and kept winning.
I think it's the way he ate it. The KGB, KGB, the way he
KGB was doing something with the Oreos.
Chick.
All night you chick.
Yeah, but I get it. But it had something to do with the Oreos. But he threw the package of Oreos away, and Damon kept crushing him.
That's because he realized it. In fact, Damon let him know that he picked up on his tell to throw him off his game even more, is what it did. Teddy KGB tell. He separates his Oreo cleanly.
Before what? A good hand or a bad hand?
Oh God! See, this is what happens when I try.
He eats an Oreo when he's got the upper hand.
People think that they are so. Do you ever get this? You're watching like a movie and you're like, "Hey, I wonder what that meant," and you go and look at it, and somebody has like a 15-page dissertation on everything that you don't understand intellectually.
Yeah, well, that's what The Ringer's for. The Ringer does that. They take a movie and they splice it apart to the point where, like, it didn't mean that much to me. I just watched Rocky. He won.
Remember those? You know what I'm talking about, though? It's like you watch a scene from, like, Interstellar is kind of hard to understand, and it's like, actually, this is the space and time between him and his daughter. It's like, all right, no, it's not. You're reading way too much into it. And I've got one of these. It doesn't actually have anything to do with the Oreos themselves, and there's 5 paragraphs afterwards. I'm like,
it's the way he splits the Oreo. He puts it up to his ear. I remember he put it up to his ear, and then he would listen to the Oreo.
That's a pretty big tell.
Unhook, and then he would also do it. I think when he had a good hand, he did his ear, and when he had a hand that he thought he was going to lose, he split it. He split it in front of his face.
Guys,
right?
If every time I had a great poker hand, I took an Oreo, put it to my ear, and did all this stuff, I think it'd be pretty quickly you'd figure out my tell.
I had, when I used to play poker, I had a really bad tell. If I got a good hand, I would go, ooh, 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 yay, yay, good cards.
I would just turn my cards around and go, hey, is this good?
So stupid. Teddy KGB is like a really cool name, though.
That's one of the greatest roles in movie-making history. Teddy KGB.
Pay him. Pay that
Pay
man
that man
his money.
Okay, Rounders is a really good movie.
From now on, this show is Moser Lombardi.
Pay that man his money.
This is Moser Lombardi and Brady KGB, okay? That's what the show is.
I will splash the pot whenever I blanking want.
You sounded Swedish.
Yeah, what are you doing,
You
dude?
sounded Swedish.
It's not a Russian accent.
How could you not do any
What is your
single
problem?
accent?
Can you even do an Italian accent?
No. Hey, I will splash in the pot whenever I want. That sounded like Count Dracula.
Jesse Trujillo. The late, great Jesse Trujillo. He's not
dead. Yeah.
Home run.
He's a guy who he can't even do, not only does he not speak Spanish, he can't do an Hispanic accent. At all.
No.
You're Italian. You can't do an Italian accent
Yeah,
at
but
all.
at least I could speak the language. When we were in Canton and we were with Jesse, it was me, Jesse, and Ryan Harris.
Yeah.
We were in Canton for the Hall of Fame the year that Peyton went in. And we're sitting at this Mexican restaurant. And the lady comes in, she speaks Spanish. And Jesse sat there just exasperated. He could not execute an order. And Ryan Harris had to save the day speaking Spanish. And Jesse just sat around going, yeah, I want the tortillas.
Yeah. Can I have a number dos?
Jesse, if you're listening, you know what you did.
Oh, he knows. The
late, great Jesse Trujillo.
Home run.
Listen, as we sit on the precipice, I don't know how I'm going to feel. I know how I feel right now. I know how I felt driving in this morning. I had it's the pit of the stomach feel about the postseason. I'm nervous, Vic. I see you're wearing your Operation I Want It so bad. I want it to all be good shirt. I love it. I should have worn mine today. Brett, where's yours?
I don't think I got one.
She didn't give you one?
I don't think I got
Are
one.
you
This is the
sure?
Operation.
So
I'm not sure, but I haven't seen it,
but
so I don't know.
This is
How could you be so sure?
This
I'm
is what happens every year, though, in the postseason. With the Denver Broncos this year, I had zero expectations. So it really wasn't that big of a deal. I was just happy
But
that
that
they
first
got
touchdown was glorious.
It
though.
was
what
great.
a moment that was.
It was great. But I had no expectations that they'd actually win. So when they lose the way they lost, okay, you knew it was coming.
Yeah.
This, I know they can go all the way.
Yeah.
I know they're a very good team.
But that makes you even more nervous, though.
And you know what made me nervous last night? I'm watching SportsCenter late at night. They're talking hockey. Who has the best odds, according to ESPN odds, to win the Cup?
The Avs?
The Colorado Avalanche. And I'm like, no. I mean, I know how good they are. But the Stanley Cup playoffs are so damn hard. How did Kreckman, he posed the question to EJ yesterday as I guess he called it, what did he call it, bloodbath? He called it the bloodbath that is the Stanley Cup playoffs. Vic, you know as well as I do, it is a bloodbath.
Yeah.
The ability to come through unscathed is impossible. Yeah. So you have to just deal with everything all along the way. And I'm getting ready to hit an airplane today and head to Dallas, and I don't even know what I'm going to be doing tonight. I probably won't be able to sleep.
Moj, describe the feeling in your gut, because I have a similar feeling.
Before you guys describe your body parts, can I let EJ describe the postseason when he was on with Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday?
Please.
Yeah, I think for one, your focus, not that it isn't entirely 100% dialed in during the regular season, but during the playoffs, you literally just crawl into a hole and you're a hermit for the entire series until you get some time off, hopefully, if we're lucky enough. And during the regular season, it's so long that you kind of need some mental breaks throughout the course of that. And with the playoffs, you're just completely consumed and dialed in with your series. And, it's 100% effort, mental and physical on your series, and nothing else is even close to on your radar, where as during the regular season, it's such a long mental and physical grind that you kind of need these little breaks built in order to, sustain the grind of a long regular season.
Sure.
He's so right. I mean, the best way to put it, for what? Is it 8 weeks? 8 weeks of your life, you climb into a hole, and you live in a hole, and you don't know what exists up above the earth. You don't know what's happening around you. You're just in this hole living there.
You, I'm sure, don't even know what day of the week it is. These guys, they are so focused. They are so, as he said, hermetized. You probably don't even know what day of the week. Is it a Saturday? Is it a Wednesday? You don't know.
Do you know
you're going to the rink, you're getting treatment, you're watching film, you're eating, sleeping, and that's it.
Do you guys remember what it was like? And I'm probably asking the wrong people this question because you guys cruised through college. I'm sure you did. But finals week, when you're up all night, you're just digesting information, one test after another, one paper after another, just going from one, and you don't know what day it is. You don't know your last meal. You don't know your next meal. You don't know if it's night, morning, nothing. You didn't. You went to UNO. You didn't experience that. You probably had, the PE final you had was pretty easy. Mose, you went to Sac State, which is basically what you write your name on a piece of paper and you graduate.
You don't even go to school. That. You just drive in front of the campus and they just hand you diplomas through the window.
Yeah,
it's real. Vic, it's simple.
I played real sports. Wasn't trying to be the best smart science. Hey, one more thing from EJ. One more thing.
Can I sit? It reminds me.
Hurry.
Every now and again, I'll have a nightmare where I show up for the final and I hadn't gone to class all year long, and I wake up and is this real?
Never had that one. I have my wrong uniform in the dugout before. I get those dreams.
Okay.
Because that was my college experience. It was just that.
Did you go to class?
Yeah.
You had classes
well, the classes that didn't take attendance, I might have not gone for a month or two, but the ones who took attendance, I had to go. One last thing here. I'm curious what he thinks, because EJ, on fans like Andy who hate Jamie Benn and the Stars and what the players think of a series like this, here's what he said.
Yeah, I think that's just kind of another part of staying even keel. I think no matter how much you dislike a team, it doesn't matter who you're playing, you still want to beat them because they're in the way of you getting to your ultimate goal. So I think you just focus on the task at hand, not who you're playing. I think we obviously scout and know who we're playing and know what we have to do to win and know how good they are. But for us, I think you just keep that even-keeled mindset, and we want to beat everybody that we play. So it doesn't particularly matter. I think it's more for the fans and for people outside of our locker room, and I think that's great. I think that's what makes hockey great.
Yeah, it's kind of the same answer that Taves gave the other day, right? Like if you saw Jordan Bennington walking down the street, what do? You said I'd give him a hug.
So they won together, right?
No.
So Billy did chime in. She says, did Marty steal everyone's shirt? Brett, I can send you one for sure.
Okay.
Marty is notorious.
He's a thief.
For thieving.
Yep.
Probably handed it to whoever's sharing that cubby with him.
No, he put it on one of his 17 dogs.
He probably did.
Yeah.
By the way,
Rocky's in a wheelchair.
He's a good boy.
Yesterday, Nate and Andy, by the way, around that interview, they had maybe the most Kreckman and Lindahl interaction ever because Andy was doing that thing where he yells and he said, I hate the Stars with the burning passion of 1,000 suns. And then Nate Kreckman was like, well, Andy, the sun actually is a star.
Oh, so he went Cliff Clavin.
You hate the Stars with the burning passion of 1,000 stars. That is just like that right there. That's Kreckman and Lindahl in a nutshell.
Yeah, he went full Cliff Clavin.
Can you play that real quick before we go to break? Can you play the Eric Johnson retort to us not getting him on the show yesterday, that exchange? Because I'm embarrassed by it, and Moser I know is not, because Moser did nothing to help the cause.
I'll tell you what. Let's do that on the other side. Other side.
I'll give you his number right now.
I've got it, dude.
EJ
he
said
texted me with his real number.
Okay, good.
EJ was trying to decipher who's his actual friends on this show, and it turns out we're 1 for 3. We'll get to it next.
Vic Lombardi here for AAA Home Services, and we've talked about this before. It is cold now. There is a winter squall, right? It's going to warm up real soon because you live in Denver, Colorado. And if you need your AC working, AAA Home Services has a deal right now. A $49 AC tune-up to make sure that sucker's ready to go come the summer months. $49 AC tune-up. Get to it before it's too late. Schedule an appointment today at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
You know, Moj and Vic are all big mad that apparently you came on with us, and they were bragging this morning what great pals you are. I'm curious, Eric, if you have big news, are you calling either Moser or Vic in your top 5 calls? Is that the kind of friends that they actually are?
They are. We are close, so I would give them the call, but unfortunately, Vic was texting my old number, so I did not get the message. So I guess we're not that close after all.
Can't be that good of friends, obviously. By the way, EJ,
Moser's at fault for that because Moser does have my new number, so he should have let Vic know.
That's a Moser move.
Look,
right
we're
there.
happy about it.
That he
Worked
wouldn't
out
share
for
it.
us.
Yeah, That's a total Moj move right there. He's not sharing that number.
By the way, I was not big mad. I was totally fine with it.
So was I. I was trying to prove a point that Moser never gets off his butt to do anything, so I was trying to do something. And Moser even compounded the issue But I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to talk. Think about what you just did there.
Well, it wasn't like I was driving your car in the snow and put it into a ditch or anything. It wasn't like that. He had already had an appointment with Andy and Nate, okay? I wasn't going to steal him away from them. And that's it.
I would have stolen him.
I know you would have.
Who do you work with?
See, but here's the thing, Moj. Especially with a guy like that, this is where I'm kind of with Vic.
We're all one big team.
Hang on. Because nobody wants, we never get players and stuff because they're always like, oh, they're sleeping. They're always sleeping. All the time they're sleeping.
Let me,
and so
the last Avalanche
Kreckman and
player?
Lindahl get everybody on their show. All of them.
Who's the last Avalanche player we've had on the show? Who? If we're not at the hockey tournament or the golf tournament when we get them all, we never get anybody. You know why?
I believe Josh Manson a couple months ago, you remember you guys were flying to the East Coast. He called us from his truck.
Got Manson. That's right. And that's the end of the list. Like, there's no Nuggets players that'll join us either. They're always sleeping. Nope. Always sleeping.
Well, Katie Wingy sleeps till like 11 or noon.
The point is, you're on our team. This is a team.
We're all one big team over here, bro.
Yeah, but this is, there's like a sales department, and then there's an HR department, and there's some of you're in the sales department with us. We're in the trenches, bro. We're sharing cubes.
Sad, really.
Me and the cubes, Bobby Flay.
Okay, hey,
Fish and Bonita.
Moj, next time,
is it a big fish?
Moj, next time you ask me to get Barkley on,
fish?
Moj, next time you say, hey, call Chuck, I'll say, nah. We're good.
What's this guy's deal?
Well, Chuck lives back east.
No, but I'm going to use your theory. I'm going to say, now we're a team. I'm going to have one of the other guys get him. That cool?
Good answer. Good answer. Good answer. Good answer.
Good answer.
What do you guys think about this answer? We've talked a lot. It's been a lot of discussion surrounding CU retiring jersey numbers of Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders. This is the response of Dion, who yesterday spoke to the media and said he wanted to get this out of the way immediately. Go ahead, Nelly.
Retired jerseys can be a sore subject.
Not really. This is the first time I've ever seen it sore. I don't know if you know it, but I'm retired, man. I think every jersey Darren and I played in is retired.
Let's stop it right there.
With this.
Well, you just made it sore.
Yeah.
You just, it's funny. I said that too earlier this week. I never, ever recall a jersey retirement outside of Ray Bork. We'll get into that later. Outside of Ray Bork, I've never heard of a jersey retirement that came with controversy. This one did, and so did Ray Bork, to be totally honest with you.
It's true. You don't get it very often.
You never get it. It's an honor. It's a celebration. It's a triumph. This one was not.
Okay, continue.
I think every jersey Darren and I played in is retired, so I'm pretty familiar with this. So it's never been sore.
But why do you think that? What was your message like? Maybe Buff Nation and Buff alums who are.
I don't have a message. I'm praying for my AD. I love him to life, Rick George. Let's get the elephant out the room. I don't want to talk about this too long. I'm gonna just talk briefly and let it go. We talk about Shedeur. We ain't talking about nobody else. But his last name wasn't Sanders. We wouldn't have this discussion.
Okay, stop. The first part of that is absolutely true. The second part of that is not. The first part, we're talking about Shedeur. He's totally right. I've said this from the beginning. Mm-hmm. I know it would feel fast still if it were just Travis Vic, but we'd all be like, well, he won the Heisman. He's like amazing on both sides of the football that nobody's done. Yeah. I get it.
Well, I mean,
the Shedeur thing is what made this a story. And what he said on the second part is if his last name wasn't Sanders, this wouldn't be a big deal. Yes, it would, because it's about, was the player good enough to have that?
Yeah.
And so if his name was Shedeur Anderson,
yeah,
I think it's the same discussion.
Yeah, Prime's right there. This is where that line becomes blurred between coach and parent, and it's a tough line to draw from. It really is. Travis Hunter, and I'll say this, I've said it during the season, he's the most talented college football player I've ever seen.
I agree.
Ever. And I've seen a lot of them.
You know what Mina Kimes said about him? He's the number one corner on her board and the number one wide receiver on her board.
He's the most talented college football player I've ever seen with my eyes. These current eyes. These eyes that are in my head right now.
As opposed to your previous eyes.
Yes.
Copy. I agree with that. But he also, to Coach Prime's point, if his last name wasn't Sanders, he wouldn't even be having his jersey retired.
Well, that's the thing. The Sanders part, the only part of the discussion that would change if his name wasn't Sanders is that nobody could throw out nepotism allegations, right? That's the only thing. The
What if his
discussion
last name
is
was
the same.
Kozlowski?
Honestly, though, if his name was Shedeur Anderson and they retired his number, wouldn't we be like, wait, why? Like, he was really good. He's going to be a high draft pick. He was great the last couple of years, but it was, what, were they 13 and 11 or something like that?
If he becomes a Super Bowl champion and an awesome quarterback in the
Still
National
don't think that
Football
matters.
League.
That has no bearing on your college
It would
ties.
to me because he did so much at CU.
Dude, this is happening. He referenced Rick George. I think Rick George, in his heart of hearts, really didn't want to go here. He did it in deference to Prime.
So, Vic, I talked to a CU alum yesterday who texted me and said this was Rick George's idea. That's what he said. Now,
is that to try to keep his head coach happy?
I don't know. That's what I was told. So I don't know what the case is. It would feel odd, but again, don't know.
I don't get it because Rick George was also the same guy that was on the staff when the Buffs won a national championship.
Yeah.
He was on the staff.
Right.
He witnessed the greatest era of CU football. How can a man who was on the staff during the greatest era say with a straight face, these two move to the front of the line? How?
I don't know. Let's get a little bit more, Dion. Go ahead.
But his last name wasn't Sanders, we wouldn't have this discussion. The only reason we were having this discussion is his last name is Sanders. Okay? That's it. It's been so many things accomplished at this university expeditiously. It's been unbelievable. And I think we should be appreciative.
He's so right about that, and that's where I agree with Prime. The expeditious nature in getting things done over the last 2 years, a credit to Rick George, staff, Prime, everybody, because remember, they had to rewrite the rules just to get transfers. Remember that? Remember, they had to rewrite, and
everything
they did everything
turned around
so quickly, and they deserve credit for doing that to enable the football program.
Everything
Great job
turned
on that.
around. Everything. Not only on the field, but the income of the program, the income of the university. Do you know, again, we went through, and I told you the story. My buddy's daughter she was above 4.0, right? Valedictorian, couldn't get into CU, and you know why? Because they're taking that out-of-state money.
Yeah.
That's why. I mean, it's hard. They had so many more applications to become a student at CU after Coach Prime went there and started to get the hype going and so on. I mean, it floated all boats for the Buffaloes.
Here's the other thing, too, is I don't know what the story is. I don't know whose idea it was, whether it was Rick George's, whether it was Dion's, then Rick George is saying it was his idea. I don't know what the story is. But let's say Dion goes, you must make this happen. I absolutely demand that this happens. You do it, and here's why. Like it or not, Dion is responsible for millions upon millions upon millions of dollars going to your
100%.
school.
Yes.
And so I think if you're Rick George, you would love to say, hey, if I was in his position, I'd be like, this is a bad idea and we aren't going to do it.
Yeah.
At the same time, I'm not pissing off somebody who's making that much money for me.
Okay, so let me give you a list of things, and you tell me yes or no. Ready? Do we root for CU football?
Of course.
Local media. I mean, I attended CU for a
Absolutely.
year. My kids were. Yes, we root. Do we want CU to be in the national scene, national prominence? Do we want that?
1,000%.
So we pull for Dion and everything he's doing up there, right? We
Correct.
pull for him.
Absolutely.
Was this decision the wrong decision?
Yes.
I think it was.
That's it.
Yep.
It's okay. It's okay. All of that can be true. He's done everything right. He's done everything his way. Everything's great. We love it. It's awesome for the community. It's awesome for the alumni base. It's awesome for the current. This was wrong.
Yep.
Just own it.
When we come back, a massive, big version, because it is the playoffs, of keys to the game for both of these teams tomorrow. I'll get to it next. Oh, tomorrow. What a day we're going to have. The very rare triple dipperoo right here on Altitude Sports Radio. And it starts at 1:30 with the Nuggets and the Clippers game 1, which if you look on the Circa Sportsbook, the Nuggets 3-point favorites game 1. You can find that and all of the game props you could imagine. Well, how about the later game? How about 6:30? The Avs, game 1 against the Stars on the road in Dallas. Circa Sports, minus 124. The favorites in that are the Avs on the money line. Whether it's that, the live odds, the game props, they have everything you could imagine to fill and satiate the appetite of the NBA and NHL postseason. So download the Circa Sports app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Hey, join us tomorrow at Buffalo Rose in Golden for Avs Game 1 viewing party. We'll have a live network broadcast, live post-game between the pipes, the Raj and Spring. DMac hosting with great giveaways and $1 off all Bud Light pints.
Hold on a second.
See you at Buffalo Rose in Golden for the kickoff of the Avs run for the Stanley Cup.
The Buffalo Rose is holding... Have you been to the Buffalo Rose?
I have not. Vic, you're a Golden boy.
Yeah, I've been there before.
It's awesome.
It's a cool venue.
It's great.
Yeah.
I
It's
mean,
really
but,
cool.
But they have the concert thing, and they have the bar area. The whole place is killer.
It's 5 minutes from my house.
Yeah,
it's
the
a quick Vespa trip. Turn your camera on, Moj.
Oh, sorry. So what you're telling me is I'm going to be all over the Buffalo Rose tomorrow night.
Yes, you
screaming,
will.
Hopefully in happiness that the Avs are taking it to the Stars.
Hey, speaking of...
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
I didn't want to rush this because this needs its due time. And we got a double dipperoo tomorrow. And they're both game 1 of the postseason, of round 1. And let's start with the early game. Vic, keys to the game. Game 1, Nuggets, Clippers.
I'm going to whittle it down to something very easy to understand. Protect the rock. Protect it like it's your baby. It is the postseason. Your defense is struggling. It struggled all year. You're not suddenly going to become a defensive team, okay? So every offensive possession matters. If the Nuggets can get through this series with fewer turnovers than the Clippers, and I don't care what that number is, if you turn it over 18 times, make sure the Clippers turn it over 20 times. Whatever. Fewer turnovers than the Clippers, so you get more offensive possessions and more shots at the bucket. It will be the key to this series. Value the rock.
1:30 tomorrow. You can hear that right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And then at 6:30, you can hear the Avs in Stars Game 1, Moj.
Would you send your baby across the top of the crease?
With a man charging down the slot?
With
I
a man
absolutely would not.
To your D partner on the other side with a guy charging down the slot?
In the playoffs, maybe. My beautiful baby boy.
I've got a simple message to the Colorado Avalanche. Shoot the puck. You realize since Four Nations, the Dallas Stars have given up the most shots on goal in the league? They give up almost 30 per game. And when they do that, Vic, lately they've had major troubles. Also, you're without Miro Heiskanen if you're Dallas. And perhaps Robertson. Right now, mum is the word down in Dallas. You can't pry anything out of them. Shot volume, they've given up in their last 5 games. 6, 4, 5, 6, and 5 goals. In fact, they've given up about 5 goals a game in their last 7. Shot volume is the key because they can't handle it, and Ottinger does not like it. So fire that puck. Never pass up the opportunity to get a shot through. That's my opinion.
That is keys to the game. Brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza.
Also, stay out of the box. Don't put them on the power play. Don't give them anything they don't earn.
That too. Experience the power of the Plaza. They have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. So, again, with how much we've been waiting for these games, yeah.
Also, attack that defensive core. Attack with speed. Attack. Miro Heiskanen is not in. He's an awesome defenseman. Attack that D core hard. Go at them.
Vic, let me ask you a question going into the game tomorrow. Nobody has or ever has had any concerns about Jokic and how he's going to perform. He's going to be great. Mm-hmm. What's your feeling towards Jamal? Jamal, his entire career, has been one of the biggest playoff risers from regular season numbers to postseason numbers in NBA history. Last year, really struggled, dealt with some injuries. What do you expect from Jamal this postseason?
Well, I mean, I don't think I'm going speaking out of turn when I say this. If Jamal doesn't play above or at expectation, the Nuggets lose.
Yeah.
If Joker doesn't play above or at expectation, the Nuggets lose. Those two things have to happen. Those two things.
They're musts.
Everything else is a wild card, right? Everything else is like, okay, let's see what happens. But if you don't get Jamal and Joker playing at Jamal and Joker standards, you lose.
You know, I was wondering, when we did this earlier.
Well, what's interesting about that is you go to the other side, the hockey side.
Hold on to the hockey stuff for a second.
But it's just it's interesting that he brought that up. Go ahead.
Okay, we'll get back to it in a second, I promise. But with Jamal, you're right. It's a must. It's a necessity. He needs to play
at
the usual playoff level that he's at for the the Nuggets to stand a chance, because it's always been that way. If you don't get that, again, go back to the postseasons without Jamal. What have they looked like? A sweep in the second round and a 5-game loss in the first round. That's just what it is. When we were going through the X factors earlier in the show, people brought this name up, and I wonder how you feel about this. They said Christian Braun. Christian, I think, we'd all agree, has been the second most consistent Nugget outside of Joker the entire season. And I think maybe this is a fault on my part. I'm taking Christian's game as a given. Is that wrong?
What's a given? What do you mean by that?
That he's going to be getting buckets in transition, that he's going to be finishing at the rim, that his three-point shot has been pretty consistent all year. Like, I guess I'm just taking, how about this? He's in the category of what Moser would call a fire and forget missile. You just know what he's doing every night.
Yeah, but it's also a different role. Christian Braun has exceeded all expectations. The kid's a stud. Happy 24th yesterday. Celebrated his birthday.
Beautiful,
but he's
baby
also
boy.
It's also
beautiful baby shoot guard.
It's also a dependent position. His game goes as others go.
Yeah,
in
I wonder
transition.
If they weren't as good in transition as the Nuggets are, what would his game look like? What would we think of him? Because it's a huge aspect of what he does.
So you're
right?
saying if they were just a half-court offense the entire time, what would it look like?
It'd be tougher for him to get his buckets.
Sure it would.
It just is.
But he can run. He does run. He can jump. He does jump. That's positive.
Okay, so the Jamal thing with the Nuggets, you said you had something on the Avs.
Well, let's say in game one, look, there's no doubt that your best players have to be your best players for the long haul in the postseason. But if McKinnon and McCarr were held scoreless, let's say in game one, could the Avs still win?
I could see Val scoring. I could see some of the other guys.
Marty Natchez, Brock Nelson, Charlie Coyle, Ross
Marty
Colton,
Nachos.
Jonathan Drouin, if he can go, Arturi Lekin. I mean, you can see other guys. The Avs are a deep team.
Yep.
And I think that's what we're getting at here, Vic, is that the Avalanche are deep. The best players have to be the best players and set the tone all the time, sure. But if they're held scoreless, you can still win because you're deep. You've got guys who can put the puck in the net.
Yeah, the Avs have something the Nuggets
Devon Taves, I mean, I can go on and on. And the Nuggets, you're like, okay, these guys they have to be at or above expectation or you're dust.
Can I ask you a question?
But it's a very interesting dichotomy between the two.
I'm actually going to save this for a few more minutes about Landeskog.
You're going. You know, a lot of radio folks are really good at saving stuff, sort of to tease people. I've never been good at that. If it's on my mind, I just talk about it. But you're good at that.
I want to save this. There's something about Landy that I think it requires more than 3 minutes. So I want to get to this in just a second. But to stay on this subject, a big question that we have had, I think virtually every postseason when it starts for the Avs, do you trust your goaltending? And it's funny to me, we haven't mentioned that at all heading into this. You know what I mean? Not once.
You know why? Because there's no history of it. These guys
they've never been in the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know. It's a great question.
Mackenzie Blackwood has never seen a puck in the postseason.
Yeah. How will they, will they crumble? Will they, I have no idea.
Take yourselves back 365 days ago. Before the Avs' first game of the postseason.
Oh, my God.
We do 3 hours of radio together every day. I swear to God, 2 hours of that show before the Avs' first postseason game had to be about Georgiev.
It was about they can't start Georgie. They can't start Georgie.
I remember.
Remember that?
Yeah, I'm doing the show at my hotel room in Winnipeg. And same with the day after game one.
I was just going to say, then they played, and then we were like, they gave up 7 in the first game, guys.
Yeah, but they scored 6.
Right.
And I said at that time, well, listen, the guy can be a good goalie. He's not going to give up 6 per game forever. But I remember the vision looking out the window. I remember
hopefully.
Right. I remember exactly what I was looking at when I was talking about it. And the smokestacks down here in the river and all this. Yeah, he did turn it around, obviously, in that series. And then who knows what would have happened, against Dallas if things were different. Nonetheless, I feel very confident.
To his credit, he became decent.
And by the way, this goes not only for the goalies, but I think for virtually everybody, especially the bottom 6 guys in the forward group. If you're not getting it done, no matter what, the coach is going to he's going to do something different, right?
Yeah.
Period, end of story. The Stanley Cup playoffs, nobody has time to hold anybody's hand. Nobody has time to worry about egos. Nobody has time for that. You know what you have time for? Winning flipping games and moving on.
Sure.
And that's it.
Yep.
I mean, as Krecker so eloquently put it yesterday, it's the bloodbath of the Stanley Cup playoffs. That's what you're into. And it's survival of the fittest when it all comes down to it.
Yeah.
And the survival, and you can want it all you want. You still have to win. You still have to play. So he's going to put guys out there who he thinks are going to give him the best chance to win. That's it.
But it's just funny. We haven't mentioned goaltending really this entire week, at least not all that much, and it is kind of an unknown going into this. You feel confident because they played good ever since they've been acquired, both Wedgwood and Blackwood. Blackwood's going to be your guy. Like, Wedgwood's not going to get starts unless something crazy happens, right? It's either Blackwood's not good enough or he gets hurt or whatever. So it's going to be a test in that first game. And, God, you'd love to see at least some confidence in that game one from him, which I think he will. He doesn't strike me as a guy who lacks confidence, Moj, even when the pressure gets ramped up.
He doesn't. He doesn't at all. I'm looking forward to this. I think it's a heck of a matchup. I can tell you this right now. Nobody in front of either of those guys is worried about the guy behind them. They're worried about the guys coming at them.
Yep.
And last year, I bet if you put truth serum in some of these guys, were they worried about the guy behind them? I'm sure they probably were to a certain extent. I'm telling you, this Avalanche team, golly, I can't believe they have to play Dallas in the first round, but they are loaded. They're ready to go. This is awesome.
So I got a question regarding Landy.
What's the question?
Well, I have a couple, and they're unanswerable for the moment.
Oh, this should be fun.
Yeah. Hey, Brett, what's beyond the universe?
Stupid-ass questions.
Okay, we don't have to ask
Does it feel like it's unanswerable?
Well, yeah. That's part of the fun. Part of the fun is talking about things where you don't know what's going to happen.
Brett, do we live in a multiverse? You know what that is? Look it
Something
up.
in the Marvel comics. That's all I know about multiverses. But a question surrounding Landeskog and how he's going to be used. Because one thing, the last time he was on the ice with the Avs, he did really, really well, and I wonder if he's going to do it again. We'll get to it next.
What's up, Denver? It's P.Y. Tonight we've got a double dipperooski.
It's tomorrow, PY. Tomorrow. It's actually a triple dipperooski.
That's the question. How many dips can you have? How many dipperoos can you have?
Double dipperooski.
Can you have a quad dipperoo?
I suppose you could.
You got to ask Miss Mick Jagger about that. I don't know.
Here's the question I wanted to ask, and it's unanswerable. And I think these are fun. Because we don't know how Landeskog's going to be used. We don't know if he's going to play tomorrow. We don't know any of that stuff.
Don't know anything. I don't even know that we'll know after morning skate, to be honest with you.
But let's say this, Moj. How about we just operate in this world? Landeskog is playing tomorrow.
Okay, this is our hypothetical situation.
He is playing. There's one thing that Landeskog did really well the last time he played a professional hockey game. You put him on the power play, and he was tied for 4th in the regular season in power play goals on the Avs roster. And then the postseason hit. He had 5 power play goals. McKinnon had 6. Those are your top 2. Everybody else had 2 or less.
Do you know why?
Because he parks his butt in front of the net.
Did you see what happened in Loveland?
That's what I'm getting at.
You throw the pipe. I mean, he's got a butt, Vic. He's got a caboose that if you, and by the way, he's really good with his stick. I've seen this guy redirect 10,000 pucks in my life. But when that butt is in front of the crease and he's screening the goalie and come on, give it. Yeah.
Baby got back.
Tell me more about his butt crease, Moser.
Yeah. With the on.
So the question remains. I don't know if he's going to play first line, second line, third line, fourth line. I don't know where if he plays, I don't know where he's going to slot in that. Do you put him back on the power play because he's so effective at that?
I think, yeah.
Is he on that first power play unit?
He's on one of them. The power play's been going pretty damn well.
That's what I'm asking.
Well, it's unanswerable, as you said.
I told you.
Let me put it this way. Nichushkin does the same thing, although Val will pivot out, retrieve pucks and that sort of thing. Landy will do a little of that. He parks himself at the top of the crease and he's in the way all the time. So pucks hit him, which is good. He deflects pucks, which is great.
Is 5 power play goals in a single postseason pretty good?
That's pretty damn good. Yeah, it's pretty damn good.
That's what he did the last time he was on the ice.
Vic, do you have a butt?
Yeah, it's not that big, though.
Okay.
Kind of with you. I'm scared when I get older, I'm going to have that frog look that some old guys get. Where it's just like, it's all the same, all the way up to your waist. And you're like, yeah.
How do you think I look? How do you think I feel?
You know those old guys that it's this sort of
thing?
Work out.
Oh, yeah.
Work out.
Brad, it is
if you think I'm going to be 55 in the middle of a squat machine, you're insane.
So when you're my age, you're not going to work out?
No, I'll work out, but it's just glamour muscles at that point.
It has nothing to do with glamour. You have to. Death's coming. Yeah. It's knocking. You have to make sure you avoid it.
Hello.
So, Moj?
Can you hear me?
Best guess.
Can you hear me okay?
No,
what happened?
I don't know.
What'd you do?
Oh, there you go.
Nelly, what'd you do to me?
Nelly, did you elbow his level?
I don't know, Moj. You were shaking your frog butt there or whatever.
Oh, it's my bad.
No,
hey,
that's my bad. You're good.
Hey, listen, it's a great question. I don't know. Here's the best part about it, and Eric Johnson talked about it yesterday. He was talking about, in fact, Nelly, if you can find the cut, I'm not sure which one it is, but talking about the moves that were made at the deadline, but about how strong the Avs are up the middle, it's going to typify exactly what you just talked about.
As he looks at that, just out of curiosity, who leads the Avs in power play goals this year?
Well, I think it was 96 back in the day.
Mikko Rantanen, you're talking about.
Yeah.
He had 8. That's a lot for 49 games. Cale Makar leads the way. He's got 12 this year.
It's awesome.
12.
Yeah, back in the day it was Mikko.
Yeah.
Before the trade. Okay. Oh, and that's fine too. I mean, but Cale, look, I don't know how I say it probably every other game. Maybe I say it every game. I don't know, but it always amazes me. Vic, when you look at the bodies stacked up in front of National Hockey League goaltenders, number one, I don't know how they see the puck, which is amazing to me. But number two, I don't know how guys get the puck through.
Yeah.
I don't know how they find little seams.
A lot of it is just luck.
Well, it is.
Luck.
But watch McCarr walk the blue line, though. Would you do that for me this series? Watch him walk that blue line. Watch him pivot, and he does that little shuffle, that little push for one extra little stride, then fire. I mean, he's unpredictable in that regard, but he's looking for the tiniest of windows to be able to fire that puck. And it's just amazing how often a guy like that gets it through. You could take another 20 guys, and you know what they're doing, Brett? They're pounding it into shin pads. And Kale will pound it into shin pads, don't get me wrong, because guys are really adept at blocking shots.
Hey, by the way, how about the NHL releasing its playoff schedule yesterday and having 3 games potentially overlap in the Avs-Nuggets series? How about that? How about the fact that 3 games, including Monday night's game, they're all on at the same time?
I don't know what you can do, though, because Saturday, Monday is going to be literally side by side. Like the Avs and Nuggets going to be side by side. But then the Avs play Wednesday, right? But then it's a 2-day break, and then they play Saturday, which is potentially you can do different things. You can have the early late game sort of slate again, but I don't know what you want them to do at that point. You're just kind of stuck, aren't you?
Sucks
during weekday windows, especially. Like, you can only play those as night games.
But when we had it every other night for however long we had it.
Oh, that was amazing.
Well, I tell you one thing you can
that
do.
Was splendid.
I mean,
splendid.
The NBA schedule was already released. The NHL could have easily said, okay, game 2, we'll just play on a Tuesday night.
Vic, it's all about the television peeps.
I get it.
It sucks for us because we're going to split our people here in Denver to some extent. Maybe you can do Bass and have both on at the same time, right? You're at a sports bar, maybe you can watch
It's
two
not
at the
about
same
that,
time.
though. Everybody keeps saying, well, just get a second monitor. You people aren't seeing this the way I'm seeing it. It's not about, obviously you can get a second monitor. It's about enjoying it, every drip of it. It's about just, you want to enjoy each game for its own value. That's it.
Yeah.
Back to the EJ cut, exemplifying your point. Here we go.
I think they've been great. I think they've been awesome. I think if you look at kind of a weakness throughout the season, it probably would have been the center depth. And to go out and get Coyle and Nelson really just adds so much. It just solidifies us down the middle, and you can plug in different wingers with those guys, and it's going to be a really good problem to have for Coach. So I love what they've brought. Veteran guys, they played in some big games. Charlie's played in the finals with Boston. So
okay, right there, Nelly, right there. That's good. You have multiple wingers. You can do this. You have elevator guys who can go up and down. It's really good for a coach to have that. But it's a good problem to have. Will Landy be parking himself back in front of the net with a top unit? I don't know, but you know what? It's good to have flipping options.
Yeah.
It's good to have guys who want to do that job. Not just guys that can do the job, guys that want to. Guys that say, hey, you know what? Let me go to the top of the blue paint and get my butt kicked to try to make things happen for my team. It's a sort of a will to live type of thing because you're going to get bashed hard.
Hey, Vic, just a couple of notes here. So, there's that MVP spreadsheet that whoever does for the NBA MVP votes that are confirmed.
Uh-huh.
If you guys remember, the last MVP straw poll that Bontemps did just a few weeks ago, I think, what did Shea have, like 72 or 73 first place votes?
He was a resounding winner in that straw poll.
Out of 29 confirmed votes so far, it's 18 to 11. Shea's up. So but it is thinned, really thin from that last straw poll anyway.
Well, that's because Joker finished so strong. Joker had a 60-point triple-double since then. I mean, he's done some things. Listen, I'm resigned to the fact that Shea's going to win. Shea's going to win the MVP, and anything less than that would be a surprise at this point. That's fine. Okay. I heard a couple takes yesterday that I found, guys I really respect, guys that are purely objective about this, I believe. One was from Zach Lowe, and Zach Lowe stressed about it, and he went on and said, I'm going to vote Shea only because you have to value the 68 wins. And I don't disagree with him. But when he released his MVP, and he did it via podcast, he made it sound like he was so guilt-ridden, like he was so shameful about it. Like, I can't believe I'm doing this. The whole presentation of it was like, Yep, it's Shea. But, Joker's going to prove me wrong. Years from now, I'm going to go back and look. So it's almost as if you have that much guilt in making that call, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Would he have guilt, though, on the other side if he voted Joker?
I don't know. And then, but that's the way he presented it.
Yeah, golly, Shea led his team to 68 wins, which is phenomenal.
First of all, 68, he only played in 63 of them, so it's actually 63. But whatever. And then, Bill Simmons released his. And he voted for Joker. We've already seen, some of the other voters. Kendrick Perkins voted for Shea, and who was it? Chris Broussard voted for Shea. I don't care at this point because I really believe Shea's going to win it. But it's just interesting to me to see how much mental torment, mental torture some of these people went to, the lengths they went to make their pick.
Yeah. Well, the follow-up I had to that, Vic, was what is the ideal numbers that Joker should get in the postseason if you think the Nuggets are going to be operating at their highest level? Because he averaged at the end of this year was pretty much 30, 13 and 10 or something like that.
He averaged a triple-double, so we just talked about it. You need that to continue.
But I'm saying, do you almost hope that he scores less? Because when he scores less than 30 to 35 to 40, you know what I mean? If he was 25.
I think the better question would be, would you rather see his points up or his assists up? I'll take the assists.
Yeah.
Because that means his teammates are scoring. And, David Adelman made a great point at practice yesterday. He said, we all remember champions by their stars. We all remember the stars. We all remember Jokers. We all remember the LeBrons and the MJs. But championships are won, by and large, by role players who make open shots. Because when the stars get going, the role players will have open shots. And if those guys don't hit those shots, you're dead.
Yeah.
You're dead. And that's exactly true. In this series specifically, Joker will get guys open shots. Can they make them?
That's why I think that MPJ is one of the bigger factors in this series. When he hits shots, Moshe, it's just, how are you going to defend the Nuggets if MPJ is out there going, 5 of 8 from three-point range? Because the Joker's going to carve you up. You hope that Jamal is going to be playing at a high level because Jamal seems to be healthy, and that's something that David Adelman mentioned the other day. But if you add Porter knocking down, a 45% of his threes, good luck.
Well, Brett, I think then if that is the case, if what you're saying comes to fruition, if it's true, then everything is possible.
I think it's the only way.
Everything, Vic, if what he's saying can happen, then for the Denver Nuggets, I say everything is possible. Everything.
It's hard for me to preview this series and to have any expectation because the 4 times they played, they split the series this year. Kawhi Leonard didn't play in a single one of those games. Not one. This will be the first time the Nuggets have seen Kawhi all season. It's a different team.
Hang on, a few minutes ago. Why did the Avs recall Mandolese?
Kevin Mandolese? I'm sure he's just a black ace.
Okay.
Just a guy to take shots.
Okay.
When one of your goaltenders is chilling.
Nothing to be concerned about.
Not that I know of.
Okay. So he's just going to take some pucks.
I'm sure that's why it is.
Okay.
I haven't heard anything about anybody at all.
Okay, just making sure. Just saw that. Got a little bit panicky for a second. I think we're okay.
Okay.
That's it.
I'll put my feelers out.
Yeah, send a text to somebody.
Okay, I'll
make
do
sure.
it right now.
Make sure we're not missing something.
All right.
Make sure you have the right number this time, though.
Yeah. Vic, text that number from EJ. See if that person has any information.
Hello, Rando.
Whoever that may be.
Hello, Rando.
Again, these games get going 1:30 tomorrow for the Nuggets, 6:30 for the Avs. Both games will be right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. As far as, Vic, you were talking about the Clippers, though. They have 3 guys that are dangerous. I do think some of these games could finish, 125 to 130 or something like that. Kawhi is incredibly talented, obviously. So is James Harden. If strictly defensively, who should the Nuggets be more concerned about with the basketball in their hands? They're very different styles what Harden and Kawhi do, but they're both pretty efficient at just finding a way to get a bucket. It feels to me like Harden would be easier to shut down just based off his playoff history, if that makes sense. You know, if Jamal's a playoff riser, Harden's a playoff faller. His numbers dip. His efficiency numbers dip.
But you know who's really good is Norman Powell.
Well, he's the other one.
And so we can talk about having not seen Kawhi and maybe Harden dips in the postseason, whatever. But Norman Powell, Vic, he's got the ability to fill it up.
Yeah. I told you that face. Remember that face by the end of the series.
He doesn't smile. He's got this mad face all the time.
All the time.
And he's a hell of a player.
And he plays bigger than his size. He's 6'4". He'll be guarding MPJ a lot. He plays a lot bigger than his size. He really does. Guys, Moser, I'm starting to get that feeling again.
I know. It's in your gut, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
I just
angry.
want the series to start.
So angry. Why
Do
are
you
so
have
angry?
Do you have any? He's just angry all the time, is Norman Powell. Do you have any loin issues right now? Like, how do your loins? Are the loins talking to you at all?
Moser, I'm going to repeat the same thing I've told you now for 6 years. Since I lost my prostate, I have no ability to communicate with my loins. That's gone. That communication
that is quite upsetting.
That's another thing.
Yeah. But it's all rewired down there. Everything's gone. I have no communication.
So the loins are on permanent vacation.
Yeah, they're independent, like they're a colony, but I never deal with them.
Okay. Just out there doing their own thing.
Out there just
I'm almost
freewheeling.
positive that you have definitely used your loins before after the prostate left.
Yeah, because
I'm telling you right now.
No.
You
had
definitely have done that
because
before.
your loins talked in that one Kansas City game, and the Broncos got smoked.
Yeah, they were.
That
wrong.
wasn't my loins talking. That was a bad breakfast I had.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. Reminder to you guys.
Got some loins right there.
Get that off. Nelly, people are going to yell at you. This isn't the time to start bringing that thing out.
A little dingy painting.
Join us tomorrow at Buffalo Rose and Golden for Navs Game 1 viewing party. We'll have a live network broadcast, live post-game between the Pipes, the Raj, and Spring. DMac hosting with great giveaways and $1 off all Bud Light pints. We'll see you at Buffalo Rose and Golden for the kickoff of the Avs run for the Stanley Cup.
Buffalo Rose is killer. It really is killer. It's awesome.
303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Drunk takes next.
You don't have to tell me, but ask yourself and tell yourself, are your sleep patterns off? Are you working out, not seeing the same gains that you once used to see? Sluggish, low energy, brain fog. You could have a low testosterone. It happened to me. It's Moser, and Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic really hooked me up, and they can hook you up as well. Did you know that in the early to mid-30s, guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year? It happens gradually, and all of a sudden you're like, I just don't feel the same way that I used to. So do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. 10 simple yes/no questions. And then schedule an appointment. You may have low T. They're going to draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider goes over everything with you, and it's only $99. Includes the consult, the T, and the PSA test. And if you do sign up for testosterone treatment that day, well, your appointment's absolutely free. You're going to see better gains in the gym, wake up feeling more refreshed. All that sort of thing is going to happen for you. So give them a call today, 720-440-7900. They've got locations from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. Again, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Yeah. Do it now.
Did you talk to your people?
Yeah. So I was correct. Hey, Brett.
Yeah.
God forbid something should happen during the course of a game. A guy's throwing up, can't play. The other guy tweaks his groin. You want to pull some e-bug out of the stands in Dallas and throw him in?
I'd rather not.
Would you rather have a professional goaltender in Kevin Mandolese?
I rather would.
Okay. You're preparing for every possible outcome.
I was just making sure, okay? I was just making sure.
Okay. Now you have your answer.
Thank you.
How could you be so sure?
Because I know peeps.
He texted EJ's wrong number, and they responded.
Poor Vic.
I'm ashamed of what we've done today. I think we've done a poor job of preparing for what is going to be a huge day in Denver sports tomorrow.
What do you mean, dude? I'm on the verge of freaking out.
I know, but I think
I'm on the verge of barfing.
I know, but
And
we
you're
as a
telling me-
show, I don't think we've properly set the plate for everybody. We've just done a poor job.
Dude,
I think we've let our emotions get to
I
us.
can't eat. I'm this close to vomiting. Okay, I'm nervous.
I think
I'm
this
excited.
has been a
I'm
beautiful
everything.
show.
I think it's been great.
What do you mean?
We gave killer keys to the game. You and your ball protection. All you want to do is protect the balls.
Yeah.
And then me, I'm like, hey man, volume, high volume on Ottinger.
So what's the problem here? What's your beef?
I just don't like the way I think we've become a little too passé. We've taken this for granted. Playoff runs now, 7 straight for the Nuggets, 8 straight for the Avs. We're just sort of like, ho-hum, first round. We're just not there. We're just not intensity-wise, and I think our listeners can agree.
Stop projecting. Maybe you feel this way, that you've done a poor job today, that you haven't done your job correctly. I don't feel
you're
that way
right.
at all.
I feel terrific.
I feel like I've let everybody down.
Yeah, I think we've done a really good job. We've talked all about the lineup. We've talked about the possibility of Landy. We broke down power plays. The hell else do you want?
I know what he wants. He wants DJ Nelly. DJ Nelly, give me Pitbull. And
this
I
would
need you
help.
to go crazy on that soundboard. Give me some Pitbull and then just start
Remember the old
ripping
days
some of these.
when
Yes.
we'd get into it?
Go,
Yeah.
DJ. Get it.
Are you still driving that Honda?
The lie detector determined that was a lie. Who told you that?
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
Cool, Carl.
I got to pick the gelato cart.
I'm very important. I can feel it down in my plums.
Oh, that was cute.
What?
You what?
It's been 84 years.
Oh, yeah.
If you got something to say to me, you go ahead and say it.
Get off our show!
So everybody chill. Settle down just a little bit.
Why don't you settle down for a second there, pork chop? I got stuff to
Yeah,
do.
Nelly.
Big time win.
I need some help, please.
That's
Get
neat.
it, Nelly.
Soft.
Win more games, Cub Scout.
0. What's the question? Next question.
What's the question?
Next question, man. Stupid ass questions.
So a lot of balls on the table.
Look, dude, nothing's going to work for you then. If that doesn't work, then nothing works for you. You understand that?
Yeah. Look at
your face.
Mr. We weren't ready today.
Trash.
Didn't move one time during that entire thing.
Did you see that?
I'm out of breath.
He just had the De Niro face. Do that again. Do that. Look. Is that not the De Niro face? Look at that thing.
Yeah.
Maybe
Playoffs
not.
start tomorrow.
Maybe.
Maybe the Nuggets win, huh?
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
By the way, Nuggets fans, if you're at the game,
you know I do.
If you're at the game tomorrow, do me a favor, come on up and see us in the Colorado Social where we do the altitude pre and post, because it's going to be on, and I mean on. Do you know what on is? On, not the running shoe. On.
You know,
No, I agree, Vic. You've been awful.
You're
just terrible.
You might as well
just terrible.
be done.
You know what I could use? I could use a good Bogdan, Bagdan, Big Don, Bogdan. I could use one of those right now. A little smile on my face. I just need one of those little Bogdanoviches.
If he scores and Kyle Speller came out with this.
It's the one time that if he was enthusiastic about a point scored by the opposing team, I'd accept it. If he said this.
Bogdan, Big Don, Bagdan. Jeez. Bogdan, Big Don, Bagdan.
Because I know, I love the PA. Jamal Murray for 3! And then you get Kawhi Leonard 3 points. Those things are always fun, but if he gives me an enthusiastic Big Dun, Bogdan, Bagdan, Bogdan, Bagdan. Just quickly here before I get to drunk takes.
Dude, I don't even know why I said that. I guess I was in a bad mood.
Dude, that guy can light it up. He scares me if he gets going.
A lot of guys scare me. But you know what, Vic? Put yourself on the other side. Put yourself on the other side, which is what we've done this week. You know what?
Is Joker scary? Just this silent, unassuming assassin?
Yeah. You think in L.A. they're going, they got the big fella. No big deal.
Did you guys see Channing?
They are petrified. You think in Dallas right now they're going, they got Nate and McCarr and Asia.
I just realized something. If there's two teams in the league that have been Jokic'd, it's both of them residing in L.A. So I saw a super cut yesterday on Twitter of all of the 23.9 shot clock heaves at the end that Jokic has put up against just the Clippers over the last 5 years. He has murdered them with those, where it's like, oh, there's no shot there. What are you going to do? And he just turns and goes like this with no time left, and he goes in. They're horrified of him, and they should be.
Nelly, can you quickly pull up the Channing Frye sound I brought you from their podcast? Channing Frye, who calls games for ESPN, works for ESPN. And when I heard this, I was like, wow, that's crazy. That is crazy what he's predicting. What do you think he predicted in this series, Channing? And there's nothing against him. I love him. He's a great analyst. He's outstanding.
I know what he predicted. I don't agree with it.
I couldn't believe it when he said this.
I haven't heard this. So
Denver Clippers. Give me a hot take, Perk.
Oh, I'll say it. Clippers sweep the Nuggets.
Go ahead, huh?
That's a hot take. Clippers sweep the Nuggets.
Sweep?
Yeah, and then he went on to say, everything they've got going for them, the way they've been playing, and he predicts a sweep in this series.
Joker ain't getting swept.
If the Nuggets get swept.
Cool, Carl.
You see this right here?
It's a mouse, computer mouse.
Yeah. You'll see me eat it live on the air.
Can you eat an actual mouse? A real mouse?
I'd rather eat this than an actual mouse.
Take what we can get.
By the way, just quickly, any interest in Grizz and Mavs tonight? You know what's weird about Memphis?
I think the Mavs win that game.
Wasn't Memphis the 2 seed like 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, like yesterday. I think the Mavs win that game. Ja is questionable with that ankle, and I think the Mavs are they're playing with some level of confidence right now. They already went on the road and dismantled Sacramento. I think the Avs win easily. The Mavs, I think they win easily.
By the way, I was really into the play-in when it first started. I haven't watched all that much. I don't know if it's the teams that have been in it that have just kind of been don't really care or what. I haven't watched it, though. Because I love these, your life's on the line sort of games. But this feels like, I'll watch maybe a little. You know what I mean?
I probably will watch 0.
What did you watch last night? We had no sports viewing.
I went to the movies last night.
Oh, you did? Where'd you go?
A place in Highlands Ranch.
Oh, I'm into this new series on Paramount called Mobland, a Guy Ritchie series. Tom Hardy.
Yeah.
It's really good. I love it.
Tom Hardy's great.
He's the best.
Tom Hardy's pretty damn good.
Seen the previews for that movie Warfare?
I'm ready to go see that,
I want to see that in theaters.
Me too.
It's like one of my have to go in
hold
theaters.
on, last thing. Did you realize that Tom Hardy was in Band of Brothers?
I did know that, actually.
You did know that?
I did know that.
Okay.
All right.
Did you know that Tom Hardy was in the Brady Bunch?
Nelly, let's roll.
That is the wrong intro.
Whoa!
There we go. Got to get the right sponsor.
Of course it's our friends at Lariat Lodge. Great food, great brews. Told you. Had that amber L of theirs. Their angry elk is what they call it. Delicious. Go and check them out.
So good.
Great food, great brews, and great locations. Evergreen and Littleton. So go check them out. Drunk takes clips from throughout the week. We slow them down half speed. Makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly?
Here's all the guys that are gone from the opening night lineup. Alexander Georgiev.
Yeah, let me hear that one more time. Yeah.
Alexander Georgiev.
Dude, you were a mess. That was an absolute mess.
I say this all the time. My favorites are the ones where you actually sound hammered. Like, those are my favorites. Like, if Vic had 15 whiskeys, on the golf course,
You're hysterical.
Very nice. What's next?
Will you take a look and see if it's looking as good as I feel?
Right.
Wouldn't you want that peace of mind
take a
in your head?
What do you
take
mean?
a look mean?
What do you want to go under the hood here? Or what are we doing? What do you mean take a look?
Yeah, check your dipstick. Want to check my dipstick?
I don't even know what that was about.
I forget.
I don't either. It
You were in
doesn't
studio,
matter. What's next?
Yeah. I agree. I agree. Oh, can't talk about that. Oh, no, can't go there. Oh, LBI, no.
No.
What was that about again?
Nelly, hang on.
What was that?
I need to say two things. Number one, Nelly, whenever they bother us again for what's your guys' submissions for the Colorado Broadcasters Association Award, that's it. Secondly,
just that. I swear to God, just that, nothing else.
The fact that Moser goes, and Vic goes, totally agree. I haven't agreed with anything more in my life. What's next?
But it's like a rebirth. It's like a skin that shed a snake that sheds its skin is what I'm trying to say.
Good Lord, Vic. What happened to you this week? Oh,
you're a mess.
What's next?
And I guess a byproduct of you getting the sauna, whoever this winner is going to be when we come back.
You want to get hot? Here's your chance to get hot.
Myself, Moser, Vic, and Nelly are all going to your sauna nude.
I'm gonna let it all get hot.
I'm gonna let it all. You're providing the beverages for us, and we're gonna break that thing in.
We're
first.
gonna let it all hang out.
Yeah.
That was part of the rules.
Disgusting.
It's in the fine print. Last thing, Nelly, go ahead.
Dr. Mose was feeling for a pulse on my spine, which I didn't think.
It's because you wouldn't let me get to the good place.
I got a vein with a pulse that you can feel.
Mose, get to the good place during this break.
Get the break.
I got a vein that you can feel a pulse for, Moj.
Listen, I don't care if it's the end of our show. I need to hear that one again where we're just making noises. I need to hear that. That was so good. Please. Yeah. I agree. I agree. Oh, can't talk about that. Oh, no, can't go there. Oh, LBI, no.
So as you approach,
I don't even remember what that was about.
What am I agreeing on?
As you get to 3 o'clock today and Kreckman starts giving you analytics, just remember, that's our analysis. Put those side by side. Which one sounds better to you? Go ahead. Listen to Kreckman talk about VORP.
What is my agreement?
I don't remember what it was about.
You said that was what the NBA media sounds like with LeBron and their players.
Yeah.
And then Vic's noise was the NHL media being too close-lipped. Can't talk about that.
Well, I got a statement to make about the BABIP of the Colorado Rockies in a moment. All right, everybody have a great, wonderful weekend.
We're sick people.
Go Nuggets, go Avs. Let's get a couple of dubs when we walk in on Monday.
Why are we so sick?
Have a great weekend. Love you all very much. Goodbye. It's just a city and a state. What do you mean?
Hey,
That's
Playoffs Eve. Double Dipperoo tomorrow, 1:30 tip for the Nuggets and the Clippers, 6:30 puck drop for the Avs and the Dallas Stars, and much like Christmas Eve, a little blanket of snow falls over the Denver metro area today. I was playing golf at 6 p.m. yesterday, and now I'm looking like I'm going to be skating on a pond, but you know what?
6 p.m. wasn't probably great for golf, because
a little windy, a little chilly.
That cold front rolled in with a vengeance.
16, 17, and 18 on Plum Creek was made a tough stretch of holes way harder, but it did feel like when the weather turned and it dropped 15 degrees at the blink of an eye, I went, this is hockey weather.
Yes.
It's
sweater weather.
This is sweater weather. I'm ready for this thing, and I know that that cold weather in the NBA playoffs don't necessarily coincide.
It can, right?
At the same time, I got that tingle. You know that tingle.
What
guys.
Can you explain
that
what
play,
a tingle is?
Where
does it tingle?
It,
what area?
In your loins. I'll take it from Vic.
The grundle tingle?
The grundle tingle. Mo said the pit of your stomach. I think it's a little bit lower than the pit of your stomach.
Oh,
It starts there, and it starts to grow, and it gets larger and louder.
Whoa! Is this a read for one of our pills that we take? Or?
Not quite there yet, Coach.
Okay. All right. Just checking. Playoffs are here, Raj. I'm so freaking excited that there is chaos happening in the studio. You're dropping things, spilling coffee. Let's go! The only problem I have right now, Raj, is that I got to wait 27 hours until tip time, baby. 1:30. The basketball's being tipped.
Well, you don't have to wait. You have playing basketball tonight to watch.
Oh, sweet.
What do you mean sweet?
Who we got tonight?
Like there's no reason to poo-poo. That's they don't call it the playoffs, but that is legit playoff basketball that we get to watch this evening. Thank you, KJ, as I launch my coffee all over my iPad. The Heat and the Hawks.
Do we need to have an intervention?
What?
Are you partaking because of the grind coming up of playoff hockey for you and pregame, postgame, digital, all the things? Are you on the Russian gas right now?
I need the Russian
You're
gas.
acting like you are a full-fledged participant of the Russian gas.
I shattered a mug this morning, too.
It's a banned substance here at Altitude Sports Radio, from what I've been told via HR.
What, the smelling salts?
Russian gas.
HR hasn't talked to you about it. Quit spinning lies over there.
You imagine if we got an email. It has been brought to our attention that several of our on-air talent staff have been
reached out to Alexander Ovechkin and figured out how he's scoring 44 at age 39.
Utilizing a multitude, a litany of substances that are known solely as Russian gas to bring about a higher level of performance to their radio programs.
No, not quite, Coach. Not quite. But yeah, you got the Heat and the Hawks tonight. Mavs and the Grizzlies are your final play-in games. Nuggets get going tomorrow at 1:30. They've got a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. I feel great right now for them going into the first round. I feel way better than I did 2 weeks ago, certainly a month ago. Does that mean that I think that they can get past Oklahoma City? I have to see how OKC fares in round one. I also have to see.
Oh, they're gonna beat the brakes off. Who are they gonna play? Is it already set? OKC.
OKC plays.
It's a play-in team.
Plays
right?
the winner of tonight's game.
Which is say it again to me. I can't keep track of all these things.
Mavericks and Grizzlies. There's four
They're
teams.
Gonna beat
there's
the
four
brakes off
teams
those
you have
teams.
to keep track of tonight. There's not that many teams. 2 in the West and 2 in the East. Whoever wins is the 8th seed. Whoever loses goes home.
But this playing thing is wild. Like you win and you're not necessarily in some of these games. And then you lose and you're not necessarily out in some of these games. Like, why are we doing this? This feels like an 8U baseball tournament. I hate the play-in tournament.
It's really
eliminate it. It's dumb.
7 and 8
Get it out
play
of here.
against each other, and because they were higher seeded and would have
Stupid.
already made the playoffs in previous years, the loser of that game gets the benefit of a double elimination. So you lose, and then all you have to do, if you get into the 7 and 8, that means you have to win one of 2 games to get into the playoff bracket. Right? 7 and 8 play each other. Winner automatically gets in at the 7. Who's that in the West? The Golden State Warriors. The loser then gets the benefit of playing the winner of the 9-10 matchup. That matchup, loser goes home, 9-10. Winner moves on to play the loser of 7 and 8. And now it's winner go home.
I get it, man. But my simple football brain understands you win and you advance. You lose and you're out. And I think the numbers TV-wise are going to show that these playing games are stupid too and will continue to be stupid. I hate them. They stink. Just give me freaking playoff basketball tomorrow at 1:30. And that's what I want to see. Real, tangible playoff basketball for teams that are going to play in a seven-game series. And if you win 4 of those games, you go on to the next one. Simple for me.
Clippers Nuggets 1:30. The early game at 11 Mountain is Milwaukee and Indianapolis or Indiana. Geez, how many times I'm going to do that for my entire career. And then Detroit and New York are the 4 p.m. game.
Who wins that series?
I have the Knicks going through.
So do I.
I have the Knicks upsetting Boston in round 2.
That would not surprise me.
Just because Boston's played a lot of basketball. I know the Celtics are really good.
Feels a little bit like Nuggets in last year's playoff series.
Yeah, it does.
It's like the miles of winning a championship, they have consequences.
I don't know why. I'm just feeling as though that's going to be what happens. I've got Celtics over Magic, Knicks over Pistons, Pacers over Bucks, Cavs over whoever they play.
Who are the 2 teams playing?
The 2 teams.
Is it Atlanta?
Atlanta and Miami.
Okay.
Are the 2 teams playing tonight.
That one gives me a little bit more of the tingle than the Western Conference one.
Well, there's some good storylines there. It's like, can Trae Young get out of his own way?
Yep.
Or is Tyler Hero too much of a playoff G to have to go through? Like Heat walk in as what were they, the 9 seed, right, in their first game?
I think so.
And you get a win, you're 8 games under 500. You shouldn't really be there, but Heat culture kind of pushes you through. The Trae Young thing's interesting to watch. That's why I think, like, when you go, there's throwaway basketball. There's storylines here. You have 2 guards, 2 young, amazing scoring guards in Trae Young and John Morant, who just can't find a way to stay out of their own way.
What's Ja done wrong? I mean, Ja's a great dude. Model citizen. Behaves himself when he comes to visit these parts, I'll tell you that.
So the storylines are through the roof. Ja Morant, can you find a way to get into the postseason and not, for lack of a better term, shoot yourself in the foot?
Has he actually done a finger gun at his own foot?
Well, no, I don't think it's a Gilbert or a Plaxico Burress situation.
He hasn't done the phalange pistol aimed at his big toe?
Well, he has done the finger guns, but he has not Plaxicoed himself. He's just been in multiple situations where he has brandished weapons.
Do you think that the finger gun dilemma is so real in the mind of Ja Morant where he could actually have a shoot yourself in the foot finger gun moment that's real to him? Because he's like invested in the finger gun world.
Well, he can't finger gun anymore because the NBA fined him more money.
I feel like this conversation is we're got to tread a little bit lightly.
What do you mean?
Because we're saying a word that could be misconstrued a lot.
Finger guns, pew-pews.
Yeah.
NBA fined him for that, so he's gotten rid of it, and now he's pulling the pin on fake grenades and launching those things. And the NBA hasn't done anything about it. I'm sure they're not thrilled. I'm sure Adam Silver's going like, what are you doing, man? And then on the opposite side in the East, you've got Trae Young throwing basketballs at officials.
So you'd use real props. I'd say that right now, Trae Young is more of a guilty party than Ja Morant as a finger weapon guy. Who do you have winning tonight's game, Memphis or Dallas?
I think Dallas gets it done.
I do too.
I think Dallas gets in. It won't matter because whoever wins this game, it's an 8-day date with Oklahoma City. You're going in and you're getting swept. Neither one of those teams is winning a single game against the Thunder. I don't think a single team out of Atlanta or Miami is winning a single game against Cleveland. I think both of these play-in games.
I see that differently.
No chance.
I see the Eastern Conference different.
You think that the Cleveland Cavaliers, who started off the season with a 15-game win streak and then rattled off another one of 14 games in January, you think that team's going to have a hard time with Trae Young and the Atlanta Hawks?
No, I think that Miami's going to win tonight. And I think that the Miami
Coach just hates number 1 seeds that win north of 65 games. That's not good enough for Coach Sanford. We learned that in the Western Conference. We learned that Oklahoma City's not a team that you should be nervous about. And now we're learning that Cleveland, having 2 of the longest streaks that we've seen in the same season, isn't good enough. That's what we're learning? 1 seeds, oh no, bad basketball team if you're the 1 seed.
That's exactly what I'm telling you. Neither of those teams are going to win an NBA championship. OKC or Cleveland. You heard it here first.
I've got Cleveland going through whoever they get in round 1. Cleveland over Indianapolis or Indiana. I'm going to do it again in round 2. Knicks over Celtics round 2. That's my upset. Cavs over Knicks to get to the final. Rockets over Warriors. Lakers over Timberwolves. Nuggets over Clippers. Thunder in 4 games over whoever comes out of Memphis and Dallas. This is where I feel like a wet blanket. I've got OKC over Denver in round 2. Lakers over Rockets. Thunder over Lakers in the Western Conference Final.
I didn't know I was on the air today with Kendrick Perkins.
Thunder over Cavs
what a
in the
joy.
final.
What a joy to be around ESPN's national voice here.
That's what I think. It's just what I think is going to happen.
You know what's good, though, man, is you're built for national radio. You should just go and do it. You should go headquartered out of either New York or Los Angeles, Raj. You'll fit in perfectly.
Why? Because I picked a small market team. I picked 2 small market teams to get to the final. That makes me big LA New York radio because I chose the 2 best teams who happen to be small markets. It's not like I chose Knicks and Lakers here. It's not like I chose Lakers and Celtics. I've got the Thunder and the Cavs going against one another.
Raj,
what are we doing?
Ye of little faith, man, on this Good Friday today.
Jesus.
Jeez, man, this guy right here again.
Listen, I'm so glad it's cold outside. At least this time I know lightning can't come through the cold, right?
No, man. Raj is trying to kill us in here, man.
You pea-brained folk across from me right now don't realize what I'm doing. I have more power than anyone in the state to ensure that the Denver Nuggets get to a championship. And the only way that I can ensure that is picking them to lose.
You can't say that.
Open your mind.
Just let it breathe.
Mind. You know what I'm doing here?
Damn act together.
I'm playing possum. Because Lord knows if I choose my teams to win, they lose. I'm doing you a favor. Thank you, Raj. Let's hear it. Thank you, Raj. I love you, Raj.
Thank you, Kendrick.
Connor McGahee is going to join us at 10:45 today. KJ's NFL Notes at 11:20. Can't wait to get into what Dion said trying to defend the jersey retirements. We'll get into that on the other side. It's the morning sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Join us tomorrow at the Buffalo Rose in Golden for an Avs Game 1 viewing party. We're going to have a live network broadcast. I'll be your host for Games 1, 2, and 4 for the Avs and Stars. A live post-game between the pipes with myself and Mark Springer. DMac's going to be there hosting with great giveaways and $1 off all Bud Light pints for the entire evening. So you want one beer?
Bud Light?
You want one beers?
I want one beers.
You want 6 beer?
Alex, have you ever been to the Buffalo Rose in Golden?
I have never been to the Buffalo Rose
Fabulous.
in Golden.
Fabulous establishment. I'm talking, I can't believe that they're going to let DMac into that establishment because it is so classy. I mean, it is. That guy's going to be at the Buffalo Rose? No. The heck out of here.
That's going to be on Saturday. Myself, DMac, Mark Springer for Game 1.
Oh, you're going to be there too, huh?
Yeah, we're going to be doing a live network broadcast. So if you want to
Am I invited?
Everyone's invited.
If I go, will you guys let me talk into an open mic?
I would love to have you.
I might just do that.
It would be an absolute pleasure to have you
So
there.
that is tomorrow. What time does the event start?
Like 1 p.m.
And then it goes till when?
It'll likely go until 5 or so.
Okay.
Maybe between 5 and 6.
That's not an Avs event. Just Nuggets.
No, just an Oh, sorry. My apologies. I got my game switched away. For the Avalanche, 6:30 puck drop, 6 p.m. pregame show is when that all starts.
At Buffalo Rose.
At Buffalo Rose, and then Spring and I will probably be on air for Between the Pipes until, let's call it, 10:30, 10 o'clock. We did nearly an hour and a half playoff preview last night on YouTube.
You know what, man? Golden, Colorado. Great town. It's a fun time.
Golden's awesome.
Really.
What's the place that they have up there where you pour your own beer?
Great spot. Right across from the Coors Brewery.
Golden Mills.
Yeah, the mill.
Great time.
Yeah, great time.
Great time. Good hiking up there.
Free advertisement, man. Golden, Colorado, baby.
No free ads.
Where the West was won.
Coach, you hear Dion yesterday?
I sure did. What did I tell you about Coach Prime? He didn't care what you think. He didn't really care what any of the old Buffs think either.
But why do you think that? What was your message like? Maybe Buff Nation and Buff alums who are
I don't
wondering
have
why
a message. I'm praying for my AD. I love him to life, Rick George. Let's get the elephant out the room. I don't want to talk about this too long. I'm going to just talk briefly and let it go. We talking about Shedeur. We ain't talking about nobody else. But his last name wasn't Sanders. We wouldn't have this discussion. The only reason we were having this discussion is his last name is Sanders. Okay? That's it. It's been so many things accomplished at this university expeditiously. It's been unbelievable. And I think we should be appreciative. We should be thankful. We have a room full of wonderful people that covers us. And I don't know if you all were in this room 2-3 years ago. Very few. Okay, but it's a new day. We're doing things a little different. I think the training table, I think the food is better. Nobody said nothing about that. It's a whole lot of things that are brighter and they're better because someone stands on business and makes it that way.
Well, I can say firsthand, because I was the person that was in front of that room in that same press conference environment, I can say that Brian Howell was there. Adam Munster-Tiger was there. Sean Keeler was there. And not many others. There were a couple others. Nicky Edwards was certainly there. Yeah. Coach Prime, Shedeur Sanders, Travis Hunter are incredibly deserving of all of the recognition for how much of a spotlight has been brought back to the CU football program. Period. My question is this. Why did Coach Prime say to start out his answer to this question, I'm praying for my AD? What does that mean? Dive into it. What do you think, Raj? Why is he praying for Rick George?
Well, George and the school basically came out and said this was not just a Dion decision. They came out defending him, going, well, we're gonna take this on the chin.
By Coach Prime saying that he's praying for his AD, what's he implying? That who is responsible for the decision making?
That's what I'm saying. Is that George and the school were more so the people that did this. This was an organization-wide decision, not a Dion decision. So therefore, he's going, if you want to put blame on anyone, put blame on all of us, not on me. but blame on all of us for doing this. And George would go on to say, Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders are both great buffs and exceptional talents who have been tremendous representatives of our program and of our university and led the team back to national prominence. Recognizing the accomplishments of a Heisman Trophy winner and record-setting quarterback who ushered in this new era of CU football now does not detract from accomplishments of the past. Rather, it adds to the rich legacy of CU football that has been passed down over the years by everyone who has worn a CU uniform.
Nothing about Darian Hagan's name not in jersey not being retired.
Nothing about Deion Figures.
Nothing about Chad Brown. Nothing about Matt Russell. Nothing about Barry Remington, the all-time tackle leader in NCAA football. So, what are we doing here?
You are embracing a new era of CU that is okay with being completely separate from its past. And that has to cut deep. That's the reason why all of these alums feel like they've been kicked in the you know what's. I think the program is going, we had an amazing history. We had a national championship history. But we have to leave that.
And let's add to that. A program that competed in the same conference it currently competes in,
and dominated it for many years.
But a very, very different and better Big 8 and Big 12 than it currently is in. Way better.
Yeah, the Big 8 was closer to what the Big 10 and the SEC are now.
You're not even, guys, the Big 12 in its current, this is not a power conference. It's not.
There's two power conferences right now. It's the Big 10,
Big 10,
the SEC.
Period.
The 1As are the ACC and the new Big 12.
It ain't 1A, 1B anymore. It is Power 2 and everybody else.
And it should feel like a slap in the face, but as you said when this all came down, it's a new era of college football.
I agree with this too. And it's unfortunate. And so yeah, you can be a boomer, and I'm going to play the role of boomer right now and talk about the greatness of the 1980s, 90s, and 2000s and how you haven't properly honored those players. But the other side of the coin is CU, under Coach Prime, have been a leader in college football to be just 2 steps ahead of what the, at times, unfortunate reality of college football is right now, which is the only thing that matters is this season right now. The only thing that matters in a football program is how I am going to fill my roster full of talent by way of recruiting, by way of marketing my program in order to win this year. And Coach Prime, yet again, started with getting rid of 79 guys. I was pissed about that. Those 79 players that Coach Prime put through to the curb, those were guys I loved.
Yeah, those are your dudes.
I loved those kids. They were human beings. I was connected to them. But you know what? The new game of college football, Coach Prime played the new game correctly. Do I like it? No. That's why I don't want to do this. I have no desire to be in college football.
That's the reason why you got out.
No desire. But some people do. I still watch the heck out of it. I love the product. I hate the process. Coach Prime is 2 steps ahead. Doesn't matter. He doesn't need to honor the past. He needs to be responsible for keeping his program at the very center of attention in college football so that he can continue to get really good players.
So do you think that there isn't a way in the Prime era at CU to do both? To honor the past and keep you relevant in the present? Because that feels like what's happening right now. You are being forced to make a decision. It's either hey, alums, we're going to stroke your ego and make sure that you're happy and recognized for what you did, which was greatness. Mark my words, you were great. But it feels like they're making a distinction. You either have one or the other, you can't have both. And they've chosen the present, which if you're a fan, and honestly, if you're an alum that bleeds black and gold, what's more important? Is it the ego of the past, or is it what's happening right now with the program?
It's always what's happening right now. It is.
It's a tough question to answer, especially if you're a former player.
But
Tough
it is.
question, but that's probably it.
It is always, and especially in the new college landscape where who the heck knows how long any of these coaches at their current schools will be at their current schools. Because everybody knows the pressure of the 1 year. And right now it's the 2025 season. That's all that matters. And bringing the attention and the spotlight back on CU for a spring game that had zero juice. Raj had no juice. The attendance was down. Ticket sales were the lowest it's been in the 3 years that Coach Prime's been here. I mean, a little bit of recruiting juice about Juju, the quarterback, and Caden Salter, but I'm just telling you right now, none of that reeks of Shedeur Sanders to Travis Hunter. But the spotlight's back on, and guess what that does? When the spotlight's bright, it brings more players in the next portal window. That's how it works, man. That's how it works. Now, let me ask you a question. If 2024, the season that the CU Buffs under Coach Prime had, if it is the pinnacle, the height of Coach Prime's tenure at CU, 10, 15 years down the road, how do you look back at these, at the jersey retirement?
It is one retirement. Travis Hunter's jersey retirement will always be okay. You won a Heisman, no one gets to wear number 12 ever again. That's okay. I'm fine with that. Number 2, if this is the peak of it, man, and you don't get to Big 12 title, you don't find a way to get into a 12-team college football playoff, who knows? But if Deion's here for a decade, it might expand again to 16. If you can't get into that, you look back at number 2, and 30 years from now, you go, can we unretire it? Is that a thing?
Will it take 30?
It would be pretty quick. Everything in the prime era is, right? Everything's quick. No, you have to build. That can't be the peak. If that's the peak, this is a failure.
But
if that's the peak,
Raj,
CU then returns to being irrelevant when he leaves.
But Raj, we're talking about the draft. We've been talking about it every single day on this radio program for the last 3-4 months. And what 2 names do we believe pretty strongly will come out of commissioners? What's the guy? It's not Paul Tagliabue, Roger Goodell, right?
Tagliabue.
I went back into boomer mode. Okay, let me be a boomer for a second. Talk Paul Tagliabue. Roger Goodell's mouth. You're going to hear I'm saying the first 5 picks. You're going to hear Travis Hunter and you're going to hear Shedeur Sanders. When else are you going to have that in a non-Power 2 conference football team? How is this not going to be the peak? I mean, I'm always open because Coach Prime, every step of the way, he has surprised. I think anytime that you've been like, nah, I don't think this is not going to be a great year, or he has surprised.
He has surprised, but he also
who
says
the heck has 2 top 5 picks in a conference, not the SEC, not the Big Ten?
It's a good point.
Doesn't win the conference. Regular season.
While he always surprises, there are things that baffle you, right? Like the fact that you have those 2 guys and you don't win the conference. The fact that you have those 2 guys and you fall flat on your face against CU. He also baffles when he says things like this.
You know, retired jerseys can be a sore subject.
Not really.
Alums.
This is the first time I ever seen it sore. I don't know if you know it, but I'm retired, man. I think every jersey during I played in is retired. So I'm pretty familiar with this. So it's never been sore.
None of the teams that Deion Sanders played for ever retired his jersey.
Does he have a retired jersey at any level? His jersey has to be retired at Florida State, right? 21 at Florida State.
Not every single one.
Or no, he was 2.
Number 2 is retired at Florida State
for Coach Prime,
but that's it. I don't think the Falcons have his number retired. Cowboys certainly don't.
Niners?
No way. No way.
Braves?
No.
Yankees?
No. You think he's in out there with the monuments? He's out there enshrined with Jeter and Ruth
Lou
and Gehrig and DiMaggio.
And there's Coach Prime.
Mattingly. All these Phil Rizzuto, and then he's got Prime. Can you imagine? That'd be amazing.
You think Coach Prime could have been an elite hockey player if he started playing at a young age?
Those athletes, man, if you're built that way, the answer is yes.
Mutants. You always call them mutants.
Professional athletes are mutant versions of human beings. Just
Coach Prime, in his prime, was the definition of a mutant.
If you taught Deion Sanders how to skate at 3 years old, of course.
Are you too young to have watched Coach Prime or Deion Sanders as an athlete?
The only times that I remembered watching him, I remember him more as a baseball player than I do a football player.
Did he play longer in baseball than?
No, that's where my brain goes. I watched him as a Brave, I watched him as a Yankee, and I knew him more from that than I did when he was a Cowboy high stepping. That's how I grew up with Deion Sanders.
I don't even know if KJ was born when Coach Prime was still wearing a uniform.
Nah, man, I got here in '98, man. So I just missed old Prime.
Yeah, dude. Any one of those athletes, like again, if you gave LeBron skating lessons at 3, you don't think that physique can make it to the league?
Atlanta Falcons retired his jersey.
Okay, all right, so Falcons and Florida State. All right, then 2 of them. But no, not every one of the teams that he played for retired his jersey. 2 of the, what was it, 6 overall across the sport.
Still is pretty, in my opinion, to have your college team and an NFL franchise retire your jersey.
But it ain't all of them.
It's a pretty big deal.
Don't overgeneralize. Coach Sanders, don't do that. Coach Prime.
Man, this is what we live in, man. It's the world of hyperbole.
Connor McGahee is going to join us next to talk about the Avs. They hit the ice in about 20 minutes from right now. Little pre-plane skate, a practice for the Avs. And then they fly on down to Dallas. Round 1, game 1 tomorrow right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with a 6 p.m. pregame show. The voice of the Avs. Next, Connor McGahee.
I just opened my snowboard ski app for weather and snow reports, and yep, it is absolutely nuking up at Loveland Ski Area. I'm looking at the live shot, and I see 18 inches of fresh powder in just 24 hours. So ski season is still here. It's still amongst us, and the best deal for all that great fresh snow is to go out and buy next year's season pass for a 25-26 season pass at the lowest price that you can possibly get. And you can use it for this fresh dump for free for the remainder of the 2025 ski season. Up until May 11th, which is going to be closing day. So the sooner that you buy, the more free spring skiing you will enjoy. Visit skiloveland.com to get yours today. Get up in that snow.
Got that playoff feeling. Double dip on Saturday. Denver's home for Mile High Playoffs, exclusive home for the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. As we head on out to the Ramos Law hotline, car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by the voice of your Colorado Avalanche just a couple hours before he and the team take off for Dallas. It is Connor McGahey. Connor, what's up, dude?
Hey, boys. Hopefully I don't need Ramos Law in the truck on the way to the airport right now.
The playoff feel, that tingle, that buzz that you feel going into the postseason, it's here, man. We've been hearing a lot of things about whether or not Gabe is actually going to play. Are they going to hold him out for Game 3? Connor, I don't think there's a world in which he doesn't play Game 1. Am I right?
Yeah, hard to say. You know what I mean? It's like, and I always, I know people roll their eyes at coaches not giving lineups or injury news. I haven't looked, by the way. Do we have any update on Robertson out of Dallas yet?
Robertson did not appear at practice today for Dallas.
Okay, all right. That's probably all we're going to get out of DeBoer for that, unless it's something monumental. He'll be day-to-day like everybody else. But I actually kind of respect that, from all coaches. You don't want to give your opponent a leg up on anything. And look, the Avalanche already have a leg up just with Gabe Landeskog being around, much less him being in the lineup. But it's tough. I mean, what a luxury, too. Okay, who should we pull out of a lineup that, got to another 100 points this year for the fourth straight season? And where should we insert our longtime captain who's got one of the greatest comeback stories in modern sports history currently in progress? I mean, what a luxury for Jared Bednar to have. I would like to think he's ready to go and he can contribute, because Gabe would be honest with that too, then he would go. You've already done the home debut show with the Colorado Eagles last weekend, right? And the stream on YouTube like that. We've already done that. Like, regardless if he plays in Game 1 or 2 or Game 3 is his first game back, Game 3 is still going to be the loudest at Ball Arena. I even think if he's not in the lineup that it's been in a long time, just with him being around. So, I mean, I would like to think yes, but I also respect the fact that Jared Bednar is not going to tip his hand to anybody.
Connor, you've been traveling with the Avs at least how many years now that you've been on road trips?
This is year 7.
Year 7, man. Year 7. So you've been on these trips, on flights. When's the last time that Gabe Landeskog was on a team flight with the Avs? You bring up a very interesting point, just even his presence. When was that last time?
Yeah. I mean, he's been around a couple times, when he's going to, doctor's appointments. And remember when he surprised Eric Johnson for his 1,000th game in Philadelphia? Oh, yeah. So he's been around. But I think it's different being around as, a possible participant and not just a passenger, if we're sticking with our alliteration theme here. So, again, just it's special. No matter what, Gabe and the situation is special for the Avs.
When you look at this matchup, a lot of people think this is the most difficult or most evenly matched up first-round series in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Now, if Robertson and Heiskanen both miss multiple games, I think the Avs end up having like a huge leg up on the Stars. Talk to me about a Pete DeBoer coached team. Bednar's 0-3 in his playoff history against Peter DeBoer. He rolls 4 lines. How do you beat that team? Like, he's always got teams that are good enough to almost get there, but never get over the hump. Why is it such a roadblock for the Avs?
Raj, you know DeBoer's nickname, right?
DeBoering?
DeBoering, exactly right. And it's like when they're talking about Iceman in Top Gun. He slows you down, bores you. Then you fall asleep, do something stupid, and then he's got you. I don't want to compare Pete DeBoer to Iceman. Rest in peace, both Admiral Kazansky and Val Kilmer. But that's kind of how it is. It's unwatchable hockey. I mean, the Bednar versus DeBoer thing, I don't put a ton of stock in, because DeBoer is a good coach. He's been to the Stanley Cup final multiple times, but he's lost every single time he's been to the Stanley Cup final. So it only works for so long until you have to rely on special moments instead of just grinding. And I don't know. I think that the difference in this series, and Raj, tell me if I'm wrong, will be on the back end. Because if you look at the defensive core, even with Heiskanen in, even if you put Miro Heiskanen in there, that's not necessarily a defensive core that makes your eyes pop and say, boy, that's going to be tough to beat, right? Last year they were more dangerous with Tanev in there, just doing everything to block shots and be a menace. I'm not sure that CC, Labushkin, Matt Dumba exactly is a good counterattack for the Avalanche forward depth. And a lot of people are talking goaltending maybe in this series. I think it might be on the back end where the Stars, in my opinion, are lacking significantly.
When you look at the series of postseason between the Avs and the Stars, it hasn't been a great series record-wise for the Avs, dating back to the 2019-2020 conference semi, lost in Game 7. Conference semi, obviously in 23-24, just a year ago, lost in 6 games. Haven't won a series since 2005-2006, where you won in 5. Connor, what is going to be your tagline for force of nature versus ... for this series?
Rideshare rating.
Okay. I think something is this going to be the first time that you've used it?
No, he's used rideshare rating many times.
Did you use that last year in the playoff series?
No, I
Okay.
don't think so. I think it was distant gaseous sphere last year. But
Okay.
I found rideshare rating to be just a tad share more demeaning and funny.
I was going to go with.
But your reaction tells me I shouldn't use it.
I was going to say, you didn't impress him very much, Connor.
Dude, I literally heard crickets. I mean, I'm driving on Santa Fe right now, Raj. I heard crickets.
There's not many times where Coach Sanford doesn't feel animated. He did not like that.
Maybe
that
because
cuts deep, Coach.
because I have one in mind.
Okay.
Force of nature versus dirty Hollywood street attraction.
I don't hate that. I think that's decent, man.
That's really good. That's really good.
All right, Connor, talk to me about those goaltenders, man. Right? It used to be, the distance between Jake Ottinger and whoever was in net for the Avalanche used to be from like here to a distant gaseous sphere. It's no longer that far apart with Mackenzie Blackwood, even though he hasn't played a single Stanley Cup playoff game in his career.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think that, did you hear EJ on with Nate and Andy yesterday in the afternoon? Yeah. So, you know what he said his advice to all the youngsters and newcomers is, because he's played now in 55 Stanley Cup playoff games, and he's hoisted a Stanley Cup. His advice is that you can't get too high or too low. And it's the Jared Bednar approach. Hands 10 and 2 on the wheel, steady at the till, pick your metaphor. But that is Eric Johnson's advice. And I think that would be the advice to the goaltenders as well, because, Wedgwood hasn't played in the playoffs, and Blackwood definitely hasn't. But I get the feeling from watching Blackwood in his time in Colorado that he likes the big games. He likes the spotlight. He likes the challenge, right? I mean, you wouldn't like a challenge if you didn't put up those kind of numbers and saves like you did with the San Jose Sharks, with even getting a shutout and setting, records for saves in a season. I get the feeling that Mackenzie Blackwood has the DNA for a big game goaltender, and I think that's part of the reason that he's a long-term member of the Avalanche now. And look, I know everyone's going to say, well, what about Hellebuck? Hellebuck, is a different animal in the playoffs than in the regular season. But I just think that considering the group that's been there before and wants to get there, that's in front of him, I think it's set up very nicely for Mackenzie Blackwood. Now, remember, Darcy Kemper didn't have to win the Cup for the Avalanche in 2022. He had to be steady. Pavel Francouz maybe, I don't want to say did more than Darcy Kemper, who went 10-4 in the postseason. Francouz goes 6-0, but he made some big stops at big times. And we've seen that over and over and over again with Mackenzie Blackwood. Big saves in big moments, and that's what the Stanley Cup playoffs are all about.
Going back to the style of hockey that the Stars will be employing, and especially with the absence of
DeBoring
hockey. This is a different Avs team than a year ago. and there's different pace, there's different ability to skate. What do you think about that matchup in terms of like the Stars have to deal with the dynamic nature and speed of this iteration of the Colorado Avalanche? How do you see that playing out?
Well, you have additions in speed, Marty Necas, right? Logan O'Connor, definitely fully healthy. Jack Drury, too. You have some great skaters on this team, and you have size, and you have toughness down the middle that really didn't exist last year. No offense to Casey Middlestad, but who's harder to play against? Him or Brock Nelson? Him or Charlie Coyle? You know what I'm saying? And that's exactly what – if Pete DeBoer wants to roll 4 lines, I'm your Huckleberry. Let's go. Like, bring it all day long. I feel great looking at the roster top to bottom with the perfect blend of speed, creativity, size, and strength. And those are the type of lineups that win playoff games, series, and Stanley Cups. So I think that the way that the Avs are constructed is really the best counterpunch to what the Dallas Stars can throw at you.
That is the voice of your Colorado Avalanche, Connor McGahey. Connor, have a safe flight. We'll check in with you tomorrow, man.
I'll tell the pilot to have a safe flight. I have no control over that, but I'll deliver the message.
Join us tomorrow at Buffalo Rose and Golden for an Avs Game 1 viewing party. We're going to have a live network broadcast, live post-game Between the Pipes with myself and Mark Springer. DMac's going to host it with great giveaways, $1 off all Bud Light pints for the entire evening. We'll see you guys at Buffalo Rose and Golden for the kickoff of the Avs run for the Stanley Cup. Special thanks to Connor McGahee for joining us, talking about the Avs and their first-round matchup with the Dallas Stars. Avs are taking the ice right now.
God, I feel so bad about zero reaction to rideshare rating.
You could hear the hurt in McGahee's soul there.
But I kind of brought some heat, though.
It was pretty good.
Yeah.
I do love the fact that you were thinking forward about this. Was, hey, did you use it last year? Because if you used it last year, you're not allowed to.
Yeah, and I'm not superstitious at all. It's just, it's just vibes and particles in the air and clashing particles.
Not superstitious, but I'm not allowed to say that our teams are going to do well because then they'll, not do well.
No, but
you're superstitious about that.
This is go time for you to bite the living crap out of your tongue when you start thinking like prediction time in a positive manner for any of our
You got mad at me when
residents.
You got mad at me when I said that it was going to be OKC and Cleveland in the final.
No, it was that you were you went, LA's going to win, OKC's going to win, and I'm just sitting there like, oh, okay, Kendrick Perkins, you love SGA. He's a way better player than Nikola Jokic.
Never said
way
that.
more deserving
never said
of
that
the
on
MVP.
this show. Ever.
LeBron James. Oh, he's so good. Well, look what he's doing. Luka Doncic.
He's 40 years old, and he's still very effective.
Yeah, you know what? I'm tired of getting nailed by the king, man. I'm tired of it being on my TV screen.
You like getting nailed by the king?
That was me giggling in the background at Mountain West Media Days as Petros Papadakis breaks down LA's strange world of LeBron James running the franchise.
I have an update.
You like getting nailed by the king?
On our Buffalo Rose viewing party up in Golden for tomorrow's Avs Stars Game 1. Again, live broadcast. I'll do network pregame, intermission, postgame. Then we'll have a live Between the Pipes. Myself, Mark Springer. DMac's going to be giving away a bunch of things. $1 off Bud Light Pints on Saturday, again, starting at 6 p.m.
What sound will DMac be making if the Avs score the first goal? Do you know? Do you have any idea what he'll sound like?
I hope it's the Bo Nix sound.
Yeah.
I'm going to sound like, if Gabe Landeskog skates out Game 1, I'm going to sound like that.
You
think DMac was juiced up about a Bo Nix first-round pick?
What if Gabe Landeskog
92 score?
In American Airlines Center.
I'll strip naked and run through Golden.
Okay. Real talk. If Gabe Landeskog is his pair of Swedish meatballs are camped out in front of goal and gets a deflection for the first goal of the series, what are you doing?
I'm stripping naked and running through Golden. It'll be a little chilly, so maybe not a great idea for me.
You heard it here first. A deal's a deal. We've got a double dip.
You know, why not? Let's do it. I'm in. If he scores the first goal of the game,
you're going to get arrested.
I might get fired, too.
You're definitely going to get fired.
I don't think it's good. Like, I think Nate or Makar or Nichushkin score in the first goal of the series.
It's Colorado, so you're allowed in Denver, Golden, you're allowed to get weird. Just underneath your attire, your professional attire that you will be wearing for that event, just wear the Borat kind of green singlet.
Where does one find that?
You
can I Amazon it by tomorrow at 6 p.m.?
$6. It'll be here tomorrow. Easily.
I'll try to do it. Okay. To finish off what I was saying about the Buffalo Rose viewing party, we are as you derailed me there, Coach. Maybe a little bit more interesting than Raj in a Borat costume. We're giving away a signed Nathan McKinnon stick on Saturday. We will have multiple signed photos of Avs players, but that's our grand prize tomorrow. Again, 6 p.m. Avs Stars viewing party at the Buffalo Rose in Golden. We are giving away a signed Nathan McKinnon hockey stick. Back to Gabe Landeskog. This whole thought process of holding Gabe out until Game 3, and I've seen reporting, like data reporting, who's like, hey, I'm hearing from inside the organization that they might to maximize the emotional boom of Gabriel Landeskog coming back, they might hold him off for Game 3. It would be the dumbest possible thing you could do. Gabe Landeskog did not play in back-to-back American Hockey League games to sit out and be an ornament on a Christmas tree in Game 3 just because the home fans want to be the first to see him. Vibes mean everything. They don't just matter at home. They matter on the road as well. You don't think that him stepping onto the ice with his team in Game 1 is going to get those guys juiced up? You think they have to wait until they're at home to do that? That it matters more at home? What happens if you come home down 2-0 And he's a player that could have helped you in games 1 and 2. You're here to win. This is not just about the emotional experience of Gabe Landeskog. It is about Gabe Landeskog helping you win hockey games to hoist the 4th Stanley Cup in the program's history.
The holding Gabe Landeskog for a Game 3 at home emotional jolt, this is nonsense.
Nonsense.
Pure nonsense. The only way that Gabe Landeskog's not playing Game 1 and is for some reason playing Game 3 is if there's something physical that came out of playing in Colorado Eagles 2 games in the back-to-back, but it doesn't appear to be the case whatsoever.
It doesn't.
What do you think that Jared Bednar is doing by not just proclaiming that Gabe Landeskog is playing in Game 1?
We are 6 days away from the NFL draft, which is smokescreen territory.
Yes, why would you give up your hand? And you all of a sudden, Peter DeBoer now knows a little bit more about the pairings that he might need to strategize against. That's the cool thing about the X factor of all X factors is Gabe Landeskog, your C, that is going to be playing for the first time from a leadership perspective. That's one of the things, but also where are you going to place him?
Where are you going to play him, and who's he going to, from a DeBoer standpoint, from a Dallas Star standpoint, are you preparing as though Gabe Landeskog is a 4th liner? Or are you preparing as if he is back to who he was prior to the injury, right? A 30-goal scorer, one of the best power forwards in the game. Because if you prepare for him to be a 4th liner and he just comes back and he's ready to go into the top 6 within a game or 2, now you're in big trouble if you're the Dallas Stars. Or if you prepare he's going to be in the top 6, he's going to play alongside Nathan McKinnon as early as game 1 or game 2, and he doesn't, now he's in the bottom 6, that is a different game plan. There's a reason why there's no certainty. There's a reason why we couldn't get it out for certain out of McGahee, out of Mark Moser earlier on today with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
It was killing me.
They won't plant their flag.
Even off the air. Moj, come on, man.
Guys, he's playing in game 1. Everything points to him playing in game 1. And I think there's a reason as well. While I call these guys mutants, they're still human beings. They still have that emotional impact in their lives. And if you've watched the TNT documentary, Gabe has let you know who he is, how this has broken him, how this has brought someone who's probably at the peak of self-confidence from the time he was, 14 years old? I'm the best at what I do. Watch me do it. Down to a tearful pile of water, essentially, going, I don't know if I can show my kids what makes dad so great in the eyes of everyone here in Denver. Now he's back at that point. You don't think that's going to be an emotional roller coaster for him? The emotions around playoffs, we talked about the tingle. There's nothing like it. Whether it's the minimal things that I did going through my game or trying to hold on to coaching, whether it's a back-to-back Fiesta Bowls for you.
Back-to-back Rose Bowls.
Back-to-back Rose Bowls.
Coaching in a Rose Bowl and seeing the stealth bomber fly over that stadium with the San Andreas mountain range in the background. It is, you talk about a tingle. It's more than the tingle. What happens after the tingle sometimes? There's some nerves. You go from 6 to noon pretty quickly.
You also start gripping the stick if it's too much.
Yeah, you sure do grip that stick a little bit. Yeah, the tingle's real.
Game 1 of the playoffs, whether it's at home or on the road, Gabe's going to be feeling that. He will be feeling that. And I would rather them get that out of the way in game 1 so that by game 3, he's ready to have peak performance in front of an energy that he's never seen before. That crowd at Ball Arena in game 3 will be nuts. It'll be absolutely insane. So
Either way. If Gabe plays in game 1 or if he plays in game 3, and I love this text from Nick here on the Shop Mazda text line, you get 2 emotional boosts.
Yes.
Game 1 on the road when you probably need a bigger emotional boost to set the tone for the series.
100%.
You got your guy back. We got our homie back. We got our ride or die. We got the guy that balances out and even sometimes takes the edge off of Nathan McKinnon. And that's why they're a great tandem when all things are aligned properly.
And you get a couple of games, too, for Gabe to get rid of those jitters, to start knocking off the rust so that when he does have that type of impact thrust upon him in game 3, again, likely being the first guy, he will be the first guy to lead them out of the locker room onto the ice in game 3. That's my anticipation. He's never felt that before in his life. You don't think he's going to be nervous, shaking a little bit? He will be. Tiger Woods says it all the time, man. He goes, stepping onto the first tee, he's the greatest golfer in the game's history. either him or Jack Nicklaus. And he goes, I have first tee jitters. Gabe's going to have first tee jitters. So I want him to knock off the rust in game 1 or game 2 so that he can then rely upon his skill set. What makes him an athlete is making sure you go through the same things, get into your routines so that you can perform at peak level. I don't believe he can do that if you hold him out until game 3.
What is it going to look like? Prediction time. And this is not a Raj prediction. Just hockey breakdown. Where do you see Gabe Landeskog in game 1 tomorrow at 6 o'clock?
6 p.m. pregame show, 6:30 p.m. puck drop.
Which will probably be what, 6:38 or 6:42?
Probably a little bit longer than that because it's a national game.
What's your prediction for what Gabe Landeskog's role is tomorrow for the Avs?
Third line, left wing, net front power play presence, and your third pairing of penalty kill forwards. And he plays 15 minutes. That's what I think. I think he plays the left side of Charlie Coyle and Ross Colton. I think your fourth line is Jack Drury, Logan O'Connor, and pick your poison between Kiviranta, Kelly, or Miles Wood. Your second line is Brock Nelson, likely Val Nichushkin and Jonathan Drouin, and then McKinnon centers Natchez and Lehkonen to start off. And we've seen the blender. Bedsy can put things through the blender pretty quickly. If it's very clear that Gabe can keep up with the pace and he's ready to go, don't discount him moving into the top 6 and playing alongside Nelson and Nichushkin. Now, the other thing I want to see, do you know the history of the rookie lap in hockey?
Yeah, you got to get to your lettuce lap, man.
Oh, yeah. So a hair skate, the rookie lap, you can no longer.
Have you ever heard it lettuce lap?
Lettuce lap, I like that.
Yeah,
it's
I
not
love
bad.
lettuce.
Lettuce lap, hair skate.
You know when you're talking about
bucket warm up,
talking about a little bit of that good hockey hair. As I look into the other studio and see
Berto's got great hockey
the silver
hair.
fox. Can you imagine the silver fox with a lettuce lap?
Little Bauer 4500 with a half shield on Mark Bertinoli.
My goodness,
nothing like
good.
it. Nothing like it. Charlie Coyle loves a Bauer 4500.
You want to know what lettuce is when you don't have any salad dressing in it? When you throw a little dressing into that,
what's that called?
It's called salad.
All right, I like it.
Yeah, two different things.
When they come out for game 3, because the jitters are going to be so big and you're going to be gripping your stick in that moment, what I want the Avs to do is to give Gabe a rookie lap. I want him to stay out there for 2 or 3 passes because that first time he walks out, the roof is going to blow off of Ball Arena. The second time he goes around and rips another shot and the lights inevitably come on, it will still be crazy loud. But the third time he goes around the net, you know what's going to happen? He's going to start laughing. He's going to start looking to the bench and go, what the hell are you guys doing? He's going to start laughing. There's going to be a little bit of this release, this pressure off of your chest. The fellas coming out of the bench are going to be laughing because now it's a little bit of a joke between them and the captain, and you get to just go play hockey. That's what I want to see them do. Make him do a hair skate. Make him do a 3-time rookie lap and then get out there with your captain.
I love it. You got the chill bumps. Now what they call it back in the South?
The goosebumps?
What do you guys call them there?
Goose pimples?
The goosebumps. Yep.
Just goosebumps?
Just goosebumps.
I like chill bumps.
Chicken skin, those type of things?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I want to see out of Landeskog and the Avs in game 3. I firmly believe he plays in game 1.
Somebody just said, is Raj directing a Disney movie?
Yeah, honestly, I am. That's what this is. If you don't get Disney vibes out of this, I don't know where you are. I watched the Avs All Access this morning on YouTube with them. When they bring in Gabe, I get emotional.
Are you going to cry?
I have to choke down.
Are you going to cry?
100% there's going to be tears in my eyes.
What is your emotional tear vibe like? Is it uncontrollable, or is it just that
I can choke it down?
That one straggler tear that just kind of comes, and you're holding out on grabbing the tear because you don't want anybody else knowing that you grab that tear and everybody knows you're crying.
When I get the emotional tears, I get the well up and it wells hard. And I can't see, and then it shows. Who's the kid out of Georgia who played for the Broncos?
Oh, No Sean Moreno.
No Sean Moreno.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
It's not quite like a waterfall like No Sean, but I'll well up and then you'll get
Yep. I don't cry sad ever. I cry happy. Big emotional moments in the family.
Dude, I'm going to cry.
And this is happy cry.
I think I'm going to be part of like 18,000 people that will have an emotional response to that at Ball Arena.
And if you don't, you either don't know the story of Gabe Landeskog or you don't understand how much work went into that moment.
Or you're a Stars fan that somehow got a ticket.
Yeah, even
Don't be that guy. This is my plead to you. Nuggets fans, Avs fans, if you have a Clipper or a Stars fan that's trying to buy a ticket from you, kick rocks.
Well, first off, I didn't know that there was a Clipper fan. Is that?
Oh, no, I found that out about you because you were so passionate about their logo 2 days ago.
Because it stinks. It's the worst logo in sport. It's terrible. I don't think there are any Clippers fans. I don't know that they exist.
You deserve to get your fan card ripped away from you and shredded like you're a 16-year-old trying to get into a bar with a Utah fake.
You grew up in Southern California, Raj. You want to know what Clippers fans are? It's a victim advocacy group for those that got bullied by Lakers fans growing up. That's it. It's Lakers fans.
You don't get to be an Avs fan or a Nuggets fan if you sell your ticket to a Clippers or a Stars fan. You don't get to do it. I don't want you in the building.
You're on the list and you lose your card.
There's an Avs fan that would pay either the same amount of money or eat the $100. If someone's going to offer you $500 for a playoff ticket as a Star fan and an Avs fan is going to get it for $400 or $450, eat the $100. Don't be that guy. Don't be that person. I hate that person. NFL notes are next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day at 11:20 here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, take it away.
Sean Payton and George Payton spoke at the Broncos' annual pre-draft presser on Thursday. Sean talked about taking pressure off of Bo Nix heading into 2025. Well, what will adding weapons around Bo look like? Sean opens up about that for about a minute here as he talks about the running back position and he talks about the defense.
Yeah, I've answered this before and referenced it, and I mean this. You know, there's two great allies that I think for quarterback play, to help quarterback play. It's real good defense and obviously a real good running game. And so I appreciate that term weapons, and yet I think, look, they'll be focused on the running back position. It's a pretty good draft for running backs. It's a pretty good draft for interior defensive linemen. But when we sign a good football player, you know, in free agency, Dre Greenlaw, we feel like we've helped our team and in turn our defense, and then in turn the quarterback position. Because how do we get them off the high dive? You know, you don't want to be third and long. You don't want to be behind in games. Those are all things that make that position more challenging.
You want to know how you get a second-year quarterback, a sophomore quarterback off the high dive? You commit to drafting an elite running back, and then you commit to running the football. Therefore, you stay ahead of the sticks. Philadelphia Eagles did it. Kellen Moore did it. A guy that has struggled in his career to stick to the run game. And the one time as a play caller that he did it for the entirety of a season and throughout the entirety of a postseason, he got himself a Super Bowl victory.
Did you see what happened earlier today that may have some butterfly effect on the top 10 of the NFL draft? Ryan Ramczyk retired. Remember the 2017 first-round offensive lineman that the New Orleans Saints took?
Yeah.
That back in the 2017 draft, which coincided with the Broncos taking Garrett Bowles, and that was the big decision. Did you screw it up? Did you take the wrong guy? Now, Ramczyk is a one-time first-team All-Pro, two-time second-team All-Pro. Bowles has just one second-team All-Pro in his career thus far. Both guys have played a ton of games. Ramczyk 101 starts, Bowles 116, and still going strong at age 32. Yeah, it doesn't look like
he's slowing down anytime soon.
So for a long time, it was like, did the Broncos make the wrong decision? And the answer was certainly between the years of like 2018 and 2021, you went, yeah, they made the wrong decision. First question, did they make the wrong choice considering Bowles is still playing at a high level and Ramczyk is deciding to retire? Was it the right decision to draft Bowles over Ramczyk?
Yeah, and I know our good friend Darren McKee never likes to put any flowers in the direction of John Elway and Matt Russell. It's a good draft. It's a good draft.
Now that you're missing a big-time tackle, the New Orleans Saints had one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL, if not, in Pro Football Focus ranked them here, the worst offensive line in football. Now that Ramczyk is gone, a 30-year-old going, hey, I'm done, guys. Does that change their draft strategy at number 9? Because all we've been hearing is the Saints, if Shedeur Sanders slides, could be a really good spot for Shedeur. The Saints, if Ashton Jeanty slides, could be a really good spot for Jeanty. They don't have a starting left tackle now.
You bring up a very valid point, and that bodes well for the Broncos.
Bodes really well.
Because that is not a position of need for you, certainly in the first round. Offensive tackle, and the more positions of need that there are that don't involve the running back position or potentially the tight end position, then I think the reality of having a Ashton Jeanty within striking distance, or, and this is another thought I just had.
He played the right side in New Orleans. I apologize.
What if Tyler Warren, what if he slips down? to the 14-15 range. It's another player that I would, if Ashton Genty's off the board in the top 6, like I keep hearing, somehow, some way, Tyler Warren's available outside of 12, get to 13, 14, 15 right there, you move and you go get that player.
The Saints are really intriguing. What they decide to do at 9, if Genty is still there, changes the whole draft for the Broncos. Because if Warren is there at 9 and Genty, you can also make the argument that, like, who's the Saints starting tight end? Can you name him? I couldn't until I just brought it up right now.
Who is it?
Foster Moreau.
Oh.
Juwan Johnson is the backup. They've also still got Taysom Hill. It's not like they've got a big-time
and
threat there.
Taysom's really not a
Chris
tight
Olave,
end.
solid wide receiver. Brandon Cooks, old. I don't think he has anything left in the tank. But Olave, solid. They've got a number 1 wideout. They certainly don't have a tight end. And now they have holes at quarterback, although Derek Carr's still under contract. They have holes at tackle now with Ramczyk retiring on the right side. And Kamara's not getting any younger. What they do, I think, changes everything for the Broncos if Genty and Warren are available at 9. Because that means you can jump up and get one of those 2 big-time players.
Yep.
KJ, what's next?
You didn't build me, so you can't kill me.
Speaking of helping the Broncos, George Payton talked about how quarterbacks at the top of the draft can make or break the depth on the back end of the first round. He explains where their grades are currently and all but confirms a trade out of the first round is becoming a real possibility for the Broncos.
And I just think, last year and other years, last year we had 6 quarterbacks in the first round, so that pushed a number of good players, down to the 15s and 20s that typically wouldn't be there. This year, there's maybe 2 or 3 quarterbacks, and maybe 1 in the top 10, maybe, who knows. But we think, there's going to be a similar player at 10 that probably there's going to be a 20, just in our grades. We have more players in that area than we do 1 through 10. And so, you just kind of, you work your board, you set your strategy based on that. We do think there's some strength in the, maybe the middle round, maybe 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Before we get into what that means for the Broncos, did George Payton just tell us that he only has 1 first-round graded quarterback?
He did allude to that. What else? The other thing that he alluded to, if you read very closely between the lines, you know that George Payton, he's a loyal listener of the Morning Sprint. He's team trade back.
Oh, yeah.
Big time team trade back.
I read that athletic article that Cosmiter did like 2 or 3 days ago, and he leads off with a quote of, "You don't approach Sean Payton about trading back until draft day." George Payton wants to trade back, man. Unless those 2 players that we just mentioned in Warren and Genty really start tumbling and you can make a move that doesn't hamstring you for the future to go get those players, I think he wants out. And I think he's just biding his time until Sean Payton realizes, like, well, there's not really a guy here that can make an impact for me in terms of a first-round grade. I can get multiple guys in the 2nd round if we decide to trade out. I think he's preparing for it.
Raj, I might have to trade in my football card.
Oh, no.
I'm going to break up NFL notes with breaking news.
Let's hear it.
Just in from Peter DeBoer. Jason Robertson has been ruled out for game 1 for the Dallas Stars and is being updated to week to week. Quote, week to week. Bombshell news, Raj.
Let's go!
You are getting the Dallas Stars, a legitimate Stanley Cup contender, at the best possible time. That is amazing news for the Avalanche. Dom Liszczyszyn is a very data-based writer for The Athletic. And he has all those models that say, hey, you have a 20% probability to win the West, an 11% probability to win the Cup based on all of these underlying possession metrics and all this stuff. He went through all of his playoff series round 1 matchups. The Dallas Stars, on paper, when healthy, a 53% chance to win the first round. 57% chance to win the first round. If Miro Heiskanen and Jason Robertson are not in the lineup, they drop down all the way to 43% in terms of probability based off of his model. And that is a puck possession model. Dallas, when they play at their best, they roll 4 lines, they muck things up in the neutral zone, they slow it down, but they are a possession-based team. That's why they have so many centermen who are 50% or higher on the draw. DeBoer loves getting the puck immediately and holding on to it so that they don't have to defend as much. That's huge. You can make the argument that Jason Robertson is the best forward on the Dallas Stars. You can. Now, Mikko Rantanen has something to say about that. But last year, Robertson is 2 seasons removed from a 100-point season.
Jason Robertson also better puck possessor
than Rantanen?
Would you say?
The numbers would not say that.
Okay.
The underlying metrics would say that Rantanen is a better possessor of the puck. Robertson is not as elite of a scorer as Rantanen whatsoever. From a defensive perspective, Jason Robertson is solid. Rantanen, if you look at his numbers, he's scoring at a pretty high clip, especially on the power play with Dallas right now. His defensive metrics are atrocious.
Well, if you look at it, having a forward that is a bruising defender on the forecheck, that's a critical component to playing that style of hockey. If you're not able to repossess the puck in your O-zone.
What a blunder. That's a fireable blunder. It's Brandon Staley.
How many times
it's Brandon Staley playing Mike Williams in week 18 when he didn't need to, and then him re-injuring his back, and Keenan Allen not being ready for the postseason. That he lost his job because of that. If the Avs should win this thing in 6, and I think you could win it earlier. If he's week to week, man, that's everything. Now Dallas is built that you can withstand an injury to a player like that. But now you're missing either your number 1 or your number 2 forward. You're certainly missing your number 1 defenseman for a few games. He's a possibility to come back middle.
Let's be clear here. Jason Robertson is an identity piece of the DNA of how this team plays.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas Mikko Rantanen, talent-wise, certainly might be at a higher level and maybe career trajectory and being a Hall of Famer. Jason Robertson is a face of that franchise and how they want to play.
He is a DeBoer prototype player. What they're trying to make Jason Robertson into is like a wing version of, or not even a wing version because Mark Stone plays the wing, into Mark Stone.
Yeah.
That's who they're trying to make him into. Big body, great defensively, can score when he needs to. He's an animal in the corners when he gets possession. Yeah, that's a big miss. Now, the question with Rantanen was never can he score? It was he a fit in Carolina with the Brindamore system? No. And I don't think he's a fit in the DeBoer system either. It's a weird square peg in a round hole.
Where is he a fit?
He's a fit here.
No, he's a fit playing next to Nathan McKinnon.
Right.
Who the hell isn't?
The numbers will tell you that too. His relative 5-on-5 shot production when he's with Nathan McKinnon is in the 60%, the 60 to 65%. When he's not with McKinnon, it dropped into the mid 40s. But anyone that you put up with Nate is going to be in the 60% range. That's just who he is. He runs the play. That is a massive, massive blow.
Don't think that
this used to be a pick'em series at -110 each. I bet you the Avs are closer to -170 now. They've got to be really close to that. What a great year to be the 3 seed. This is amazing. Now imagine had the Avs made the run and they jumped Dallas and they somehow got the number 1 seed in the Central. And then Dallas wins their first round matchup.
Wow. Circa Sports Colorado. Avs just moved to -185.
It's a huge jump. It was -110 when you and I were in Vegas on Thursday and Friday. That's insane. Shows you how much those 2 players matter.
Wild.
Yeah, breaking news. Jason Robertson downgraded to week, will miss game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs starting tomorrow right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You heard it here first from the newsbreaker himself, Coach Mike Sanford.
I interrupted football.
Yeah, you interrupted football.
Stick and puck. That's what I'm saying.
This is the second time that we've interrupted football talk to talk about either basketball or hockey.
Is it time for me to hang up my whistle and give up my spot-built shorts and shoes?
You're just a well-rounded human being, Coach.
Okay.
That's all.
Or I'm living off that Raj Tingle. Got the playoffs coming up.
There ain't nothing like it.
Oh, yes!
NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at MountainHighAppliance.com, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. Find them at MountainHighAppliance.com. Once again, Jason Robertson downgraded for the Dallas Stars, out week to week, and will 100% miss Game 1 tomorrow.
Here on the Morning Sprint, we've been talking about that playoff tingle. Well, if you got that same tingle right now in your thumb, pull out your phone and download the Circus Sports Colorado app, because that thumb's going to take you to some incredibly interesting odds for the Avs versus Stars, with the latest news that Jason Robertson, superstar forward, will not be playing, at least in Game 1. But right now on Circus Sports Colorado, you can get great odds at minus 185 for the Avs to win the first round series. But even stranger, the Avs are plus 200 in Game 1 at Dallas, which is a tremendous price to potentially put money on, knowing that Jason Robertson will not be playing. Avs plus 200. Make sure you download the Circus Sports Colorado app, because Circus Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join us tomorrow at the Buffalo Rose in Golden for an Avs Game 1 viewing party, live network broadcast, live post-game version of Between the Pipes with myself and Mark Springer. DMac's going to host the party with great giveaways, including a signed Nathan McKinnon stick, signed Avs photos, and $1 off all Bud Light. So, Coach, if you want to come have 1 beers, I would love to see you up at Buffalo Rose in Golden as we kick off the Avs run for the Cup.
It is going to be a glorious night, and we're going to pop some tops here at the very end of this hour. I don't want to bury the lead here, but man, I'm excited for this weekend, man. How about we have a triple dipperoo here?
It is a triple dipperoo because the Rapids are still playing.
I still have, I'm still repping my Pids, man. You're knocking on the door of second place in the table if you get a dub this weekend. Let's go.
ESPN came out with their ESPN Insiders picks, their consensus picks for who are going to win the first round series in the NBA. And this is the crazy one that I know Nuggets fans are kind of losing. They've got the Clips in 7. I don't see a world where this goes 7 games and Denver doesn't right the wrong of last year against Minnesota.
Can you imagine?
And close right. If it goes 7,
it'd be in Ball Arena,
right?
And it would be the ultimate dagger, just right through the chest.
I don't see that happening again because I do look at last year. I do look at last year's collapse against Minnesota as it's an anomaly. If you have a 20-point lead in the fourth quarter and you give them 10 opportunities, they're winning 8, 9 of those 10 games. I don't think if it goes 7, I've got the Nuggets in 7. I have the Nuggets in 6 in round 1, actually, because I think that this head coach bump is still very real. It has ignited a pissed off version of Jamal Murray that I'm sure what he's feeling is people think I pretty much got him fired. My contract and my inconsistent.
You said it into an open mic.
I sure did.
And I've said the opposite. I think that I still stand by reading the tea leaves, which I like to do, probably overly do it at times. Michael Malone's usage and at times public glazing of Russell Westbrook, I think that rubbed Jamal Murray the wrong way.
Yep.
And I think there was an alienated player from a relationship that at one time was a very strong relationship between head coach and player.
That's got to be really interesting, right? Because is Jamal a Hall of Famer? No. At this point in career, no, he's not a Hall of Famer.
If Jamal goes off in 2 more playoff series,
couple more rings, then you can do that. You get another
ring. You know what,
ring
Jamal? Once again, another listener of our program, you're listening right now. Just go off this playoff series. Go off this entire postseason. Win another championship, and guess what? You're on the way towards a playoff career.
Right now, the answer is no. But if you win another ring or 2, then you're in that conversation, certainly. It's got to be odd that you've been there, you've done that. You've won the title. You have the thing that Russell Westbrook doesn't have. You have the thing that Russ has been chasing ever since he left Oklahoma City. While this guy has had, 4 seasons of averaging a triple-double, him, Oscar Robertson, and Joker, the only 3 to do it, he's got one thing that you don't have, and that's a ring. And now imagine how it feels when that guy gets brought in and is treated like, this is what I want you to be.
I want you to play defense like him.
Right.
I want you to have energy like him.
And we know Jamal's an emotional character. We know he hears things. We know he listens to things.
And you know what? If you're listening right now and you're like, well, he's soft, I would challenge you to coach the modern athlete.
I'm puppy ears.
Coach the modern athlete. It is very, very, very normal to coach athletes that they can get in their feels a little bit.
Or need validation.
Or just need authenticity and consistency of the message. Do you really have my back at all times? Or do you just have my back when things are going really well and we're on our way towards winning a championship? I don't know. Now, you can say that Jamal Murray, at the end of the day, Michael Malone, Calvin Booth, and the franchise has had his back. Just look at his direct deposit. Pretty real.
Yeah.
Got that max contract.
In a time where it could have been very easy to not sign the extension, knowing that he was coming off injury. He was not the same version of himself. He was not happy. The Team Canada experience was not fun in the Olympics. You didn't have to sign him. All the signs pointed to no. Fell apart in the playoffs. Down the stretch wasn't good enough. Sure, he hits the shot over AD, but who cares? at that point in round 2.
What are we going to see from Russell Westbrook? Are we going to see regular season Russ where it was a roller coaster of some good, some energy, and then throwing the basketball in the direction of no human being that plays on the same team as him? Or are we going to see the Russell Westbrook of the last 3 games of the season where he said, you know what, it's time to tighten my game up a little bit, and I need to contribute positively to this team and not worry about my legacy?
I think Adelman, you know what, that's a really good point, right? Like, this is probably Russ's best chance to win it. Playing alongside the best player in the world. Likely your best chance. And he tried that again in LA, and it blew up in his face.
So if Russ is smart, Russ realizes I don't need to be Russ of 2017.
I don't think it's up to Russ either. I think it's up to Adelman. Because Adelman knows who butters his bread. It's the success of Joker and Jamal Murray.
And Michael Porter Jr. We've said it. If Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray are lighting it up, this team's unbeatable. If one of the two is lighting it up between Murray and MPJ, this team wins a lot of games. If neither of them are on, this team loses playoff series.
I think he's going to handle Westbrook like a magician.
You talking about DA?
Yeah, like a magician. I think if he starts to see the roller coaster go off the tracks, I think the leash it's a hip leash. It's one of those collars that you pull and should have done that. I think he's on the bench immediately.
You know why this move was brilliant by Josh Kroenke? Because David Adelman, you know what he's doing right now? He's coaching for his basketball life.
Yeah, he is.
Favoritism.
Not only is this
massaging the ego of a vet, it's out the window.
Out the window.
It is freaking what's my best path forward to win this basketball game and ultimately to win this series.
Not only is it an audition for the Nuggets, dude, this is an audition for the rest of the league.
League-wide.
He has been on the short list for a lot of teams for the past 2 years. Like, Michael Malone came on, whether it was the show when it was Dempsey and Company when we had the Michael Malone show or in PhD, he came on and goes, like, I expect David Adelman to be gone. And for 2 straight off seasons, somehow he was still the lead assistant here in Denver. So people have been sniffing around him for a while. This is an audition for the Nuggets. It's an audition for the rest of the league that now has head coaching opportunities open and will have head coaching opportunities at the end of the postseason. I think he's going to be great. That's the reason why I have them in 6 against LA. And if it goes 7, they win in 6. There's no way with the best player on planet Earth that you crumble at home.
Again.
No way.
Ooh.
I can't see it.
That would be the end. Would it not?
Oh, everything
if ESPN
gets
is
up.
correct about their prediction that the Nuggets lose in Game 7, which would be at Ball Arena, and it is in a collapse fashion, it's the end of this franchise in its current iteration.
Yeah, it's the Murray, MPJ, AG, Joker thing is a thing of the past.
It is. Your core would be rebuilt.
It's gone. Kevin Pelton on ESPN goes, I trust the coach more than I trust the star. He's picking Tyronn Lue over Nikola Jokic, which I think is comedy.
Tyronn Lue is a better coach than
Joker is a player. No.
And also, like...
Yeah, Tyronn Lue's a better coach than David Adelman. He's way more accomplished than David Adelman.
Has Tyronn Lue won a title as a head coach in the NBA?
Did he win in Cleveland?
Tyronn Lue, yes.
There you go.
I stand corrected. Big Tyronn Lue fan. Remember when he was just a fan favorite bench player for the Lakers?
The reason why you don't think Tyronn Lue has gotten it done is because he's a LeBron ornament coach. Name the other coach. Like, Eric Spoelstra is the only coach. Now, all the other guys are like, you're gone, launch that thing, let it shatter on the floor. Oh, I'll pick this one in the back, bring it to the front. Maybe you can make it work for a year or two. JJ Redick's just the latest in a bunch of ornaments that have been thrown out.
So Tyronn Lue
the only star at the top of the tree is Eric Spoelstra.
Tyronn Lue got fired, huh? Cleveland. He got the Malone fired a year and some change after winning a title.
Yeah, it happens a lot in the NBA. We went over that when Coach got fired.
He went 0-6. At least he got fired October 28th, 2018. after having won a title in.
The answer is, in terms of coaching and history of coaching, the Clippers have the decided advantage against a dude who has 3 games under his belt. You can't argue that. It's unarguable. All right, it's Friday. Got a minute left. That means it's time to pop some tops.
I'm going to kick us off here, and I'm going to stay in the theme of the most important tingle that we all have. And this tingle is something that's been building for years and decades, even millennia. All you CU Buff fans that have been waiting forever for the jersey retirements of both Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders.
You're such a troll.
You're going to get that on Saturday.
You're such a troll.
Patience pays off. Patience pays off. The CU Buff spring game, and Shedeur and Travis Hunter will be getting their jerseys retired tomorrow. The long wait is over. And I'm going to pop my top to that.
You couldn't help yourself, could you?
I mean, I've been thinking about that all week.
It's pretty easy. I'm popping tops to the Nuggets and the Avs in round 1, 1:30 tip and a 6:30 p.m. puck drop on Saturday. The other games I'm really looking forward to on Saturday across the NHL. Blues and Jets, not so much, but Sunday, I cannot wait for the Maple Leafs and Senators, because I have the Maple Leafs winning this series, but I think the Sens are going to take game 1, and I can't wait to watch the panic settle in Toronto. I'm here for chaos.
I'm going to pop one more top. Lakers, Timberwolves. Very interesting series. Who has a more punchable face right now, the Timberwolves or the LeBron James Lakers? I don't know. Either way, I'm popping the top, and I'm rooting for both teams to lose. I'm going to be happy either way.
Join us at the Buffalo Rose in Golden for an Avs viewing party. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs for the Avs. 6:30 p.m. puck drop, a 6 p.m. pregame show. DMac's going to be out there hosting the thing. Live network, live postgame. We're giving away a signed Nathan McKinnon hockey stick, signed Avs photos. Again, Buffalo Rose in Golden tomorrow starting at 6 p.m. We'll see you there. PhD's next. Talk to you Monday at 10 a.m.
Game one, and then another game one. You want to call us? 303-504-0925. You want to get on Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. It is time to get fired up, man. It is here. It is the best damn time of the year. Both teams getting out of the gate strongly, and there is no excuse to do anything but be excited for what's going on. That's it. We're here for all the breaking news and everything going on. We got playoff Katie with the Nuggets. We got playoff Grizz, who actually there is a little breaking news with the Avalanche right off the bat here. Yes, sir. It's about, well, a couple things. First of all, they've recalled Kevin Mandalosi. I don't know. I barely heard of the guy. He's a goalie because what you do is you can keep a third goalie on the active roster. I ran into the E-Bug the other day. I swear to God. We love the E-Bug. Well, it's interesting. You can if both teams agree to it. That's what the E-Bug told me. Because I said that to him. I go, it's your last game, last game that you're going to be here. And he goes, no. If both teams agree to carry an E-Bug, then I can be eligible. I might have that availability. But the Avs have chosen not to do that because they're
going to bring their own.
Now you say,
but doesn't that put pressure on the other team? Now they have to put one on for their own too.
Well, that's right, because they both got to agree on it. So now the Stars, whatever, because they didn't agree on the E-Bug thing. But why would you carry an E-Bug when you don't have to? He's not the number one goalie for the Eagles, though.
Okay.
Trent Miner is the number one goalie, but the Avalanche are like, all right, we're not going to,
screw your playoff.
We're not going to do that. As long as you're in the playoffs. So Trent Miner eventually, likely, will join, and this is the Black Aces when you have a taxi squad of guys that you can call up for the playoffs.
Well,
that's what that's all
when's
about.
the AHL playoffs? Are they underway right now?
I think, it's real close. It starts tomorrow for them. It starts tomorrow for the Eagles. Okay, cool. So that's one thing. Gabe Landeskog today at practice. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 lines. Well, there's actually a fifth line. The fifth line guys are wearing green sweaters at practice. Yeah. Gabe was wearing a green sweater.
That's what he was wearing the other day as well when Josh went out there, right?
Yes. However, today, when they went to practice power play penalty kill, Gabe Landeskog put on a burgundy sweater, which is what power play 2 guys wear when they practice before games. The top line guys, power play 1 wears blue. Power play 2 wears maroon. And Gabe Landeskog switched sweaters during practice to put on a maroon sweater.
So that's interesting. Didn't we see a report yesterday? Was it from Data or somebody that the way it was leaning, it wasn't an official report by any means, but the way it was leaning was that the Avs would return him for game 3, not game 1. Are you feeling like it's looking more like a game 1 type of situation?
I am just describing literally what happened today.
I got you.
And you can take that for what it's worth. But when he takes the time and effort, and I've seen guys do it, they go and switch sweaters because we're practicing our power play 1, penalty kill 1. We're going to practice our power play 2, penalty kill 2. Well, it's 2 different groups, 4 different groups, really. So for him to go and switch sweaters tells you a little bit about what they think his role may be. Now, there's other guys that could obviously play in power play too, but they're a full and healthy squad. They got everybody today. So the fact that he did that, to me, is another strong indication of how they intend to use him. Now, you can use him in those roles. So you can play on the 4th line for the team, but be on power play 2.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So he wasn't wearing a 4th line sweater until he was wearing a power play 2 sweater. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So I think it's in strong consideration, and I think you have as much confirmation as humanly possible based on what they're doing today.
Well, if you're the
that we're like this close
to
just making them active and putting them probably on like the 4th line, but you're available for power play 2, which you might be that might be your biggest contribution.
Yeah.
What a great way to integrate yourself, because the fourth line's going to kind of play, kind of not play in the playoffs.
6 minutes maybe,
You're not rotating equally. It's just like in the NBA when they shorten their bench. Your fourth line just does not play as much. But all of a sudden on our fourth line, we got a guy who could play on power play too.
Mm-hmm. Which is only 2 minutes. And actually, if you're playing two, probably only
power
45
play two,
seconds a
correct.
minute.
Power play 2 is generally 40 seconds or something like that. And sometimes not at all. Because if you get the right stoppages, the right timeouts, whatever, on the power play 1 just stays out there the whole time. But it's fun. It's interesting.
Well, it seems like a very logical way to get things rolling, right?
Totally.
Get them out there in limited sample size, but also a valuable moment of the game, Certainly not a moment that doesn't mean anything. It's a really important moment when he's going to be out there. I do think it's going to be interesting. I don't know necessarily what the difference would be between Game 3 and Game 1. It feels like home crowd, and that's cool. But it's still going to be the same ovation. It's still going to be the same thing, whether it's Game 3 or Game 1.
That's not going to change. No, I think it's just about Gabe and his preparation, if he's good to go or not. But I think this is a no-brainer, because if you're on the power play, first of all, he's positioned in front of the net. We saw it with the Eagles. He's fine with the bumping and pushing and all that.
He's got a good ass.
Do you guys
ricochets well?
Good ass.
Do you guys agree with this? If they save him for Game 3 only, then it's a gimmick. But if they get him out there in Game 1, they still hope that they can get him right and ready, and he's going to be available for big moments come the playoffs.
Maybe. Every indication is that he feels physically fine to play hockey, though. Like, there is not one iota of evidence.
Right. But feeling physically fine and feeling physically dominant are two different things, right? So maybe that's the debate.
But you don't have to be.
What's the rust level at?
Well, but you don't have to be physically dominant to play fourth line forward and second unit power play. You don't have to be physically dominant. You just have to be kind of good to go. I don't know, fellas. It's looking better and better to me that he just goes on Game 1. I actually don't know. I'm trying to figure out why he wouldn't go Game 1 right now. I don't know what the reason would be. We need Jack Drury. We're desperate.
You're just always dismissive of those guys. You hate scrubs.
No.
I thought we love the scrub.
No.
He doesn't.
We don't love scrubs?
Scrubs and kids.
Jack Drury is not.
He's going to have a T-shirt made with one of those circles with
I
the
hate
slash
scrubs and I
across
hate
it.
kids.
One's going to be a little kid with a and then another one like a scrub.
Don't forget teachers. He also hates teachers.
Oh, and then a lady with a ruler.
Yeah.
The trifecta.
Guys
on
ridiculous.
A Good Friday, there's your trifecta.
I'm in too good of a mood to be baited by your foolishness. Despite how hard you're trying. It's snowing out.
Did you run the meeting today?
Did I run the meeting?
Oh, I just wondered.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
That was good.
Thank you.
Snowing out. What do you think that means?
Well, it's snowing. We have no school. Ellie's here with us.
Wait, why don't you have school?
Oh, it's Good Friday.
Oh, okay. I thought why are you correlating snow then?
Oh, no, you just said it's snowing.
You just said it's snowing and we have no school.
It's snowing. We have no school. It's not because of the snow.
I was going to say, we're not that soft.
Well, although it's snowing pretty good right now. And
it's a little chilly out there. I'm over the snow. I am.
Looking at it.
We've had some nice weather. Yesterday was beautiful.
Need a little moisture, though. Hadn't had a lot of rain, so we get a little moisture right here. This will be a nice, thick, wet snow.
I appreciate that.
Get a little moisture.
Okay. How long is this supposed to last?
Tonight.
The snow?
And then it's back. The good weather's back?
I think so.
Yeah, I think we got a couple days of this, though. How are we on the Nugget side of things? And by the way, we got playoff Grizz and playoff Katie. They're both on duty today.
Seems good. Seems everything's well. According to Katie, everybody's rolling.
Okay. KJ's popping in. You got something, KJ? Just make sure everything.
He wants a playoff.
KJ, look at him sucking up to deep prime right here.
He's
look at
computer
this.
KJ.
Computer KJ with his prime hat.
Did you think that was right for him to get in a retired jersey?
Okay. Why are you wearing your prime hat then? Because it's cold? Because it's snowing outside? I'm like, why is KJ? Hey, man, we're not doing our show outside. I get it that it's cold outside. Why are you wearing a cap inside?
It's a toque. He's getting ready for the playoffs.
Well, first off,
I can't hear you. You gotta share if you want.
You guys are wearing caps. This is my version of a cap. A cap doesn't look good on my head. I like this hat, man.
Okay.
No, it looks good.
All right.
You don't wear hats?
I don't.
You don't wear ball caps?
Really?
At all.
No?
With his head's so round, they probably just slide off.
All right. What the hell are we talking about?
He wears bowls. He doesn't wear
what are you
hats.
doing over there anyways?
Somebody turns off this computer, like shuts it off completely.
Why the hell is Ellie here? If
No school. Mom
But
works
this is
today.
what you wanted to do? You did. Oh wait, she can't be at home by herself?
No. Oh,
Yes, you can you? Oh, okay.
Oh, good, good.
Okay. Oh, well, I guarantee you this is a lot more fun.
Good decision.
And no, we understand. Your dad works a lot shorter shift, and it's way more fun to be here.
That's true.
So we're not like home by ourselves yet, huh? We're not like,
no, 10?
I don't know. What's the magic number?
Well, you raised 2 kids. You let your 10-year-old son just run them.
Dude, I'd give my 7-year-old some gummy bears and some soda pop, and at 7 years of age, he'd be good to go. The TV's on, the gummy bears, the soda pop.
Gummy bears he was passing.
Right,
Well,
right.
they graduated to something else, unfortunately.
No, she's 10. I do not leave her at home by herself.
She'd be fine. Exactly. Exactly.
See?
Boom is right. Yeah, what's the magic age?
14.
Baloney. No. Right. She would have been. Would you have been fine today by yourself at home? Yes. Do you know how to use a cell phone? Yeah.
We don't have any.
She doesn't have a cell phone.
Do you have food Is there food in the refrigerator?
We got dog food.
Do you know how to sleep in your bed? Yeah, she'd have been fine.
Yeah, I'm not going to leave a 10-year-old home by myself.
I don't know how old they are. Who knows? It's been a long time for me. I have no idea when you leave them by themselves.
I was like, what do you think? 13, 14?
Well, by the third kid, it gets a little bit different. for me.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
I was going down
kids
that
eat
road.
Dirt.
I got a 9-year-old that she's not afraid to be at home.
That's too funny.
No.
All right, listen. Here's where we need your help today. Yeah, you can call us. We'll take calls today. Where are you at? How's your mind at? What are your questions
Are
at?
you
What
off
worried
at
about?
home too?
What? Sure.
But this snow, don't you think there's a whole lot of people staying home?
Dude, if you're staying home because of this snow, you are soft as a marshmallow.
You look around. Did you take a little peek?
Well, they were all here at the meeting.
Did you
that's
adjourn
right.
it properly? Once you adjourned it, they were out the door.
I told them they could go home now at the end of it.
okay.
Yeah. What are you fired up about? What are you nervous about? Are you nervous? Moser was like, I can't sleep. Moser gets the boys in the morning get kind of weird, man. They really do get like little schoolgirls on this type of stuff. No offense to little schoolgirls.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you just heard one. I thought that was
She walked out.
I thought that was Moser on my shoulder for a second. Are you kidding me? Oh, it's Ellie. Okay.
All right, so whatever your concerns are, whatever your worries are, we're here to keep things really positive today as the Avs and Nuggets get into the playoffs, which is cool. So text line, you can call us 303-504-0925. Voice of the people. We're here for you today. We'll hear from the Nuggets and the Avs and get it fired up, man. Here we go. Here we go. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case of ED is different. If you think about times that, well, it just hasn't gone your way, it's time to get this game started and get you back into action with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They work when the pills or herbals fail with treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. You got the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So give them a holler today at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
.7 seconds left for Denver. Inbound to Jokic from 78 feet. Got it at the horn! Oh my God! From 78 feet! Joker, baseball pass, throws that thing home! Oh, my heart's going to explode. 4 seconds left for Denver. Inbound goes to Jokic, 69-footer. Got it! He did it again! From his own three-point line, he swished that thing home. A guy is an alien. He is not a human being.
That's funny. Great call from Kaz. Game at 1:30 tomorrow. 1:30 on Altitude TV. Assume you're sitting next to Chris, right?
Dave Alleman presser at 11:45.
I'll be there.
I will too.
Yeah. I'll bounce over to see what Ty Lue's got to say. I always enjoy.
You can ask if you talked to Malone this week.
Ooh, that's a good one. I hadn't thought of it. I will. Ooh, I will. I
believe Malone.
That's a good one, man.
Was on the staff with Ty in Cleveland, and I believe he was on the Knicks staff when Van Gundy was head coach.
Clippers are actually here, and they're practicing right now. They have media going on right after the Nuggets. So Ty and I assume James Harden and,
Oh, we got to get Katie to get
I
Harden
talked to her about it. She knows. Right. She's going to keep her eyeballs out for it and see what's what. So we'll see. By the way, real quick on I want to get to the Nuggets. Real quick on the Avs. A note: Jason Robertson, who is their leading goal scorer for the Stars.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Week to week.
Wow.
Got hurt in their last game.
Which makes you wonder what the NHL's doing having these games so extended.
Dude,
so freaking stupid.
It's bad luck, though, because this could have – listen, Val Nichushkin played in our last game. Okay, I mean, Sam Girard played in our last game. I mean, shizzle can happen. We couldn't stop playing everybody. This is just the bad karma for the Stars right now is kind of ridiculous. So karma is favoring the Avalanche, despite the fact that the Stars have, the home ice
advantage. Is it karma?
Advantage.
What did Dallas do to deserve the bad karma?
I don't know. That's a good question, man. I don't know. But if I was the Stars, I'd be worried because everything that feels like could be going wrong is going wrong for them right now.
Well, they drew the Avalanche number one. That was the first thing that went wrong.
Keep going.
Can you create your own bad luck?
Sure. I mean, I'm not sure how that applies to this situation, but yes, I do believe you can create your own bad luck.
Like, was it bad luck or bad karma, whatever you want? I don't believe in karma, but was it bad whatever? The last two seasons, Val chooses what happens to Val, and you lose him in the playoffs, which I think honestly affected two
Ain't no doubt
playoff
about
series.
it. Ain't no doubt about it.
So was that bad luck that
No,
the
I don't
step
think
off
so.
the cliff decided to happen then?
I think a freak injury or a little injury in your final home game that means nothing, or your final game of the year, I think that's bad luck.
So there's bad luck what happened to Robertson, and then there's bad decision.
Yeah,
and that's two different things,
there ain't
right?
no luck there. It's 2 years in a row.
By Val doing that, they became unlucky for the rest of the team.
Oh, okay, sure. I mean, sometimes there's things that happen that just tell you it ain't your year. It's such a shame. I don't know where the Avalanche would have gone, but they would have beat the Kraken. And I think they would have beat Dallas with Val.
Last year, I do too.
I don't know if they would have gone further than that those years, but I think those two things do happen. The Kraken. Can you believe we lost to the stupid Kraken in the first round at home?
Yeah.
I mean, that does not happen if Val's on the team. And I know it only went 6 games, not 7.
That one really felt like the balloon got popped with Val, though. I mean, that was so fresh and so raw. Like,
he drained everybody.
Yeah, it just popped the balloon.
It was weird in Game 6 against Dallas last year, too. Like, you should have hope. But I remember being there for that. I'm like, this is over. And I'm thinking this in overtime, and it's Duchesne.
Well, honestly, with all the stuff going on with Dallas right now, it feels like that series feels a whole lot more attainable. I mean, it always felt attainable, but now it almost feels like, goodness, like, don't mess this one up.
I agree. I think that I'm telling you, even though they don't have home ice, I think this is advantage. Avs, you're losing. They're losing their top. He's week to week. Week to week. I can't even believe they said week to week instead of day to day.
You can get 3 games in, be down 3-0, and all of a sudden, hey, we can come back. Now can you win 4 straight?
Dude, there's only 2 weeks in every playoff series. You're week to week. You're out for 1 week. That's 3 games minimum.
Mm-hmm.
So your leading goal scorer is out for probably at least 3 games, if not more. Thank you.
And if it's week to week, the reality is there's probably more time on the backside.
And here comes Mikko Rantanen.
Hey, I'll tell you this. It's so funny.
I will say,
in order for them to win, they need Mikko to be a star.
Well, and I will say to everybody out there that keeps bringing up all these stats about Miko and how he's been struggling, hasn't been contributing the way that he was. Let's maybe not bring that up right now. Not right now. Maybe we can bring that up when the series all said and done. I don't want that dude getting hot.
He's their leading point scorer, and he's second on the team, third on the team in goals, first on the team in assists. Now, granted, a lot
since he's been there. Not all.
No. I mean, in total for the season. In total for the season.
Oh, okay.
In total for the season. I'm just telling you, he's got that ability. Of everybody else on the team, no matter where else he's been, he leads them in points.
And you know that's going to be a hungry dog coming back here.
We really even haven't talked about the whole Miko thing that much because, we kind of been through it a couple times now.
Tyler said it good the other day. It's good that they've had the return already.
Yeah, for sure.
The return's already happened. Now we can get through it. They all went to dinner. What did they say? They already hashed it all out.
They did the video tribute. You got the emotions out of the situation.
Done.
Now it's just a game.
Yeah. I mean, these guys play against former teammates and friends all the time, and he's one of them. Now, of course, he was with the Avs for a pretty healthy chunk of the season this year. God, would he get a ring?
Can we equate the moving of Rantanen and what it did to the locker room with the moving of Malone and Booth?
I don't think so.
Really?
No.
Did you not say that was a dampered locker room and things seemed weird?
And
then when he was removed, all of a sudden you said it's a different vibe. And
Gotcha.
Tyler was talking the other day. Boy, it seems like there's a different vibe with this team.
I would say no, because I think Miko had a much deeper personal relationship with the players than Malone and Booth had.
Really?
Yeah, but if you think back on it, I mean,
I think so.
When they're right in the midst of it, Nathan McKinnon was grumpy. There's a bunch of guys that were grumpy, and then all of a sudden, change. And it was probably just they were probably just looking for finality more than anything else, one way or the other. I don't know that it's so much that he was gone, but finality felt clarity or gave clarity.
All right, let me back
the
train up a bit.
Okay.
Do you think coaches and GMs have the same personal relationship with players as players have with players?
No, but I think that.
Come on, really?
Do parents have a relationship with their kids as much as their best friends in school?
No,
but the impact is the same. Like relationship, not the same, but the impact is the same.
By the way, coaches and GMs aren't parents to the players; they're managers.
Coaches
they're bosses.
No.
They're parents.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
They
if you say
have
so.
a parental role in there. Are parents responsible for? I mean, are they responsible? Maybe that's the wrong word. Do they have a heavy influence on emotions, on regulations, on lifting a kid up when he needs to be lifted up, on disciplining a kid when he needs to be disciplined, calling out the kid, all those sorts of things? Yeah, that's parenting.
Well, I mean, if you're going to make that analogy, then it would be much more traumatic to remove a coach than another player, because it'd be more traumatic to lose your parent than to lose your best friend in school. I mean, is that what you guys are saying?
I think it is more traumatic to lose a coach.
Really?
Yeah.
What if you hate the coach?
Were you implying
what if you hate that other star player?
Well, okay, fine. We're not talking about Ryan Johansson or Alexander Georgiev.
But describe the locker room before Miko and after Miko.
It was tense. It was not great, but
it's not because they didn't like the guy. They didn't like Johansson.
No, they did not like.
They liked Miko, but the situation put a pail in the room, right? I mean, it put a damper on the room, right?
Hey, man, maybe I'm just.
I mean, that's what you felt.
Maybe I'm just running against you to think that the coach is like a parent. Like I think that's okay. If you tell me that's the way it is.
I don't see in what world it's not like that. I mean, in what world is a coach not playing part psychologist at every moment?
See, I think a parent has unconditional love, and a coach has to make heartless decisions.
A good parent will make really tough decisions.
Yeah, but I mean heartless. Like you're cut. You're not a parent's not going to cut a kid.
Isn't that more the GM's role?
Coach has to be on board with that too.
I mean, coach take away playing time.
Okay, but coach has to be ruthless with all of that.
I think the younger, if we're talking NBA, and
you ever taken away a kid's Xbox? That's ruthless.
Yeah, but I haven't shipped my kid to the Smith family in Westminster.
Some parents do that. I'm being serious. When it gets tough, hey, you got to go live somewhere else.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not tucking the players in at night, but you're having heartfelt. You're having. What does Prime say all the time when he talks about that? Right, I'm their daddy while they're here. I mean, he's said that, right? I'm like their daddy while they're here with me. Prime has said that. You both told me yesterday he's the greatest thing that's ever happened to the Colorado University.
Hey, if you guys tell me that's the role, fine. But I've always viewed coaches as more like teachers than like a parent. You know, at the end
greatest
of the day.
coaches I had, and I just go my younger days, and especially the NHL is always young. The NBA keeps getting younger and younger. Like my college coach was a father figure to me.
Okay.
I mean, he truly, truly was a father figure to me, and I will always look at him with that type of admiration and love as long as I draw breath. Pro, it was much different. Kevin Lockery, when I got traded to it, like Hubie, he was like your mean stepdad. You were scared of him, right? When you got traded to Atlanta with Kevin Lockery, he was like your partying uncle. So I mean, he's like a peer. He's the first coach that ever bought me a drink. I'm like, whoa.
Can I tell you my honest vibe with the Nuggets right now? They took a breath, they exhaled, and they moved on quickly from Malone.
Absolutely.
That's the impression I have.
But
I think Mikko was a lot more emotional to these guys.
Well, it sure seemed like they went on a nice little roll after he was out of the room.
Because you got to get your new guys in. We got to get used to each other. We whatever, and then we do move on because we're professionals.
Hey, Dan, what's the Avalanche record since they traded Mikko?
That's a good question.
Look. Good question.
That'll take a little work.
Because it seemed like they won like 8 or 10 in a row or 8-1-1 and I'm like,
listen, they're a better team since the Mikko deal, if you want to go there.
Yeah.
But they're a better team for a bunch of different reasons. It's not just
13,
Mikko.
5-1, it looks like.
Okay. And I don't think any of them would argue that they're better off since the Mikko deal went down. However, I think the Avs would have been fine if Mikko was still on this team right now. I think they'd be basically if they did a deal with Mikko, they tried to do a deal with Mikko.
If they'd have kept Mikko, they would have zero chance to win a Stanley Cup. And I think because of the trade,
that's pretty strong, dude.
They have a legit chance.
Dude, they made a bunch of other deals that had nothing to do with Mikko to get
But
here.
it was all once you freed up the money, you're able to bring in bump to bump to bump to
Listen,
bump to bump.
Had they done a deal with Mikko, everybody would have been fine in that locker room because he would have been happy and everything would be fine.
But is your depth like it is right now?
Yes, because
No,
you got rid of Casey Middlestad. You made other moves. You freed
But how
up
many
other
of
spots.
those moves were tied into the fact that you just freed up
Do
all
you
that
think?
money?
Do you think Marty Nachos is really that much better than Mikko Rantanen? Because that was the deal that happened.
But teams and good teams, the championship teams, is about chemistry as much as anything else.
Well, I would say the chemistry would be just fine with Rantanen instead of.
But see,
Natchez.
that's you talking out both sides of the mouth where you say this locker was terrible
because of the money.
Something was gone, and then when he was gone, well, now they like each other.
But Scott, had they got the money done, everything would have been cool. Everything would have been fine. If Mikko was happy with it.
Well, I don't think other players are sitting there ticked off that Mikko didn't have a deal done.
No.
So I don't think that that's fair to say. I tend to actually agree with you a little bit here. I don't think the Avalanche are a worse hockey team with Mikko Rantanen on it by any means. And whatever slide Mikko went on since moving on to Carolina and then to Dallas, he probably doesn't have that, quite frankly, because he's still got the familiarity of being here and he's still playing with Nathan McKinnon.
If Mikko just signed the deal and was a happy camper, things would have been fine. They would have never done this deal.
I think because of the Mikko trade, you were able to make steps A, B, C, and D and improve the team. They're a better team right now where they stand, than if you go back to when Mikko was here in that roster. That roster when Mikko was here ain't going to win a Stanley Cup. True?
Oh, man. But I think the Avalanche would have replaced both goaltenders. I think they would have dealt Casey.
That was happening no matter what.
That happened in late November.
I think they would have dealt
Early
Casey.
December.
Okay, I think they would have dealt Casey Middlestad. I think what are the other moves they made? They made a bunch of other things.
Cole and Coyle and the other cat.
Coyle and Brock Nelson. That had
depth.
nothing to do with Mikko.
Lindgren and everything. It sure did. All of them are dominoes.
Oh, so you
when
think
I hit a domino, I just hit one. Why did them other 50,000 just all of a sudden go click, 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 click? Money. Exactly. Click.
All right, it's hard to argue with you because things have gone well since it's happened. So it's hard to say. I would just be. I can't.
Hey, Raj doesn't even like me, and he agrees with me.
Okay. Here, what do you got, Dan? Dan's got a couple of things. What do you got?
So before the Miko trade, the Avalanche were 28, 19, and 2.
Okay.
After the Miko trade, they're 21, 10, and 2.
Yes, they're a better team. But had there not been a money issue and everything was hunky-dory with Miko, and they still would have traded Casey Middlestat, Casey Middlestat was still going to be traded.
I still think it's convenient and it's easy to just make Miko a bad guy, and he was the dude.
He's not a bad guy.
You hate him.
No, I don't. I'm not once he's a bad guy. I said once they made that move, they made a better team. It's about teams.
All right, I'm not going to argue with you about that because you're right about that point. They are a better team since the Miko deal. The argument, I suppose, is would they have been a better team even with him had they made the other deals too? Because I think they still would have made the other deals.
Well,
is Ellie helping you with something right now? Is she? You have a research assistant?
So,
why? Well, go ahead. Look that up for a second. I'll just let you know.
They acquired Charlie Cole, Eric Johnson, Brock Nelson. Those three guys here, if Miko's still here?
Yes.
I disagree.
Why wouldn't they be here? Why wouldn't those three guys be here? Why wouldn't they be here? Why would we still have Casey Middlestat on this team?
Raj is saying money, salary cap.
Yeah, because all the money wouldn't have been lined up.
Yeah, well, that's true.
A whole bunch of money.
All right.
And
NHL does have the hard cap.
You will agree with this, that NHL has the weirdest salary cap rules of anybody.
You know what?
Actually, it's the most clear rules of anyone.
I guess so, too. Yeah.
If you just want to throw the money salary cap at me, then I'll just sort of shrug my shoulders and say, okay, because I'm not an expert in that, and I don't know. I always like to think when it comes to money, there's always something else you can do.
Hey, listen, you and Roz are going to be doing between the pipes at some bar.
I ain't doing anything. I'm going to
night.
be making an appearance. I'm just going to be rah-rah, go. I don't have to break anything down. I'm just sitting there drinking beers at the Buffalo Rose and having a good time. Yeah. And Raj and Spring have to be on their toes.
Well, a little bit.
I just have to call an Uber. But we will be out at the Buffalo Rose for the broadcast. And yes, the smart hockey guys will be doing between the pipes, and we'll be out at Buffalo Rose with $1 off all Bud Light pints. I'll give that a run. So we'll see you. And that's after the Nuggets game. So that's a fun-ass day. That is all day at the Nuggets and right down Route 6 to downtown Golden to the Buffalo Rose. And hopefully my wife comes and picks me up. We'll see. She might not want to.
Spend $10 at the Buffalo Rose and call an Uber.
I'll just sleep at Vic's house in his porch.
The guy is drunk.
It's we're there for the kickoff of the Avs run for the Stanley Cup. Thank you, Buffalo Rose. Thank you, Bud Light. We'll hear from Cale Makar about Robertson being out. We have playoff Grizz and playoff Katie with breaking news as we get fired up, and your calls and your messages on Voice of the People too. It's PHC on 92.5.
Chris McFarland on Wednesday was saying that, Val's a force on the ice and off the ice. They're just happy with the progress he made. I guess on the ice, off the ice, how pleased are you with Val and where he's at right now?
Yeah, I'm very pleased in both cases, right? I think he's done what he's done on the ice for us all year, just like he has in years past, and he's obviously an important player for our group, right? Our record with him and without him. And off the ice, that's been a struggle for him over the last few years, but I think this year he's been exceptional and focused on what he needs to do as a pro, and his personal life's in really good spot, so I'm just really happy for him and proud that he put in the work.
Jared Bednar on Val Nichushkin, and perhaps that's jinxing things if we bring things up from the past. So maybe we should just say it's great. Val's awesome. And just go from there as we're all fired up. And we're super fired up because here he is.
Griswold!
Griswold!
It's playoff time! Excellent! Griswold! Covering the Avs! Excellent!
Woo! Good to see you, Grizz.
Good to be here.
You're getting some cool video because you caught when Gabe changed from green to maroon.
I did.
Burgundy.
And I loved seeing that. That was awesome. So Gabe was on Power Play 2 for a good while today.
Standing right in front of the goalie, right in the middle.
Which is what you love. Yeah, I mean, that's what you're going to ask him to do.
That's the spot.
That's what you're going to ask him to do. You really don't even need to skate like that. You can just stick your butt in front of the goalie and call it good.
Good butt. Good butt.
Good butt.
Ricochets well.
Good butt.
And it's exciting to see that because I don't know if he will be available game 1. However, Bednar was asked, will Gabe be available at some point? And he said straight up yes. So that right there is good news.
What's the difference between 1 and 3? I guess I don't get that.
It's not a fan thing at all. I truly think he needs more time to get up to NHL speed. That's the sense that I'm getting.
So your sense is he's not going to go for
that would just be like, if anything, that's just conditioning. Because
it's conditioning.
At this point, if we're talking about get up to NHL
it's
speed,
conditioning.
It's not like
but how much condition do you need to play fourth line and second power play?
I think a little bit more than he will be ready for game 1.
More than Raj and Grizz have to play for their beer league on Thursdays.
I skate half a mile. I barely skate in those beer league games.
All right, so your vibe was that Gabe wouldn't be going for game 1.
No, because
he is available though, right? I mean,
the rest of the time, other than power play, he was in the green extras jersey. So that to me is he will not be going game 1. I just don't think so.
And this is the day before the first game.
This is the day before. They're playing
So
tomorrow.
why is he?
All right,
why is he
though.
switching sweaters and working with power play too?
Because I think he needs to. He needs to get practice.
All right, hold on. Let me ask a more specific question, I guess. Were there 6 guys? Was he working his way in with guys? Were there 6 guys on power play too, or were there 5?
He was working his way in, so there were 6.
Okay.
Yep.
He ain't playing game 1.
He's not playing game 1, and that's okay. I think whether it is for conditioning or I don't think it's for fans to get the extra cheer at Ball Arena, but I think that will be his first game. Strictly
all
for
right,
conditioning.
Josh was with Cale McCarr afterwards, talking about Robertson being out.
Jason Robertson was just listed week to week. Does that change anything for you guys as a defense going up against the Dallas Stars now?
No, I mean they have, like I said, they have so many threats they can step into those positions. I mean they pick up Mikko, they pick up Granlund, so they're not short of anybody like that. So it's still going to be a really tough test for us as a team, and I'm going to make sure we key on everybody. But yeah.
For me personally, I think that does change the defensive structure. Now, are they still going to be doing the same thing? Yes. However, they, meaning the Dallas Stars, are now missing their leading scorer throughout the entire season.
Mm-hmm.
That changes things. That just automatically does. It doesn't make it easier. Yes, they still have Granlund. They still have Mikko. They have a heck of a team. However, as a defender, you're looking at that team going, I'm not mad about that. I think it does change.
Listen, you've had to go play a different series, self-inflicted, 2 years in a row without one of your best players. And I'm so anti, well, we got the best players to play. No, we don't. No, we don't.
Wow.
I want the 2 goalies out and bring up their AHL team goalie. No, hey.
Which, by the way, really quick, everybody's freaking out about the Avs calling a goaltender up from the Eagles. That's a black ace. I was just watching the Avs practice for an hour. They're fine.
Yeah,
That's
they're
a black
fine.
ace.
And
They do that every single season.
I
Plus,
did find
if
it
it got down to an
interesting.
e-bug, you ain't going to trust in Dallas their e-bug.
What was interesting is I did, like I said to start the show, I ran into the e-bug at the last Avs game.
Did you?
I did. And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, your season's done." He goes, "No, the teams could choose to have an e-bug." But why in the world would the teams choose an e-bug over their goalie in the minor league system?
Right, when you can have 100 bodies up now.
Yeah, you can call whoever you want up. It doesn't
I think
matter.
that was false e-bug hope. It was e-bug, keeping hope alive
Listen,
right there.
what is it already today? Kids, teachers, who else? He just crapped all over.
I like e-bugs.
You know, you're crapping all there, babe. Crushing hope, left.
By the way,
you know what? If you ever go back to Vikings Day and have one of those big sword axe things, Hope Crusher.
Okay. Listen, I'm pro e-bug, but not pro e-bug in the playoffs.
In the playoffs, especially.
Also, the e-bugs are so paranoid about media people talking to them. I've asked.
They don't want to blow a gig.
They do not want to blow a gig.
Hell no.
They don't want to do anything with any of that. Like,
yeah, if you're not allowed in the locker room, you probably shouldn't be allowed to speak to the media. Let's keep it real.
All right. Josh Kroenke was there.
He was, and he actually made an appearance in the locker room. He wanted to
At
talk
Family Sports.
At Family Sports.
That's a tight room, man.
He wanted to talk to the guys. He said, and he actually, on his way out, I heard him say to the players, "I'll see you in Dallas." So he's going down there, which I like to see. He's a very hands-on kind of.
I got to think about that for a second. I'll see you in Dallas. So he's not going to be at the Nuggets?
They got jets.
Private jet. Yep.
Ooh, I wonder if he could do both in the same.
I think
that would be baller.
That is
if
baller.
he did both. You probably almost could.
You probably could.
Just have that jet
1:30.
waiting.
Let's say 1:30 to 4. Then the
2 hour flight.
2 hour.
Two
that
hour
is
flight.
a
Hour and
baller
45-minute
ass
flight.
move. Yeah. You
And
go
then
right to Centennial.
and then
you
helicopter over to the stadium.
That is where's the Dallas? Well, there's probably a private airport like Centennial is up here.
Well, they got Love Field.
Yeah, Love Field's really close.
Is it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, that is a super baller move, man. That
would be the coolest baller move ever.
Well, I doubt
He could do it.
He's not missing Nugget stuff right now,
No.
so he's doing both.
But I heard him say, "I'll see you in Dallas."
I'm just thinking 1:30 is tip. Playoff games go a little bit longer. He probably doesn't have to hang around the locker room or anything, right? He just
but he could even if he took his limo was
you know
late,
what?
whatever.
Dude, what if he could just take a helicopter off the top of Ball Arena to Centennial? Don't worry about traffic at all.
They have a landing pad there? They don't have a landing pad there.
Do we have a landing pad? We don't have a landing pad at Ball Arena?
I don't think so.
Oh, that's super baller though too.
Next year.
That would be baller.
Are you kidding? Baller, super baller?
That would be
I go from the court to my private apartment.
That's Super Mario baller.
To the helicopter on the
Helicopter's
roof.
just sitting there waiting for you.
Oh my God. All right, I'm getting a little baller tingly right there.
And then
wow.
Jeez.
Now, but then Monday becomes your dilemma because both teams play at the same time.
Can't do it. You can't. You're not that baller. You can't transport yourself in two places.
That's where you go, Dad. Which one do you want to go to?
Nuggets need his presence. Avs don't.
Well, we'll see. We'll see on Monday.
I did like it, though. Bednar went in depth because they asked him, because we all saw Josh. They were like, what's he doing there? And Bednar said he checks in with the team regularly. He's very hands-on. He wants to make sure Bedsy and the team is in a good place. And I love seeing ownership like that.
I mean, he's spent a lot of time, obviously, with the Nuggets recently.
Yes,
So
yes.
perhaps it's time for a little Avalanche love, that sort of thing. So cool.
Yeah.
Can I just say,
Very good.
Your hair's looking phenomenal right now. It is.
Thank you.
It's just looking really, really solid. But I do have questions.
Okay.
Okay. What time does the alarm go off?
Oh, 4:15.
4:15.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This is shower the night before.
That's shower the night before, but
Yes,
no,
sir.
that requires you got to go an up and flip backwards
I
at the
do
same
a
time.
little-
And I got
Scott,
respect
do you realize what's going on?
Okay.
It's hot guy beauty tips between
I
these two
got
right now.
respect here, but I'm just wondering the amount of time that's required to get that done at 4:15 in the morning.
10, 15 minutes.
So you,
not too bad.
Wow.
You're looking
it's
for
a little too much.
You're looking for beauty
much?
tips because you're feeling better about yourself. So you're trying to get beauty tips
I'm just
from
giving
Grizz.
respect where respect
No,
is
I get it.
deserved,
It's
but-
hot, it's hot
I
guy
like it.
love
but
between the two
I'm
of you.
not necessarily understanding the devotion to a 15-minute hair
Well,
routine
this
at
is the thing.
4:15 in the morning.
I know I wear hats every single day, and when I know that I shower the night before, I can get a nice hairdo, work up in the morning, and I get up at 4:15.
Hey,
and it's all
Grizz's
good.
beard is better. Though.
Let me know the
I
product.
feel like
you
we're
use and
about to play
everything.
Natalie
text
Imbruglia next or some sort of other chick bands. I feel like that's coming.
Griswold!
Griswold!
Griswold! It's playoff time! Excellent! Griswold!
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 He's got
Cover
hair
in
and
the event.
Woo! Yeah, thank you, Grizz. Grizz World back on Monday? We'll see it. All right. We got Katie, playoff Katie out with the Nuggets. Let's get to them coming up next. PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys, weekend is here, and I know many of you guys go car shopping over the weekend. If you're looking for the best dealership, go check out Phil Longford. Tyler here, I've been going over there since my rookie year in the NFL, and I always go back because they treat me with respect. They get me in, they get me out, they give me the best price. That's the same thing that's going to happen to you. Guys, I know that rates have gotten expensive on vehicles right now, and that's why you want to go to Phil Longford because they locked in over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial vehicles before those rates got out of control. That means that you, the customer, you're going to save the money directly in your pocketbook. With over 1,000 vehicles, whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. And keep in mind, when you go to Phil Longford, they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with Phil Longford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop for the comfort of your own home at phillongford.com.
Denver looking to crack the century mark. They can do it with the Peyton Watson three. Got it right at the horn, Peyton Watson. Denver leads this bad boy 102-71, Berto. We're through 3 quarters of play, but this thing is over.
You can feel it. Welcome, Clippers, to Denver, Colorado with snow in April. Come on now. Get your chills going on with the weather.
No, I literally got a little chills going on.
And playoff. Maybe a slight cold.
Yeah.
And mile-high playoffs for the Avs and for the Nuggets.
Woo! Oh, and also a Colorado spring game tomorrow.
I'm sorry, huh?
Yeah, you heard me.
There's a what?
Colorado spring game going on.
Oh, that's right. The Buffs. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
There's that going on, and theoretically a Rockies game.
Man, they got the same thing happened last year. Do you remember that at the Colorado spring game? It was a huge deal, right?
Yeah.
And then they got that terrible weather.
Yeah. Yeah, they
Oh, that's right. They had the big promotion, and the place was sold out. Didn't they sell tickets? It was
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna.
But it's supposed to blow out by Sunday, right? Or
Yeah, but
Saturday?
it's not good timing for the spring game. I mean, it's.
Is this late for their spring games, or is this about around Easter?
Seems about right.
I just read an article today. They thought their CU's pro day was late.
It was.
Somebody was complaining about
they had about the latest pro day you could possibly have.
If
Giants were in the building yesterday, by the way, up in Boulder. Huge contingency.
Yeah. Well, that's a possibility, right?
Oh, for sure.
No doubt.
I read an article today. They're covering all their bases. Actually, it was a very glowing article for what the Giants are trying to do. And their thought is if they'll either go there 3 or they'll go get that defensive lineman that's supposed to be unstoppable and then hope Shedeur drops to the second round.
Well, we'll have plenty of time to get into that, obviously, next week as the draft will soon be upon us. In fact, Dan has some cool news in Let's Football Go at 2:20. That'll be happening. We do have the Voice of the People open. Listen, this is a good day to be fired up, to be excited about everything going on. Dan, let's hear what we got out there.
What's up, boys? It's Stubby. I had to chime in on this one. You know, our boy Scott has this nail hit right on the head. You are absolutely not getting Brock Nelson. You're not getting Lindgren. You're not getting any of the depth that you have created through these moves if you hung on to Mikko Rantanen. Even if you traded Middlestat, you wouldn't have been able to make the Charlie Coyle trade work because the money wouldn't have worked. So all of the things that happened after the Mikko trade were a direct fallout and result of his money being cleared from the cap. So I'm 1,000% with Scott on this one. Have a good day. Go Avs. Go Nugs.
Stubby sounded pretty smart. That sounded pretty matter of fact.
He's like a brilliant computer engineer dude.
I thought Stubby was very highly overrated with his opinion.
Oh, well.
But, that's Stubby.
That was the same idea as Raj and Grizz. They both feel the same way, too.
That's just Stubby for you. That's just Stubby. Stubby being Stubby.
Stubby. Go play your bass. Did you call him Stubby when you guys were in the band together?
No, man. Listen, if that's the case, then that's the case. We were the Spinal Tap of bass players. I couldn't tell you all the bass players we had.
Really?
Seriously, it was ridiculous. We had 3 guys spontaneous combust.
So that was when you played at 11.
We had a dude choke on his own vomit. It was ridiculous.
I don't know whether to take that literal or not.
Yeah.
How about the stage accident? He got caught in a little plastic thing.
He got caught. He got caught in the egg.
Yeah.
And he tried, but one hand's out, one hand's in the egg. Just couldn't do anything. Really, seriously, we were bad with bass players. Yeah, ask Andy. We would have a funny little podcast if we were just to talk about, our band's, bass players.
Modern day Spinal Tap.
We were the modern day Spinal Tap with bass players.
Modern day Spinal Tap podcast. And then all you do is you get garage bands from all over the country.
Just talk about their crap. It's
to come
funny
in and talk
idea.
about their crap.
Well, that was our crap. All right, Nuggets. Let's turn to the Nuggets here a little bit. And yeah, Playoff Katie will join us in a little bit. She was down there. I see they took a team picture today. You see that?
Well, I didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, let me see if I can't find it. They just posted it.
You needed a new photo without Malone.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know when you take your team photo. But
I thought it was usually they do one at the beginning of the year.
You get the Malone photo, you get the Post Malone photo.
All right, you got to put it up there. Okay, cool. First of all, not a lot of smiles. We went with
Post Malone photo.
This is definitely Post Malone. Not one smile. Well, Vlaco's got a little bit of a smile. Vlaco's the only one showing any teeth. Everybody else is pretty hard edge right there. And look at that. DA in the middle, not Michael Malone. Ooh, it's something when you see the photo, huh?
He is a little man. He
he's tiny.
is just a little teeny tiny human being.
Yep.
He is in a world of basketball players. Wow.
If me and DA stood back to back, it'd be interesting. He probably has me by a little bit, but
Just 2 weeks ago, that was their assistant coaches. How many assistant coaches did I pick? 12.
When you look at that photo, as you can sort of see behind me if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, what does that photo tell you right there? How would you describe that team by that photo?
Unhappy or serious?
What do you think it is?
Well, I think they're serious.
I mean,
but they're probably unhappy that you stopped and interrupted practice. They had to get all these gear on to go take a picture.
They look like a team that they do the two photos, and one they say smile, another one they say don't smile. I don't know. What am I supposed to read out of the photo?
I think what you read is who's not there in that picture. That's who you read. And look at the tone based off that, and you go from there.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. I think that's it's crazy to see it, actually. It's intimidating, man. When you look at this photo, and it's out there on social media, and you see Yoke in the middle, and you see the look in his eyes. Yeah, man, that's a pretty kick-ass photo right there. You look at the expression of Yoke, AG, CB, Jamal.
Just look at Yoke and AG. Oof. You want to run in those two guys in the alley?
No.
Right? I mean, those two looks right there. Do you want to run in those guys in the alley?
I'm looking at this photo, and there's no Michael Malone, and I'm seeing these expressions, and look the freak out. Here we come. A little bit of the danger, the one who knocks right there.
Don't bring that one up again. That one didn't go so well.
All right, fine. Unleash the beast. That's what Jokic said. Let's go! You're most dangerous when you're vulnerable? Okay, let's go. You look at that photo right there with those four dudes, Jamal, CB, AG, who's got a black eye in this photo.
He had that for the last game. I have no idea
when did that happened. I don't know when he ran into a door, and you got Yoke. You look at these four guys.
Joker has like a little sneer on the left side, doesn't he? There's just a sneer.
You know what else those guys have? Championship experience right there. Those four have rings right there, my friends. They've been through the wars. They've been through the close games. They've been tested. And today is today. Let's go.
Jamal's got a little smirk on his face too. Not quite the angry, but it's a little slight smirk.
I like bad attitude Jamal too. Bad attitude Jamal is sometimes tough to deal with in the regular season. It is. This time of year?
No.
Hell yeah. Take it.
Yeah. Hey, spread out and go over to Michael.
Michael Porter Jr.?
Yeah. I'm going to tell you why.
Where is he in the photo?
He's on the left side.
Is he next to those
Or
guys?
the right side by Joker.
Ooh, he's a little spread. Oh, he's on the end. Oh, they're doing it numerically, though.
Yeah,
no, they're not. No, they're not.
1986. Yeah, Peyton Watson and Michael should be split.
Actually, I wonder how they lined this photo up. Feels kind of weird, doesn't it?
They probably just got up there and did it.
Right. What does that tell you?
Well, like I said, eight Watson's the smaller, so he should probably be on the outside.
Ooh, there's some weird symbolism right there. Because that photo is in no particular order aside from you want Jamal and Jokic in the middle. It's not by height. It's not by height, and it's not by number. So aside from Jokic and Jamal in the middle, what sense is the rest of that photo?
Well, the sense
and Jamal or Michael Porter Jr., by the way, is standing the furthest away in the back row. Well, right.
Well, yeah. Well,
right. I mean, it's not by number. 1, 9, 8, 6, 15, 32, 13. That's not by number. The only thing in this photo that is on purpose is DA in the middle, Jamal in the middle, and Jokic in the middle, and everybody else is just lined up randomly.
Right.
And why is Michael Porter Jr. all the way on the outside? Okay. That tells me a lot right there.
Well, listen, you got to have Jamal's got to play great, and you've talked about right here. But the wild card, and I said this last night at that rally was at the if Michael Porter just plays better than his average, and I'm not saying 30 points a game. I think he ended up averaging 18-something this year was what he averaged.
Mm-hmm.
He floats around 18 and 20, 21. They win this series quick.
I'm telling you this, man. I know you're probably laughing at me for looking too deep into it, but let me give you some other stuff. I did tell you the story about Fan Appreciation Night with MPJ racing off the court. That's not the first time he's been quick to get off the court. He's often quick to get off the court. Now we're doing a group photo like, hey, just line up, and you're on the outs there too. I'm telling you, this guy feels like he's a little disassociated from this team for whatever reason. And for them to win a championship, let's get Michael Porter Jr. back in the fold. And I know he's been going – there's something going on with this dude. There's something bad going on, and I don't even know what it is.
Well, if you're really going that deep into it, though, the same would apply to Russell Westbrook, and he's right in the heart of it.
Where is he? I'm looking. Well,
he's right in the heart of it. I mean, the same thing would be said about him. He's the outsider. The guys are frustrated. The guys don't like him. Whatever. He's right there in the – I don't know. There's too much to look into this, buddy. It's a photo.
Now, I know you hate when I do deep, psychological dives.
It drives me insane.
You know what? He's got psychological dives. It's his conspiracy theory.
But here's my thing, being a part of this thing. You're just hanging out. You're walking. If somebody gets in, you fit in where you fit in.
But it's a pattern. There's a pattern here.
All right, well, why isn't Russ on the outside? Where's the pattern on that?
Do you ever tattoo messages on your body so you remember them the next day? Oh, never mind.
Seriously, why? If that applies to Michael Porter Jr., why doesn't that apply to Russell Westbrook?
I'm not sure.
Exactly.
I think this photo, if I want to do a deep dive into Russell Westbrook, he wants to be in the center of things, and he's slightly on the outside. That's what I would say about that. I think seeing Michael Porter Jr. way out, he's outside of Dario Saric. He's in a different zip code. Why do you have Jokic, Jamal, CB, AG all together with DJ? What the hell? Why the hell isn't Michael Porter Jr. standing where Zeke Najee's standing? That's your team, Zeke Najee? Zeke Najee should be somewhere else. I don't want to be too mean.
But you are breaking this picture down.
I am breaking this picture down.
I just don't think it's that serious.
You want to? Hey, let's all line up for a photo a couple days after we fired our coach, right as the playoffs start. Listen, I like this photo overall. This photo is a badass team about to kick butt. That's what I take from it. But I'm telling you, man, just judging on some other things in his life, Michael Porter Jr., let's get an arm around Michael Porter Jr. here, okay? Fans, everybody, coaches. Let's put our arms around this dude because we need him.
Absolutely.
We need Michael Porter Jr.
He's the wild card to win this whole series easy.
He doesn't need to be on the outside.
Let me ask you this.
Sarge can go push a broom in the gym floor. I don't care.
Everybody plays like we expect them to play, and Michael Porter averages 22. Do they win the NBA
Hell
championship?
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, they do.
I agree with that.
Got to have MPJ here, man. Got to have him.
Sanford said it pretty damn good, man. I mean, you got Jokic. If either or Jamal Murray or Michael Porter Jr. are playing good basketball, they're tough to beat. They're both playing good basketball. They're damn near impossible to beat.
I'll tell you this too about that photo. The guys in the middle matter more than anybody. That is true. And if Jamal
Hunter Tyson, I was glad he was right there in the middle.
If Jamal, see, you're making fun of me. But if Jamal Murray and Jokic, who are lined up in the middle of that photo with DA, can combine their powers together, they're going to be all right. And they're going to kick ass over the Clippers. I'm kind of pumped to play the Clippers. I'm not joking.
It's going to be a battle royale.
Fine, let's go. You think that crew is afraid of the Clippers?
No. You think that crew over in the Clippers are afraid of this crew?
Yes.
Well, I don't.
The Clippers? No. I think the Clippers, deep in their hearts, are afraid they're going to be run out of the gym.
Kawhi's been back, I think, 21 games, and they're 18-3.
All right, well, we're gonna do full court sprints for the next.
And did you see game 82? What Kawhi did against Golden State?
No,
they had to win to get the fifth spot. It was unbelievable.
Okay, get ready for a race because that's what's going to happen up and down the court. Is an older team going to be okay with that? They're going to be all right.
Let's hope different. The will. Well, but it's the same thing in football. Whoever's will is imposed wins. Yep. 99% of the time, don't it?
Physicality.
I can't wait for this to start, man.
This should be a good series.
Fired up. We'll have Scott's keys to the game coming up next.
What have you over the years appreciated about DA as an offensive mind and sort of the ways that he tries to add wrinkles to the offense in ways that you can kind of be used?
Probably not be scared to try. Not be scared to try new things. Not be too scared to kind of give opinion to players. They let them decide because they are playing and ask questions. So I think he's a really good and kind of being open-minded.
Well, that means Joker talking today. That means playoff Katie.
Katie should be happy today.
Oh, man.
Katie should be in a whole other bubble today.
Can't wait to hear about that.
Yeah.
So she'll be along a little bit later there. A couple quick notes before we get to our Scott Hastings segment here about the game. The Rockies game, folks. I know you've been.
Are you 4 games in a row now?
Oh, sorry, what?
Are you 4 games in a row? First pitch? Oh, they didn't play yesterday.
No, they did not play yesterday.
Well, tonight will be your chance to.
Not so fast, my friend.
Game has been
They
postponed.
will not be.
Game has been postponed due to
snow.
A
Tomorrow
dusting.
as well, right? Tomorrow, not moved, but postponed.
Start time has been delayed by an hour.
Yeah.
To 2:10. So it does give you a possibility of watching the Nuggets and then racing to catch the 8th and 9th inning, perhaps.
Oh, you think Josh Kroenke can make it over the Rockies game also?
Yes, Josh is going to Nuggets, 2 innings of Rockies, jet plane to Dallas. Of course. Now, the spring game, I don't know how you're going to get to the spring game is happening. Are you going to the spring game or not?
I don't know yet. I got tickets.
The weather's going to be like...
Yeah.
Well, don't you have sideline passes? You're alumni.
I do not have sideline passes, no.
Do they give alumni sideline passes?
I mean, I do have a microphone. I just don't speak into the microphone the same way that most people that have got a microphone that are on the sideline.
If you walked Tyler Polumbus, 6'8", looking incredible, onto the sideline wearing your buff gear, who is throwing you off that sideline?
Calling out Andre's name. Andre.
You know what your sideline pass is?
Check it out.
The face.
Yeah, beautiful.
Just that. Doubleheader.
I have been hitting the gym.
Well, we've given you your flowers on that. Probably enough.
Yeah, I know.
We might stop.
Sexy. I don't know why, but I love that term, giving him his flowers. I know that's good.
The Rockies have a doubleheader on Sunday.
On Easter Sunday, there you go.
Beautiful.
Chris Dempsey has a birthday today too. Happy birthday to Chris.
Happy birthday, Chris. 50.
He is.
Hey, pretty good for 50 though, huh?
50?
Is that 5-0 for Chris?
Yeah.
Today's 5-0?
Why does he look 35?
I know, right?
That is
nuts. Chris Dempsey
Holy cow, that's
was
crazy.
on the beat at CU when I was playing at CU.
Well, so
and I kid you not, he looks like the exact same human being today as he did when I was 18 years old.
He's probably a little thicker though, even, isn't he?
Yeah, he's definitely thicker. Yeah.
Happy birthday to Chris. Yeah. That is crazy. That is nuts. That's what you can look like at 50?
That's a good looking 50.
Oh dear. Me and you need to take some tips from him.
Can I not get any flowers?
For looks? All right, it's time for it's time to preview the Nuggets and the Clippers with Scott Hastings. Let's go, Dan.
Now Hastings wants a piece.
All right, brother. Fight the power, man. What we got?
Well, we talked about it on the show right here. The 2 or 3 things they got to do, and we'll go series by series. But the thing you got to do is it's got to be your will, not theirs. You know, I go back to that one year when Denver was 3 and they lost to Golden State, who was 6. George was here. They went small ball because of injury, and instead of just pounding them big inside, pound them, your will, George tried to convert to what they were doing to match up with them. And once you match up to another team, it's over. You've now allowed their will.
You're playing to them.
You're playing to them. So you've got to impose. Your will has to be imposed. Defensively, I feel like they've been better the last 3 games. They've changed the philosophy, and I believe David talked about it. I don't know if it was a Sacramento game that he said we changed some things. Decided we're going to, that little floater at the 15-foot. They get those here and there. We're going to let them get that. We're going to take away the 3. And I thought that philosophy stayed over the last couple of games. And I think you got to do that. You can't let the Clippers just destroy you from the 3-point line. Turnovers. You know what they were averaging turnovers before and after in the last 3?
Give it to us.
They're averaging like 18 or 19 turnovers a game, something like that. And since David's taken over, you know what they're averaging? 9.
Really?
9.
What's the difference?
Well, they ain't being stupid, I guess. More guys are maybe playing close to their best.
What's DA got to do with that?
I don't know. Maybe it's
or
a
is
wake
it just,
up.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a wake up.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Malone's been harping on it all year. He's been harping on turnovers all year. Maybe the team got the message right. You know, we help.
That feels
do this.
so unfair to Malone.
It absolutely is.
Don't you
But it
think?
also shows he was right.
Right. Correct.
And then finally, I've always said this. I remember we went to the first playoffs. Joker had a great year, and everybody said, "Yeah, but can he do in the playoffs?" And I said, and I've seen this throughout time. Great players elevate their games in the playoffs. Joker's done it every year. Joker's been great all year. I mean, Joker's been great this year, average triple-double. He will still elevate his game in the playoffs. Murray's got to be that same guy. I think Gordon will, and I think especially because of health, they'll be able to. The key is Michael Porter. If Michael Porter can elevate his game to pre-All-Star game as opposed to post-All-Star game, Michael, they win this thing in 4 or 5 games. If he averages 20 points a game, they win this thing in 5 games.
Okay.
If everybody has elevated their game as well. I think he is a monster key to this series.
Well, make sure you put your arm around him.
Okay?
A little bit.
And I think the team has been down the stretch.
Okay. All right. Well, good. So what's your prediction for game 1?
W.
Want to throw a score in there?
Oh.
For fun?
I think if you can get to 115, they won't beat you.
Okay.
Because they want to play you in a half-court game.
Okay.
So I'm going to go 117-108.
Now Hastings wants a piece.
I'll take it, man. There you go. Hastings wants a piece. I'll roll with you. Tyler, you got a prediction for this one?
Well, I think it's a little bit tougher to go game by game, but just as a series, I do feel great. I feel so much confidence about this team, and I got to admit, man, I didn't think I was going to feel like this when they fired Michael Malone. I didn't think I was going to feel amped up and more confidence than I had previously. I got Nuggets in 6. I'll put it that way. Game by game is a little bit tougher, but I got Nuggets by 6. In 6.
I'll stick with Nuggets in 6. That was my original prediction, but I think
you're going to end this series in LA.
Yeah, I kind of view this like Phoenix in 6 when they ended in Phoenix, but they like destroyed Phoenix. I kind of see it like that. Like they will take. I hate to say it,
it's
but
almost better to do it that way, to do it on the road.
If we go years and years back in the Western Conference Final with Melo and the Lakers, it went to Game 6 here, and the Nuggets got killed.
Well,
they gave it their heart and their soul, but they ran out of gas.
And that also means learn from last year. They go into Minnesota up 3-2 and just showed up and said, we got Game 7.
Right.
And they were the ones that got destroyed, and then came back, played well for 3 quarters
Let's
of the
go
game.
in the Wayback Machine. Why did the Nuggets just destroy the Suns in Phoenix in Game 6 of the championship year?
Because it wasn't a vacation again.
Okay.
Games 3 and 4, they went on vacation.
Okay. Is it fair to say, boy, we're going to really peel the curtain back here. Occasionally, or maybe most of the time when you go to Los Angeles in the regular season, it's a little bit of a vacation.
In the regular season, it can be.
But not in the playoffs.
Pretty tough time.
Hope not.
Well, what do you think?
What do you think?
I think postseason, there's no such thing as vacation. If anything, maybe you might mentally feel like, okay, we've earned the right to relax a little bit based off where you're at in the series. But I don't view it as a vacation type of deal. I don't view it as a distraction type of deal. And especially for these guys, they had their wake-up call 2 weeks ago or a week and a half ago, whenever Michael Malone got fired. So there's no more vacation left, man. These guys are about as locked in as you can possibly get.
I think mature teams that really want to win, no matter what the temptations are in the playoffs, no matter where you go, stay focused. I think immature teams get distracted. Period. The end.
Well, listen, when they lost Games 3 and 4 to Phoenix, I think they were like 4 and 5, 5 and 6 point games. I mean, they were games, but there wasn't an edge. And to me, there had to be 75 family members there. Which when I won a championship in the Pistons, they let you come to the finals, and that was it.
All right.
And you didn't stay in the same hotel.
Let me ask a quirky one here. And I don't know where to go, so I'm really just throwing it out there. Is there any little weirdness, good or bad, with Russell Westbrook, whose family and is more or less rooted in Los Angeles, that they're playing the Clippers when it comes to Russell Westbrook?
Are you asking from a distraction point of view for us?
For anything. Is there anything just about the fact they're playing the LA Clippers? Russell Westbrook, if you didn't know, his family stayed back in Los Angeles. On off days, he flies to Los Angeles, rightfully so, to spend time with his family. Is there anything unique? It played for the Clippers, played for the Lakers. Is there anything kind of just weird about it, good or bad, with Russell Westbrook?
I don't think it'll be bad. I think it'll be good, and it could be a little bit of a redemption tour for him. And so I think he'll be motivated.
It's a positive thing.
I think it should be, but that now don't go helter-skelter.
Right.
Play under control like you've done the last two games, and it'll be fine.
Because
he adds dimension speed to this team that Denver doesn't have.
I gotcha. But he also has the chicken with his head cut off emotion that sometimes gets the best of him.
Yeah.
Best of intentions. But sometimes it can get a little weird. Going to keep all that in check this series.
Well, if he does, I think he goes a long way to winning the series.
What's his minutes?
18.
It's Jalen Pickett's minutes.
6.
What's Jamal's minutes?
30.
30?
37.
Okay. All right.
38.
What's DJ's minutes?
8.
Okay. P. Watt? 20?
Depending on foul trouble, 18 to 22, yeah.
How much that looks different early on versus later, though? Because that feels about right. It just seems like early on those numbers might look a little bit different to me.
Well, you may get minutes early and you spit the bit and hurt the team, then I think those minutes dwindle.
Strother?
I think he's going to fight to get in.
Zeke? Same.
I think he's going to fight to get in.
Yeah, I do too.
Dario?
I think he's going to fight to get on the plane.
Yeah, he'll be fighting to get on the plane.
Okay, I'm just going through it. Poor Dario.
Dario get a different seat on the plane.
By the way, I heard on Dario real quick, he did not accept the job or whatever over in the Middle East or wherever he was going to go, that he still holds the team option to come back here next year.
Yeah.
Well, it's probably the financial prudent thing to do.
Yeah.
If you want to play, you go. But if you want to make money, you just stay put.
I also heard Jake Cave is killing it in Korea right now, in Korean baseball.
Oh, Jake Cave's not around anymore?
No, he's in Korea playing baseball, apparently.
Oh, that's a bummer. I like Jake.
We all liked him. He's playing baseball in Korea.
Good attitude. He was a spark guy.
He was a guy. He was one of the guys we liked.
Didn't originally want to be here.
Didn't want to be here.
But then we were grateful that he was here.
But now he's in Korea. So you have a guy who was a mainstay for the Rockies.
That was a good trade.
Who's on the cusp of playing for the rest of his career in Korea last year. That's who you had talent-wise.
And he was still your best player. Well,
I don't know if he was your best player last year.
Now you replace him with a 42-year-old second baseman.
I mean, Brenton Doyle and Tovar were Gold Glove, winners last year. I don't know if Jake Cave, but he was just kind of our favorite guy. I'm just showing you where the talent drop-off has gone to support Nate Kreckman a little bit here. You went from, star for the Rockies to Korean League. You didn't go to star
what happens
for the
to Farmer
Dodgers
next year?
He probably will be a farmer.
In Korea.
But maybe he's 34 years old. Where do you think his career's going? And he is arguably the best, most consistent player for the Rockies right now. I'm helping make Nate's argument, no doubt about it.
He did come some deep stats, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Let's be honest. The movie The Beautiful Mind.
Yeah.
Was that Nate? Correct?
I push back on those stats only because I've heard them a million times as excuses why it's not Bud's fault.
Right.
And I do think there is elements that are Bud's fault.
By the way, put Bud Black on that T-shirt.
All right.
Children, teachers, Bud Black.
No, you can put – fine. We can put Bud front and center. I don't hate Bud, though. Nobody hates Bud. There's a difference between being –
Dan loves Bud.
Okay. 420 is Sunday, by the way, and it's a doubleheader. What a big day for Bud.
Hell yeah.
We will be at the Buffalo Rose and Golden.
What do you mean we? You got a mouse in your pocket?
Hold on. I got a note from Cat Cave, the wife.
Oh, yeah.
She wants to do a staycation in Golden.
Oh, okay.
How about that? You know what I'm saying?
That's the quickest yes you've ever had.
Shoot and score. That'll be at the Buffalo Rose. Thanks to our friends from Bud Light. I just got to be careful because I know there's, Bud Light Pints. We'll see you at the Buffalo Rose and Golden for the kickoff of the Avs run. And Raj and Spring there for Between the Pipes as well. So we'll see you at the Buffalo Rose in Golden for that. That is after the Avs, or after the Nuggets, rather. No dumb questions. Get it fired up. Coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, we thank the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Got no dumb question right off the bat. Why did the Broncos retire Peyton Manning? And everybody's mad about Shedeur, Sanders, and Hunter with CU. Well, nobody's mad about Travis Hunter. It's all about Shedeur, right? I mean, that's true.
Both of them probably too soon, but I don't think you'd have much article with the guy who was best receiver in the country, best cornerback in the country, and a Heisman.
Nobody's fighting him. Nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody. We might have had a silly conversation that lasted 5 minutes
why did
total.
you wait a couple
and
years?
we definitely didn't talk about it for an entire week straight.
Yeah.
Of wow, that was really quick. Why did that happen so quickly? But you're not debating it. I heard Vic talking about it on the morning show when Prime goes up there and he says, "This is the first time I've ever seen a jersey getting retired be a sore subject." Was Ray Bork a sore subject?
Yes.
A little bit.
Yep.
There's definitely conversation. A lot of conversation.
What was the overwhelming, like what was the majority? Where would you say the majority landed?
He wasn't here long enough.
He's only here a year and a half.
He's a Bruin. It was awesome to have him. Probably couldn't have won without him, but give me a break.
But was there vitriol?
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
But I mean, they had won a Stanley Cup, so
I remember the debate.
You know.
I guess I was pretty young, but I do remember the debate. I don't remember there being vitriol.
It was as close to this, but this is worse.
Like he had guaranteed his number in the rafters somewhere, right?
Boston,
right,
yeah.
right.
Which it is, I believe.
But
Yes,
my
it
point
is.
is, there was no debate about like the legacy of the human being. It was just the legacy, maybe at this location.
Yeah, you won't find a lot of people that will defend the Ray Bork's number being retired, but you won't find many people that are that upset about it either. It's just one of them things. I mean, that's right up there with John Lynch being in the Broncos Ring of Fame and McCaffrey not being. It's kind of one of those like, come on now.
By the way, 18 was already retired when Manning got here.
But he did what you said. He called the Trabuca family and asked permission.
Okay, good. I don't remember the storyline.
Yeah.
I would assumed as much. But my point here is with number 2, okay, maybe we could just do that also.
I'm laughing because I'm thinking of like what 19-year-old kid is going to want like the number 2 and like, you know, we're going to call Dion and say, or
well, I would think number 2 would be a very coveted number. I mean, these kids all want the lowest number they could possibly get.
I got some.
No, but Shedeur's only wearing 2 because his dad wore 2 at Florida State.
Oh, by the way, on
Who
the
wore
whole
21? Quick test.
In Florida State?
No. It's CU.
Cliff Branch?
Most recently.
Oh, I don't know.
No idea. Oh, Shiloh.
Thank you.
Shiloh.
That's
Shiloh
right.
won 21. Now I'm thinking about it. Shiloh won 21.
Yeah.
Might as well retire that too. Also, Prime does not have his number retired by any pro sports organizations.
One.
But it
I
number
thought there
2
was one.
Dan, help me out here, bro. I thought we saw there was 0.
No.
The Falcons.
You didn't read when I told you yesterday. You're reading dummy on
his
line.
number's retired in Atlanta.
Atlanta
The Falcons
and
retired his number.
Florida State and Atlanta.
And his high school.
Well, okay.
Okay. I'm just saying. So, all right. So, Atlanta retired it. Gosh, I could have. Okay. I'll roll with you.
It's absolutely retired in Atlanta.
Okay.
And the same thing about Atlanta. He brought notoriety back to the ball club, but they didn't win nothing.
Okay.
But his number hasn't literally been retired everywhere he's
he goes.
gone, like he said. Although I'm rolling my eyes.
Yeah, but was it metaphorically? Like
I don't know, man.
Was
It's hard
it
with
one of those
Prime.
situations where you put the number to the side and you don't pass it out?
I doubt it. I'm going to guess people for the Niners, Cowboys, Washington, Baltimore have probably worn number 21. I'm going to guess. The number's probably occupied by all those teams by somebody else. I got a little bit more Prime from the other day.
Have you chatted with Rick about honoring the past in addition to obviously Travis and adding some of these guys?
I'm not
that predated, that are all Americans and college Hall of Famers and all that.
Into that. I'm into coaching football right now. Like
I don't know if you saw this, and I want you to make note of this. I had a wonderful idea one day. Why am I just talking about these guys that certainly going to get drafted? I'm going to talk about all my guys because I love all of them. And if it weren't for them, I wouldn't be where I am now. So I did a personal video for every kid that's getting ready to go. In the draft.
You know what? I'm kind of over it. I got to admit, there's our
I kind of want to hear the end of that though. I want to.
Really?
I do. I want to hear if he ties back at all.
Okay, I'll play from the start.
Have you chatted with Rick about honoring the past in addition to obviously Travis and adding some of these guys?
I'm not.
That predated, that are all Americans and college Hall of Famers and all that.
Into that. I'm into coaching football right now. Like I don't know if you saw this, and I want you to make note of this. I had a wonderful idea one day. Why am I just talking about these guys that certainly going to get drafted? I'm going to talk about all my guys because I love all of them. And if it weren't for them, I wouldn't be where I am now. So I did a personal video for every kid that's getting ready to go in the draft that are seniors. I honored every last one of them. That's my responsibility, I feel, for my era, for my team, for my guys, because of what they did for me. When I start going back into something that I don't know nothing about, that I wasn't involved in, I'm going to ruffle feathers because I'm going to forget somebody, bless you, that I don't know nothing about. And it's going to be a problem. And I don't want to be put in that position. I want to be the good steward on what God has placed me over. And I feel like I am. But all that yesterday stuff, I don't know about that because somebody's going to get sensitive. I have some dear friends. I know Cordell and Westbrook is my guy. We had a great talk the other night. Who else? Several guys, especially that whole lineage of corners that were great here. So it's good. It's good. I wish I could just shake everyone's. Can we start off with me just shaking everyone's hand that played here before? Just giving them a hug, right? They got to come back for that, right? Let's start with that. Let's start off right there. That's what I want to do.
Well, so he shook your hand the other day, Tyler. How'd it go?
I can't tell you any. You drive me nuts sometimes. You really do.
All right.
I had that happen to me, by the way, and I knew nothing about it. But I was like a 7 or 8 year old kid, and folks took me to some rally for Bob Dole.
Okay.
Remember Bob Dole? And he had to shake hands with his left hand because he was hurt in the war, right?
Yes.
But he shook my hand, but I remember he grabbed my hand and goes, "How are you? What's your name, Scott? Good." And he's looking off on me the whole time after, and I'm just, oh my gosh, whatever. But that they call it a politician handshake. And that's what you got.
Okay. Here's the thing. I don't really inherently disagree with a lot of what he's saying there. He is the steward to the future of the Colorado Buffaloes. He is. That's his responsibility. And quite frankly, his passion should be to his players, not to the former players. As much as we want respect and we want to be honored, his passion should be to human beings that he is personally invested in.
And paint over them walls again, paint them all white, and let's start from today.
I'm not saying you got to do that. Nor
his hump.
Nor am I implying that. I'm not implying any of that. But what I am saying is that I can understand my interest is primarily future oriented. And I get that, right? So for him, a better way to answer that probably would have been, listen, yeah, I'm fighting for my guys. Here's my guys. And I'm going to lean on Rick. I'm going to lean on other people that know maybe more about the history of this place than I do without just saying, yeah, they're gone. They're gone. They don't exist. I'd love to know what the conversation with Cordell was. I would love to know what the conversation with Michael Westbrook was. How did those guys really feel about it? Were they honest about it? Or do they feel the same way that we feel? I just don't know.
Get them on.
Who, Prime?
Oh,
Cordell and Michael Westbrook.
Oh, okay. I was going to say.
It's not his something. He's right. His thing is for right now and all the kids forward. And I hope he pays as much attention to the cornerbacks and the wide receivers and the safeties that are on this team now that aren't family, right? I want to see that. I want to see that continue to grow a relationship. He continues to treat everybody like he's treated this previous group. Okay, then he's a man of his word. If there's a disconnect, then we know what it's really about. You want to tell you one take I got on that right there? There's no doubt in my mind he suggested this. That this was his idea. This wasn't George coming to him saying, what do you think? This was his idea.
So I agree completely, but I've seen some buffs out there pushing a narrative that it was 100% from Rick George.
Yeah, I heard that too.
And I don't buy it.
It's hard to believe.
Well, that's what Deion said yesterday, so we're buying that.
I think some things with Prime, I think some things he says are very motivational and inspirational and awesome. I do think a little phoniness creeps in every now and then with Prime, and you just got to kind of roll with it. That's how I feel about it. Because I'm pro Prime being here. I am a fan of Prime being here. But every now and then there's a little phoniness that creeps in, and that's that. And I think in my mind, I'm just going to choose to sort of recognize it and kind of ignore it. Because I know that's part of who he is too. But there's so much more good than bad. And I'm not going to lump it all in the same bucket.
You know
so,
what?
Whatever.
There's more good than bad. And this will be, see if you guys agree. And I have no other term than politically correctness. He always falters on that stuff, right? Whether it's, telling a reporter you can never talk to me again, or doing the different stuff we've been semi-critical about, putting my son up there after a 500 career at CU as retiring your jersey. I just feel he misses some things.
A little bit.
But listen,
there's more good than bad. There is more good than bad.
I'll say this. I probably retweeted him more than any other person I've retweeted on, because I don't play on X very often, but he's had some unbelievable speeches.
Yeah.
Unbelievable halftime locker room speech. And so are some of his assistants. Very motivational. And I do believe in him. We had this conversation yesterday. He is a father figure to those kids in that locker room. I have absolutely no problem with that. In fact, I respect that to the utmost. I just think he's too protective of his brand at times and not CU's. And two, going into the ring or to the retired jersey is his brand.
Scott.
Yeah, and that's kind of the deal that you made, right? When you brought in Prime, you accepted the fact that it probably is going to be about him more than it is about CU.
You take
but you get the good with the bad.
You take the good, you take the bad, you take them all, and there you have.
That's how you get him to sign a contract.
The facts of life. You got to get them right. There's a world you got to know, and it's easy.
Even in that clip there, when he was the one thing that I just think they could have done that would have made this so much more palatable.
What's that?
Just honor Deion Figures at the same time. That's
it.
Because it's a specific number.
Right.
Like these other guys, they've got different numbers. Okay. Cordell Stewart,
Correct.
Michael Westbrook.
You're right.
They've got different numbers. With Deion Figures, if you simply would have honored him at the exact same time, and even in that quote there, it does bother me a little bit when he's sitting there talking about Michael Westbrook and Cordell Stewart, and then he gets hung up a little bit. And he says and all the great corners they've been. Well, no, there's one dude. There's one dude we're talking about.
Correct.
It's Deion Figures.
But you're not buddies with him. You'd have to learn about him, and it's easier for him just to be pals with the buddies he's already, that he knows. You would have to do a little research and do a little digging to figure out Figures, and that's the truth.
Well, when did Figures? I'm looking at when Figures.
All right, well, we got to take a break. And we'll have the big story of the day. We got Katie with the Nuggets. We'll hear from the Joker coming up as we are fired up. We're fired up for the playoffs. It's PHC on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, dealing with the issue of ED. Oh, man, that is not fun. And maybe you just laugh things off when it didn't go your way once, twice. But have you just settled into this is just the way it's going to be? It doesn't need to be. That's for sure. Get with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and you'll have more than just a mediocre sex life. They'll get you going when the pills or herbals fail. With success rates well over 90% for their treatments, some can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult. That visit's $99. It includes that consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. And with 5 locations, they're up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Who do you feel more confident in, the Avalanche or the Nuggets, as they start their playoff journeys? And we appreciate you listening. We're excited for both, obviously. Both games will be on Saturday here on 92.5. We'll be up at Buffalo Rose for a viewing party for the Avalanche, and the Nuggets get going at around 1:30 or so. So here we go. Quick couple of notes. Gabe Landeskog was in a green, like, fifth-line jersey, put it on for a burgundy journey. He was mixing in with the second power play, so we're not exactly sure how that's going to go, but he's available for the playoffs if Bednar decides to do it. Jason Robertson, their leading goal scorer for Dallas, is week to week and will not be part of Game 1, and we'll see where he goes. It looks like the Nuggets are completely healthy. It doesn't appear that there's any issues with, frankly, anybody, and from all reports, it's been a good week of practice, and they're rested and raring to go. So, fellas, based on all of the information we have, and if I'm forgetting something, please fill me in, but based on all of it, who are we having more confidence in as we get going tomorrow?
Home team first round Nuggets or a road team first round Avs?
How you feeling about it?
I'm thinking Avs.
You have more confidence with the Avalanche.
Yeah.
It sure feels like Dallas is sitting there like, oh, why us? Why do we get the Avalanche? Why do we have these issues? Why are we losing star players out for a week? And we've had consistent belief in the Avalanche. But I got to admit, man, I got far greater belief in the Nuggets today than I did a week and a half ago. But to answer your question directly, it would still be the Avalanche.
Yeah, I think the health thing is big for the Nuggets because we really haven't seen much of it. The starters, when they have played together lately, they've played pretty good together. So that's a good sign.
Let me back up just a pinch. Let me give you an alternative answer. Avs, Nuggets, confidence, or both?
Well, I think they're both going to – are you talking about championship or first round?
No, for game one. Just game one, tomorrow.
Both.
Just tomorrow.
Both.
I mean, you can feel confident about both equally.
I think it's a good Saturday.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of $1 beers down at High Plains Drifters there in Golden, wherever you're going.
We're going to the Buffalo Rose.
Buffalo Rose.
Yes, with $1 off all Bud Light pints, not dollar Bud Light pints.
See, I said a while ago,
You're
take $10.
A mile long, 3 inches deep.
Well, dude, I heard $1. I'm thinking $1 beers. Come on now.
$1 off.
I was thinking about driving up after the game. Break my 2-year streak.
You might be able to say for one game you have equal belief, but I don't think it'd be fair to say you've got equal belief in both programs. No, that's not true. Look, we've got confidence that is building in the Nuggets right now, and you look at that photo and they look dialed in. You got Nikola Jokic, and they've rallied the troops behind David Adelman. But the reality is there's still a lot of Band-Aids going on with the Nuggets.
Their starters are as good as any starting five in the league and will compete and be able to beat. And if they're special, they'll win games. Their starters are a top 2 or 3 team in the league with their starters. Their starters are phenomenal. I have no problem with that. Here's the difference. The Avs, once you got rid of Mikko, you went and added so much more size, so much more depth to this team to now beat teams that were bigger than you in the postseason last year in Dallas, to beat a bigger Vegas team if you see them in the conference finals. McFarland and Sakic decided, here's what we're missing. We better change some things around. They wouldn't address that. And I think they are primed because of their depth and their physicality to go deep in these playoffs. And Denver, if we're being real honest, did not do much to really help any depth with anything that you're saying. When he comes off the bench, hey, Vinny Johnson's coming off the bench for the Nuggets this week. You feel pretty good?
But the microwave, yes, I would.
In his prime. Microwave here in the prime coming off, he's your sixth man. You feeling pretty good right now?
By the way, you want to talk about an all-time nickname to describe what he could do?
And what he did.
You're the microwave. You're going to come off the bench and heat things up. That is a killer nickname.
The Avs addressed the depth. The Nuggets did not address their depths, and that, to me, is just their Achilles heel.
What are you the most worried about with each team?
Well, I just said mine.
What keeps you up at night?
I don't know how to answer that question with Avalanche. Maybe if there was a slight worry, and this is silly because I definitely don't want to rain on the parade the excitement of getting Gabe back, but that does have the potential to be a disruption also. We just assume it's going to be a great thing. But what happens if you get him out there at the wrong time and it's important and he just ain't right?
You don't want to be too polite.
Yeah.
There's a possibility that you're too polite.
For sure there is.
That exists.
And how much do you just default to him? You're Gabe, you earned this right, you're out there.
Can you imagine Bednar? Oh my God. What a tough coaching decision that would be.
Oh, brutal.
Are you kidding me?
What if you just had to make a tough call and make him a healthy scratch,
Well, I think he will be.
Well, early on, but I don't think that counts. What I'm talking about is he's been back out there on the ice.
Right.
He's a part of things.
Right.
You've had the crowd go insane.
And he's not your best option.
Exactly.
That's tough.
Well, if he's not your best option for game one, why all of a sudden in 5 days later is he your best option in game
I don't know how
two?
to answer
That's a good
that
question.
one. That one doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
That's a really good question.
And it makes me wonder almost, are they just delaying it because they're not sure if he is the best option?
I think there's a lot going on there. I think everybody's excited about it.
It's got nothing to do with conditioning. It's got nothing to do with making him NHL ready. They're just delaying it because they're not positive yet.
Dude, a fourth line center who's on the second power play, he's in plenty good condition to do that. But the question is he ready for it on this level at this time? We ain't playing Polumbus on a Tuesday night in November. Hell of a time to come back, right? And yeah, okay, the Eagles games were fun. They were in the AHL. Okay? You bring up great points. And listen, these are first world problems to have. But if it disrupts the chemistry, my concern with the Avalanche, frankly, is because they haven't not had to play with a serious sense of urgency for so long. It might take a little bit to get that going again.
Well, Dallas has neither.
That could cost them in game one.
Dallas had neither, though.
Well,
really.
Dallas was kind of chasing Winnipeg there for a minute.
Yeah,
they were chasing Winnipeg.
But not the last 4 games.
Okay, but the Avalanche had nothing to play for like the past 3 weeks. I'm a little concerned about that. And do not forget, in game 1 against Winnipeg last year, the Avs did score 6 goals, but they let up 7. It's kind of a disaster with Georgie. And then they got it together and beat Hellebuck. And, but then we had the Val stuff. And, the rest is history. I'm just a little concerned about it, but not overly concerned. And I'm taking the Avs to win. The Nuggets, to me, I got to be honest with you, man. I feel like I have less concern about the Nuggets. I just feel Jamal Murray's a badass when this time of year comes around. It's him against the world, and I do not think that works great for a long season, but I think it works great in the postseason. And I think he's chock full of that attitude right now. And I think he's healthy. And I hope AG is as healthy as he can be. I have no idea why AG has a black eye.
And a fat lip.
He had that for Utah, or the Houston game, I mean.
Okay. I'll just assume he's all right. But okay, fine. I'm hoping, man, am I hoping his hamstring's going to be okay for this playoff series. I really am hoping that. But a healthy Nuggets team, I feel great about them. But I think if you're a basketball guy, it's natural to be a little bit more concerned about it.
Well, you won the championship 2 years ago because you had I'm thinking 2, but who was the third guy off the bench for Jeff Green? You had 3 guys that when they came in off that bench competed and were important.
You're really concerned about the bench.
Yeah.
Okay. Because we don't have a Bruce Brown, do we? Oh, well, all right, hold on, time out. Is Russell Westbrook Bruce Brown?
Well, let's hope. Let's hope he takes a Bruce Brown. So then who's your Christian Brown? You don't have
Peyton Watson.
Who's your Jeff Green?
DeAndre Jordan. I mean, theoretically.
Well, there you go. There's your.
Theoretically.
There's your 8-man rotation then.
That is your 8-man rotation. And Strother's out. Oh, well. And Zeke's
I still think Pickett will get a handful of minutes.
I don't know where.
I think.
I don't know where he's going to get them.
Well, if
is Jamal going 40 minutes?
Who's coming in for Christian?
Peyton Watson.
Then who's coming in for Michael Porter?
Well, that doesn't make a lot of logical sense.
So Peyton, they'll have Westbrook come in first.
Yeah.
Play 4 or 5 minutes. Then Jalen will come in, slide him to 2.
Really?
3 or 4 minutes.
Okay.
Have and when he goes in for 2, you send Christian Brown to the bench for a second. And then Jamal comes back in after 4 minutes for Jalen. And then Christian, after 4 or 5 minutes, comes back in for.
You think TA would just run CB like the whole game?
Oh.
He could.
Well, you got more rest in between games, but no, you don't want to have to.
Okay.
But I don't think 38 minutes is out of the question.
We want to encourage you to order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Let's football go. Dan Tanner next. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan Buds, Quinn Stanner, what's going on?
All right, fellas, the Nuggets have their Joker. They found that back in 2014. Can the Broncos find their Joker in 2025? Here's Adam Schefter.
It feels like Sean Payton has been looking for a joker on his offense for quite some time. I remember when they played the Detroit Lions, and the Lions had Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta go up against Denver, and the Broncos organization looking at those two players saying, where do we get ourselves a Jahmyr Gibbs or a Sam Laporta, somebody that could do any number of roles in our offense? Now, I don't know whether that's going to be a running back or a wide receiver, or even a tight end, even after they signed Evan Ingram. But I do know that they would love to add that one chess piece that Sean Payton would be able to deploy on Sundays to help last year's first-round pick Bo Nix take the next step in his development as a young, standout quarterback. And somewhere along the way, early on, they're going to find a joker for that offense.
When do you think they go for it? When do you think they go for the joker we've been hearing about all offseason? Is it the first round, or do you guys think they can wait until later on in the draft?
Well, first off, it makes sense to me, okay? I've said this from the day that we signed Evan Ingram. I really don't view him as a joker. Not at this point in his career, not coming off injuries, not in year, 9 or 10 or whatever it is that he's going into. He's a mismatched tight end. I just don't view him as a traditional joker in the way that Sean Payton usually refers to him. I like Travion Henderson in a joker role. He's a running back that you can create mismatches. He's great in the passing game. You can utilize that in a lot of ways. How early? I think round 1, you draft the best player available at a position of need. If that just so happens to be a versatile dude, fantastic. I would say no later than round 3.
I think with all the tight ends, if you don't get a joker, as Tyler's talking about, in your first round or second round, first round for sure, you might be able to find a cat that's just athletic that might be a little reach for a pure, 4-down tight end, but a guy that still can do some stuff. You're going to be able to split out. Dude, the one thing that the combine showed, the tight end, there's some freaking dudes. I mean, there's some athletes that played tight end in college over the last few years.
Yep.
So I think you can find a guy that might be able to be serviceable as a tight end. What round was Gates drafted in? Basketball player, turned to tight end, Ring of Fame for the Chargers, right?
Wasn't the first round.
Graham, what was Graham when he was drafted in New?
Wasn't the first round.
So I think you might be able to find just a dude, super jock kind of dude that can do multiple things, maybe in that second or third round.
Antonio Gates was drafted. Come on now. I'm having a hard time finding it. Wasn't the first round, though, was it? I don't think so. Oh, my God. You'd think I'd be able to find this quick.
2003 undrafted free agent.
Undrafted. Wow.
And I'll look up the other guy.
Well, based on all that, you're right. It's a good point. I don't know. If you find him, you find him. Yeah, I don't think you have to push it.
Draft good football players.
I mean, is Amari and Hampton a joker or not?
Probably not.
Okay, then whatever. You'll find who you find later on then. I don't know, man. I think Adam is spitting out, a lot of stuff that makes sense, but I don't think the Broncos are going to do something silly or ridiculous because they're overstressing that position or that sort of concept. It's not even a position. It's kind of like a ethereal idea that's even hard to define.
Jimmy Graham was third round, 95th pick.
Sure. Travis Kelce was what? Second round, third round, whatever. Gronkowski was second round. I mean, a lot of these really successful tight ends were later on because you can find them later on. I don't know, man. I mean, maybe our guy from Heritage or, from Creek is a joker sort of guy. I don't know. We'll see. I think but you gotta spin something when you're on ESPN to talk about what the Broncos are going to do at some point, and that's the most fun thing to spin. I don't think the Broncos are in any panic situation whatsoever. I think they'll have a good game plan. They'll get a good guy.
All right,
looking forward to.
No dumb question. Surprised if in their first 3 rounds they draft 3 starters?
Hell no.
Or if not starters, 70% of the snap guys.
I mean, that's pretty much the goal in the first 3 rounds. So you would hope at least 2 out of 3.
Totally agree. And the third being a rotational guy. Whatever they do, they cannot do what they did with Marvin Mims. That was a waste. You don't draft a guy in the second round and barely play him. By the way, did you catch who's announcing the pick for the Broncos in the second round?
I haven't even looked at it.
Monte Ball,
Oh,
who
Monte.
was a second-round pick and obviously had his problems with alcohol, unfortunately. That shortened his career. It's a nice full-circle moment for Monte Ball to be back sort of in the Broncos fold a little bit as a second-round pick, announcing their second-round pick. I think that's a cool little story. Next up, Dan.
All right, fellas, let's hear from DMac's favorite little buddy, Aaron Rodgers, on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, talking about how he feels like he doesn't owe anyone a deadline on when he makes his decision.
Listen, this entire time, I haven't felt like I owed anybody some sort of decision at any point. This is my life. Like I said, things are different now. My life is different. My personal life is different. I have stuff in the inner circle that, I'm intimately close to, that it's really important to me. And I've been upfront with him about that and said, listen, if you need to move on, if you need to do something, by all means, like nothing but love and respect, if that's the decision that needs to be made. But there's been no deadline, and yeah, I've talked to Mike T many times.
What do you guys think Aaron Rodgers ultimately ends up deciding to do? Is he going to retire? Is he going to sign with the Steelers? Do the Vikings change their mind? What do you guys think happens?
Oh, the Steelers kind of got the Steelers are backed up against the ropes on this one, man. They're probably going to have to fork over.
Not if Shedeur falls.
Okay. All right, fine. But right now, the Steelers don't have a lot of choices but to buck up $45 to $50 million, whatever, to have Aaron Rodgers for 1 year.
He said it wasn't about the money. He said he'd play for 10 M's.
Okay. Whatever. It's the Steelers or nothing at this point.
So the Steelers, if they don't, Shedeur doesn't get him. They've got to go after him. How about a guy from Atlanta? They trade for him.
Kirk Cousins?
Kirk Cousins. What about Cousins? Would that be a possibility?
Sure. That would make a lot of sense to me. I thought the most intriguing part of the interview with Pat McAfee was actually him talking about his conversation with Aaron Glenn, which actually did sound a little bit cutthroat. Rodgers said he flies across the country, thinks he's going to have an hour or two long sit down with Aaron Glenn, talking about the future, where the program's headed, all these sorts of things. He says within 20 seconds, Aaron Glenn says, "So do you want to play football?" And Rodgers' response was, "Yeah, I'm interested in it." And then the immediate response after that was, "We're moving in a different direction." So that is a little bit cutthroat. To Rodgers' point, he's like, "You couldn't have just told me that over the phone? Like, you made me get on a plane and fly out here just for you to tell me that you're moving on from me?"
Oh man, that's a fair point.
That's a baller move.
It's kind of it, but isn't it the right thing to do something like that face to face rather than on the phone? I mean, what's
not if you're making the dude get on a plane to come there.
Okay, all right, but if he doesn't do that, is Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show saying they didn't even have the courtesy to do this to my face? They cut me over the phone. I mean, is he telling that story?
Maybe.
He is a weasel turd. So Rodgers will, how else do you spin things? And by the way, why is it the Jets' concern where he has to travel from? They're just having a meeting with a guy to give him the courtesy of telling him to his face they're moving on.
Is lease ain't up?
Yeah, I don't know. Is it the Jets' problem that he's a long ways away from a face-to-face meeting?
I would say if there was no negotiation, if there was no discussion about the future, just tell him over the phone. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Well, I'm sure there's other guys, but you're also talking about a Hall of Famer, and so maybe that's a respectful thing to do.
Most people would say the right thing to do is to do it, even if it's tough news, to do it face-to-face.
Or you fly to him.
Exactly. The point is you made him come to you for a 20-second conversation.
Which is a baller move.
Right.
All right, so are you saying that teams then logically should, before they tell you news, figure out where you are on this planet before you come in?
Not everybody's the same. And 99 out of 100 of us, we're not asked to come into the building anyways. We get told over the phone.
Okay, all right, let me keep going here. Do you think then they did that on purpose because they were actually pissed at him and they did want to inconvenience him?
Yeah, I think Aaron Glenn was on a power trip a little bit.
Little power trip.
If not Aaron, the
organization.
The organization.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this like Aaron Rodgers had a trip planned, so he missed the OTAs. So this was their okay. How about this, Egypt? Next story, Dan.
All right, fellas. Lastly, wide receivers in this draft. Chris Collinsworth just talked about who his guy is in the 2025 NFL draft.
I'll be perfectly honest with you. My favorite player at receiver in the draft is Luther Burden out of Missouri. I mean, he's just awesome. I mean, it's just like a Deebo Samuel with speed kind of thing. So I think Luther Burden is a guy that is going to take the league by storm. I really do. When I was watching him, I was just going, oh my gosh, there's nothing this guy does that I don't just love. And I think he's one of those, when you talk about Deebo Samuel, he plays like that, but he's faster. When you have a physical presence at the wide receiver position, it just does something to your team.
Deebo Samuel with speed. If he's there at 20, could this be Sean Payton's coveted joker?
Well, he's been my wide receiver. I've said that for a while now, that if you're going wide receiver, I sure hope that Luther Burden's on the board. I'd take him above Emeka Egbuka. I like Luther Burden a lot.
He could definitely be selected by the Broncos.
How do you guys just feel, generally speaking, about a wide receiver in the first round?
Fine. I really do trust the Broncos here.
Especially if it's a Deebo Samuels with speed.
Sure.
I'll take him. There's your joker.
And listen, man, Colson Loveland, Omari Hampton, Egbuka, Burden. Okay, fine. The only guy that I would have just is if they were to go with like Walter Nolan, a defensive tackle, because they did have him in for a visit. We should just be aware of him enough that that's a possibility. He's definitely a first-round guy. I might struggle with that one a little bit, but I would want to see how the rest of the draft is going to play out, frankly.
Well, you just signed your starting tight end for the next couple of years. Fair?
Sure.
So you don't need a tight end there, even if one of these guys drops. Go ahead and get if it's the best wide receiver left, and it's a guy like him. And again, you're going to tell me you can get a Deebo Samuels with speed?
Sure, you'd be fine with it.
How would you not be fine with that?
And Ferguson Arroyo or Gunnar Helm or somebody else like that.
Well, that's got Joker written all over it.
Sure. They're going to do fine. They're going to do great in this draft.
Unless they go D-tackle linebacker.
That'd be interesting.
Unless the guy's named Jackson.
But I won't even write off the D tackle. I mean, if he's that special, if he's that good, if it's that big of a need, they know the team better than anybody.
You got to balance things out, man. It just doesn't make sense. You got a great defense, and I understand the need for a defensive tackle in the draft. You got to balance out the talent, and we've got a talent deficit on offense.
I gotcha. But this is kind of head-scratching sort of what about? But even that is so unlikely. Katie, just come on in. Come on in. Oh, you just got to get her headphones. Okay. Katie did something kind of funny.
Really?
A little bit. Playoff Katie was taking things maybe just a pinch too seriously today.
Really?
Just a little bit.
She's a worker now.
She is. There is absolutely no doubt about it. But we're having fun with Playoff Katie. So the degree that she has to thoroughly cover the Clippers.
She covered the Clippers.
She was trying to.
That's pretty big.
She takes her job seriously. She is the absolute best. But we realize the show is ending relatively soon. I don't know if Nate and Andy want Playoff Katie. They're more than welcome to her. Do we got Playoff Katie? All right, there she is. Hold on.
Playoff Katie, playoff Katie, playoff Katie, playoff. It's the postseason, Denver. Let's go.
There we go.
Let's go. If you want it, you can get it. Let me know. I'm about to beat this thing up. Let's go. Playoff season is the mode. Let's go. Want it? Let it go.
You can see Playoff Katie's contributions on YouTube, on our digital media here, and
hi.
We just have to have you come back to the station. station at
Oh
some
my gosh,
point.
I know. Hi.
So he said you were taking today serious.
I was making sure I was there. I told you I was getting there even earlier.
I know,
just
you
to
did. I know.
Make sure I was there. They changed the court on us, so they told us it was up on the practice court. So I was up there, and it was just me. There's nobody else. I'm like, am I like this early? Like, holy moly, you know?
And they were down on the big court.
Yeah, there wasn't even anybody on the court. So I like took some video. I'm like, hey, you know.
You were
but
literally
then
the only one there?
I was the only one up there on the A floor. And I was like, this is amazing. And then Nick O'Hare came up and he's like, hey, we're down on the actual court today. So, but I was still early, and I got my spot and I was there, and we got some pretty good stuff, I think. So Joker talked, AG, and Coach again. So some good stuff today.
All right. Well, we're
Now,
glad
did you
you're
actually stay for the Clippers?
I tried, so they told us the Clippers were going to be there at 1:30. So, our stuff wrapped up at 12:45. We're like, we can hang out. So we did some press stuff, and then they had us come back on the court at 1:30, and we're just waiting. Everybody is sitting there waiting on the court, and then finally at 1:45, they're like, oh, they're just leaving the hotel or something.
Oh, so
and we're like, oh my gosh. Yeah, so I left at 2, and their bus was just pulling in, and I was texting back and forth, and they're like, get back to the station. And then Kawhi and Harden weren't even going to talk as far as I knew. So it looked like their coach was just going to speak with the media.
The big news.
We wrapped it up.
How was it being face to face with the Joker?
Oh my gosh, it was so amazing. He is such a cool dude, right? He just has this air about him where he doesn't care, but he does care. And that's a really neat energy to be around. It just to be in his presence is
Did you ask him a question?
I didn't. But it's only because I feel like the person down, you could barely hear the other reporters. And I think somebody asked them that question because it was, has your role changed? And then I didn't get the last part. So I was like, well, that's what I was. And then if I ask the same question twice, people are really going to look at me funny, right? So I was like, I can't ask the question that I practiced all night long. I practiced that question, but
Stand
it's
in front
okay.
of the mirror?
I did. How'd you know? But
how do you think Jokic felt about you being there?
That's I live for.
I hope that's how he felt. That's amazing.
All right, Adelman was asked about the health of the team.
How healthy are you guys heading into the playoffs?
I think you can ask me, but I think how healthy are you? No, I don't know. No, I think our guys are in a great place. They moved well all week. We tried to maintenance. I think I talked about it a couple of days ago. You have to maintenance guys in different ways. Jamal wanted to kind of go because he hasn't played a lot lately. We kind of took a step back with Aaron, with Nicola. You're saving their legs as best you can. So we did the best we could with that, pulling guys out of drills that don't need it, guys that did need it. And I think we're in a sweet spot right now. We look good. I'm really happy with where the guys are at because they're going to play a lot of minutes.
Okay, so the overall vibe was positive.
Yeah, and that's it. It's great to hear them all talk about each other because Joker, some of the stuff he said was he likes Coach Adelman, his creativity. He's like, he just thinks outside the box so much, and he's not afraid to suggest things even if they don't work. So we have a lot of things to choose from. And, even Adelman piggybacking on that, he said, when I was assistant, it was very easy for me to be like, hey, we should try this. We should do this. We should, it's very easy to suggest things. To make the decision is a lot harder, but he has practice at it. So I just think they're melding so well together as a group. And that's something I didn't realize about him, but he's a funny dude. He's got some jokes, huh? One of the reporters asked him if he was asking his dad a lot of questions. He's like, are you talking to your dad? And he's like, and my mom, So it was he was so funny the whole time. And I just I didn't know that about him. So it just makes him even more familiar and more normal. And you just want to root for this guy.
What we thought about today that would have been a great question. Maybe you still can't ask it at some point. I wonder if he's talking to Mike Malone at all.
Oh, that is a great question.
Yeah. And I'm sure he would. Well, I don't know. Do you think he would mention that?
He mentioned earlier that he had talked to him.
Yeah.
Right after everything happened. I don't know if that communication is still going on.
That would surprise me.
Yeah. Kind of got to be your own guy right now, and succeed or fail on what you do.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing about Jokers, see if you notice this. You talk about himself and you ask him questions about him, and it's pretty much blah.
Mm-hmm.
But you ask him about a Christian Brown or a Jamal or a Gordon or other people, or God forbid ever mention his kids.
Yeah.
It's a whole different interview.
He lights up.
He lights up when he talks about other people.
He really does. And it's funny you say that because every question about him was one answer today. Are you nervous? No. Are these playoffs any different from the championship run? No. we're doing it, like he was just very,
Locked
short and
into
to
that.
the point. But you're right. He did elaborate a lot when it came to the other players and coaching squad.
Were you surprised how tall he was?
Yeah, I had to get that tripod up real, man, he was tall.
I'm always, it's always interesting when people run into the Joker for the first time. They always are kind of like, whoa.
Yeah, because he's 7-footer, right? Like, you have to look up to see him. And it was.
It looked small against Edey, though. So remember when he played Zach Edey last week?
7'4". I know. It's
he looked
crazy.
small against Zach Edey.
Yeah. Oh, to make him look small. Oh,
Think
my
about that.
goodness.
All right, we got to take a break, though, because we're just, I know.
This was so much fun, though. Thank you again.
Well, we'll see more of it up on, on YouTube and all on social media and that sort of stuff. So playoff Katie lasts forever.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. It's always out there.
Playoff Katie's working in June.
Yeah.
Well, that's right.
Let's go.
Then we'll get mixed to send you on the road.
Hey, we should make that happen.
Well,
All
we're
right.
still part of the same company, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's not going to happen.
There is soon.
Thank you, Katie.
All right, go Nuggets.
Nate and Andy coming up next.
If you want it, you can get it. Let me know. Let me know. I'm about to beat this thing up. Let's go.
All right, guys and gals, if you're out there noticing that your hair's getting a little bit thin on you, maybe it's just straight up falling out, you got a bald spot. Why don't you do something about it? Make a commitment to get your hair back by committing to call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And guys, I want you to be the next one. So pick up the phone and call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you'll be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. You're going to love Dr. Tanya Pauls. She's amazing. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration is the best of the best at what they do. And what I love about Advanced Hair, they believe in what they do so much. They're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it starts to regrow the very next day. So don't waste any time. Pick up the phone. Commit to get your hair back by committing to call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or feel free to check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
69-footer. Got it! He did it again! From his own three-point line, he swished that thing home.
McKinnon all the way over. One-timer, they score! Oh, hail Cale! Cale Makar is the 9th defenseman in the history of the National Hockey League to score 30 goals in a season.
Thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalized-health.com. We're obviously excited for both teams. I don't know which team comes with a little bit more either excitement or anxiety. Perhaps it's equal for both, depending on how you view it. To me, I just sort of, and this is just the nature of recency or regency bias. Maybe I'm saying that wrong. Home bias. The Nuggets will start at home. The Nuggets are here, and the Avs aren't. And we'll be out at the Buffalo Rose and Golden to watch the Avs on Saturday. But I just think naturally the way it goes, you just sort of lean into a little bit whoever's here at home first. That's why if you can get like what's amazing is when it's that home. Did the NHL have an obligation to look at the Nuggets schedule at all before scheduling the Avalanche?
Obligation? Probably not. Would have been nice? Probably yes.
Would have been smart? Probably yes.
Yeah.
Because it does feel like, they're alienating. All right. Let me back up too. Are Avs and Nuggets fans the same person?
No.
There's certainly a lot of crossover there, but I would definitely say if you've got a passion for one or the other, you're not the same person.
I would say
if you're a general fan of Denver sports, you might be the same person.
I would say there are more Nuggets fans that are also Avs fans than there are Avs fans that are also Nuggets fans.
Why do you say that?
Just because I think there's a hardcore niche group of Avs fans
that just don't care about anything else.
Yeah, listen, I was there. I was a season ticket holder of the Avs the first season, first 2 seasons. And I saw a guy who was a hockey guy. This is first year back in Denver. Lectured a lady because she was asking stupid questions about offsides. Said, lady, come on, there's books you can read. And I'm like, dude. And that's when I was introduced to a hockey fan.
Do you know who one of those people is? Her person is? My wife.
She's a hockey fan.
She got an Airbnb. She sent me the link. So after her plan is to just get really into the spirit of things on Saturday night. And because we live 40 minutes from Golden, be more like 4 minutes from crashing. Yeah, no guarantee. Higher likelihood than 40 minutes, though.
Oh, yeah.
Better odds.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. Yeah, but no guarantees.
Because there's snoring going on between Golden and home, right?
There's
absolutely.
There's no hope between Golden and Lone Tree. There's zero hope. There's a shot between the Buffalo Road from Golden to Golden. Yes.
Yeah.
She actually sent me, she goes, well, there's a 1-bedroom that's further away or a little bit more expensive 2-bedroom that's right there.
2-bedroom.
There we go.
So she is like that. Now, she doesn't dislike the Nuggets, but she just is such, and you got to understand, she watches everything. She watches the pregame.
She's like Vic's mom with the Nuggets.
Does Vic's mom watch the pregame and the full postgame?
Vic's mom watches every part of the Nuggets broadcast, yeah.
Okay. I love all you guys. We're all friends. The thought of watching the entire pregame and postgame show as well as every second of the game, every single game, is preposterous.
It's a long day.
Yeah, nobody makes that commitment. And then it's not just there, then it's on the social media afterwards, and then it's Avs 360 or whatever it is. And God forbid one of the Avs moms has any feature on her. We know all about that.
Those are the heartwarming ones, though. They ain't missing that.
Oh, she ain't missing that. She's fine with the Nuggets. She's not like anti-Nuggets or anything. But I was wondering, how do people really consume all the games are on at the same time on Monday? How you consuming it? Like, what are you doing?
Well,
what's the average fan doing?
Your house is going to be the 75 has the Avs, And you'll probably sit there with your computer open watching the Nuggets.
Well, I won't be there. I'll be at the Nuggets.
I've never really understood guys like you that will watch 3 screens at the same time. That's not the life for me. And that's why it's a bummer, because I don't know how do you get wrapped up in the moment of the game and feel the emotion and the heartbeat and the excitement when you're staring at 2 or 3 different screens at the same time. And yeah, it's doable.
You miss a lot that's going on.
Right.
You miss a lot.
Right. So how do I consume it? I usually choose.
Really?
Yeah, I usually choose.
So on Monday, if you're not going to the Nuggets, you'll just literally I'm picking one team over the other?
I'll get caught up, no question about it.
What team are you going to choose?
I'll choose the Nuggets.
Why?
I feel more passionate about watching the Nuggets.
Okay. Any particular reason?
Just that's always been. Look, it's
just
not
like basketball a little bit more than hockey?
Yeah.
As simple as that?
Yeah.
I mean, that's fine. That's acceptable.
I have the Nuggets Avs games recorded, the Avs games. I don't know if it's still recording Nuggets or not. The Avs games I am. So I'll call the Nuggets games, and I'll go home that night, get something to eat, get my PJs, and then I'll go back and watch my DVR for
now, the bummer of
Avs
that
game.
is that you can't get caught up in the emotion of that either when you're watching it and rewind, and that sucks. But
well, if you know the score, you can. But
how do you avoid
which
that?
you always do, yeah.
Yeah, you can't avoid that in today's world.
It's KKSE, FM, HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. It's fascinating what we have to go through. I don't know. What's the NHL supposed to do? Are they really supposed to look at the schedule? Not much you can do.
How is it decided who starts on Saturdays?
What do you mean?
Like, how does the league decide which games, which teams play the first available date?
Market size.
Because if you
I assume it's all for TV reasons.
If you can choose that, then yeah, there's things you can do. But if you can't choose that, if that's just decided, I don't know how it's decided.
So the Nuggets game is going to be 1:30 in Denver. It's going to be 12:30 in L.A.
Okay.
So they think Saturday afternoon, boom, 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 all the beach bars will be combed. All the Nate Kreckmans of the world will be locked up at Muscle Beach, sitting down with
it's getting jacked, bro.
A fine Pilsner.
I tell you one thing to watch out for, a little scheduling note that tells you what the league thinks of your series is your nationally televised game on NBA TV. That's a big indicator, and I believe Game 3, Nuggets Clips, is an NBA TV game.
In L.A.
Yeah, on Thursday night. That's an NBA TV affair, but that's the league's way of telling you. They put the games that they believe will draw the bigger audiences on TNT and ESPN. If you're an NBA TV game, that means the league doesn't think very highly
So it'd be
of
interesting
you.
to see who that Thursday night matchups are in the league, who the other games are.
Well,
Boston's probably playing somewhere.
I can tell you that it is going to be Knicks Pistons on TNT in the East. Oklahoma City against either Dallas or Memphis on TNT, Nuggets Clippers on NBA TV. So they have decided people would rather watch 1-seed Oklahoma City and either the Mavericks or the Grizzlies over Nikola Jokic, James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, etc.
Or I think this happens also with that right there. They go, nobody watches NBA TV. How can we drive people to that?
Well, when you typically look at the NBA TV matchups, it would not suggest that is really true. Like on Wednesday, Heat Hawks winner versus Cleveland is on NBA TV.
So the number one ranked team in the.
On Tuesday, it's the Milwaukee and Indiana. A couple of bright lights, big city situations for you right there. So yeah, NBA TV is a bit of a slight. So that's what they think of the Nuggets, everybody. So hey, it's a chip. It's a chip for Denver to put on the shoulder a little bit, right?
Who from the Clippers scares you the most?
Kawhi Leonard. Yeah.
And who's going to be on him?
Aaron Gordon.
Aaron Gordon.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
And Peyton Watson behind that.
Yeah. The whole thing with Kawhi is just like he's going to make 99% of his mid-range jumpers. Hyperbole, I know. Can you make him shoot him from 17 feet instead of 12 feet? Yeah. Because like those, he'll knock down every single one of those. But can you push him far enough away from the basket? And here's the thing on Harden that I can't figure out. James Harden's a legend. Okay, there's no denying that. Is he a big game performer?
Well, I mean, if you go back his time in Houston, he folded in a couple games, didn't he?
Right. He's like, you could go back and look at it and say, like, okay, series that James Harden has played in his NBA career going back to like 2015, if it was like a 50-50, if it wasn't like his team had a massive advantage going into a series, did he win it? And almost all the time he didn't.
Well, Chris Paul got hurt in that one year, and it was on Harden, and Harden, remember that was a big video afterwards?
Oh, he went the
30
bed
after the game.
in Game 7, yeah.
And then 30 minutes later, he's at some strip club posting on Instagram or something.
I mean, come on. You got to do what you got to do after the game. Let's see. Last year, got bounced in 6 against Dallas. This was when he was in L.A., despite having home court. The couple of years that he was in Philly, they got bounced, middle of those series. Unimpressive. Didn't show up very much. Like, I think this is a 7-game series. I'm picking Denver in 7. But I think this thing is going to be treacherous.
How do you feel like it's going to start out the gates?
I think they split in Denver.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then split in L.A.?
Yeah, I could see the Nuggets getting Game 1. Here's where I think whatever adjustments Lou is going to make between Game 1 and Game 2 are going to be big, and then I think that's going to put Denver's coaching staff on their heels a little bit. They'll have to catch up to it. I believe they split in L.A., and then we alternate till the finish until Denver wins Game 7 at home. That's my prediction for this series. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it goes easier than that, but I think this thing's going to be a damn slog. What do you guys think about this?
I got maybe unearned confidence in this, and I'm
Cool.
not quite sure why. It feels like the rebound effect for the last week and a half is pretty significant, man. And I didn't think I was going to feel that way at all. I really do think the Nuggets are going to win this in 6. And a lot of that is probably me looking at the Clippers vibes.
Okay.
And me looking at the Clippers like, can't we just run these guys down out the gym? Like at some point, and I know the breaks, and it's just not as big of a grind, but that's an old basketball team, man.
Mm-hmm.
If you can go to L.A. for Game 6 and up 3-2, and this is historic too, a lot of teams, when they know their chances are slighter, they don't want to come back for Game 7.
They don't put the fight in.
Go back to L.A. in Game 5 in that first year, right?
Yeah.
Or Game 4. They came out, crazy at first half, and then they realized, we don't really want to go back.
We don't have this in us.
We ain't got all that to go back in there.
I think if Phoenix in the championship run is the team that folded up shop.
Yeah.
After they got their 2, and then Denver blitzed him in the first half of Game 5, and you could just see those dudes were cashed out.
Yeah.
They were finished.
And then Game 6 was almost embarrassing.
And now look at where they're at.
Yeah.
Not even in the damn playoffs.
That's wild.
Getting their coach fired and everything else that happened with the most expensive roster in the NBA. Isn't that wild?
And I was told they're going to, and I think the GM should go too, because I'm not sold on him either. James Jones, I think, is doing it.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking about he's getting an extension.
HBM must like him. What are they going to do? They're stuck with that roster. They got to trade Durant. Like that's the first thing they have to do, and he doesn't want to be on that team anymore. That's an interesting case. Wherever KD goes this offseason is going to be something that bears an awful lot of watching. Andy, how are you feeling today? How are you feeling about the start of these 2 series? Do you have unearned confidence like our pal Tyler Polumbus?
I'm numb. I don't like, I don't like.
A little cold out there.
Hey, listen, he's going to be the one that's going to deal with it. I don't like both. I don't like it all being on the same day.
Yeah, well, that sucks.
Did you guys hear me overwhelm Eric Johnson with my Dallas hate yesterday?
It's like either the longest, greatest day ever, or you're like, oh my gosh, couldn't I enjoy just a little bit of this on separate days?
It's like you went to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and lasted an hour or more.
Like, and who really wants? And if we're being honest, who really wants to do that?
Or
was this the 4 hours call the doctor thing?
Or
why won't this thing go down?
Yeah, I'm good. Are you? I've had all the dessert I'd like.
I'm all set on that. Thank you very much.
We should have played that for Scotty. Well, you're both former athletes, both of you. I went full like you always talk. I went full Avs fan because he brought up Dallas. Because I just have it. I hate Dallas. I probably hate Dallas more than the Red. Remember that robust Red Wing hate?
Yeah.
Or maybe Vancouver after the Bertuzzi incident? That exists for Dallas in my world. And I think I went off.
And you told EJ, what did EJ say about it?
He was over. He didn't know what to say. He basically was like, well, we've got to stay even keeled and we can't go up and down. We can't. And I finally told him, I go, yeah, I couldn't be in your locker room. I'd be looking for Jamie Benn every shift. I wouldn't even be playing. I wouldn't be playing hockey. That might have happened in lacrosse once. But yeah, I would be out there for the wrong reasons.
I bet
I'd be locked in on where is him and where is my shot.
I bet a lot of those guys had teammates like Andy in the minors. But that's the thing is dudes like that, they get left behind.
But they're fun in the minors. That's your friend.
Yes.
Their name was Happy Gilmore.
Exactly. Like those games are really fun to go to because there's that guy out headhunting every single night. But eventually it's like, okay, I need to go to the NHL now. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It is a Friday afternoon. Shout out to the PhD fellas. Everybody watch Scott Hastings tomorrow at 1:30 on Altitude Television. We have got a lot to do on this radio program today. We do the hockey with John Michael Lyles coming up at 3:30. Did I tell you I have loved having him in the booth? I think he is a wonderful game analyst. JML going to join us coming up at 3:30. Law Murray covers the Clippers and the NBA for The Athletic. He had a wonderful X and O breakdown on theathletic.com of this series, so we'll talk to Law Murray coming up at 3:45, plus Jeff Legwold today at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. The top 100 will be available to you on ESPN.com on Sunday. On Sunday, we will dive all into it. Andy, we've spent a lot of time talking about this Nuggets-Clippers series, and sometimes and I'll probably admit my own fault in all of this. I get lost in the matchup. I get lost in the X and O's, trying to find the advantage, et cetera, et cetera. And maybe sometimes I don't see the forest for the trees, whatever the hell that means. So in this series, all right?
Okay. I won't, yeah.
There's also, there's storylines.
Yes.
There's narratives.
Yep.
There's, one thing that you know about me, I love a good championship DVD. Okay, I love the arc of it all as well, and I don't think we paid enough attention to that for this Denver Nuggets team. Starting game 1 tomorrow afternoon against the Clippers. Kaz will have the call right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. What to you is the like 1A storyline of this series for the Nuggets?
Man.
Stumped you, didn't it?
Well, because there's a lot. Is it the Adelman angle, the team battling without its coach? Did the breath of fresh air work for the play? Did the juice get squeezed, I guess, to borrow Josh's terms?
Forgot about
that. Look, there's always going to be pressure when you got Nikola Jokic. Can you not? I don't want to call it waste. What would be wasting another year? Because it can't just be a championship. It's all right. Like, to me, if you can at least get to the Western Conference Finals and you lose to an incredible Oklahoma City team or someone of that ilk, you've told me you think the Lakers, unfortunately, are a much more amazing basketball team with Luka, then fine. But it can't be, for me, can't be a first-round exit, man.
It's a bad look.
Coaching change or not, you can't first-round exit this sucker.
Yeah, one and done it in a year where Jokic averaged a triple-double.
Yeah.
Ooh, that doesn't look good.
And then
that'd be a bad look.
Is Jamal Murray right? What is this team like? How about this? You know what? I'll pick one out.
Let me tell you another thing, though, about the one and done before you move on really quickly. All of the critics that will come crawling out of the woodworks to say, what the hell were you doing firing your coach right before the start of the playoffs if they go one and done? Now, look, they might have done it anyway.
Right. They were going to, it sounds like.
Probably.
Although I don't think Josh wanted him another chance to run his way back into it.
But it'll be a sharpening of the knives for critics that said this timing is idiotic. What are you doing firing your coach right now? Malone is an experienced, championship-proven coach. What are you doing getting rid of him and putting somebody in the seat with 3 games to prepare for the postseason? And look, I think that's a fair question to ask. Like, how is Adelman going to respond to this? It's one of the ones that I actually have it written down 3rd on my list.
I'll give you this. Here's my top one.
Okay.
Are the core 4 still magic? Are the core 4, do they still got it? Because if they don't, injuries, whatever leads to them not playing the beautiful basketball that we've seen. Listen, they didn't play their beautiful basketball in the playoffs last year, but they still were playing beautiful basketball last year, right? That's how they still got what they get, the 2-3 seed, whatever it was. can they still play beautiful basketball together? Because quite honestly, if they can't, then changes have to happen this summer more than just the coaching job.
And it's so funny because as I wrote it down, I wrote down last ride for the core four.
Yep. Yeah. Same thing, right?
Yeah. Which it very well could be. Right? Like it's hard to envision a world where after the coaching change, after the GM change, and whomever the GM is going to be, okay? Like maybe somebody, maybe Ben Tenzer or Tommy Balsettis is just going to get promoted, and the Nuggets will go for continuity in the job, and they'll keep this thing going. But if you bring in a new voice from the outside, my assumption is going to be that guy is going to want to retool the roster in his image, and as well he should. Right? Like a new general manager should walk through the door and say, Nikola Jokic needs to be surrounded with what I believe is the vision by which this guy can win another championship. So last ride for the core four, that's a very big storyline going into and really I think that question exists, Andy, no matter how far they go.
Yeah.
I don't know. And I'll go even so far as to say they just get on the heater of a lifetime and win an NBA championship. And I can't even sit here and confirm to you that wouldn't mean there wouldn't be massive change in the offseason.
If you were to bring in an outside eye like a Bob Myers, who's been rumored, now we don't know what way they're going to go.
Yeah.
But if you were to bring an outside eye like that in, he would probably tell you if he were to come in and try to manage based off the commentary he's offered up on ESPN, my guess is he'd still look to get a little more payroll flexibility.
Sure. Which they need.
They do.
The aprons are
but again, we can't really
real.
I'm not even going to throw the MPJ name out there because we don't know who's going to play what to lead to whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look, if Aaron Gordon's good, but all of a sudden, all the guys could be up for, well, all but one could be up for discussion.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think everything except for Jokic is not nailed down on this roster. And I'll even include Christian Brown in that. And I would imagine that he continues on as a core key tenet to what this team is, but also like if he could also be the guy that everybody that calls asks about first. They could say, wow, that guy's 23 years of age and look at what he could do. And he could grow on my team. And here, I can give you multiple pieces right now. Like that, obviously you'd have to include another salary and all that, but that could be a part of it. Yeah, is this the last ride for the core four? I think is a major question in this series. I think the Adelman one obviously is huge. Is Adelman up to the task?
Yeah.
And it's not all on him. It's he and his staff, and these guys have been here and they've been together, and everybody has their responsibilities assigned to them. But I mean, really, the matchup you're looking at here is David Adelman versus Tyronn Lue. And from the outside looking in, to me, it's advantage Clippers. Ty Lue is one of the best coaches in the entire NBA. David Adelman very well may be that, and we know that he comes from a lineage of a Hall of Fame coach, but I've never seen the guy coach a playoff series before. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like.
Well, and young guys learn on the job.
Yeah.
And that's just part of being a young guy.
Right.
It's the same with any job.
Yeah, you can't skip to the front of the line for any experience he does not have.
The office is different.
Yep.
The pressures are different.
Absolutely it is. Yeah, that's going to be a big part of it. Here's what I wrote down top of my list. Tell me if you agree with this. The Denver Nuggets are underdogs.
Yeah. Well, we've got audio to prove it.
Yeah.
The NBA world's having a lot of fun with what they think is going to happen.
And quite simply, here's how I measure these things. What's the betting market say? Clippers are a minus 125 favorite to win the series. Denver is plus 105. Now, it's not massive, but you're making the team that does not have home court advantage a minus 125 favorite. That tells you a significant lean in the direction of the LA Clippers, the team that was 18-3 over the last 21 games, a team that since the All-Star break has profiled as one of the best teams in the entire NBA. The Nuggets have been decidedly absolutely not that. Now, what is the lift that you get out of Tyler was talking about before, the vibes of the last week and the last 3 games? We'll see. We'll see what that's worth. I mean, I think typically vibes tend to, probably run out pretty quickly in a series, and then it just comes down to matchups and how you exist in those places. But I do know that the Nuggets are in a better place today than they were at this time, 2 weeks ago. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. They've looked like them. Listen, they look like themselves against Houston again.
Yeah.
That's, I think, the reason why I'm not panicked or I don't feel the way I felt a week ago is they got rest. Jamal started to knock the rust off, I think, latter part of that third quarter into the fourth quarter. So we'll see if he's got to do that again, as the one has not played as much basketball as everybody else the last 3 weeks. But they look like themselves again. So I'm hoping that carries over. I mean, look, they took it to a pretty good Houston team that had their starters in there.
Yep.
Now, what I love is all the questions of who really cares right now. They're all out the door. It's the playoffs. Nobody can lean on, well, we weren't playing that. We didn't have anything.
Oh, no. It's
all done.
Yeah, every possession is a damn meat grinder in the NBA playoffs. Guys don't take possessions off in the NBA playoffs. This is what these guys live for. So, yeah, you're absolutely right about that. All right, 303-504-0925. That's the Shant Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. He says with intentionality. We will take your text messages. What's your A1 biggest storyline of this series, or maybe what's something that we missed? 303-504-0925. We are down to have you engage in Sports Talk Radio discourse with us here this afternoon. I tell you what, if a topic works, do it again. Avs stirs storylines ahead of John Michael Lyles coming up at 3:30. That's next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Happy Scott Friday to all who celebrate. I am Nate Kreckman. That is Andy Lindahl. Be sure to join us tomorrow at the Buffalo Rose in Golden for an Avalanche Game 1 viewing party. We'll have a live network broadcast, live post-game between the Pipes with Raj and Spring, DMac hosting with great giveaways, and $1 off all Bud Light pints. We'll see you at the Buffalo Rose in Golden for the kickoff of the Avalanche run to the Stanley Cup. Yeah, stop by the west side of town. West Side's where I reside. So head out there to the Buffalo Rose tomorrow for a Game 1 viewing party. The puck will drop at 6:30 with the great Connor McGahee on the call right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Double header, double dip, as they say, tomorrow. Right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Plus, Andy, double dip on Sunday as well. Old day-night doubleheader over there at Coors Field, including for the night half of the doubleheader, the Rockies will debut their new City Connect uniforms. Their new Taco Bell jerseys will debut Sunday night against the Washington Nationals, as tonight's ball game has been snowed out.
It has. They already called it, which, you know what, good for them. I give them credit for that. Don't make everybody, well, those that were going, go to the park and all that.
Those that were going.
I was going to say that not quite the same as it used to be. I think, as you called it, I like it. Ooh, by the way, our promotions guy, Rob Trujillo, they're giving away a signed Nathan McKinnon stick tomorrow night.
Whoa! I'm going to add that to the copy.
And we're
going
to have a McCarr stick on Monday. And I'll be hosting that one. But let's get through tomorrow first with the Between the Pipes guys and DMac.
A signed Nathan McKinnon stick tomorrow night, Buffalo Rose in Golden, Avalanche watch party. Viewing party.
Will that stick break on a power play the way his tends to? What was that game? Do you remember that game? He had a game like 2-3 games ago where he just kept breaking sticks every power play.
I remember that.
Like, Nate!
Yeah.
Dang it!
I remember that.
Even he thought the same because I think he finally just snapped it and he left. He kept taking big bomb shots and it finally broke.
What's the biggest storyline of this series, Andy? Is it Landeskog?
Oh. It's like, this is going to be a real pain.
Yeah.
Not getting to focus on one at a time.
I know. We're bouncing, pal. We're ping-ponging today.
Boy, is it Landeskog.
Okay, this is for you. Okay, this would be sub-headline because obviously your headline is that
I hate the Stars.
That you hope a Zamboni runs over Jamie Benn.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's fair.
Well, I mean, look, I don't need him like off the earth. Just, how about a muscle injury that will heal in time? You know what I mean? Good pulled hammy.
Just disappeared.
How about a pulled hammy?
You need him living in a hole in the desert like Saddam Hussein.
On the level of injuries that'll recover and you'll be fine. A hammy's not too bad, right?
Okay.
Right? Just the old knot in the front part there, maybe. The quad. So you can't play in this series and then whatever, you go back to life and go to Mexico and grab yourself a drink.
That doesn't feel like real hatred.
Yeah, whatever.
That felt a little gentle.
Here, I'll give it to you. Maybe it's too.
That was not the way you talked to Eric Johnson yesterday.
Oh, you know what? We ought to play that for Lyles and see if we overwhelm Lyles.
We got to revisit that.
We do. Listen, I'm really Sean Paytoning you today.
You really are.
You're listening.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to put the cart before the horse, okay?
Wait, what would Chris Dempsey have to say about all this right now?
Boy, the big breath.
It's Dempsey's birthday today.
Well, happy birthday, Chris Dempsey.
Yes.
You want everybody to know how old you are? That one might be drop of the year. Here's the deal. How much pressure's on Bednar?
By the way, Chris Dempsey could be anywhere between 32 and 49. I have no idea.
Doesn't age.
I've known Chris Dempsey for like 20 years. He hasn't aged a day.
No, he's not even getting gray anymore.
No, he's just shiny. He just glows.
I know.
Yeah. It's really not fair.
God,
yeah.
Might be falling into that Jamie Benn category soon. Age a bit, son. Seriously, how much pressure's on Bednar? Do we agree this is a pretty good roster?
Wow.
Do we agree that this is of the stand? Because listen, you made a lot of trades.
Sure did.
You made a bunch of moves.
Sure did.
And you've got what I think is, I don't know that it's quite as good as the 22 Cup team because I don't want to diminish what that was. That was a super team when The further I get away from it, the more you think,
oh, yeah,
holy cow, that was one stacked roster.
Yeah.
But I think they're close.
Pretty
now,
good
the
team.
difference is this roster is not played together nearly as much as that roster had.
Yeah.
Because you flipped out so many different pieces.
Yeah,
But
your second line center just showed up.
But look, this is the only thing that popped into the back of my head. I mean, I think Coach Bednar's done a great job.
Mm-hmm.
But weren't we all saying that about Coach Malone a month ago, too? I mean, what happens if you don't – I would ask you. We just said the Nuggets can't have a first-round exit. Stars or not, are the Avs allowed a first-round exit?
In a year where you completely made over the roster, to your point, you changed out goaltenders. You have a new first-line winger. You have a new second-line center. New faces pepper this lineup all over the place from the forwards to the D line. Blue line, they call it in hockey.
Blue line.
Andy. Yes. But yes, is this a situation where you would have to look at Bednar and be like, all right, man, like we did it. We put this thing together. You can't trip up against the Stars again. One of the things that always amazes me about Bednar, and look, if you were asking me right now, if they lost this series, would Jared Bednar's job be in jeopardy? My guess would be no. I wouldn't think so.
But we didn't think Michael Malone was going to get dismissed with 3 games left.
But, it'd be the second year in a row losing to the same team. It's something to worry about a little bit. I think there's pressure on this Avalanche team, but I don't know if the pressure exists beyond just it's McKinnon and Makar's prime, and you have to take every bit of advantage of it you can.
See, I don't disagree. I would say the first and second round exits, I would worry about Nate coming out like he did after the Vegas one, where he famously said, I haven't won anything yet.
Right.
And he's getting frustrated with it. But how much of the 2 years previous, when we get done with John, because I'm not going to, how much of the 2 years previous do you have to put on the absence of Val that you didn't see coming?
John Michael Lyles joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Johnny Lyles, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Doing wonderful. By the way, excellent work in the booth this year, man. Getting you in and doing that 3-man booth with Rycroft and Moser. I just thought you were an absolute natural stepping into that role as a game analyst. Very, very well done.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's definitely nerve-wracking stepping in with those two guys and the chemistry that they have, but it's been a lot of fun, and I've enjoyed every second of it, and I've even enjoyed a little bit of the time with Keith for pre- and post-game as well.
All right, have you figured out, because again, when I've done the broadcast work, I've mainly played your role, and as a sideline guy, I get this a lot, where when Moj goes absolutely, he probably didn't hear the last 5 words of whatever you just said. Have you picked up on that yet? Because it's a famous play-by-play thing, not just him.
Yeah, I'm starting to pick up on some subtleties with Moj, but man, he is unbelievable at what he does, and it is a skill like no other, and definitely not something that I could do. Just being able to constantly have the right words. I've got about 20, 30 seconds in me, and then it's like, okay, back to you.
I thought you were going to say I've got 20, 30 words in me.
Sometimes it's that too.
Johnny, let's take a look at this series, all right? The big bad Dallas Stars, Mikko Rantanen and company. We know what this team is capable of, and we know about their forward depth in particular. They got 3 lines that can just flat out score. When you start to look at Dallas and the places where they're most dangerous, is that kind of where you start with?
Yeah, absolutely, and especially with Miro Heiskanen, not being available. We'll call it game 1, but more than likely for at least the first part of round 1. He's just so dynamic on the back end when he's in the lineup, and him not being available, I think you do have to focus on their forward lines, and they have, especially you said it, the top 3 lines. They're very well balanced now. Jason Robertson. Sounds like is week to week. What that means, who knows? I mean, he could be out for game 1, but back in, game 3 because it's next week. I know that's a big loss for them because he's a consistent scorer for them. But when you look at the Jamie Benns and, Tyler Seguin is back now, and the Matthew Shanes and the Mikko Rantanens and, Wyatt Johnston's, there's a lot of depth there and a lot of scoring ability. And at the same time, they've got pretty good size too. So definitely, the thing I think that stands out the most, not to take anything away from the rest of their team, but yeah, they've got some really, really good forward depth, and they can roll those three lines and even the fourth line in there pretty consistently and be dangerous each and every time that those lines are on the ice.
All right, speaking as a guy that had a couple homes in the NHL, and so I was on the broadcast crew with the Broncos during the Manning era, okay? And I remember the two times we went back to Indy, and I remember the first time in particular, Manning was just a different dude. Like, I don't think I've ever seen that guy really uncomfortable. He felt uncomfortable the whole time that returned back to Indy. Now, granted, it's not hockey. It's not 6-7 games. But do you think there's any part of Mikko Rantanen that wishes this wasn't the first playoff series because the weirdness isn't gone yet?
Yeah, I do. I think that there's some part of him that probably wishes it was starting elsewhere. But, Mikko's a competitor and he's a tremendous player, and I'm sure he's going to, try and put his, best foot forward and make an impact on the series in any way that he can. And, forget who it was, but I was listening to, it was our playoff show. And, is there more pressure on the Avs to beat Mikko, or is there more pressure on Mikko to beat the Avs? And I would say there's probably a little bit more pressure on the Avs to beat Mikko, just given the magnitude of the trade. And it's, it was the Avs that traded Mikko. But what I would say is that pressure definitely ramps up when Jason Robertson's not in the lineup for Dallas on Mikko. So there's a lot of subtleties within this series. But yeah, I'm in agreement that you probably don't want to play that first playoff series against your former team, especially, in a playoff series with so many kind of subplots and, different things that could come into play, different lineup changes. And so, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. The good thing for Mikko is they are starting in Dallas. But, I think for the Avs, that's not a bad thing either. I played on a couple teams actually that, for the Avs that played, Dallas in the playoffs and had good success. It's a fun building to play in. The crowd's always engaged. And, if you can get out to a good start in the series in these first couple of games, it really, sets you up for success later on.
Talking to John Michael Lyles, Game 1 tomorrow night, 6:30, Avalanche and the Dallas Stars. Johnny, give us an Avalanche player not named McKinnon or Makar that you believe has a chance to really shine in this matchup against Dallas.
Oh, man. I'm going to say Charlie Coyle. He's our guy right there. Yeah, he's awesome. One, he's an amazing guy. Two, he's a heck of an interview. And three, he's a really, really good two-way player. I played against him a bunch when he was in Mini. He's been in Boston for a while, but it took him kind of, I think, a little bit. And he's like I said, great two-way player. I think the focus for him when he first got here was really just making sure he was solid defensively. But now the offensive instincts have really started to kick in, and you can see that he's very comfortable within this lineup and some of the positions that he's being put into. He's a year off of 60 points with the Boston Bruins, and as a third-line center, probably second power play guy here in the playoffs, I think he could be a guy that could have a huge impact, especially in this round one series.
But just on that, is there a more Boston guy than Charlie? I felt like we were talking to a character from Cheers. He was awesome with us. I mean, awesome, but wow, the accent. Did you hear a lot of that when you were in Boston?
Oh yeah. I lived in the North End, and yeah, I mean it's you don't escape it there. And I mean Charlie's he's a I think Weymouth kid, and then BU, and then back to the Bruins. So yes, he is Boston born, bred, and played there for the black and gold. And he's a guy that I love that move, getting him from the Bruins for the Avs. I just think that along with Brock Nelson, you got McKinnon, Nelson, and Coyle as your top three centers, and you've got Jack Drury. I mean, like that's a winning, that's a Stanley Cup contending center lineup, top to bottom.
Oh, look, I'd love it if they could find a way to keep all these guys around for another year and really see what this team could do if they play together. All right, so is this team built to handle the physicality of this Dallas team in the playoffs? And is this the Dallas team, because, John, when I think of the Stars, I always think of them, clogging things up, and I always throw out to Nate, and it's not quite as late in the year as we're used to seeing them. But, I feel like the ice is always soft, or there's always some crap going on down there, so the game can't be fast and all that stuff. Is this the same Stars team that I'm used to?
I think it's very close. Like I said, with Heiskanen not being available at least early in the series, that's a different look on the back end. Now, Thomas Harley is an unbelievable young player. He played really well for Team Canada coming in when Shea Theodore got hurt, and he stepped in, I think, admirably in Heiskanen's absence. But, the other thing I look at is like Chris Tanev that was with Dallas last year. He's gone. Now they have kind of Lyubushkin as that fill-in guy. Cody Ceci was another guy that they brought in. But, Chris Tanev did so much for the Stars last year in that series, blocking a ton of shots, really shutting down the Avs top line. And so for me, it's a different Stars team. Now, Pete DeBoer has coached in a very specific way over the years against Jared Bednar and the Colorado Avalanche. It would not shock me to see Dallas do their usual, I like to call it punt for field position over and over and over again, where they just continually flip the puck out from their D zone. And they essentially say, we're going to give you the puck back, but we're going to bend and not break. And it's frustrating. And frankly, it is terrible hockey to watch when they start doing that, and they usually do it when the Avs are home at Ball Arena. But it has been effective, so we'll see if that's the strategy they deploy again. I for some reason feel like that's probably something they're going to do, but time will tell.
John Michael Lyles, everybody. Altitude. He'll be there tomorrow, 6:30, dropping the puck. Avalanche Stars, game number 1. Johnny Lyles, man, thank you so much. As always, we'll talk to you as the playoffs continue.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, the great John Michael Lyles stopping by the show right there to preview the series. What about those Nuggets? Let's ping pong it right back to the hoops. Law Murray covering the Clippers for The Athletic. Where is Tyronn Lue's crew at coming into this series? We find out next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Are you dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction? Have you put off seeking treatment for it? You can't just go and seek treatment. You want to find the right treatment. That's what's critical to all of this, because every case is different, and if you get the right treatment, that can change your experience from being just okay again to having an amazing one. So if you want to maybe get this solved, if you've put it off, don't put it off any longer. Go and visit the good folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. And they have treatments with success rates well over 90% and some that can have you lasting an hour or more. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. The way this goes is the initial visit is $99. It does include the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, then your visit is free, so you have nothing to lose. They have 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, let's dive into it. Game 1 tomorrow afternoon, 1:30, Nuggets Clippers over there at Ball Arena, covering the Los Angeles Clippers for theathletic.com. We're joined right now by Law Murray. Law, welcome to the show. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I can't believe it's snowing out here, but then it's Denver. That's what I got to expect.
Hey, man, spring snow. It's a thing that we all live with out here. Don't worry. It'll be lovely by Sunday. Law, let's dive into this matchup a little bit between Denver and L.A. I loved your breakdown that you had on The Athletic. I guess, start in this place. Jokic and Murray in the two-man game is as devastating as any in the NBA when it works. But if you were concocting a perfect matchup to go up against them, Chris Dunn and Ivica Zubac, like that's pretty darn good, right?
It is. For one, you got Zoo, who he's played against Jokic for years on multiple continents, I'm sure. And there's a comfort level there. Nikola is top of the top. He's an outstanding player, but I think one part of it against, if you're going to go up against him, is, do you have the size to counter that part of it, and then do you have the poise? Nikola is a great player. He's going to kick your butt in moments of games, probably throughout a game. Can you not let that overwhelm you? Sometimes you just need one stop, right? So Zoo has that. And what Chris Dunn lacks in playoff experience, he makes up for in just the fact that he has integrated himself into the defensive turnaround for the LA Clippers. The Clippers for years were pretty underwhelming on that end of the floor, given the talent that they had on that end of the floor personnel-wise. Chris is not something that this team has had since Patrick Beverley was traded in 2021. A real screen navigator, a talented guy as far as being able to make plays via takeaways, and he's stronger than he looks. So that's the thing. You have to be able to get around these screens. You have to be able to stay attached to someone like Jamal Murray. Jamal's a big guard. I think people underestimate how strong Jamal Murray is at the point guard position, and so that's going to be something I think Denver is going to have to probably spam that. They're probably going to have to really any opportunity they get especially when Chris Dunn is off the floor, because Chris is not the kind of player that's going to be on the floor all the time, especially if his shot isn't falling. But if it's Zubac is going to be out there, and again, I think what you said about just the fact that the Nuggets have been doing this with Jamal and Nikola for almost a decade, you're going to get beat by it. You're just going to try and contain it.
Law, what has led them to be the hottest team in the NBA? When did this start? What sparked it?
Desperation. You lose 6 out of 7 coming out of All-Star break, you might want to win some games to make up for it. So that's a big part of it. But the other part of it is guys getting healthy and Kawhi Leonard being that guy again. Kawhi, as you know, did not play until January this season. And he had to build up his minutes. And then he had to build up what he was able to do. And now that he's been able to do that, he's been able to lead this team, and not just to better performances, but to wins. And that's a scary thing for everybody. I think for the Clippers, they've been in playoff mode for a long time, pretty much since they blew a 20-some point lead in the third quarter to the Phoenix Suns to start the month of March. And when you're playing that well, I think, you just want to keep having the guys who are responsible for it available. And that's a big thing with Kawhi. Everyone's kind of waiting to see what's next for him as far as the durability part. If he gets through a playoffs, it'll be the first time since 2020 in the bubble. And we all know that that was just a different postseason anyway. We hope to never have to do something like that again. And so that's the big thing. Sometimes it's as simple as your best players just being available and being as great as they are.
We're talking about those Clippers. By the way, those Clippers that blew a 3-1 series lead against Denver in the bubble. Law Murray covering the Clippers for theathletic.com. Law, James Harden, recent history, but you might be able even to go back further than recent history. James Harden has a tendency to fade late in playoff series. He's had a terrific year, an all-star season, an all-NBA level season for the LA Clippers this year. But as you have sort of looked at James Harden's playoff history, why do you think that is the case?
His supporting cast, and that includes who's coaching him. And that's not to make excuses for James. I mean, a player plays poorly, we should be able to say that they didn't play up to their standards. There's a lot of people out here, a lot of player stands that they think that if you're talking about a player's poor performance or substandard performance, that you're hating on them, or they got to, equalize that by finding someone else to hate on. And I just feel like that's a terrible culture to be watching and following sports with. When it comes to James, it's like, I think he's got to be accountable for what has happened in some of these playoffs. But I think you also have to consider the context of why he faltered in those playoffs and how do you prevent that from either happening or being as big a factor as far as a team winning or losing, And he's set up to have some help. Like, he's got guys to help him defend. He's got guys to help him handle the basketball. He's got guys to help him with the scoring load. And he's got a coach that he's in lockstep with. I think that if you go back to James's previous situations, it's hard to find all four of those things. And it's still going to be up to James. Like, this offense is James Harden's offense. Even with Kawhi being the ceiling raiser that he is, that's James Harden running those pick and rolls. That's James Harden who led the league in isolation scoring. That's James Harden who enables everybody around them to be playing above what people might have expected them to be capable of when the season started. James has to play well. He has to take care of the ball. He has to be accountable. He has to lead. He has to be consistent. But he's got a lot of help with him, and that's going to help James. And you've already seen that. James wore down around this time last year. And I thought he still had a pretty decent playoff series until Game 5 when they just got blown out by the Dallas Mavericks, and that pretty much just was the series. James played very well in March. This whole run started with James Harden on the second night of a back-to-back with travel involved, scoring 50 points against the Detroit Pistons. You ain't never seen somebody that old win a game with that kind of a performance before in NBA history. So, I think you're always going to talk about James not playing well, but if it comes down to it, you're not asking James to take 20, 25 shots either. James's job is to keep doing what he's been doing, and he's in position to, maybe he ain't going to drop 30 every game, but that's not his job. His job is to help everybody win, and we'll see how that goes.
All right, Law, you've been watching from the outside. We all have these former players that we covered. What have you thought of the Russell Westbrook experience? I'm sure you saw it was all kumbaya most of the year. It's been a little interesting the last, 3-4 weeks. What are your thoughts on how it's gone for Russ here? Are you surprised?
I'm not surprised, and I'm not surprised by his success either. Like, Russell Westbrook is the kind of player who you know how he's going to play. He's going to play hard. He's going to play in a way that is forceful. He wants to attack the rim. He wants to attack bodies, and he needs to have that channel at times. And sometimes that's the head coach's job. Sometimes that's the players that he shares the floor with. I don't think Russ is the ceiling raiser he used to be, and that's why you can't throw him out there with, a full bench lineup. He's at his best when he's playing with the best players. I think that's what Russ wants to do. Like, Russ wants to have the ball in his hands, not so that he can be a scorer all the time, but so that he can make the game easier on guys like Nikola and guys like Jamal. I think you're going to need Russ in this series in order to, basically not have Nikola and Jamal be target practice for Clipper defenders, and the key to Russ being successful in the series is the Clippers saw the best of Russ. They saw the worst of Russ. You can just look at the last two playoffs. In 2023, people thought that Russell Westbrook was barely, worthy of an NBA contract until Russ woke everybody up with how he performed. It didn't matter what his shooting percentages was. He just made winning plays. 2024 was probably the opposite, especially as the series went along. Russ couldn't make shots. He didn't have the ball in his hands because the Clippers leaned into James, and it just didn't work. I thought Russ was actually pretty good defensively in that series, but it was a terrible scoring series for him. It was a rough shooting series for him, and I don't think he felt like he was as involved. And that's going to be the key in this series. Can Russ take care of the basketball? Can Russ be trustworthy with his decision-making, really on both ends of the floor? I think maybe we're having a different conversation if Russ's closeout to end that Minnesota game a couple weeks ago didn't result in a 3-shot foul that helped Minnesota ice the game. So that's going to be the biggest thing. Russ is going to be extremely hyped, extremely motivated, but can you channel that into winning performances and not just reckless performances?
It's like Law Murray's been listening to our show. We've had these exact conversations over and over and over again. Law Murray of The Athletic, man, good stuff. We really do appreciate it. Enjoy your time in our spring snowstorm. It'll warm up, don't worry. But have a great time covering this series, Law. We really appreciate it.
I packed for 4 climates, and I'm ready for all of them. Thank you, guys.
You'll get them. Don't you worry.
Law Murray of The Athletic. I like that he used the word forceful with Russ. That's a good word, forceful.
Or channeling.
Yeah, man. Just like be all those. Be the ceiling raiser. Be all of that. Just like do it in 18 minutes. You know? And don't have like a sequence where you just like puke the ball back and then shoot up a brick and then you have a terrible foul called on you. Like, don't do all that stuff. I think if he does, I think there's going to be a quick hook for him. I don't think Adelman is going to stand there and watch it. I think he'll get Jalen Pickett on the floor in those minutes if he feels as though this thing's going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, that warning came, 2 games ago? 3 games? What game was it?
Yeah.
Do you remember?
I think it was the Kings game.
Yes.
I think you really saw it right there. Kreckman and Lindahl, hour number 1 in the books on a Ska Friday. Jeff Legwold for draft conversation at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. But we'll take a quick break. When we come back, I got a Nugget circle that I think is poised to have a big-time series that isn't just Nikola Jokic. I'll tell you who that is next. Oh, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl show with you here on a lovely Friday afternoon. We hope you're driving safely out there in our little spring weather. No rocks tonight.
By the way, our guy Law was not a fan.
Not pleased.
Boy, he came insulted. Look, bro.
When you show up from Southern California and you roll into snow in April, it's kind of like, what the hell are we doing here?
Yeah, but
hey, man,
you better understand. You know what's funny? I had a memory, one of those memories pop up and whatever, I don't know, whatever it was.
Was it a real memory or a phone-generated memory?
No, it was a phone-generated memory from a year ago.
Ah, okay.
Guess what?
Uh-huh.
Same weather.
Same weather, yeah. It pops up around this time. You know, April's the second snowiest month. All right. You know who we get to watch tomorrow at 1:30 in the afternoon? Somebody shows
Norman
up. Powell. We do get to watch Norman Powell. Yes, we do get to watch Ben Simmons in 8 minutes on the floor. Yes. No, somebody that I'm more excited to see tomorrow. Somebody that we haven't seen for quite some time. Somebody appears in our life tomorrow at 1:30 in the afternoon. His initials are PJ. Playoff Jamal.
Oh, really? Look I was like, is he going Joker? Is there some long-lost nugget on the Clippers I've forgotten about?
His name is Playoff Jamal. Personally, I'm a fan. I kind of like that guy.
Can you do that?
Playoffs.
Jamal.
Jim Mora, that thing.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I like this guy. I'm a big fan of Playoff Jamal.
Yeah.
First off, he's very real. He's not a myth. The numbers support it. Your eyeballs support it. His scoring average goes up 6 points per game. His rebounding average goes up. His career assists 1.5 higher in the postseason. He shoots better from the field. He shoots better from three. All of those things. When the lights are the brightest, this guy is at his greatest. Playoff Jamal. Tomorrow, Andy. I love that guy. I'm a fan of that guy.
All right. I'm glad. I am a fan of that guy too.
Yeah.
Is the playoff run from a year ago, does it make you any worried about the lessening of playoff Jamal? Because I guess, and let me tell you why I asked that question.
Okay.
We all love playoff Jamal. Playoff Jamal made a shot.
Are you saying did the Timberwolves kill playoff Jamal?
No, I just I want playoff Jamal to show up.
Yeah.
But I kept waiting for playoff Jamal to join Jokic in the Game 7 last year to stave off that 20-point recovery that they seem to have.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So that's where
he did score 35 points in that game.
Fair enough. But again, Nate, and look, maybe this tells you need a more well-balanced scoring effort.
Yeah.
Because I do appreciate the scoring that he had, but all I can remember from last year, one of the reasons why I think Nikola Jokic, maybe some of the frustration that was written about in multiple pieces, it showed up because when you just needed a bucket from somebody else other than Jokic, they all just kept throwing him back the ball.
Yes.
And that cannot happen in this playoff run. Cannot.
He was not right last year.
Okay. Are we convinced he's right this year? I'm sorry. You know what? I don't mean to get your excitement. Your buddy's coming to town.
You are broken.
I'm not broken. I'm just saying. I've told you. We've talked about it. I don't need to tell you. You've said it too.
Mm-hmm.
We all know we are in the greatest era of Nuggets basketball we're going to be in for a while.
Won't get any better than this.
It's not going to just magically continue with the next guy because you often don't get a next guy when it comes to a joker. Okay? Look at Sean Payton.
Ask
He
Sean
can't
Payton
find,
about
yeah.
it. I would say we need a joker.
Yeah.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
That's right. Our guy George Payton's sick of hearing about it.
Yeah, you're never finding another one of these guys. No, you're not.
So you got to – I don't know what you can make of this. I do think this is a flawed roster. I do think there's work to do over the summer.
Yeah.
I feel more convinced of this than I did a year ago when they were trying to repeat. But you got a lot on you. You got to make this work somehow. Like we talked about start of the show.
Yeah.
I need a couple rounds out of you minimum.
Yeah. I think that's a fair request.
And
Now,
so if that's going to happen, then playoff Jamal has to be a full-fledged thing again. Frankly, I'm not sure we've seen the Jamal we're used to most of this year. What was that stretch? What you laid it out? What beginning of the year through All-Star break
Oh, no, he was basically from the Wizards game up until he got hurt again, he was outstanding.
Right.
And then
how much time did that cover, though?
Post-injury, that was the better part of December, January, February.
Okay, 3 months, we'll say.
Not an insignificant portion of the season.
But also not enough.
He got hurt. He got hurt again. And that's where it's fair to wonder. Is he okay going into this series? I don't know. I do know it's the playoffs, and it's...
What is it?
Thank you, Jim.
You did this.
I know.
You started all of this.
I
had a lot of fun with it. But don't think it's just going to go away.
I just said it, and then there it was again.
Playoffs.
I don't know what he is. That's just it. He missed 6 games, okay? Now, Kaz came on our show and said he's not injured. And 2 days later, he was back on the floor, and he played. And he closed that first game out against Memphis very effectively. He was very good against Houston on Sunday, and he's had another week off. I think that the hamstring / general lower body of Jamal Murray is going to have to be watched constantly throughout this postseason. Is he ever going to be at 100%? I'm not totally sure. But I do know this is the Nuggets only go so far as he can take them.
I think he's the ultimate decider. You and I have been trying to figure out who's the bench guy that's most important. I will tell you, Scott Hastings has said to me on numerous occasions, the heart of the team is really Jamal. The best player is Joker.
Yeah.
But the guys tend to feed off the energy of Jamal because Joker is a basketball robot. You know what I mean?
One of the things about, like, I think we spend too much time talking about role players. And a part of the reason, and I get why we do it, is number one, the non-Jokic minutes are so important, and also number two, it's like debatable, right? So it sucks up a lot of our oxygen. Hot take, I don't think the Nuggets bench matters in this series.
I hope you're right, because they don't have the edge there.
Exactly. I just I don't think they're going to go that deep. Dempsey said yesterday he thinks they go 9 deep. I would say for game 1, I could see it. I don't know
Feel it out, right?
Exactly. Like
who's in it?
Obviously, you tinker with the rotation, see what works. Are you going to go DJ early in the second and the fourth? Dempsey seems to think so. I'm not sure this is a DJ series. I think you go small to match up with them and their non-Zubats minutes, but maybe Adelman will think differently. Maybe he'll think, okay, if I can get 3 minutes of DJ's rebounding and maybe have him catch a lob and dunk it, that's a great situation for us to be in. Okay. I'll be interested to see if they go that way. I don't really know what they're thinking on that. I could see them only going 3 deep on the bench, with that being Westbrook, Pickett, and P. Watt. Now, again, does that keep you as fresh as you need to be? I don't know, but I also don't know how much you can play other guys and just not let a game slip away.
Yeah, the bigger these get,
right,
the smaller the bench will be. Now, if everybody's having a good series, he'll keep it as big as the good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
3 guys off the bench having a good series, they all play.
Now, my buddy Playoff Jamal, who I'm happy to see.
Okay, I can't wait for him to show up.
Yeah.
I will put out a fresh charcuterie board for him. Nice bottle of wine. Stick around, Jamal.
Do you put those little mini pickles on there? I love those mini pickles.
Yeah.
Those are fun.
Let's play Cards Against Humanity. Let's have a night. Stick around for the duration.
It's a good game night right there. I'm in. So I like him in this matchup against Chris Dunn. And I think Chris Dunn's a really, really good defender. There are few guys in the NBA, and God knows I've watched the clips and I've watched the film of it this week. Chris Dunn is as good at getting over screens as any guard in the NBA. He's not huge. He's 6'3", but he's got a 6'10" wingspan. He has insanely long arms. He's like Elvis Doomerville in that way. And so that helps him in recovery. Plus, he's a damn bulldog when he's on ball. He's a very, very good defender. Yeah, but who are the kind of defenders that give Jamal Murray the biggest problems? Quite honestly, it's Jaden McDaniels and Nickeil Alexander-Walker. It's the huge guys that Jamal doesn't have a strength advantage over. He has a huge strength advantage over Chris Dunn in this series, meaning he can get to his spot on the elbow, an extra dribble, a forceful jab step, a shoulder, and he'll get himself the little bit of space that he needs to be able to knock down that jumper. I love this matchup for Jamal, and I think the world of Chris Dunn as a defender, but I give Jamal a huge edge in this matchup. That is not the kind of big body that typically gives him problems. I think Dunn is tough. I think Dunn's going to swipe at the ball. Dunn's going to get a couple of wins in there. Ultimately, though, I think Jamal's going to start to have his way with him in this series.
I hope so. I'm hoping everything you laid out is right. I really do.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Even if Jamal's right, you kind of laid it out there. There's the ultimate conundrum. Okay? I think it's amazing that we talked to a Clippers insider in Law Murray. He doesn't bring up MPJ.
Right.
And I think at some point, now I know Norman Powell, wasn't it the Portland series where Norman Powell got the better of MPJ a few years ago? MPJ is going to have to overcome that. Because like you said last year, both Jamal and Jokic went off. They're going to have a third guy come. And maybe it's Christian Brown. I don't know who it is,
right,
but somebody better be ready to be the third that chips in if we're going to say the benches don't matter.
My inkling going into this series, and I've hinted at it a few times, I don't know if this is a good series for Porter.
No, I agree, but
and I think it's all going to be born over what happens on the other end of the floor and Harden hunting him. And I think that's going to make life tough on him. He's got to stay out of foul trouble. But I don't know if this is a big series for him. Now, I like that since the coaching change, they ran some off-ball action, some pin-down stuff to try and get MPJ open threes above the break. That's good. Do more of that. Run a couple of those a quarter and see if you can't open him up. If MPJ could, and I think the record is something, it's massive in the Nuggets' favor if he makes 4 or more threes versus if he makes 3 or fewer. I'm asking for 1 a quarter, man. Just once a quarter, run that kind of off-ball action and get him an open look and try and get him something against a smaller defender, be that either Dunn or Norman Powell or whomever it is. But that could be a good matchup for them. I'm really curious to see, like, if as this series goes on, is there a world where David Adelman will start putting Peyton Watson in the starting lineup? Don't know. We'll see what this series looks like.
He's not married to anything.
No.
He's married to trying to earn a job.
And you're absolutely right about that. That's one of the things that's kind of cool about this. He doesn't have to be.
Yeah, you don't know what the Nuggets are going to give you.
Exactly.
He may throw something you've never seen at you.
Yeah, exactly. Playoff Jamal. I give that guy a hug when he shows up at the airport. We'll take a break. Jeff Legwold, Top 100, out on Sunday. We will nail him down for as many details as we can possibly get. That's right, we're nailing Legwold next. Yeah, Jeff Legwold time. The top 100 will be out on Sunday. Leggy, can you just read off all 100 names for us in order right now? Are you allowed to do that?
That probably would go against policy, company policy. But I'll just, I don't know, maybe if I read it backwards or something.
Okay. Can you give us one spoiler? Can you give us like number 73? Who's number 73 in the top 100?
73. Let's see.
Scrolling.
Kevin Winston Jr., safety, Penn State.
Kevin Winston Jr., safety, Penn State. That's the scoop that we got this afternoon here on the show.
Leggy, I do want you to acknowledge the maturity it took Nate to ask for 73.
No, it's a big moment.
Not a more popular number.
I know.
Jeff, is all I'm saying.
Oles number 73.
Yeah.
Kevin Winston Jr., safety from Penn State. Leggy, give us a recipe for the Denver Broncos, who've said they're taking a back in this draft. We know that they're not taking a back; they're taking a back. But give us a recipe. How do the Broncos ace this draft?
Well, if they could get a little help, if people go a little quarterback nutty above them, I think that brings down, a really good player to them in the first. So you sort of take the highest graded player in the first, and then second, third round. Then you're looking for a back in there, and in this very, very, very deep class of backs, they will probably get a back graded a half a round or a full round above where they actually take them. So to me, that's the sweet spot. If they come away with a really quality graded player, if they stay at 20, because I would think they, like every other team in the league that I've spoken to, probably have somewhere between 14 and 20 first round grades. So, they're right on the edge. So they need somebody or a couple somebodies above them to take a player they don't have graded in the first round, or a quarterback or two, position they don't need. And then, quality player in the first round, and then, you work the middle of the board, which is really the strength of this draft. And then you come away with guys who have the chance to make the roster as rookies on a playoff team.
All right, you asked the gentlemen assembled on Thursday, that being the Peyton and Peyton crew, how many first-round grades they seem to have. You threw out the number, 17, 18, Sean and George. I think it was Sean mainly answered that was about what they thought they had as well, but he thought that was to an advantage for them. Why did he think he had an advantage there because of that?
I think Sean routinely believes that they evaluate the prospects their own way, so that their 17, 18, 19 first-round grades aren't going to be what everybody else's are. So I think he believes they will get a first-round player in there if they stay put. And I think that's why they feel that way. And again, this is a really sturdy draft in rounds 2 through 5. So you don't want to give up too much real estate in there, to move around, because that is really the guts of this draft and where you can find some really good players, because the grades will be so similar over 2 and 3 rounds, which you don't see very often, not like this year.
Like, my view of the Pittsburgh Steelers right now is they have to take a quarterback. I think they're almost cornered into having to take a quarterback now in this draft. How do the events of the last few weeks in Pittsburgh sort of landing in this spot, how does that increase the perhaps trade value of Denver's 20th overall selection, one pick above Pittsburgh? Do you think the Broncos will be getting a lot of calls?
Nate, I think they will if it unfolds that, say Cam Ward goes 1 or 2 or 3, whatever, in there. And then no quarterbacks come off the board, as it goes through picks 14, 15, 16, then I think their phone really heats up because I don't know too many people in the league who would, bank that they know what the Steelers are going to do in any draft year, let alone this one, because it's such a sort of a closed door team. They've done it, the same way, their way for so long. So I think if Ward goes early, as everybody expects, and then not another quarterback comes off the board, if they get past, the Saints, say, and no other quarterbacks are coming off the board. And I know teams that have mocked it that have that scenario coming up quite a bit. Then I think the Broncos pick becomes a little more popular. And, again, I think, if it's one of those teams at the top of the second round, I think then if you're the Broncos, you don't do any deal without that second round pick included.
Right now, reports around the Giants are that their quarterback interest is heating up. Who knows if Merrill went downstairs and said, we need to be taking this more seriously. But they seem to be doing further due diligence on quarterbacks, which it feels late. But, hey, get all the information you possibly can. And then we know what the Saints situation is with Derek Carr. As you talk to people around the league and get your sense of this draft, where do you think the Giants and the Saints are at right now in their pursuit of a quarterback?
And before you answer, can you add this in? Did you see the Schefter report today about not feeling good about the Saints basically for Shedeur?
About not feeling good?
Yeah, he said he doesn't like it for Shedeur with the Saints.
Yeah, well, again, those are the things that are out there right now. Now, again, the fibbing and the misdirection really picks up here in the next week or so. But I think a lot of those, Cleveland, New York Titans, I think they have to do the due diligence to take the quarterback at the top of the second round, too. And I think, anybody beyond Ward, I think those 33rd, 34th, 35th picks are where guys will truly be graded, whether anybody ever admits it or not. And I think we're seeing an indication of that by Jackson Dart, now saying he will not be at the draft in Green Bay. So I think the Giants in particular are doing due diligence. They've talked to quarterbacks that are well down the board. So they're looking at that 34th pick, I think, as a potential quarterback pick if they like somebody enough to do it there.
All right. I wondered about that. I've said, Leggy, I told you at lunch. I think those teams are all thinking about these guys on the second go round, and I think it's fascinating. So you don't think with what you just said there that Dart could somehow how about this? What's the likelihood, if any, Dart could supplant Shedeur as the second quarterback taken?
I don't, Andy, I never say never when it comes to the draft, because when the picks are getting made, then you finally see where everybody really stands. And, with a quarterback, nothing ever surprises me. Last year was a stunning turn of events. I never thought in my career I would see a 6 quarterback first round. And yet we saw it. And not only did we see it, we saw it in the first 12 picks of the draft. So I would never say never with a quarterback, but I personally have not spoken to anybody who would put Jackson Dart in front of Shedeur, but that doesn't mean they don't really think that behind closed doors.
So Jeff, what you're saying right now is you don't believe there is a team that is willing to retire the idea of Shedeur being the number 2 quarterback.
Oh!
What happened to get you like this?
You like that? Oh, you got Jeff laughing.
There you go.
That's a legit Leggy laugh.
See what I did right
just
there?
The dad laugh. Yeah, Sombor guy doesn't like you so much, but Jeff liked it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, perhaps it's too soon to use that joke.
Topical, though.
No,
Topical.
That's right in Nate Kreckman's wheelhouse.
There we go.
Hey, I'll tell you what, since we're on the quarterbacks, let me ask this, and Nate can have his good laugh. Well done, sir. You did a good job. Pat yourself on the back.
Thank you.
Because I've not heard Jeff laugh like that in a while. Real quick, it was interesting because, Get Up today was all about, is the league getting tired of Aaron Rodgers? And I think what's making its rounds.
Answer, yes.
Well, and what's making its rounds, and I'm sure Jeff heard it, Nate, you probably heard it, going on the Pat McAfee show and grousing about the fact that they flew him out there to tell him they were going in a different direction. And then everybody dug up a tweet from 2013 or whatever where he said, face-to-face is always better than a phone call. Is the league, in fact, over Rodgers, and is that why the Steelers are becoming the hot landing spot for Shedeur or whatever quarterback falls?
Well, I mean, his options are limited. Who would sign him at this point is a limited field, and he has made it limited. I mean, he didn't visit or discuss this with many teams, and to my knowledge, Pittsburgh was sort of the one he went out of his way to visit, and I think Mike Tomlin is generally regarded as a head coach who could handle most any situation. So I think that's why you see all of the talk right now until there's some kind of, ending to this, that he ends up in Pittsburgh. But if you're the Steelers, that doesn't preclude you from using that pick on a quarterback. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is not your long-term solution, down the road. But I think it's funny because had they done it with a phone call, I would bet you anything he would have gone on the show and said, I can't believe they did it with a phone call. So I think
that's what Graziano said. Yeah. He said he'd been going the exact different way.
Yeah, it's
yeah. No, I mean that's just And look, I know I'm in the business, and I've conducted interviews, and I've published quotes when people have said stuff like that. When in my heart, I think you would have said it the other way, just to make a point that you don't like them. Instead of just saying I don't like them, I didn't like my experience there. You sort of make up a grievance of why you don't like them.
Yeah, it's the old, I was going to break up with her anyway, but I would have done it in person kind of move right there. Yeah, it's just sour grapes coming out of Aaron Rodgers right there. Leggy, you taking a look at the very top of this draft. What is your sense right now? Is there any world in which Cleveland lets Travis Hunter get beyond them? Do you think Andrew Berry really views him more as a receiver rather than a corner? Is it fait accompli that it'll then be Abdul Carter going 3 to the Giants? Is it sort of like the draft really starts at number 4 with New England? What is your sense? Give me the Jeff Legwold mock draft sense of this whole thing.
Well, again, it's just, does the quarterback invade the grades? Because the top graded players, and nothing is unanimous, as we know, but if you were doing consensus polling, Hunter, Carter, Genty are probably the 3 top players on the board. So, yeah, and I do think the draft probably really starts at 4. But the 3 best football players, regardless of position on top of the board, are probably those 3 if you were talking to people, around the league.
In service of that thought, though, Leggy, could you see New England just saying, Ashton Genty's too good, we can't let him get past us?
Yeah, if he's not off the board already.
Right.
I do know they have worked the top tackles,
and they need it. They need tackle help big time.
They've been working that aisle of the draft, and the top tackles are worth that pick. So I think, they may be the one who sort of brings the composure route to the whole thing, that they just take the graded player they need the most there. But, because the top tackle would be worth their pick. So, again, it's just, we worked this over for so many weeks leading up to it. But New England is probably the start of sort of the graded player draft. And if Cleveland, if Cam Ward goes 1, if Cleveland let Travis Hunter go by, I mean, then you're not trying very hard at the NFL draft.
All right, before we let you go, and I know we'll talk to you Monday when we officially have the top 100. We're all excited. I saw an article on your fine website saying the question posed anyway was, do mock drafts affect the NFL draft and how these guys think? Leggy, you're a mock draft guy in certain situations. Do mock drafts affect how NFL front offices get ready to do business?
No, I mean, they conduct them in-house just to work all the scenarios. They do it to prepare for if everybody does this and this and this. But most NFL teams believe they have a better idea of what their peers are going to do because they either know people that work at the other teams, have been in the draft room of the other teams, know the philosophy of the GM, and their analytics departments have taken apart every other team's draft history. So they do it in a different way than sort of we do in the media, but they do it. I don't think it influences their picks. I think it more influences what sort of the poor prospects think of where they're going because they've read it so often. If you're a player that's seen in every mock draft for 3 months, you're going to a certain team and then they don't even call you on draft day and you slide past that pick, then suddenly you're frustrated for something that's totally out of your control. And I think that's what it impacts is how these guys have to wait through the draft to hear their names because they as much as they say they don't listen or don't look, everyone around them listens and looks.
I'll tell you what I think it impacts. All those
Woody Johnson,
all those football people that Leggy just talked about. Yeah, they could give a crap what anybody thinks on Bleacher Report or whatever. It's when the owner comes walking through the door and says, "Hey, I see us mock to this guy, and I really like this dude. I think we should go and take him right there." It is the Woody Johnsons of the world. Those are the guys that get excited about mock drafts, and then somehow the football people have to be able to talk the billionaire out of their terrible idea.
Well, the two greatest examples of that in my time covering the league there's always been the story when Ken Behring owned the Seahawks that he actually brought the Street and Smith magazine into the war room. And then Bud Adams told Floyd Reese and Jeff Fisher they had to draft Vince Young.
Mm-hmm.
And the football people wanted them to draft Jay Cutler that year in some fashion. So those are the two biggest owner imposition examples I've ever heard. Pat Bowlen, my time around Pat Bowlen, he said the only time he went in to say, boy, I'd really like us to get this player was Gary Zimmerman. So,
pretty good.
They all have some desire to be impactful, but most of the good owners know you better hire good people and let them do the draft.
I mean, wasn't that how Bryce Young ended up going over C.J. Stroud?
Yeah,
was Dave Tepper was hot. Yeah, the wife
she
liked
loved
Bryce
him.
Young. Yeah.
So, hey, real quick, Jeff, you just said something interesting there. Holy cow. Just kidding. You said that Jeff Fisher and Floyd Reese wanted to draft Jay Cutler, and obviously they didn't. Is that why Shanahan was so surprised he was there?
That's why Shanahan didn't. I actually wrote a story about it later. That's why Shanahan and the Broncos didn't have to talk to Jay Cutler because the Titans knew they weren't going to be able to take him, and they had done all the interviews and due diligence with him leading up to the draft. And Mike Shanahan and Jeff Fisher are the closest of friends, and that's how information was transferred about Jay Cutler to the Broncos without the Broncos actually meeting with Jay Cutler in person or face-to-face at any point in the draft process.
See, those are the stories that I like.
I tell you what I want to do now is I want to go down to the Denver Public Library and dig through the microfiche of the Rocky Mountain News this weekend.
Go find the Legwold
See
story.
if I can find some Legwold
Hey, you got
scoops.
it on a computer? So you got it on a floppy disk? Do I need a Texas Instruments to pull that story up, Jeff?
It's probably on a stone tablet.
Man, I miss the Rocky Mountain News.
I do too. I'm not gonna lie.
What a fine publication.
Sitting at your lunch,
just
paper
easy to
sprawled
flip.
out,
Easy to flip.
reading all the articles, skipping past Legwold.
Give me a nice Krieger column. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Who else you have there, Jeff? Now I can't remember.
Leroy Sizer back in the day. It was Leroy Sizer.
Was Mariotti your guy or no?
That when I was Dave Krieg and Bernie Lincecum were the columnists when I got there. Rick Sadowski on the Avalanche, the late Rick Sadowski, a really great.
We wanted Tim Lincecum, and instead we got Bernie. Nothing.
Nothing. Bernie had worked in Chicago before I got here.
He was a Sun Times guy, right?
Wow, you both you Chicago guys. Jeff, I'm done. You missed the joke, Jeff. I'm tired of you. That's it, Jeff. That's it. You let me down.
I'm out. Okay, I'm out.
All right. That'll do it for Jeff Legwold on a Friday afternoon.
Even you, both Chicago guys. What? Just blank stare. Yeah, I'd rather had a Tim Lincecum than Greg, God knows, what was his damn name? Talking about draft blunders.
Yeah.
Greg Reynolds, wasn't it?
Greg Reynolds, number 2 overall pick out of Stanford.
You could have had Tim Lincecum.
Bernie Lincecum.
You'd like that,
Tim
wouldn't you?
Lincecum spelled their names
I don't
differently.
care. We ain't reading an article right now there, pal. Nobody knows. Do you remember Bernie Lincecum?
Well, actually, I do. I read his stuff. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl. He used to cover Jordan in the Bulls. Yeah.
Jeff won't be on Monday now. Hell with you, Lindahl.
Screw you guys.
He'll block our access to the top 100.
I did get a number retiring joke in there, though. That's all that matters.
You did a great job.
Thank you very much. Kreckman and Lindahl. Yes, it is playoff time. Nuggets, Avalanche, playoffs. We'll dive back into that. Plus, I've got.
I got something for you.
You got something for me?
I got a Nuggets grade.
A Nuggets grade?
Is it a fair grade?
Ooh, I want to hear a Nuggets grade. We'll do that when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio. Hey, it is Nate Kreckman for my friends at Roller Auction. There are always fantastic auctions available for you to bid at roller.bid. That's right, these auctions are open and available to the public. It is so much fun to bid at Roller Auction and watch your item. Try and make sure that you end up with it. You do it all online at roller.bid. Let me tell you about this auction. Restaurant equipment by order of local municipality. This auction includes reach-ins, beverage coolers, refrigerated merchandisers, prep tables, range ovens, a pizza oven, back bar equipment, a mixer, tables and chairs, patio furniture, smallwares, and so much more. Go to roller.bid and check this stuff out. I'm eyeballing this Whirlpool chest freezer, which would fit beautifully into my garage. An excellent deal available for you to be able to bid right now. If you want to be able to store some frozen food, frozen meat, well, check out this auction right now at roller.bid. This is the restaurant equipment by order of local municipality auction available for you to be able to bid right now at roller.bid. Oh, very happy Scott Friday to all who celebrate, which should be all of you. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Big event, big viewing party out in Golden. That's out in my neck of the woods there. Tomorrow, the Buffalo Rose in Golden. Avs Game 1 viewing party. We'll have a live network broadcast, live post-game Between the Pipes with Raj and Spring. DMac hosting with great giveaways. $1 off all Bud Light pints. We'll see you at the Buffalo Rose in Golden for the, it says kickoff of the Avs run for the Stanley Cup. I'm going to call it the puck drop of the Avs run for the Stanley Cup. I'm going to stay sports appropriate. Also, they're giving away a signed Nathan MacKinnon stick, an autographed Nathan MacKinnon hockey stick.
His name's Nathan MacKinnon. Heard of him?
I sure have, out there at Game 1, the viewing party at the Buffalo Rose in Golden. I mean, let's not bury the lead. Yes, autographed Nathan MacKinnon stick. Mark Springer is going to be there, folks. Go see Mark Springer tomorrow night at the Buffalo Rose in Golden.
I hope he's partying too.
He
doesn't have to get up Sunday.
Is my guy ever not partying? It's always a party with Mark Springer. Let's dive into it, Andy. You got a grade for me?
I got a grade. So tell me what would your grade be? How about we start there? The Nuggets season grade. This comes from ESPN. You must be a plus or whatever, an insider member. What would your grade for the Nuggets be this year?
A C.
All right.
You got your coach fired. That's not great, but you also won 50 games and finished with a top 4 seed in the Western Conference. So I'll give you a C.
They do you one better by a bit. They go C+.
Okay.
On the one hand, the Nuggets finished with the West 4th seed, about where we expected them entering the season.
Yeah.
On the other hand, the Nuggets moved on from championship coach Michael Malone and GM Calvin Booth during the final week of the regular season. Denver's uneven regular season alone won't sink this team's chances at winning a title, with Nikola Jokic continuing to play at an MVP level.
Yeah.
But the Nuggets must improve their 21st ranked defense if they're going to make another deep playoff run.
I would agree with that. Here's what's funny about it. The Nuggets and Clippers have the exact same record. Both teams won exactly 50 games. They were 50 and 32. But the Clippers, that's an impressive 50 wins. Their total to start the year was 42.5, so they went well over their win total that Vegas put on them. And they were 32 and 29. They went from 3 games over 500 to winning 50. That's fantastic. Denver, it's an unimpressive 50. Their total was 52.5. They went under on their win total this year. By the way, good betting note to remember for next year. Matt Moore had this one the other day. Win totals of 50 or above in the NBA, 70% of them go to the under.
Really?
Yeah. So just think of it in this regard of when there's large expectations on a basketball team, it's more likely they're going to disappoint than exceed those expectations, which I could see that. You put big expectations on a team, but you do it based upon what their health is or past performance. And the Denver Nuggets are a perfect example of it, Andy, of that stuff. It doesn't stay linear year over year.
Yeah. The other thing they mentioned there, you can outscore your problems in the regular season. Can this team continue to outscore its problems come playoff time?
Right.
Or when Josh Kroenke mentions squeezing more juice, can you squeeze a little more juice out of the defensive end of the floor somehow?
Yeah.
Because you're going to need to.
What kind of step forward are you going to make now?
Look, they were better. They got beyond the arc. They were bothering people before they got inside the three-point line. I thought they did a better job of that. But is that really your identity? Can you stick with it for most of what you need to in a game, or for a full 7 games of a series? All that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And here's the other part of it, Andy, is just flat out. Because I think they'll play hard on the defensive end of the floor. Are they just flat out good enough on the defensive end of the floor? Well, that's just it. A lot
of people play hard.
A
lot of guys play hard all the time.
Right. Exactly.
They're just not good enough to stick.
And is Denver a team that is good enough on the defensive end of the floor? They start 2 guys every single game that I would call minus defenders in Jamal Murray and Michael Porter. I would consider Jokic a net neutral as a defender. I think CB and AG are both plus defenders. How good a defense can you really play when that's your ceiling for what you are as a defensive basketball team.
Well, the good news is you got to get this effort in you and maybe get used to giving that kind of effort against a team that shoots threes about as well as you do.
5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. A fascinating nugget from our guy, Adam Schefter. Shefty seems to think this is going to be a real Sean Payton-y kind of draft for the Broncos. We'll play that audio for you next. Happy Scott Friday, everybody. We got football news right now. We call it the High Five. It's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer. Hi.
Hey, guys. It's the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Adam Schefter. Heard of him? He was on ESPN. And he says, he guarantees, he pounded his fist on the table, and he guaranteed that the Broncos will draft a joker.
I would say we need a joker.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
In the early rounds of the draft.
It feels like Sean Payton has been looking for a joker on his offense for quite some time. I remember when they played the Detroit Lions, and the Lions had Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta go up against Denver, and the Broncos organization looking at those two players saying, where do we get ourselves a Jahmyr Gibbs or a Sam Laporta, somebody that could do any number of roles in our offense? Now, I don't know whether that's going to be a running back or a wide receiver, or even a tight end, even after they signed Evan Ingram. But I do know that they would love to add that one chess piece that Sean Payton would be able to deploy on Sundays to help last year's first-round pick, Bo Nix, take the next step in his development as a young, standout quarterback. And somewhere along the way, early on, they're going to find a joker for that offense.
Yeah, got to go and get that joker. All right.
What round, though? You really want to impress me? Pick the round.
What if there's a world where Denver just says, okay, we've got 5 returning starting offensive linemen, which they do. We got a quarterback second year in the system under Sean Payton in Bo Nix. We have an emerging number 2 wide receiver in Marvin Mims across from Cortland Sutton. We went and got Evan Ingram this offseason as a pass-catching weapon that hopefully is going to be devastating in the red zone. What do they need now? What if they just go and get a 3-down back right there at number 20, Omarion Hampton out of North Carolina? Andy, tell me where the weakness is in that Denver offense.
I don't think that's the guy. I think it's
No?
Judkins. I think Leggy's
Would
on
they
to
take him
something.
at 20?
Maybe. Hey, far be it. Sean Payton showed us I don't care what your grades are. If I see what this guy's going to do for me, I'm taking him. Which I'm not going to complain with. Keeps working out the way Bo did last year. Sure, do that.
Okay.
Let's do it. But I just remember, Leggy keeps telling us Judkins has the better hands. Hampton is not so much a catch out of the backfield guy.
Yeah.
And if you're going to be the true joker,
you got to do it.
By the way, does this cause consternation with the aforementioned Evan Ingram? Because he was promised the joker as Sean was hanging out in his leisure suit and his J's.
Can 2 men be jokers
Why
in the
not?
same offense? Why not?
One joker on the field at a time.
Yeah.
You got to call joker?
You do.
I'm
Yes.
joker.
Yes, you do. On a given play. You get a J on your jersey, like one of those, like
Like
the
the
little
Dion
C
patch?
and the A. You get a J, you're the joker for today. In all seriousness, where's the weakness in that offense? That's pretty good. That's pretty
Yeah,
good.
if you can come up with one, I agree. But
Yeah.
see, again, I feel like they're leaving us Easter eggs where they've warned Sean Payton can't quit talking about how a good defense is the true best help to a quarterback so that he doesn't have to make up ground, have to go and chase deficits and all that.
Yeah.
Or he also has talked about the fact that it's a second round and beyond very strong draft. So I'm not sure. And look, it's lying season, but I feel like these guys are surprisingly honest about their draft stuff the last couple of years. So I don't know if they're lying. They might be telling us exactly what they're going to do, and we just are all stuck on running back because, as Jeff said, I feel like Omarion Hampton is there because everybody just keeps mocking it to the Broncos. Although, frankly, to your point later, I've seen more Chicago Bear Omarion Hampton mock drafts lately. Then what would you do?
Omarion Hampton has a thick, squared-up build, above-average run strength, especially in lower half. He broke his high school squat record as a sophomore. I did not do that in high school. Tilts field downhill with forward lean to barrel through half tackles. I love this stuff.
Like a good half tackle.
He has above-average initial burst for a 220-pound athlete. Sometimes my burst is above average. Reads blocks well at the line of scrimmage to press hips of blockers. Subtly sets up defenders before cutting back against pursuit's leverage, creating fly-by tackle attempts.
Hey, does that
accelerates cleanly off plant foot to transfer speed in out of cuts.
Look, it sounds great. Now what are the negatives? Read me the negatives.
Feasted on pivot routes.
Oh, they're feasting. It's Thanksgiving.
2 drops on 80 career targets. I like that. Transfers ball to correct hand to protect against fumbles. He only had 1 last year. That's pretty good.
Give me the negatives.
You want weaknesses too?
Yeah. Because sometimes they contradict each other.
Lack of swivel in hips creates tightness in turns.
I'm out.
Which limits open field creativity.
You don't have swivel and fluidity in your hips. What are we even doing?
Sluggish getting through some lateral jump
now,
cuts.
Hold on. You just told me how great he was. This is what these guys do.
It's only some lateral jump cuts, though.
Do I know when those are going to pop up?
You don't.
Uh-oh, here comes the one he's bad at.
Stayed healthy in college, but missed most of junior season in high school with broken left ankle.
All right, that seems unfair. Hey, man, he's been healthy but for 3 years, but let me tell you.
Hey, when he was 15, he had a broken ankle.
4 years ago, the guy broke an ankle.
I can't take the guy.
Take him off.
Shout out to Dane Brugler and the Beast.
But that's what the draft time. If you really read all the stuff, half the time what they say is good, then somehow isn't good in the negatives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sometimes it's good, but then sometimes it's not.
Okay, are you not getting Javonte vibes, though, with what you described there? The running style is Javonte to a T. Remember all the highlights we saw of Javonte breaking tackles and contact at the line of scrimmage?
Dude, I loved Javonte till he got hurt.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Javonte kicked ass. Go ahead, Spring.
So now you want him?
High five.
I want healthy Javonte.
I mean, you
back
want
is what
Hampton?
I want.
Is that it? And not the Hampton Inn?
I don't hate Amari and Hampton. Call me intrigued by Amari and Hampton. I think
even though he's swivel-less hips. See, you to me seem like a swivel hips guy.
I do like
Spring. You like a little swivel in the hips?
I need hip fluidity. Yes,
a little cha-cha.
It's like it's Shakira out there. That's what I require. Go ahead, Spring.
The draft is in Green Bay, and
good for it.
On day 2, there will be 13 former University of Wisconsin football players announcing picks for the Broncos. Former second-round pick of the 2013 NFL Draft, running back Monte Ball will announce one of the Broncos' day 2 picks. They hold the 51st overall pick and the 85th overall pick.
We didn't want to go Troy Fumagalli. That wasn't. we didn't want to see what he was up to see if he wanted to announce a pick.
Deep pull there.
Well, remember, we went like Big Ten tight ends 3 years in a row. It's my problem with Colston Loveland. It's probably not fair, but you tried Michigan, Ohio State, and Wisconsin 3 years in a row, not in that order. Hireman, then you went Butt, and then Fumagalli. Over.
Also, one day if the draft ever comes back to Green Bay, is Quinn Miners welcome to do something like that as a Wisconsin Whitewater grad, or does it have to be Madison?
It sounds like Madison.
What's the
They're
rule
promoting the state school. The tuition's higher.
Okay.
They're not making enough money off of Wisconsin Whitewater.
Screw you, Whitewater.
Yeah. We don't care where you are.
Okay.
Listen, people don't come here to visit CU Denver. They go to CU.
Is that a bad omen to have Monte Ball announce your draft pick? That didn't really go great.
What's better, Monte Ball or Casa Bonita?
The Casa Bonita.
Before it closes.
The Casa Bonita picks.
Who was the Casa Bonita pick? You were there.
It was Josie Jewell.
Nice.
And what was the name of that wide receiver from Penn State? Deshaun Hamilton.
Oh, my God.
Deshaun Hamilton was the other Casa Bonita selection. Yes.
He was another one that was just on the cusp of you wanted him to be good.
Mm-hmm.
And then he just wasn't. Just in the game, it wasn't happening.
Remember on Deshaun Hamilton, it was like, this guy's an elite route runner.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
He's not an elite catcher of the ball,
Yes,
though, which is key to the resume.
Those routes were elite. They didn't want to throw it to him anyway.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You ain't catching that.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Raiders GM John Spytek.
Such a good name.
Was sitting next to their new head coach, Pete Carroll, and they were talking to
Did they share a water bottle?
the media today. Maybe they did, like George and Sean did recently for the Broncos. So Spytek was asked about Ashton Genty. What does he like about him? And you'll hear Pete Carroll early in this answer as the question is asked, tell Spytek, be careful now.
What do you think about him in particular makes him so special to where he might be careful? I'm going to be careful about talking about any specific player, but more broadly to the running back question, I mean, we just saw Saquon Barkley just change the Eagles in one year. Now they had a great team around him, and it was
and we
adding
don't.
an elite player. And I think when you sit where we sit, I mean, the idea is to add elite players at any position, and I don't try to devalue any certain position. I mean, there's times in games where there's nobody you'd rather have than the best kicker in the league too, right? I mean, in that moment. So. There's certain ways to build a team, and I don't know where we got to a place where we don't feel like running backs are valued. I come from the University of Michigan to my core, and those guys were certainly really valued there. So it's hard for me to get away from that.
Did he have to mention the kicker thing because he works for the franchise that once drafted a kicker in the first round?
Maybe. That's a good call.
Yeah, but
that's a good call.
Did Mark Davis appreciate that? Did he get like a little bonus?
Don't you ever make fun of the Sebastian Janikowski draft.
Yeah.
Although, if we were to go back and look at it, probably not all that bad a pick. Guy scored plenty of points for that team.
You could do
hell of
a lot worse. Yeah,
and a lot of teams have.
I don't think that makes it okay to draft a kicker in the first round, but you could do much worse.
All right, Sebastian Janikowski or Noah Fant?
Noah Fant.
Really?
Yes.
Now, I'm not going there with you. What did he do for you? That tight end jet sweep?
Noah Fant was a perfectly cromulent tight end. But I believe he was
I think Janikowski put more points on the board than Noah Fant did.
Top 12. Well, kickers always put up more points than tight ends do.
He had the record there for a while.
But Noah Fant was a top 12 tight end in the NFL, and I believe that's more valuable than any kicker.
Even when you're not scoring touchdowns with him?
Yes.
Because Noah Fant couldn't pick up the first down, Janikowski could make the damn kick, I mind
now,
you.
that part of it is very true. Yes.
Had Nathaniel Hackett, had Janikowski to trot out in Seattle on that faithful opener, who knows what happens? Who knows?
Still would have missed the kick.
Probably.
Go ahead, Spring.
God, did you see him later in his years? That dude was... Ugh. I got a picture from him from back in the day. As a Seahawk.
He could get down, man.
Dude, he was huge.
He didn't mess around.
He could play a little power forward now.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Spring.
The Seahawks have the 18th overall pick in the first round. They recently signed Drew Lock to be one of their backup quarterbacks to Sam Darnold. They still have Sam Howell as well on that roster. John Schneider, Seahawks GM, talking today, and he said that bringing in Drew and Sam and having the other Sam does not preclude them from taking a quarterback in this draft.
It doesn't preclude us from doing anything in the draft either, and figuring out what's going on there. Is really like okay, let's get this in the mix. Drew had other opportunities, so we figured we better wrap this up, kind of put a bow on it, get him in the building, and then, let's see what happens in the draft, because, it's difficult to find that great fit at quarterback as you move through the process.
Yeah, since when does signing a backup quarterback preclude you from drafting a quarterback? I would have loved his internal dialogue coming out loud and just being like, it's Drew Lock. Like, if there's a quarterback that you love, they're not going to take him in the first or anything like that, but of course you draft a quarterback if you love a guy.
I would say it's more on what you maybe gave Sam Darnold, but
yeah,
I don't know. Sam Darnold was a 2-year deal, right? Mm. Yeah, that's not. You're drafting anything you want.
They could still be looking at the future. Sure. And finally, Spring.
High five.
Saints offensive tackle Ryan Ramczyk retires from the NFL at 30 years old.
Take that, haters of the Garrett Bowles draft pick. Bowles is still going strong, and Ramczyk is out of the league, Andy. I was one of the people that hated that pick, by the way.
What, the Bowles pick?
Yes.
No, I'm with you.
But Garrett Bowles...
Garrett's played himself into a good player.
He gets the last laugh.
But wasn't Ramczyk an All-Pro in his first couple years?
He's a 3-time All-Pro.
Yeah, yeah.
Pretty good run.
Shut your mouth.
Pretty good run right there. Kreckman and Lindahl, last show that we're doing before two respective Game 1s. Confidence meter. Nuggets, Avalanche, next. Yeah, Scott Friday with Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, no team in the NBA is better in the paint than Nikola Jokic. The question is...
Say that again? No team is better in the paint than Nikola Jokic?
You heard what I said. No team is better than Nikola Jokic in the paint. When he plays in the high post, and if he can take Zubats away from the bucket, opening up cutting lanes, is that going to be the way that he plays more in this series, or is Joker going to spend more time as a post-up threat against Zubats? What's the right way to play this thing? Because the further Zubats is away from the bucket, the more opportunities open up, especially for dudes like Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon.
Well, I would get him out of there because I also, you need Joker in the paint to help with the rebounding.
That too.
Because he is great at getting those second chance shots.
Right.
But
Zubats is a really good defensive rebounder, so you need Jokic for that battle.
Somehow you also have to limit this could be a very physical series for Joker, could it not?
Yes.
So I feel like you've got to try to manage that on one end of the floor or the other, and you're not going to have as much of. Well, I guess if are you putting Gordon over there on Zubats on the defensive end of the floor? No, you're putting Gordon. Who'd you say you're putting Gordon on?
On Kawhi.
Kawhi.
All day long.
Right.
Yeah.
So is Joker having to battle Zubats? Now, I know they're probably not a heavy post-up team looking to get Zubats possessions on the block or anything, but
right.
There could be some how do I put this? There could be a lot of physical play on the block. A couple of big men going at it down there.
Yes.
And again, I don't want this to be a matchup that wears Joker out because he's never faced this kind. The last time he faced a guy with this kind of physicality that could probably match his physical presence was the Suns series a couple years ago in the championship run, was it not? Who'd they have? They had the guy they brought off the bench. The Suns did, the big white dude.
Oh, Jock Lawndale. That's
and
right.
He got in there and he got kind of physical with Joker. Now, again, it didn't prevent Joker from scoring or doing whatever he wanted to in that 50-point game or whatever he had. But I just don't want Zubats to wear him down. Like, I don't want this to be one of those where you get out of the series and he's wrecked from it.
Yeah.
Because that is a big physical player that can match him a bit.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're talking about this series and the way that this matchup is all going to go.
How would you attack it? Would you get him out of the paint or would you put him down on the block?
Here's what, I'm really curious to see how Tyronn Lue plays this because in the regular season, and I saw this metric that Jokic was guarded more one-on-one as a solo defender on a per-game basis this year by Zubats than anybody else. It was just one-on-one. They left Zubats alone on an island and let him operate against Jokic. Now, there's other ways they could play it. Honestly, this will sound weird, but follow me on this. They could put Zubats off ball. They could give him a matchup. He could defend Aaron Gordon, perhaps. They could honestly put him on like Porter as like a floor spacer and then just let him roam, especially when Westbrook's on the floor. This is really effective. Hell, they could put him on Christian Brown. They could put Zubats on one of those matchups and just say, okay, give that guy space. If he wants to shoot from the outside, go ahead and let him. They could put James Harden on Jokic. And if Harden plays angles and then forces Jokic towards Zubats, that can be useful. It's the way Minnesota guards Jokic. It's put a small, in their case, it's Karl Anthony Towns, but they could put Towns on him. Towns is not a particularly good one-on-one defender. He's not as strong as Nikola Jokic, but he is, able to direct Jokic to areas of the floor where then Zubats is available as a second defender against him. Here's my guess is, if they do too much of that, the Nuggets will obviously adjust. I think Ty Lue, in the first couple of games of this series, is going to throw the kitchen sink at Jokic. He's going to try frickin' everything on him. I don't know what's going to work and what isn't, but he'll probably lean more into it as the series goes along. But I could see there being kind of a little bit of a trial and error session for him in game 1.
Well, but this is also why guys have got to shoot well, because
Yep.
at the end of the day, we can't see the absolute blitzkrieg on Nikola Jokic from 2 or 3 defenders that we saw coming down the stretch because nobody else could hit a shot.
Agreed.
It just can't happen.
Yeah.
And the other thing that has got to go away, I felt bad for Jokic because what is he going to do? But it feels like teams, and I don't know who was the first to do it, but teams started running the smaller guy at him, trying to knock the ball out as he turns one
There's
way.
going to be a ton of that.
Knock the ball out.
Right.
You know what I mean?
There's going to be
from
a
the
ton
weak side.
of that with this
He's
Clippers
got to be
team.
aware of that. But if guys are hitting shots, they can't take that chance.
Chris Dunn is going to be he's going to be living in that way in this series. And one of the things about this is the Clippers they're going to get fouls. They're going to draw fouls all over the place on them. I think Zubats can generally defend Jokic without fouling. I think the way that they're going to look at it is, sure, like maybe the fouls run up on Dunn, on Norman Powell, hell, even on James Harden. But I bet they're willing to live with that if, say, that leads to an extra turnover a quarter. One extra turnover, one extra possession. And we assume all these games are going to be close anyways. It's, it's just the old, like, play 'em physical every single time and live with the whistles. Denver gets those whistles anyway.
Is this a series? This is going to sound a little weird. Is this a series where you almost wish the first two were in their place? You didn't have that pressure of maintaining serve on home court with what this series could be. Now, you'd want the home court for Game 7.
You want it late in the series.
But this
I
is
know what
one
you're
where
saying.
it would almost be nice if you could try. Because, again, what you're describing, Ty Lue gets to play with house money as he just tries to get a split.
Yeah, a little bit early on in this series. Yeah. And I think they split the first two. I think they split the first 4 games of this series. This thing comes back Game 5, tied at 2 apiece, but I think both teams are going to win on the other guys' floors. Hopefully Denver can get Game 1 in the very least. I think getting Game 1 is huge, by the way, for the Nuggets. Just simply, all right, you fired your coach. You go 3-0 with Adelman in there, but like, this group with Adelman at the helm has not been tested with any kind of bad vibes yet. You would really hate, and I guess you could maybe argue the first half against Memphis when they found themselves down 15 and they couldn't hit a shot to save their friggin' life. But, like, you don't want to start this series on any kind of negative first step. You want to keep the good times rolling as long as humanly possible. You can't lose Game 1.
No, I'm with you. The vibes have got to stay high, as you said. And I know we've been using that dang hippie term for quite a bit, but the vibes are what we've noticed. The vibes should have been the clear indicator they were going to do something about Malone.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Because Nikola Jokic looks like he's enjoyed playing basketball a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe it's just the engagement. Maybe it's the pressure. Maybe it's just because it's playoff time. See, that's the one great thing we don't know. Nikola might have started doing this anyway.
Right.
Because it was the final 3 games. He saw the finish line, and he's not into losing.
That's just it. Was the wake-up call, the juice squeeze, whatever you want to call it, were the Nuggets going to make a response anyway simply because the postseason was here? We'll never know. We have no idea. We'll never know.
But I feel, don't you feel like I want to give credit to Adelman? Because a couple adjustments were made in a couple of the games that I don't know that Malone would have made. Mm-hmm. We already saw this substitution difference where he went with Jalen Pickett down the stretch.
Yeah.
And that lasted for a game because Russ returned to form, and so he finished the last 2.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think those are things that were done differently than Malone would do. I feel like it's helped. Now, again, you and I have unfortunately talked too much about the flaws of this roster. We also just talked about them being 21st ranked in defense.
Yep.
I don't know if you can overcome that with a coaching change. You don't have new personnel. The roster's not changing.
No.
So there's not some dude you're getting back from injury.
They're gonna have to win this series by being absolutely lethal on the offensive end and hope that they can get enough stops.
There's going to be a game or two.
There's an element of hope.
We're going to have a couple hold your breath games as shots go up at the end.
Yeah.
That's what I'm already trying to steel myself for.
Yeah.
All right, who do you feel more confident in? We got two series starting tomorrow. Who do you feel better about? It should be the Avs. That should be the easy answer.
You think it's easy?
It should be if you look at roster top to bottom and time together and you still got your coach. Is it easy? No, man. You said it years ago. You said it the first year we started doing this show. The dang hockey playoffs are as unpredictable as anything because the puck does stupid things that you can't really plan for.
Yes, that
goes off let's go back to when the Avs lost to Vegas. They're rolling, a puck goes off the large rear end of Grubauer and into the net, and the series isn't the same from that point forward.
I also think, and this has nothing to do with the Avalanche's roster at all. I just think their opponent's really freaking good.
Well, yeah, this shouldn't be the matchup in the first round.
Right.
You should fix your seeding, and this should not be who's facing off. This should be probably the Western Conference Finals.
I mean, when you look at if Dallas were really and according to Daily Faceoff, the third line, what they list as their third line, is Wyatt Johnston between Jamie Benn and Mikko Rantanen. Third line.
Yeah, that's crazy.
For this Dallas team. Like, that's lethal. Now, the part where they don't have Miro Heiskanen to start this series, and we don't know when he's going to be available and how healthy he's going to be, they have been a different team when he hasn't been out on the ice. Ottinger has a tendency to play pretty damn well against Colorado, but I think the Heiskanen thing is absolutely massive going into this series. This Avalanche team, their power play found its way over the last several weeks. It played really, really well, and I think Mackenzie Blackwood is a game changer. But I think that Dallas is really good. I think, honestly, if I was saying which one of them has a tougher opponent, I think the Avalanche have a tougher opponent than the Nuggets do. And I think this Clippers team is pretty good. But, let me put it this way. I don't believe the LA Clippers can win the NBA championship. I do believe the Dallas Stars could win the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, I think the Stars are weird, right? Because if the Stars had not had that little 7-game slide,
right,
then we would be talking about something much different because they were Cup favorites.
Or
they almost caught Winnipeg.
Or was that merely a team that was locked into to a playoff spot and their urgency fell?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know exactly where this team is at mentally, but we have seen teams in both championship squads in the Avalanche and the Nuggets in this town that didn't do squat down the stretch of a regular season and then went out gangbusters and won a championship.
I'm still more confident in the Avs. I'm going to stick to it.
Okay.
I don't know that I should be when you talk about what the true matchup is, the true seeding is, the true team that they're facing. Again, had we I should pull up the standings. I believe the Avs and Stars would have been like 2-3 or 3-4 in a traditional 1-8 seeding process.
Yeah.
So, and plus they just got history on their side, but especially losing Robertson. And again, we don't know what week to week means, but doesn't sound like he'll be playing in these first couple of games. We'll see.
To week, yeah.
Hey, do you want a good laugh on a Ska Friday?
You want to give me a little
good laugh?
A little TV?
I just sent you a tweet. The second tweet, it's from last night's Pens game. I don't think he's seen this yet.
Okay.
I want to know. Spring, if you could throw it up back there. I've seen a lot of open nets missed in my time. Never have I seen a shooter miss an open net so bad and a ref not ready to react to the puck and just take it right in the old sensitive spot.
Oh.
Have you seen this?
Oh, I just saw it.
Would you not, if you were the ref, with the amount of net there was to hit, would you have your own conspiracy theory that the NHL shooter did not? Oh, it was a Buffalo. I thought it was Pittsburgh, but it was a Buffalo shooter.
Buffalo.
I would have thought you shot that at me.
Yeah, but
you shot the puck at me.
But it's a Buffalo Sabre. That's how you know.
But come on, if you're the ref, there's got to be a small part of you that thinks a professional hockey player cannot miss the net that bad. And for those that haven't seen it, the ref is in the far side corner. And for those that know where Mikko Rantanen sets up, it's kind of like from there, a little closer in.
Uh-huh.
And then shoots it in. And I mean, misses everything, but catches the ref just square in the jewels.
Oh.
Are you not?
He wears a cup, right? They wear a cup.
I hope.
They have to wear a cup.
I
Still
don't know.
hurts.
The players don't wear a cup.
Hockey players wear cups. They have to.
You'd think everybody in the danger like this would, and
would-
many don't.
I would
Why
think they
don't
would.
football players?
Hockey players.
Why don't
have to.
baseball players?
Hockey players have. They got
he
to.
goes down. That looked like a body check. That there. There's no way. Look at that.
nuts.
Look at the aftermath there.
Oh, he crumples. Oh, that poor guy.
He just goes
Oh, he
down.
crumbles. Oh, that's a bad miss.
There or in the face.
Should have yelled two.
If you had to. There or off the jaw.
I'd have to think about
the
it.
way he goes down.
I'd have to think about it.
If there was protection, it maybe wasn't enough. I'm telling you, if I'm that ref, I'm going to be like, did you do that on purpose? Just so clean. Right there.
Puck in the testicles.
Should we go back to
I feel bad for him.
pitch in the back or body check from Rempe or Von Miller hitting you?
Yeah, what was that? It was
let Von Miller tackle you or get plunked in the back by a Hundy from a major league
from
pitcher.
Marquez. It was like a Herman
And
Marquez
you and I have never
fastball to
agreed
the
on
ribs.
this. I will always take the Von Miller tackle because I just think the Hundy to the back is breaking a rib. But you think Vaughn will break a rib too?
I think Vaughn will break a rib and other bones. Like if you're just a standard human, not like a pro athlete, just a standard person, which would be worse?
Pro versus Joe's.
Yeah. I would take the fastball to the ribs over getting hit by Von Miller at full speed. Or any other vicious NFL hitter. Cam Chancellor.
Are we gonna add hockey puck shot in the middle of the action to it?
Hockey puck to the taint.
Oh no, that was full frontal, baby. He
Kreckman and
buckled him
Lindahl.
up. It looked like he got hit by Lawrence Taylor. He buckled up so bad. The ref folded like a chair and hit the ice.
I'm more confident in the Nuggets.
What?
Long live Joker. I'm more confident
Why?
in the Nuggets.
Why would you do this?
I believe the Avalanche series is a bigger toss-up than the Nuggets series.
I think they're both winning.
I think that's a big toss-up as well.
I think they're both winning.
I
don't say it confidently.
I'm picking them both. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Kreckman and Lindahl. Andy, what was the name of that last topic we did?
From Griff, he suggested puck to the Nuggets.
It was a good time. Stop at Good Times today for a Good Times fish fry sandwich. It's a light and flaky whole fish fillet. That ref wasn't having a good times. The fish fry sandwich available for a limited time at Good Times. You need to go out to the Buffalo Rose in Golden tomorrow night for an Avalanche Game 1 viewing party. We'll have a live network broadcast, live post-game Between the Pipes with Raj and Spring. That's right, Mark Springer is going to be there. I like to call it Between the Pipes with Spring and Raj, personally. DMac hosting with great giveaways and $1 off all Bud Light pints. DMac is going to have all of them. We'll see you at Buffalo Rose in Golden for the kickoff of the Avalanche run for the Stanley Cup, plus an autographed Nathan McKinnon stick, which you can sign up to win while you are there. We'll get you our final picks on the series between the Avalanche and Stars, the Nuggets and the Clippers. We'll do that before we roll. But first, let's check in on the Rockies. More specifically, let's check in on the Albuquerque Isotopes. They were taking on El Paso the other night, Andy. Bases were loaded, and the hitter at the plate drew a walk. Then what happens? Here's Josh Suchan, the voice of the Topes, on the call.
The 3-2 runners go very high. Ball 4, another bases-loaded walk. And the Isotopes have taken a 3-2 lead. And now 2 runs have scored as the catcher threw it back. And now a throw to third is high. That gets away. Back on his feet. And 3 runs have scored. All on ball 4. Aaron Schunk with brilliant base running was the second runner to score.
Yes, Aaron Schunk was the runner on second. So the guy on third just jogs home. Schunk hustled down to third, noticed that the catcher threw a lollipop back to the pitcher, and he just broke for the plate and scored. Then they throw it away. Then the dude that was on first comes around and scores. 3 runs scored on a walk, Andy. The big club literally just had a series in San Diego where for 3 days they didn't score a single run. The minor league squad down in the Pacific Coast League, 3 runs on a walk.
Call them up. Let's go.
So Jason Stark in his Weird and Wild column today went deep on this, and I mean deep. It's really good. He writes this. Meanwhile, in Colorado, have I mentioned that the Rockies have had a little trouble scoring recently? Over the first 5 games of their last road trip, they scored 3 runs in a span of 134 batters. The AAA team did it in 1 walk. In other news, the rule book says the Rockies also are allowed to walk with the bases loaded. They just don't do that much. They have scored 3 runs on walks in their last 161 games combined. Meanwhile, their top minor league team just scored 3 runs on a walk in a span of 20 seconds.
Man. Okay. You had an interesting little blurb from Ken Rosenthal.
Yeah, Rosenthal.
You want to throw that out there since we're bringing up some of the baseball writing greats? Because I do want to kind of talk about the options of manager if a move were to be made.
So as we know, Clint Hurdle is back in the dugout now. He'll be working as the Rockies hitting coach as Hensley Mullins was relieved of his duties this week for the worst offensive club in baseball. Absolutely makes sense that would happen. Ken Rosenthal wrote about this sort of in the context of like, are the Rockies just setting up to have Clint Hurdle replace Bud Black as the manager of the team? Is he back in the dugout now to just move into that role? He's 67 years of age. Is he going to connect with the young players? Now, he's roughly the same age as Bud Black. Bud Black is no spring chicken either. Let's not get that messed up here. But, like, Bud Black is here and familiar with the plan. Is Clint Hurdle the answer for this team, or is it simply a Band-Aid on a club that's not built to be able to win at the big league level? Rosenthal also points out third base coach Warren Schaefer managed at 3 levels of the Rockies organization from 2015 to 2022. The obvious heir apparent. Management previously has seemed disinclined to humiliate Bud Black and dismiss him in season. GM Bill Schmidt telling MLB.com, quote, Buddy's done a good job. It's a tough situation we're going through right now. I think he's been a positive influence. Our guys come to play hard every day, and that's what I'm looking at. As I said, I'm looking for the growth to continue to develop, and Buddy is the right person for that, close quote. What's so funny about that quote is how hard Bill Schmidt dunked on himself in that quote. Oh, the manager's doing a good job.
Then the talent stinks.
Yes.
One of you's not doing a good job.
Our guys
You're the
come
worst
to play
team
hard
in baseball. Yeah.
Every day. Well, then it seems as though whomever, I don't know, picked out the players seems to be the problem. Bud's contract expires at the end of the season, and the team will then have to make a decision if they go with Warren Schaefer, which, as Ken Rosenthal points out, could be the Rockies' version of Brandon Hyde taking over the organization at a low point and growing with his young players.
Okay, so that's interesting. 2 options there. First off, I got to walk back a couple sentences. You don't want to embarrass Bud Black by firing him mid-season. You're going to just make him wear a 3-15 start, the worst all-time in franchise history. That includes 3 games without scoring a run.
Yeah, let him wear a 30-win season.
What exactly is more embarrassing at this point? Seriously. You know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. By the way, he also writes, or maybe the Rockies will just recycle Hurdle, who managed them from 2002 to 2009, leading them to their only World Series appearance. It would be typical of the game's most insular organization to turn to one of its own, and would be the latest reflection of the team lacking long-term vision.
I would rather you go with the apparent manager in waiting, though. What was his name? Schaefer?
Warren Schaefer, the third base coach.
If you're going to do this, see, here's the problem. We mentioned it yesterday because of anti-tanking rules. They can't have a top 10. They got to pick outside the top 10 this year.
Yeah,
because they've been in the top 5 too many times.
Number 10 is the highest pick they can have, which they will have.
So all this losing isn't even going to result in you finally getting the number 1 pick in the draft.
Yeah,
I mean this thing is so jacked up right now.
As Ken Rosenthal wrote, and I tweeted this quote from this morning. Black cannot be blamed for the team's consistent failures or for its continued irrelevance. The Rockies seem to operate in a separate universe from the rest of baseball, but at some point it stands to reason the team would benefit from a fresh voice. Yeah, that sentiment right there, you hear that all the time. They operate in a separate universe from the rest of baseball.
Because they're allowed to be comfortable, because if not competing is okay. There is no pressure on the baseball club in this town. You've said it. I've said it. We've all talked about it. We all know it. You'll go down, and we'll all probably be guilty of going down and enjoying a great evening at Coors Field in beautiful weather and watching a little Major League ball.
And what he talked about right there is like they overvalue their own prospects and they don't do deals with other clubs.
They don't bring in anyone new that would tell Dick Monfort some of the things that he's viewed are wrong.
They don't trade guys on contracts that are about to expire at the trade deadline on an annual basis. They should be moving guys this year. Ryan McMahon, Kyle Freeland, Germán Marquez, Antonio Senzatella. Every one of these guys should be on the block and get moved, but the Rockies should have made moves like this in previous years, and they didn't. Is this the year that they learn their lesson? I'm going to just go ahead and bank on history and say, probably not.
No, because they're going to want to think there's still something to this, or they're going to want to try to squeeze. Now, here's the thing that's a little bit different. I think in the past, like a Trevor Story, a John Gray, guys that had some fan following here, they didn't want to move those guys. They probably should have shopped a Charlie Blackmon at one point. Now,
aren't they going to panic that it'll be a bad look to move Kyle Freeland?
Why? I don't think
Colorado kid.
Great.
Beloved by the franchise. They've already paid him. He's a 4-time starter on opening day. He's an ingrained Monfort guy.
And you don't think he's not a little miserable slogging through this as he pitches scoreless inning after scoreless inning with no run support?
He's got quotes about it every single year. But I don't know how material that is. I just think that Kyle Freeland is a made man, and the Monforts love him, and they won't move him.
Yeah, they might.
That stands to reason because that's typically how they operate. It's time for the weekend preview, Spring.
Everybody's watching sports on the weekend. Everybody wants to watch the games. Everybody's eating guacamole.
Yeah.
Chips and guac are good when watching sports. You want to go watch the game.
Tomorrow, 1:30. Nuggets, Clippers, Game 1, Ball Arena. Tomorrow night, 6:30. Avalanche Stars, Game 1. Whatever the place is called, some airline. Down in
Into
Dallas.
it. No, I don't know.
That's where the Clippers
American
play.
Airlines Arena.
There you go.